Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Konoha. Starting with 6 styles and armament Haki simulation. 1 Chapter 1 God level deduction system. What's the situation? Seeing the girl who kept mumbling to herself with gestures in front of her, Bai Yu, was puzzled. Just when he was about to ask what was going on, a rush of memory came. The picture in my mind has been turned back and forth, and the memory of the original body for 10 years is like a white horse. Not long after, Bai Yu came back to his senses. The body that his soul occupies is called Bai Yu. I am 12 years old this year, a student who just graduated from the ninja school. The girl in front of him who kept giving him gestures was named Yuri Hong, and the tough-faced boy not far away was named Morino Ibiki. Seeing 2 characters who only existed in the animation works in previous lives appeared in front of him alive, Bai Yu's expression was a little weird. He had just finished the college entrance examination and was sitting in his home reviewing the story of Hayate. He didn't expect to come directly to this world in a blink of an eye. Didn't I just dream of crossing in my heart? Is it necessary? Bai Yu was speechless. Ding! The god-level game system is activated, Bai Yu's eyes widened, and then there was a look of surprise in his eyes. The heart that was a little nervous at this moment was slightly relaxed. System. What function do you have? Ding! This system can deduce all the power that exists in the heart of host. Hearing the sound of the system, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a little confused. This sounds too ambiguous. Then give me a deduction for the 72 changes in the earth. Ding! Insufficient deduction points. Please host to earn inference points as soon as possible. The voice of the system sounded coldly in Bai Yu's mind. Bai Yu was startled at first when he heard the system's voice, and then a little surprised in his heart. Because the system is not saying that it cannot be deduced, but that the deduction is insufficient. Panel. Bai Yu's heart moved. System panel, 1.0. Host. Bai Yu, race, human race, strength, 14, speed, 12, endurance, 13. Ninjutsu. Chakra refining technique, free body technique, kunai throwing technique, fire style great fireball technique. Strength evaluation. C level, cannon fodder level existence in the ninja world. Deduction point. 0. Seeing the system's own bleed panel, Bai Yu couldn't help but look down. There is only one great fireball technique, isn't it just to go to the battlefield to look for death? Especially the final evaluation words made Bai Yu's face stiff. Bai Yu? At this moment, an inaudible female voice sounded. If it is not close enough, it is estimated that the sound of leaves being blown by the wind in the forest can be overwhelmed. Bai Yu looked at the nearby Qi Rihong with a puzzled expression. Seeing Bai Yu, Qi Rihong quickly made a few gestures again when she saw Bai Yu. Seeing Qi Rihong's gesture, Bai Yu frowned slightly. Compared with the information in his mind, Bai Yu can fully understand what Yuri Hong wants to express. This year is Konoha's 47th year, and they are now on the battlefield of Cloud Shinobi. Bai Yu, Yuri Hong and Morino Ibiki were all born in Konoha's 36th year. At the beginning of the Third World War, children of their age had to graduate from the ninja school and directly enter the battlefield. Yuri Hong's gesture probably meant that Bai Yu left directly with the battle map drawn by them to inquire. The Cloud Shinobi squad, which was chasing after the 3 of them, was blocked by them. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but looked at Morino Ibiki next to him. But I saw Morino Ibiki nodded seriously at her. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu frowned slightly. The choice of whether the companion is important or the task is important one day actually fell on him. Although when Kakashi appeared in the previous life, he said, people who gave up their companions because of the mission are not as good as beasts, it ignited directly. But in fact, Bai Yu knew in his heart that the real ninja is not a playhouse. The things that abandon the companion to complete the task happen all the time. Good things exist, but they are extremely precious. And the general public, often not so lucky. With a slight sigh in his heart, Bai Yu stretched out his hand to take the scroll that Qi Rihong handed over. Seeing this, Qi Rihong was slightly relieved. She was still worried about Bai Yu's childish temper and she must stay. Then their task is completely meaningless. There is a Jonin-level figure in Cloud Shinobi who pursued them. If it weren't for the traps that had already been set up along the way, I'm afraid they would have been killed long ago. Ding! Kill ninjas to get deduction points. Just when Bai Yu took the scroll and wanted to leave. The voice of the system in my mind suddenly sounded. Almost didn't scare Bai Yu out anyway. A wry smile appeared slightly, although the system's voice was very attractive. But he knew that with his current strength, if he stayed, he would just die. In the face of Jonin, isn't he a cannon fodder like the fish on the chopping board? Ding! Whether to open the novice package, as if hearing Bai Yu's heartfelt voice, the system's voice sounded again. Bai Yu was stunned when he heard the voice in his head. Then a wave of joy came to my heart. Turn on, Bai Yu said in his heart. Ding! The novice package is open, random selection. Ding! Congratulations host. Get the chance to play one of the 6 types of One Piece World C level ability, Shave. Ding! Congratulations host. Get the opportunity to play Armament Haki, the One Piece World A level ability. Hearing the sound of the system, Bai Yu's eyes were a little excited. Chapter 2 Marine 6 Styles, Armament Haki, Ding, Deduction in Progress. The sound of the system just fell. Bai Yu's brain was forcibly squeezed into a memory. In memory, he constantly exercised and explored in the way he knew. I don't know how long it took Bai Yu to successfully practice shave. It can kick the ground dozens of times in 0.36 seconds to achieve speed invisible to the naked eye. Soon after, another memory appeared in Bai Yu's mind. In this memory, Bai Yu continued to exercise his physique. At the same time, the will is constantly being tempered. There is no concept of time in memory. Bai Yu only knew that after a long time, the black armament Haki finally appeared on his body. Ding! The deduction is complete. Congratulations to the host for getting one of the 6 types of shaved, elementary, 1% for beginners, armament Haki, for beginners, 1% for beginners. An unknown force is constantly surging in Bai Yu's body. Bai Yu's bones and muscles have become very tight at this moment. In retrospect, Bai Yu only feels like a lifetime away. A burst of sperm came out of Bai Yu's eyes. Panel, Bai Yu thought. System panel. 1.0 host. Bai Yu, race, human race. Strength. 21. Speed. 17. Endurance. 25. Ninjutsu. Chakra refining technique. Free body technique. Kunai throwing technique. Fire style great fireball technique. Physique. One of the 6 types of shaving, elementary, 1% entry, armament Haki, elementary, 1% entry. Strength evaluation. A level, the mainstay of the ninja world. Looking at the panel in front of him, Bai Yu couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth. Strength, speed and endurance have all increased significantly. Normal humans exercise to the limit with a maximum value of 10. At this time, Bai Yu's strength and endurance have exceeded twice the limit of ordinary people. The strength that can be doubled is not as simple as 1 + 1. The horror of Bai Yu at this time can be seen just by directly jumping up to 2 levels from the evaluation. The corresponding level of the system evaluation, C level equals Genin, B level equals Chunin, A level equals Special Jonin, A level equals Jonin, A plus level equals Elite Jonin. The S level, S plus level, and SR level above this correspond to Cage level, Super Cage level, and 6 pads levels, respectively. At this time, Bai Yu was pregnant with one of the elementary 6 shaves in elementary armament Haki, and under the systematic evaluation, he barely got a Special Jonin rating. This is normal, after all. Bai Yu has no experience in combat. Squeezing his fists, Bai Yu could feel an extremely powerful force in his body. As long as his will is like iron, the black armament Haki will emerge. Like this. With a strange sound, the jet black armament Haki appeared on the surface of Bai Yu's fist. Yuri Hong, who had been watching Bai Yu's face change color, opened her mouth slightly. It's like seeing something incredible. After she took the scroll from Bai Yu, she discovered that there was something wrong with Bai Yu. First, the eyes were absent, and then the eyes were clear. Finally he stretched out his fist, and the black unknown substance directly covered his fist. It looks particularly like the secret technique of the Nara clan, shadow imitation technique. You. What's wrong with you, Bai Yu? Shi Rihong asked softly with some hesitation. The reason why she asked this was that she suddenly felt that she didn't know Bai Yu in front of her at all. Hearing the voice of Shi Rihong, Bai Yu came back to his senses. Looking at Shi Rihong's small face, he smiled and said, "What's the matter? It's okay." Even though Shi Rihong had doubts in her heart, she just nodded. On the battlefield, the fewer words, the better. At this time, not good. Be careful. Morino Ibixi seemed to have discovered something and roared in a low voice. When both Shi Rihong and Bai Yu heard the words, their pupils shrank suddenly. Call out. An extremely violent breaking through the air sounded. The cold-colored Kumo shot towards Yuri Hong and Bai Yu. Shi Rihong jumped away subconsciously and escaped the blow. But then his face changed, because behind her was Bai Yu. Although Bai Yu is not a cranetail in the class, it is also quite mediocre. If Jonin throws the karma, whether he can dodge it, Yuri Hong really has no idea in her heart. Chong. A sound of metal clashing sounded. The extremely fast kunai was shot to the ground with a wave of Bai Yu's right hand. This. Yui Hong and Morino Ibixi both showed surprised expressions when they saw this. They didn't see the suffering in Bai Yu's hands. Could it be shot down by hand? Shi Rihong thought in her heart, looking at Bai Yu's right hand with shock. At this time, Bai Yu didn't put his mind on Yuri Hong and Morino Ibiki. The collision between armament Haki and kunai just made Bai Yu frown slightly. Because his armament Haki is likely to be unable to hold up a fight. With just such a collision, armament Haki and Bai Yu consumed a half. Armament Haki depends entirely on the strength of his body is still too weak. If the current Bai Yu opens the 8 inner gates formation, I am afraid that his armament Haki will be enough to break through the sky. Chapter 3 Fight against Jonin, but now he is still too weak. If he is trapped in the enemy's encirclement, I am afraid that a round of Kuwu projection will be able to shoot him riddled with holes. You almost ran away. At this time, a gloomy voice came from a distance. Yuri Hong and Morino, both their faces sank after hearing this. They know that there is a high probability that they will not be able to escape today. The two looked at each other, and both understood each other's thoughts. Bai Yu. You go back with the battle map, EBZ, and I block them. Shi Rihong gritted her teeth and said. Morino Ibixi on the side also nodded seriously. The already slightly rough face was full of masculinity. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu felt a very subtle feeling in his heart. He was embracing the bloody reality and preparing to start the next life. Unexpectedly, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki in front of him were drawn to his passion again. Isn't this more popular than bloggers? Bai Yu couldn't help but say such a word in his heart. Xiao Xiao shook his head. Bai Yu put aside the complicated thoughts. Go and go together, Bai Yu said seriously to Yurihong and Morino Ibiki. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki were slightly startled, but then both appeared angry. Leave quickly. We are ninjas. The mission is the most important thing. Morino said loudly then Hayi. Even though Shi Rihong did not speak, her angry face explained her attitude. Bai Yu shook his head lightly when he heard the words. I won't go. We are ninjas, yes, but at the same time, we are also companions. Since Yurihong and Morino are going to burn, of course Bai Yu will fulfill them. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Yurihong and Morino Ibixi seemed to be drunk by the head. The warmth in the depths of my heart emerged, and the inexplicable taste kept circling in my heart. The huge touch made the two people's feelings for Bai Yu suddenly upgraded from teammates to life and death friends. Because in their opinion, if you change positions, you might have run away long ago. Bai Yu clearly stated his position. The two didn't say anything to make Bai Yu leave. Because it was an insult to Bai Yu. Good, Morino Ibixi is not a BCH. Upon seeing this, Shi Rihong only sighed. Then the three of them looked side by side at the Cloud Shinobi squad that rushed towards them in the distance. Are you sure? Morino Ibixi asked with a solemn expression to the Shi Rihong beside him. Shi Rihong shook her head slightly and said, if it was just Chunan's team, we wouldn't necessarily lose, it's just. For the next words, Yurihong didn't say anything. Morino Ibiki and Bai Yu also knew what she meant. You really value friendship, Cloud Shinobi Jonin said with a smile in the distance. Hearing what this name Cloud Shinobi Jonin said, none of Bai Yu answered. Just fixedly looking at the Cloud Shinobi Jonin and the two Cloud Shinobi Genins next to him. Cloud Shinobi Jonin couldn't help frowning when he saw this, and he was already suspicious. The three of Bai Yu in front of them must have some kind of backhand to be so confident. Woo! Jonin throws a handle of kunai casually, and he no longer bears it. Along the way, he suffered a lot in the trap set by the three of Bai Yu. Although there was no injury, it was disgusting enough. The detonation talisman was covered with feces, and he didn't even think about this kind of damage. Had it not been for him to hide quickly, he would have become a shadow for a lifetime. It just suffered from the two genins beside him. This Cloud Shinobi Jonin was a little sick in retrospect. Seeing Kuwu flying here, the three Bai Yu jumped away immediately. Tuck. Kuwu directly pierced deeply into the thick tree trunk. Only one grip was left exposed. It can be seen that its strength is strong. Seeing this scene, both Yurihong and Morino showed a bit of bitterness at the corners of their mouths. The courage that had originally arisen disappeared instantly at this moment. When Bai Yu saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched, a little excited in his heart. If this kunai directly penetrated a thick tree trunk, Bai Yu might still be a little worried. But judging from the kunai thrown by this Jonin, Bai Yu has a bottom in his heart. Even if he couldn't beat this Jonin, Bai Yu could escape smoothly by shaving. Then, it can be ignited. Bai Yu's mouth twitched. After stepping on her feet, Bai Yu's figure disappeared directly from everyone's eyes. What? Body flicker technique. The Cloud Shinobi Jonin's pupils shrank when he saw it. Yurihong and Morino Ibiki, including the other two Cloud Shinobi Genin, also showed incredible looks. Even the lowest level D body flicker technique cannot be learned by ordinary Genin. But Bai Yu in front of him seems to be very skilled. Armament Haki. When Bai Yu appeared again, he was already in front of Cloud Shinobi Jonin. The fist wrapped in black Haki slammed toward Cloud Shinobi. Boom. The air exploded. Chapter 4 double kills between the flashing lights. Hearing the sound of Bai Yu's fist, this Cloud Shinobi Jonin couldn't help but shrink his pupils suddenly. Without personal experience, he also knew that this punch was bound to be heavy and powerful. It's just that it was too late for him to complete the seal at this time. Quickly crossing his hands in front of him, chakra quickly gathered on both arms. Oh, an extremely loud physical collision sounded. The powerful force directly knocked out the Cloud Shinobi Jonin. Everyone realized that Bai Yu actually counterattacked Cloud Shinobi Jonin. How can it be? This made Yurihong and Morino both widen their eyes, showing shocked expressions. The bursting strength of Bai Yu left the two dumbfounded. At the same time, strong doubts arose in the hearts of the two of them. Could it be that his previous performances in school were all pretense? This is not to blame for Yurihong and Morino Ibiki. Reality is reality after all. They have never seen anyone who can suddenly explode in times of crisis to turn the tide. When the two genin of Cloud Shinobi saw this, they were shocked and disturbed. Keep chasing Bai Yu all the way. What they didn't expect was the lamb that was originally thought to be slaughtered suddenly changed and became a hunter equivalent to them. This feeling is really uncomfortable. At this time, Cloud Shinobi Jonin that flew out has already landed. With his hands hanging on his waist, he was trembling insignificantly. Although he used chakra to withstand most of the damage, the powerful force still hurt his muscles. Physique ninja. No wonder. Cloud Shinobi Jonin thought to himself. Only this reason can explain why Bai Yu's ninjutsu was so weak when Tong met Bai Yu before. It's just that he is too young, right? Cloud Shinobi Jonin thought through gritted teeth. 12-year-old Bai Yu, that face is still childish. As long as you are a discerning person, you can tell at a glance that Bai Yu will not be more than 14 years old. Shaking his head insignificantly, Cloud Shinobi Jonin said coldly to the two Cloud Shinobi Genin who were standing still. What are you still doing? Attack. Hearing what Cloud Shinobi Jonin said, the two Cloud Shinobi Genins were taken aback first, and then they turned their eyes to Bai Yu. Bai Yu didn't care about these two Cloud Shinobi Genin's gazes. Instead, he frowned and looked at this Cloud Shinobi Jonin. Bai Yu is not very satisfied with this punch of his own. Normally, the Cloud Shinobi Jonin in front of him would have his arms broken with a punch. But it was only knocked into the air by him. Although you can see that Cloud Shinobi Jonin's arms are shaking, it is nothing more than muscle cramps. Squeezing his fists, Bai Yu cast his eyes on the two Cloud Shinobi Genin who were rushing towards him. Shave. Boom. Bai Yu left a very deep mark on the trunk. The whole person disappeared in everyone's eyes again. How can it be? This time, it was not only Yuhihong, Morino Ibiki, and Cloud Shinobi Genin who were shocked. That Cloud Shinobi Jonin also showed an incredible look. The activation of body flicker technique requires a lot of chakra, and it takes time to fill chakra after using it once and using it a second time. Except for the Namikaze Minato, who is called the Golden Glitter, this Cloud Shinobi Jonin has never seen a second person who can continuously use the instant technique. Oh, with a loud noise, Bai Yu's fist has knocked one of the Cloud Shinobi Genin into the air. This punch hit the Rain Shinobi Genin's face firmly. Blood was splashing, and there were even two teeth flying in the air. Wow, Cloud Shinobi Genin rolled directly on the ground. Then he slammed into a tree, suddenly knocked the back of his head and rolled his eyes and fainted. This scene caused another Cloud Shinobi Genin's face to change suddenly. He took out a handle of kunai and raised his hand and threw it towards Bai Yu. It's just that the handle he throws is too weak. Cloud Shinobi Jonin throws too much of the handle. Bai Yu only slightly raised his hand and shot down the handle. Upon seeing this, Cloud Shinobi Genin's complexion changed drastically, and fear surged into his heart. It's just that some results can be changed by his fear. Boom. Bai Yu's figure disappeared before his eyes again. In the next moment, fist out and fly. These two punches happened between the electric light and flint. The Cloud Shinobi Jonin who ordered two Genins to attack before he could react, he saw his two subordinates were punched one by Bai Yu, and they were dealt out cleanly. Cloud Shinobi Jonin couldn't help looking a little gloomy when he saw this. He now understands that Bai Yu in front of him is just pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Lure the three of them close to the Konoha front, and then use thunder means to leave himself and others behind. Yuhihong and Morino Ibiki were shocked when they saw this. They enrolled and graduated together with Bai Yu. They knew Bai Yu's strength very well. Unless Bai Yu hides his strength from the beginning of enrollment, it is impossible to suddenly become so strong. You are so mean, Cloud Shinobi Jonin said viciously to Bai Yu. Hearing what this name Cloud Shinobi Jonin said, Bai Yu couldn't help looking a little weird, unable to understand this person's braid. Chapter 5 The role of Armament Haki. Haven't waited for Bai Yu to say something to fight back. Morino Ibiki stepped forward to Cloud Shinobi Jonin and said loudly, You Jonin started from the Cloud Shinobi battle line and went all the way here, chasing the three of us Genin ceaselessly. In the end, you call us mean? Hearing this, Cloud Shinobi Jonin couldn't help but was speechless. But he immediately fought back verbally. I am Jonin, yes, but what about him? Cloud Shinobi Jonin pointed to Bai Yu and said. Isn't he Jonin? Hearing what Cloud Shinobi Jonin said, Morino Ibiki and Yuhihong couldn't help feeling a little shocked. Jonin? Bai Yu actually has the strength of Jonin? It is hard to imagine that a student from a newly graduated ninja school has Jonin's strength. Although shocked in their hearts, Morino Ibiki and Yuhihong did not show any signs of something wrong. At this time, even if Bai Yu does not have the strength of Jonin, they still have to say that Bai Yu has the strength of Jonin. Morino Ibiki shook his head and said to Cloud Shinobi Jonin, You are too much nonsense. As soon as this sentence was uttered, Morino Ibiki's expression immediately became very gloomy. Cloud Shinobi Jonin frowned slightly. The meaning of Morino Ibiki's words is already obvious. Either fight or leave. If it were before, Cloud Shinobi Jonin would definitely go forward and kill three people without saying a word. But there was a Bai Yu staring at him in front of him, so he naturally didn't dare to act rashly. When Bai Yu heard Morino Ibiki's words, his heart sank slightly. He looks pretty good on the surface now, but in fact, only he himself knows. With these two attacks, his body has lost most of his stamina. The physical fitness that the system has modified for him is just to the point where he uses shave and armament Haki. If the Cloud Shinobi Jonin in front of them had to fight to the death, I am afraid they are more ugly today. Without hesitation, Bai Yu was not a fool either, and he took 2 steps forward. The eyes that looked at Cloud Shinobi Jonin were all calm. This attitude of Bai Yu makes Cloud Shinobi Jonin more convinced of Bai Yu's strength. But even if Bai Yu is the real Jonin, this Cloud Shinobi Jonin cannot just go away. He wasted too much time in chasing down the three of Bai Yu, and his two men were also defeated by Bai Yu. Life and death are unknown. Not to mention that the Bai Yu trio still have their Cloud Shinobi battle map in their hands. Although this kind of information is not classified, it shouldn't be so easy for them to obtain. Call out. Cloud Shinobi Jonin directly raised his hand and shot a kunai. A piercing sound rang out. When Bai Yu saw this, his pupils shrank, and he felt a little puzzled about Cloud Shinobi Jonin's unwarranted shot. Tilting his head slightly, Bai Yu directly avoided the black kunai. But when Kawu's ear flicked past his ears, Bai Yu saw the burning of a detonating talisman. Hiss, at this time, behind Bai Yu are Yurihong and Morino Ibiki. Not good. Bai Yu cried out inwardly. Seeing this scene, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki were not fools either. Chakra surged and jumped directly to the tree to avoid the explosion of this detonating talisman. Boom. There was a loud noise, and a hot flame evaporated, igniting the big tree behind Bai Yu. Thick billowing smoke suddenly rose into the sky. Seeing this scene, Cloud Shinobi Jonin couldn't help frowning. This is very close to Konoha's front. If the movement of the battle is discovered, Konoha's people must come faster than Cloud Shinobi's people. If an elite Jonin comes, I am afraid he will be gone after a meeting. A sense of urgency rose from his heart. Body flicker technique. Cloud Shinobi Jonin's hand Jia Yindao. The whole person disappeared directly in the same place, and instantly appeared behind Bai Yu. It's done. Cloud Shinobi Jonin's eyes suddenly lit up. But at the same time, he was also full of doubts. He didn't expect Bai Yu's reaction to be so slow. But in an instant, he wanted to understand that Bai Yu in front of him could not be called a Jonin-level figure at all. Although the body flicker technique and body flicker technique are used very well, they can only be regarded as a special Jonin at best. The three levels of Jonin can be said to be very different, even larger than the gap between Genin and Chunin. He is not even better than Bai Yu at all. I'm sure to win. Cloud Shinobi Jonin gave a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Chakra scalpel in his hand directly stabs Bai Yu's back. This move is the one that Cloud Shinobi Jonin has hidden the deepest, and it has just been learned. Originally, he was planning to leave his life and death enemies with this trick, but he first met Bai Yu. I decided to give Bai Yu a taste first, although Chakra Scalpel seems to be just a thin layer of chakra. But the chakra control it needs is amazing. If it is not a professional medical ninja, few people will practice this ninjutsu. Of course, there are difficulties, and the power is naturally good. Although unable to cut hard objects, Chakra Scalpel is extremely destructive to the flesh. As long as the meat is long, Chakra Scalpel can be easily cut like butter with a hot knife. Muscles, tendons, and blood vessels are all useless in front of Chakra Scalpel. Only this time is destined to encounter Waterloo. Chapter 6 Kill Jonin. Although Bai Yu couldn't keep up with Jonin's speed, his thinking was too much. Feeling that something is wrong behind him, Bai Yu's brain is spinning like crazy. But in an instant, the countermeasures were already devised. The offense of this Cloud Shinobi Jonin is also a very good opportunity for Bai Yu. If you fight head-on, Cloud Shinobi Jonin uses ninjutsu and tactics to constantly deal with each other, and the three of Bai Yu say they must be buried here. It's just that Cloud Shinobi Jonin used the most irrational way to fight, which was beyond Bai Yu's expectation. Hearing the sound of the wind behind him, Bai Yu's eyes flickered, and he didn't think about running away. Instead, he leaned back vigorously, as if he had taken the initiative to die. Yurihong and Morino Ibiki on the side changed their faces when they saw them, and they were very worried. Cloud Shinobi Jonin was slightly startled when he saw this, but the two were too close to each other, and it was too late to think too much. Crack. There was a crisp sound. Ah, followed by a scream. Bai Yu's back is directly covered with a layer of black armament Haki. Chakra Scalpel has no way to deal with this kind of rogue ability. Armament Haki and Chakra Scalpel collided hard. The powerful force caused Cloud Shinobi Jonin to watch his finger bones be broken directly. 10 fingers connected to the heart. This pain is self-evident. It's just that the pain that followed made the name of Cloud Shinobi Jonin even more joyous. Bai Yu didn't show any mercy either. After all, if this person were to be relieved, the three of them would have died. He turned directly and faced the Cloud Shinobi Jonin in front of him. Bai Yu is much shorter than this Cloud Shinobi Jonin, nearly a head shorter. It's just that the level of strength is not determined by the size. Reaching out his hand, Bai Yu directly grasped Cloud Shinobi Jonin's palm and interlocked with his fingers. What? A piercing pain made Cloud Shinobi Jonin almost fainted. Bai Yu smiled upon seeing this. Armament Haki. Bai Yu's fist was plated with black. Cloud Shinobi Jonin couldn't help showing a look of horror in his eyes. The scattered chakra surged frantically, all gathered in his abdomen. I hope I can withstand Bai Yu's attack. Boom! With a loud noise, Cloud Shinobi Jonin was hit by Bai Yu directly in the abdomen, and his entire body was hit off the ground, which shows how powerful this is. The gathered chakra was also directly dissipated by this punch. This Cloud Shinobi Jonin was suddenly out of breath. Bai Yu saw this but didn't want to let him go. He raised his fist and hit Cloud Shinobi Jonin's abdomen again. Bang! There was a loud noise. Puff! Cloud Shinobi Jonin spouted a big mouthful of blood. Then he rolled his eyes and passed out. It's just that Bai Yu is not the kind of person who has room for it. He wants to live longer. Fingers interlocked. Bai Yu's left hand firmly grasped Cloud Shinobi Jonin's right hand, and his right hand kept condensing Armament Haki and hitting Cloud Shinobi Jonin's abdomen. Boom. 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 Until Cloud Shinobi Jonin's mouth, it was no longer blood, but internal organ fragments. Until Cloud Shinobi Jonin no longer breathed. Until Bai Yu's fist can no longer condense Armament Haki. Bai Yu stopped his movements and then took a deep breath. Yurihong and Morino Ibiki were stunned when they saw this scene, and their chins were almost falling to the ground. In their imagination, Bai Yu should have fought against the Cloud Shinobi Jonin in front of him for 300 rounds, exhausted. Then, with the help of the two of them, they succeeded and won. They never thought that Bai Yu would directly kill Cloud Shinobi Jonin in front of them. Not to mention that it was Yurihong and Morino Ibiki. Even Bai Yu himself didn't expect it. If it wasn't for Cloud Shinobi Jonin who wanted to use Chakra Scalpel to kill Bai Yu, if it wasn't for Bai Yu who owned Armament Haki, Bai Yu would probably die. Throw away the bloody corpse in his hands. Bai Yu looked at his palm, and the warmth of blood still remained in Bai Yu's hand. The disgusting smell of blood kept breaking into the nasal cavity. But after leaving, Bai Yu didn't feel the slightest nausea. It's just that the sticky blood makes him a little uncomfortable. Ding. Kill Cloud Shinobi Jonin. Get 1000 deduction points. The current deduction points are 1000. Hearing the system sounds in his mind, Bai Yu couldn't help but brighten up. Panel. Bai Yu thought. System panel. 1.0 host, Bai Yu. Race. Human race. Strength, 21. Speed, 17. Endurance, 25. Ninjutsu. Chakra refining technique. Free body technique. Kunai throwing technique. Fire style great fireball technique. Physique. One of the 6 types of shaving, elementary, 5% entry, armament Haki, elementary, 7% entry. Strength evaluation. A level, the mainstay of the ninja world. Deduce points. 1000. Seeing the new line of deduction points in the system panel, Bai Yu was very happy. Just thinking about what skills to deduce, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki came over. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu could only put away the panel. Yurihong and Morino Ibiki looked at Bai Yu, who was covered in blood, and they were even afraid to say hello for a while. Chapter 7 Blood Succession Limits. The Bai Yu in front of them and the Bai Yu in their impression are completely two people. Strange but familiar. Bai Yu couldn't help being stunned when he saw this, and then smiled at Yurihong and Morino Ibiki. The two couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw the smile on Bai Yu's face. That sense of familiarity quickly occupied their perception. Are you okay, Bai Yu? Yurihong said with concern. Morino Ibiki was also staring at Bai Yu, for fear that something might happen to him. Bai Yu was now red with the blood of Cloud Shinobi Jonin. Yurihong and Morino Ibiki clearly saw Cloud Shinobi Jonin attack Bai Yu with Chakra Scalpel. These blood, they can't tell whether it is Bai Yu's or Cloud Shinobi Jonin's. Bai Yu heard Yurihong's concern and shook his head with a smile. It's okay, these are all his blood. Bai Yu said while pointing at Cloud Shinobi Jonin on the ground. The tone is full of ease and freehand brushwork. Seeing that Bai Yu was indeed unharmed, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki relaxed with naked eyes. If it was before, they might not have cared so much about Bai Yu. But when Bai Yu said the phrase, "We are companions," Yurihong and Morino Ibiki have completely different senses for Bai Yu. Now Bai Yu is a partner worthy of their trust. Naturally, I am very concerned about Bai Yu's safety. Bai Yu looked at the expressions of the two and smiled slightly. Let's take a break first, the people from Cloud Shinobi shouldn't be here for the time being. Hearing Bai Yu's words, both Yurihong and Morino nodded in agreement. The three of them ran all the way, already very tired. Even without the Cloud Shinobi team in front of them, they are almost at their limit. The three leaned on the tree trunk and panted slightly. A breeze blew by, and the coolness made their brains sober. In fact, among the three, Bai Yu is the most tired. Armament Haki exhausted his energy too quickly. Bai Yu only felt the muscles all over his body sore. If it weren't for Chakra's support in the body, I'm afraid Bai Yu has fallen down at this time. After the three of them rested for a while, Yurihong seemed to remember something. Turning his head to Bai Yu and asked, "What about those two people?" Bai Yu heard the words and looked in the direction of Yurihong's fingers. What Yurihong said was not someone else, but Cloud Shinobi Jonin, who was just knocked down by Bai Yu. Bai Yu shook his head and smiled. What else can I do? As soon as the voice fell, the two handles were thrown out of Bai Yu's hands. It was inserted precisely into the heads of the two of them. Red and white flowed out together, very disgusting. Yurihong and Morino Ibiki were not surprised when they saw this. If it is a large force, it is still possible to take a few prisoners. But a three-person team like them is unlikely to be burdensome. Then only kill. Ding, host killed 2 Cloud Shinobi Genins. Get 10 derivation points too. Hearing the voice in his head, Bai Yu couldn't help frowning. In his heart, he asked the system. Is the deduction points obtained by killing ninjas regular? What are the restrictions on deduction skills? Just too late to understand the system in depth. Now that there is no danger, Bai Yu can finally ask the doubts in his heart. Ding. The rules of deduction points obtained by killing are as follows. Genin 10 points. Chunin 100 points. Special Jonin 600 points. Jonin 1000 points. Elite Jonin 2000 points. Cage level 10,000 points. The deduction points required for deduction skills are as follows. D level skills 100 points. C level skills 1000 points. B level skills 10,000 points. A level skills 20,000 points. S level skills 100,000 points. Seeing this, Bai Yu couldn't help frowning. S level skills actually cost 100,000 points? Cage level kills 10 to deduct an S level skill? This is too exaggerated. Bai Yu couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. But Bai Yu thought about it carefully, and it didn't seem to be that exaggerated. After all, the Armament Haki on him is just an A- level skill. Armament Haki is an A- level ability, so what level is the S level ability? Thinking of this, Bai Yu had another question. System, I would like to ask what level is the skill above S level? Ding, host has no permission to view. Please host work hard to improve your strength. You can view it after the system is upgraded. Hearing the sound of the system, Bai Yu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, a little to vomit. Forget it, the current system is enough anyway, don't think too much. Bai Yu didn't think much. While Bai Yu was looking at his system panel, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki looked at Bai Yu with curious eyes. Why Bai Yu has such a powerful force, even if they want to break their heads, they can't think of it. The extremely fast body flicker technique and mysterious jet black skin. All of this points in one direction, that is, blood succession boundary. Thinking of this, Yurihong couldn't help but ask, Bai Yu, is the trick you just used as your blood succession limit? Morino Ibiki on the side also showed a curious look when he saw this, and he was also very curious about this question. Chapter 8 Meeting with Namikaze Minato. Bai Yu was stunned when he heard the words, and was still thinking about how to explain this problem if he returned to Konoha camp. Unexpectedly, Yurihong had already given his urgently needed reason. Nodded, Bai Yu smiled and said, almost. Yurihong and Morino Ibiki couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. In the world of ninjas, if there is no extraordinary blood or talent, even hard work is futile. The team of 3 of them is destined to be together in the next few years. Suddenly there's Bai Yu, a ninja with blood inheritance limits, and their survival rate will be greatly improved. Now that Bai Yu has admitted, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki naturally didn't ask much. Even with teammates, it is very impolite to explore the details of other people's abilities. Bai Yu was also happy when he saw it, and didn't need to make up any details. The 3 leaned on the tree trunk to rest for a while. After the physical strength and chakra were restored, the forehead protector of the Cloud Shinobi ninja was removed, and then he left here. At the beginning of the war, the battlefield between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi was not that fierce. Although the source of this war was caused by Sand Shinobi's aggression and search because of the disappearance of his third Kazekage. But in the final analysis, it was because of Cloud Shinobi's greed that saw Sand Shinobi lose her own shadow. So invaded the land of the wind. He even declared war on the country of fire and the country of earth at the same time. The 3 of Bai Yu rushed back and forth along the path they had marked, and met several teams of Cloud Shinobi genin like them on the way. With Bai Yu's current strength, facing the genin team can be said to be devastating. But a shave, a punch is a life. The 3 also turned around 3 times. It's just that if you shave 3 times in a row, the calf will be stiff for Bai Yu now. Fortunately, these teams are not dense. The 3 of them returned to one of Konoha's command posts without any risk. What's the matter? A cold-faced middle-aged man asked the 3 of Bai Yu in front of him. Although the man's attitude is not good, the 3 of Bai Yu are not fools. This is on the battlefield, not in a restaurant, and he is not a service staff. You can't expect this person to greet himself and others with a smile, right? Upon seeing this, Yurihong hurriedly stepped forward and took out the scroll, and said to the man, "We're here for the battle line map." Hearing Yurihong's words, the middle-aged man couldn't help showing a look of surprise. After taking over the scroll, the man did not let the 3 of Bai Yu leave. Instead, he said to the 3 of Bai Yu, "You guys wait here for a while." This time, the man's tone was obviously warmer. The 3 of Bai Yu were not surprised. After all, the battle map at the beginning of the war is still very useful. Standing in place and waiting for a while, the middle-aged man who had left reappeared in front of the 3 Bai Yu. "Come with me, please, Master Minato," the middle-aged man said lightly. Hearing what the middle-aged man said, the 3 Bai Yu were not surprised. On this front, Namikaze Minato is the commander. This is something they already knew when they came. After hearing this, the 3 looked at each other and left with the middle-aged man. On the way, the middle-aged man introduced himself to the 3. "My name is Shimura Yu. You can call me Yu." Bai Yu all nodded when they heard the words. Shimura is clearly a member of the Shimura clan from this name. At this time, Shimura Danzo was in the position of elder in Konoha village. The status of the Shimura clan is also elevated because of him invisibly in Konoha village. There was no word all the way, and after a short while, the 3 of them came to a wooden house. The ninja at the door saw that Shimura Yu didn't say much, and let the 4 of Bai Yu directly enter the door. As soon as he entered the door, Bai Yu saw a touch of golden yellow greeted his eyes. A handsome and clean face appeared in front of the 3 of them. Seeing this face very similar to the anime, Bai Yu couldn't help feeling a little bit in his heart. Namikaze Minato is a very favorite character for him. Sunshine, kind, and perfect. Those are traits that Bai Yu doesn't have. No, it should be said that this is a trait that most people don't have. This is why Bai Yu likes Namikaze Minato, because Namikaze Minato has integrity and sunshine that he doesn't have. As a person, who would not yearn for these qualities? At this time, the table in front of Namikaze Minato was spreading the battle map they brought back. Are you the team that brought back the battle map? Namikaze Minato asked with a very sunny smile to the three of Bai Yu. All three nodded when they heard the words. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato nodded with satisfaction and said, "It's a good job." Hearing Namikaze Minato's compliment, Yuhihong and Morino Ibiki's hearts were very appreciated. But there is no wave in Bai Yu's heart. For Bai Yu, this matter is not worthy of praise. After all, he is a man with a system. Master Minato, this mission is actually attributed to Bai Yu. Without him, we wouldn't be able to return. Yuhihong said seriously to Namikaze Minato, Chapter 9 Fight. Morino Ibiki also nodded when he heard this. The two of them didn't covet Bai Yu's thoughts. Oh, what's going on? Namikaze Minato was a little curious when he heard the words. Hearing what Namikaze Minato said, Yuhihong hurriedly told Namikaze Minato about their encounter with Cloud Shinobi Jonin and the killing of Cloud Shinobi team along the way. Hearing that it was the Cloud Shinobi team led by Jonin, Namikaze Minato couldn't help showing a dazed look. No wonder that the only scout team that obtained the battle map was Bai Yu, who successfully returned. After hearing that Bai Yu killed Cloud Shinobi Jonin with a crushing gesture, Namikaze Minato couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Bai Yu really looks like a weak chicken in front of him. Thin limbs, thin cheeks. In addition to the handsome facial features, how can he not look like a strong person? After listening to what happened to the three of Bai Yu along the way, Namikaze Minato showed a thoughtful look. Can Bai Yu play against me? I am very interested in your blood inheritance limit. Maybe it will be an opportunity for us Konoha to change the war. Not long after, Namikaze Minato regained consciousness and smiled at Bai Yu. Hearing Namikaze Minato's reasons, everyone present felt that it was very reasonable. Cannot help but cast his eyes on Bai Yu. Bai Yu shook his head secretly when he heard the words. Although the reason is high-sounding, the core is that Namikaze Minato doesn't believe in the words of Yuhihong. I want to see the power of Bai Yu clearly, but this is also normal. As a frontline commander, Namikaze Minato naturally needs to know all the details. Some uncertain factors must be eliminated. Thinking of this, Bai Yu nodded at Namikaze Minato and said, "Okay." Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Namikaze Minato smiled. Several other people also showed expectations. Including Shimura Yu is also very curious about Bai Yu's so-called blood succession boundary. "Okay, let's go out," Namikaze Minato said. Several people nodded when they heard the words, then filed out and came to a forest. Coincidentally, at this time, Nara Shikahisa, Yamanaka Keiichi and Akamichi Teza completed their mission and returned to the command post. Seeing the crowd gathered, they couldn't help but leaned over. The scene of Namikaze Minato and Bai Yu facing off made them a little confused. Pulling a person at random, Yamanaka Hayi asked him, "What's the matter?" This Konoha shinobi was caught by someone for a moment, then he saw Yamanaka Yuichi, and his face couldn't help showing a respectful look. "A big man from Wei, it is Minato-sama who wants to compete with the boy who just brought back the battle map," Konoha shinobi said respectfully. Hearing this, Yamanaka Hayi nodded and let go of the Konoha shinobi. Then he turned his head and looked at Nara Shikahisa and Akamichi Dingza. The three looked at each other, all showing a curious look. Squeezing through the crowd, all three of them cast their eyes on the court. At this time, Yuhihong and Morino Ibiki also watched Bai Yu and Namikaze Minato confront each other in the crowd. "You do it first. Bai Yu classmate," Namikaze Minato said to Bai Yu. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Bai Yu squinted his eyes and said with a serious expression, "Okay." The Namikaze Minato in front of me was born in Konoha's 26th year and is now Konoha's 47th year old. Although the 22-year-old Namikaze Minato has not yet reached its peak, he has definitely entered the cage level. In the face of such a strong person, Bai Yu naturally would not underestimate it. A move. Boom. With a slight explosion, the mud under Bai Yu's feet splashed, and the whole person disappeared in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but shrink their pupils. It's too fast, it's almost beyond the limit of the naked eye. Boom. With a burst of air, Bai Yu's fist appeared in front of Namikaze Minato. Looking at the fist close at hand, Namikaze Minato's face was full of awe. Except for his old rival, he has never seen a ninja so fast. The hand on the waist cast a trident like kunai. With a flash of body, Namikaze Minato disappeared in place. However, after a meeting, Namikaze Minato was forced to use the Flying Thunder God technique by Bai Yu. Everyone who saw this scene showed horror on their faces. This speed? This is too fast, right? Who is that boy? Impressive. All those Konoha shinobi who were watching this match were shocked when they saw it. The appearance of shaved surprised the audience. Unlike others, Namikaze Minato thinks a lot deeper than them. Is this body flicker technique? Namikaze Minato asked Bai Yu. The other ninjas on the scene couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. This kind of speed must be body flicker technique undoubtedly. Why does Namikaze Minato ask such a question? At this moment, Naruto frowned slightly. Because he remembered the previous details, Bai Yu didn't get the seal. If it is the body flicker technique, it must be printed before it can be used. Sure enough, Bai Yu was taken aback when he heard Namikaze Minato's words, then shook his head and said, "This is a body technique, not a body flicker technique." Chapter 10 Fierce Battle with Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato saw something was wrong when he met him. This kind of observation is very powerful. But Bai Yu was not surprised, because he vaguely remembers the famous scene of Flying Thunder God Part 2. Uchiha Obito, who owns Kamui, suffered a big loss under Namikaze Minato's ultimate observation power. When Namikaze Minato heard Bai Yu's words, his eyes lit up. Physique? I've never seen this kind of physique before. Did you develop it yourself? Namikaze Minato asked Bai Yu. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Bai Yu didn't think much, nodded and agreed. There is no such physical technique as shave in this world. It is no exaggeration to say that he developed it. Seeing Bai Yu confirm his guess, Namikaze Minato's perception of Bai Yu is completely different. He vaguely remembers that he was around 17 when he developed Rasengan. The Bai Yu in front of him has developed his own technique only when he was only 12 years old. It's amazing, classmate Bai Yu, Namikaze Minato said in amazement. Hearing Namikaze Minato's compliment, although Bai Yu didn't have any waves in his heart, there was still a smile on his face, which was regarded as giving Namikaze Minato's face. What? Is that physical skill, or is it a physical skill developed by yourself? Are you a genius again? Everyone in Konoha was shocked when they heard the conversation between the two. Yurihong and Morino Ibuki also showed shocked expressions. They always thought that Bai Yu was using the instantaneous technique. Unexpectedly, it was actually a physical technique developed by myself. Whether learning ninjutsu or physical skills can become a genius is two different things. But the ninja who can develop ninjutsu or physique by himself must be a genius. Can you continue? Bai Yu asked Namikaze Minato in front of him. He didn't care about the eyes of others, which would disturb his own state. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but tick the corner of her mouth when she heard Bai Yu's words. Originally, he didn't take this battle to heart. In his opinion, even if Bai Yu awakens the so-called blood succession boundary, he cannot be his opponent. Of course, it is impossible to be his opponent now. The gap between the two is too great, but although the ending is the same, this process is enough to attract Namikaze Minato. Without thinking, Namikaze Minato nodded and said, "Come on." Bai Yu nodded when he heard Namikaze Minato's words. Everyone was a little unbelievable to see this scene. They didn't expect Bai Yu to still want to fight. And Namikaze Minato actually accompanies Bai Yu to mess around. Boom. With a move, Bai Yu's figure disappeared again. Namikaze Minato frowned upon seeing this. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he tried to sense Bai Yu's figure. Found it. Namikaze Minato's eyes opened suddenly. Chong. Bai Yu's fist collided with Namikaze Minato's kunai. Namikaze Minato couldn't help being a little surprised by the sound of gold and iron fighting. People around saw Bai Yu's dark fist and their complexion changed slightly. What is that? Black fist? What kind of ninjutsu? Everyone looked at Bai Yu's armament haki, and they kept guessing. The battle did not stop at this time. Although Namikaze Minato was a little surprised at Bai Yu's armament haki, the attack that was supposed to have did not stop. Raising his leg, chakra surged slightly. Namikaze Minato kicked Bai Yu's stomach fiercely. The powerful force kicked Bai Yu directly into the air. But Bai Yu's face on the ground was normal, as if he hadn't suffered any harm at all. At the moment, armament haki gathered in Bai Yu's abdomen perfectly defended Namikaze Minato's foot. Namikaze Minato was not surprised when he saw this, because the kick just now felt like he had hit an iron plate. You don't need to look at it to know that this foot must be blocked by Bai Yu. Is the blood successor boundary? It looks like a ninja with physical skills. Namikaze Minato secretly said in his heart. Shaking his head insignificantly, Namikaze Minato made a mark on his hand and appeared in front of Bai Yu in an instant. Chang. 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 The sound of gold and iron fighting continued to sound. Namikaze Minato and Bai Yu constantly confront each other. It looks very exciting. Everyone around saw this scene with wide-eyed eyes. They have never seen anyone who can fight so fiercely against Namikaze Minato. On the battlefield, Namikaze Minato often kills a ninja with just a flash of figure. Even some Jonin will be killed by Namikaze Minato if they don't notice. In front of him, Bai Yu and Namikaze Minato were fighting so fiercely. And it doesn't seem to be falling off the wind. Even if Namikaze Minato didn't use ninjutsu and flying thunder god technique, it was amazing enough. At the age of 12, Bai Yu is really strong and terrifying. Yurihong and Morino Ibuki on the side had already expressed doubts about their lives. They never expected that Bai Yu could fight Namikaze Minato to such a degree. But what they didn't know was that although Bai Yu didn't have any expression on his face, he was already complaining from the bottom of his heart. In the constant collision with Namikaze Minato, his physical strength was madly passing. It's a little unsustainable now. Chapter 11 Bai Yu's Choice. Boom. Namikaze Minato got his feet out again, while Bai Yu folded his hands on his chest. The two separated again. Let's stop here. Namikaze Minato smiled. He is very satisfied with Bai Yu's strength. Bai Yu's physical strength at this time also bottomed out. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, he naturally nodded in agreement. Namikaze Minato smiled upon seeing this, and stepped forward to sign a reconciliation mark to Bai Yu. Although Bai Yu is a little puzzled, he is also a sign of reconciliation with Namikaze Minato. FK. So strong. The people around were all exclaimed when they saw the battle ended. Although there was no victory or defeat in this battle, Bai Yu's tyranny was undoubtedly revealed. Yurihong and Morino Ibiki saw that the people beside them were shocked by Bai Yu's strength, and both smiled. Be happy for Bai Yu from the bottom of my heart. Well, it's all gone. Seeing the noisy scene, Naruto said. When everyone heard the words, they all withdrew from their amazement. The noisy scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone left one after another. Yurihong and Morino Ibiki came to Bai Yu. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Shi Rihong patted Bai Yu on the shoulder and said. Bai Yu could only show a smile when he heard Shi Rihong's words. And even though Morino Ibiki didn't say anything, the expression had already explained everything. Shimura Yu on the side has not yet been removed from the shock. He never expected that Bai Yu, whom he looked down upon at the beginning, would be so powerful. Not to mention anything else, if he was fighting Bai Yu, he felt that he might not have been able to do Bai Yu. The shaved moving speed is too fast, he couldn't see Bai Yu's speed at all. If it weren't for Namikaze Minato, ordinary ninjas would have difficulty reacting. Naruto also walked over at this time, looking at Namikaze Minato and asked, Minato, who is this? Namikaze Minato smiled upon hearing the words and said, this is a genius. He has the strength of Jonin right after graduating from the ninja school. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, the surprise in Nara Shikahisa's eyes turned into shock. Yamanaka Keiichi and Akamichi Dingza on the side were also surprised when they heard this. They never thought that Bai Yu was a student who just graduated from ninja school. Yurihong and Morino Ibiki on the side raised their heads when they saw this. For the shock of the three Ino Shikacho, they and Yurongan. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu naturally knew that the time to socialize was always here. Hello. My name is Bai Yu, I am 12 years old and I am a genin who just graduated from ninja school. Bai Yu pointed to the forehead protector on his forehead while talking. Hello, Bai Yu classmate. The three Ino Shikacho also greeted Bai Yu upon hearing this. Namikaze Minato smiled upon seeing this and said, well, don't chat here anymore. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, everyone nodded. Then he followed Namikaze Minato into the cabin of the command post. After everyone was seated, Namikaze Minato turned his attention to the three of Bai Yu. Your mission is completed, the front here is not very tight, logically speaking, you can choose to go back to Konoha and rest for a while. I don't know what you think? Namikaze Minato asked the three of Bai Yu. Upon hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Bai Yu frowned insignificantly. For him, he naturally didn't want to go back. Although the battlefield is dangerous, but if he wants to become stronger, the danger is unavoidable. Turning his head, Bai Yu wanted to see the attitude of Yurihong and Morino Ibiki. But they didn't realize it, the two had already cast their eyes on him. Obviously both of them are now looking forward to Bai Yu. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu met the eyes of the two and nodded. Then he turned his head to Namikaze Minato and said, we want to stay. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Namikaze Minato gave a satisfied smile. A genius like Bai Yu should logically be protected, but Namikaze Minato knows that a genius who needs protection is not a genius. In the ninja world, which genius is not the result of various merits? Without fighting, no matter how talented a genius is, it will soon be wiped out by everyone. Okay, then you should use the headquarters as your base now, and check out some scouts in peacetime. Namikaze Minato arranged Bai Yu and their tasks. All three of Bai Yu nodded when they heard the words, yes. Okay, then you can go to rest. Namikaze Minato smiled at the three of Bai Yu. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, all three nodded and left. After the three of them left, Naruto asked Namikaze Minato, is the child's details clear? Namikaze Minato nodded when he heard the words. My parents are both from Konoha village, and they are not migrants. It's just that Bai Yu's parents have already died in the battle, so the reason for his blood inheritance is unclear. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Naruto frowned slightly, but then let go. Follow him, now he is Konoha's ninja. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but smile. Chapter 12 Explore the system. Yeah, now he is Konoha's ninja. The belief in the will of fire of these people present is unwavering. Bai Yu is not worried about Konoha's sense of belonging. After all, in their eyes, Bai Yu grew up in Konoha since childhood. I spent my entire childhood in Konoha. Man is a very strange creature, and he has an incomparable nostalgia for the place where he grew up. No matter how far you go, people will want to return to where they were originally grown in the end. At the other end, Bai Yu and Yurihong Morino Ibc have returned to their camp. There is a small tent for 3 people. Although simple, it is good to have tents on the battlefield. Some ninjas who need to be on duty even use the sky as the bed. I'll go to sleep for a while, Bai Yu said to Yurihong and Morino Ibiki. After hearing Bai Yu's words, although the two still have many questions to ask Bai Yu, they can only ask them next time. Good. Yurihong and Morino Ibiki said. Bai Yu nodded when he saw it, and then got into his small tent. Lying on the quilt, Bai Yu completely relaxed. Physical strength is gradually recovering. Panel. Bai Yu thought. System panel, 1.0 host, Bai Yu. Race. Human race. Strength, 22. Speed, 18. Endurance, 25. Ninjutsu. Chakra refining technique, free body technique, kunai throwing technique, fire style great fireball technique. Physique. One of the 6 types of shaving, elementary, 7% entry, armament Haki, elementary, 8% entry. Strength evaluation. A level, the mainstay of the ninja world. Deduced points. 10-20, shaving and armament Haki's proficiency has increased a bit, strength and speed have also increased. In such a short period of time, Bai Yu's strength has grown so obviously. The system is a bit pervert. Looking at his panel, Bai Yu couldn't help feeling calm. Going to a strange place, what else is more reassuring than your own system? The momentum of his fight with Namikaze Minato just now is not just to verify his own strength. This is also a decision he made after consideration. If his armament Haki is hidden and tucked, there may be problems. But if you show your genius openly, it will offset many doubts. Without thinking, Bai Yu closed his eyes and fell asleep. The combination of armament Haki's grind and shave makes Bai Yu much more tired than he looks. After closing his eyes, Bai Yu fell asleep deeply. I slept soundly this time. Before going to bed, Bai Yu warned himself that he must not relax his vigilance and enter deep sleep. But the fact is that Bai Yu actually snored softly. This makes the faces of Yurihong and Morinoi Bixi in the 2 tents next to them look a little weird. They have never had a good night's sleep since they came to the front. Unexpectedly, Bai Yu could sleep so soundly, which made the 2 of them a little envious. But the exhaustion from the past few days came to their heads, and the 2 of them did not last long before they fell asleep. There was nothing for a night, and the 3 of them slept from the evening to the early morning of the next day. I slept for 10 hours. Bai Yu opened his eyes, felt the ample physical strength in his body, and couldn't help but smile. System. Bai Yu thought. Ding, I am here, the sound of the system sounds. This answer gave Bai Yu a familiar feeling in his heart. This was the answer every time he called his voice assistant in his previous life. Deduction of Yi Jin Jing, Bai Yu said to the system in his heart. Ding. Insufficient deduction points. The grade of Yi Jin Jing is a grade, and it needs 20,000 deduction points. Current deduction point, 1020. Hearing the sound of the system, Bai Yu couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth. He didn't really want to play Yi Jin Jing, it's that he wants to prove one thing. That is how the levels of these skills are divided. Then give me the 8 inner gates. Ding, insufficient deduction points. The grade of 8 inner gates is B grade, and it needs 10,000 deduction points. Current deduction point, 1020. Hearing this, Bai Yu knew it well. The deduction of the system is the deduction points given by Bai Yu's subconscious order. In Bai Yu's subconscious, Yi Jin Jing has been rated as A level, and 8 inner gates as B level. It's not about likes and dislikes, it's just in Bai Yu's cognition. Yi Jin Jing can change the roots, talents, and even accumulate a strong internal force. But 8 inner gates is just a technique for releasing the power in the body. The difficulty lies not in the technique, but in the practice for decades. This proves another conjecture of Bai Yu. The division between A-level skills and B-level skills is not just about power. More depends on the comprehensiveness. Thinking of this, Bai Yu sat up, feeling a little funny. His fixed thinking and understanding did not expect to eventually become his limitation. Class C. Bai Yu looked at the balance of his deduction points silently. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Chapter 13 Deduction Tempest Kick. System. Give me Tempest Kick. Ding. One of the 6 types, Tempest Kick, is a C-level skill. 1000 deduction points are deducted. Deduction in progress. Ding. One of the 6 types, Tempest Kick, was successfully deduced. Current proficiency, elementary, 1% for beginners. Hearing the voice of the system, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a surprise in his heart. What followed was a memory. Inserted into his mind fiercely, frantically surging, slightly painful, but then relieved. Haven't waited for the memory in Bai Yu's mind to be completely digested. The sound of the system sounded again. Ding, Tempest Kick has a high similarity to shaving, and the proficiency naturally increases to the beginner level, entry 5%. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but brighten up. This result was somewhat beyond his expectation. System. What level of skill is the complete 6 forms? Bai Yu was a little curious. Ding. The complete 6 forms belong to the B-level skills. Currently has 2 of 6 styles. 4,000 points are needed to derive the other 6 types. Whether to perform deduction? Bai Yu frowned slightly when he heard the system. This allowed him to successfully avoid a minefield. It seems that systematic skills are best deduced separately. It can save a lot of deduction points. Bai Yu muttered thoughtfully. Sighing, Bai Yu closed the panel directly and walked out of the tent. The sky at this time was still deep in pitch black. Without thinking too much, Bai Yu jumped straight to the temporary training ground next to the command post. As a ninja, daily practice is naturally essential. A small forest near the river has also become a place for morning exercises for everyone in the command post. When Bai Yu came here, it was pitch black and there was no one. No matter what else, Bai Yu first moved his wrists and ankles, and after warming up, he began to practice 6 poses in armament Haki. Boom! There was a slight popping sound, and Bai Yu disappeared in place. Tempest Kick. Bai Yu, who appeared again, was already in the sky. An extremely condensed white air blade was aroused from Bai Yu's kick. Call out. The sound of Tempest Kick cutting the air is very harsh. Boom! A blast sounded, and a cloud of dust rose up on the ground. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu appeared at the place where Tempest Kick attacked. Looking at the deep or shallow gully on the ground, Bai Yu frowned slightly. This power is really not enough to see. If it is a Jonin-level character, under the concentration of chakra, this might not even be able to do serious injuries. With a slight sigh, Bai Yu naturally knew that he couldn't be a big fat man in one breath. Even if there is a plug-in, ordinary efforts are still needed. 6 formulas in armament Haki, to put it bluntly, rely entirely on physical strength. As long as the body is strong enough, Bai Yu's armament Haki is definitely hard enough. Bai Yu kept practicing shaving and Tempest Kick. When he was tired, he rested against the tree and massaged his calf. Until a few hours later, the sky was bright. A figure gradually appeared by the river. All of them came to practice in the morning. Seeing Bai Yu's figure, everyone's eyes are different. They really want to know how Bai Yu practices, it's just that they are destined to be disappointed. Because Bai Yu has completed the morning exercise he has set for himself. Back outside his tent, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki have also got up. Seeing Bai Yu covered in sweat, the two couldn't help being a little surprised. This is obviously going to practice. Bai Yu, we have to go on patrol today, can you still go like this? Shi Rihong asked Bai Yu. Hearing this, Bai Yu smiled and said, don't worry, I haven't exhausted my energy. Bai Yu is not a fool either. Of course, his training on the battlefield is just a matter of point. Yurihong and Morino Ibiki nodded when they heard this. Bai Yu went back to his tent and found a clean suit. Then he took a bath by the river. After eating something, the 3 of Bai Yu walked out of the command post. At this point, the personnel in the command post, except for some permanent ones, all left one after another to complete their own tasks. In a forest 10 kilometers away from the command post. Looking at the scout Cloud Shinobi in front of him, Bai Yu felt a little hesitant, but there was no expression on his face. In the eyes of Yurihong and Morino Ibiki, it was as if Bai Yu deliberately let the person in front of him be surrounded by fear. If Bai Yu knew that 2 unscrupulous teammates thought about him, he probably would have to vomit 2 mouthfuls of blood. With a sigh in the bottom of his heart, Bai Yu casually threw a handle of kunai to kill the Cloud Shinobi scout who had no resistance in front of him. For Cloud Shinobi, as a ninja who exists as a scout, the level of strength must not exceed Chunin's level. The same goes for the squad of scouts. After all, a ninja who has reached the level of Jonin is a waste of resources to be a scout. Facing the strongest opponent, but Chunin's level, Bai Yu can be said to be a ruin. Soon, night fell. Back at the camp, Bai Yu was already full of blood. Attacking the enemy with a fist, it is inevitable that blood will splash on one's body. Chapter 14 Deduct the basic practice method. Bai Yu didn't feel much about the blood, but it was sticky and made him feel very uncomfortable. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, Bai Yu began his night practice. Today's battle in the daytime was basically a shave, and then it ended with a punch. Did not consume too much energy. This is why Bai Yu still has the strength to practice. Tuck, tuck, tuck. A series of kunai piercing the tree trunk sounded. Bai Yu looked at the visibly proficient Kuu throwing, and was secretly surprised. He discovered another magical effect of the system. Although his kunai throwing technique, 3 body technique and great fireball technique proficiency were not shown on the panel. But Bai Yu could clearly feel that his proficiency continued to increase as he released these techniques. Power has also risen. This is the benefit of the panel, there is no growth bottleneck. As long as you work hard, you will inevitably gain. At night, Bai Yu did not continue to practice his armament Haki in 6 forms. These 2 moves are too much, so he continued to use kunai throwing technique, 3 body technique and great fireball technique. After tossing away his poor chakra, he went back to rest. The next day, when the genius was bright, Bai Yu went to the river again to continue his 6 poses and armament Haki practice. After completing the training, they went out with Yurihong and Morino Ibiki to hunt down Cloud Shinobi's scout. Back to the camp, practice Kuu throwing, 3 body technique and great fireball technique as usual. So back and forth, half a month later. Bai Yu sat cross-legged in the tent, thinking about it. Panel. System panel. 1.0 host, Bai Yu. Race. Human race. Strength, 33, Speed, 25, Endurance, 38. Ninjutsu. Chakra refining technique, 3 body technique, kunai throwing technique, fire style great fireball technique. Physique. One of the 6 types of shaved, elementary, 68% Xiaocheng, armament Haki, elementary, 38% Grandmaster. One of the 6 types of Tempest Kick, elementary, 57% Xiaocheng. Strength evaluation. A level, the mainstay of the ninja world. Deduced points, 1530. Seeing his deduction points, Bai Yu's eyes were determined. It's time, Bai Yu murmured. As early as half a month ago, Bai Yu had already decided what skills to deduce. Although his power grew rapidly, he was in the middle of war. Judging from his current strength, if there is a large-scale war on the frontal battlefield, his survival rate will also be very low. So the necessary explosive ability is still needed. But this skill cannot exceed the sea level system. Ding. I am here. Show me the breath of the sun. Ding. The deduction failed. The breathing skill level of the day is B level. The current deduction points are 1530. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help raising his eyebrows. The breath of the sun was actually a B level skill, which was a bit unexpected. I felt a little unhappy, thinking, the breathing method of the blade of Ghost Slayer can be deduced? Then there's a fart. Give me the basic practice method in global high martial arts. Angrily, Bai Yu directly spoke out the fantasy world to the system. It's just never expected that, beyond Bai Yu's expectation, it really succeeded. Ding. The deduction is successful. Basic practice method is a C-level skill. 1000 deduction points are deducted. The current proficiency is elementary, 1% entry. Surprise burst out from Bai Yu's pupils. Then a memory that did not belong to Bai Yu appeared in his mind. After digesting all the memories, Bai Yu opened his eyes. Qi and blood. A brand new training system was discovered by Bai Yu. Ding. Different training systems have been detected. Panel upgrade. System panel. 2.0 host. Bai Yu, race, human race. Qi and blood. 1.2, spirit. 1.8 strength. 33, speed. 25, endurance. 38. Gong method. Basic practice method, elementary, 1% entry. Ninjutsu. Chakra refining technique. Free body technique. Kunai throwing technique. Fire style great fireball technique. Physique. One of the 6 types of shaved, elementary, 68% Xiaocheng, armament Haki, elementary, 38% grandmaster. One of the 6 types of tempest kick, elementary, 57% Xiaocheng. Strength evaluation. A level, the mainstay of the ninja world. Deduced points. 530. Looking at the panel in front of him, Bai Yu couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth. In fact, in his heart he didn't expect the system to actually perform the cultivation techniques that came to the fantasy world. After all, in Bai Yu's worldview, things in the fantasy world are naturally things of a higher dimension. The successful deduction of the system really gave Bai Yu a great surprise. It's really awesome, Bai Yu couldn't help muttering. Didn't think much. Closing his eyes, Bai Yu directly began to run the tempering method in the basic practice method. The blood of up to 120 calories in the body is constantly surging to wash Bai Yu's bones and veins. Bai Yu suddenly felt that the strain caused by practicing the 6 types of tempest kick and shaving these days has alleviated a lot. But then there was violent pain. Chapter 15 Qi and blood practice, tempering method. Pain. It doesn't make sense. Bai Yu didn't know where he heard this sentence. At that time, I didn't take it to heart, but now it really seems to be a sentence full of truth. Under the scouring of his own blood, Bai Yu could feel a sharp pain in his feet. That kind of pain is not hurtful, it's a kind of restorative pain. Bai Yu can clearly feel that his feet are getting better bit by bit. This made him feel a little scared. Although he originally felt a little discomfort in his feet, he didn't take it too seriously. For cultivation, it's normal to have a little discomfort. It now seems that he is too naive. If this continues, I am afraid that within a month, Bai Yu's feet will be completely useless. This is also caused by no experience in cultivation. There is nothing wrong with it, after all. Bai Yu is a blue star and has never practiced so-called. The most intense exercise is probably the 5 kilometers during the school sports meeting. But that is only an annual event. FK, I almost got smashed to death, Bai Yu thought while sweating. The opening Marine 6 styles and armament Haki seem to be very strong. But now it seems that for a cultivator like him, it is like a drug. The refining method, in my memory also does not record how long it takes to work in this situation. Bai Yu doesn't know what kind of situation can be considered as healed. Didn't think too much, Bai Yu kept running Qi and blood. Until I feel that my feet no longer feel uncomfortable. Bai Yu stopped the surge of blood. A feeling of fatigue came up. It was even more thorough than squandering his physical strength. This made Bai Yu's eyes bright. He didn't expect that exercise with Qi and blood would have this effect. After that, you won't have to waste too much time on physical training, Bai Yu murmured. Fortunately right now, the daily physical training can be solved for at most 2 hours. But this has skyrocketed from 1 hour half a month ago to 2 hours. But in half a month, the time required for physical practice has doubled. If the physique is strong to a certain level in the future, wouldn't it take a whole day without any results? Bai Yu secretly rejoiced in his heart. This basic practice method, from a global expert, perfectly solved the difficulties of Bai Yu's practice. Looking at the dark sky outside the tent, Bai Yu smiled, very satisfied with the extreme practice that the tempering method brought him. Closing his eyes, Bai Yu fell asleep very satisfied. This feeling is completely different from the past. He fell into a deep sleep. There was no words for a night, and in a blink of an eye it came to the early morning. Bai Yu, who woke up, found that his body was transparent, and a lapsed physical strength returned to his body at this moment. Without breaking his habit, Bai Yu came to the river. There were already a few people sparsely by the river at this time. These people are not surprised to see Bai Yu, because for half a month, Bai Yu has not been absent once. Only this time, Bai Yu's practice did not have the usual visual effects. Because Bai Yu is actually practicing stubborn kung fu. Although there is no such kind of pile skills in the basic practice method, as the perfect round pile and the infinite pile. But there are still some basic post skills for training chi and blood. The force started from the ground, the blood slowly surging, and the energy was continuously ingested from the body to increase itself. Basic practice method proficiency +1, +1, +1. While Bai Yu was constantly practicing the basic training method, the system kept popping out a few words. This made Bai Yu almost break away from the immersive practice. Although being able to watch the continuous growth of the basic practice method makes Bai Yu very confident in his heart. But these words are a bit obstructive when they focus on cultivation. Feeling a little irritable, Bai Yu immediately asked the system, "System, can you turn off the prompt?" Ding. Prompt to temporarily block, host can be turned on again when needed. Bai Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard the sound of the system. Once again fell into the cultivation. The surrounding ninjas who were constantly tempering themselves saw that Bai Yu just blew up a horse and stopped moving, and they were all a little puzzled. However, no one came up to bother, they all finished their morning exercises on their own. Bai Yu is also enjoying it at this time, but his own power, chi and blood, is very magical. In just such a short while, Bai Yu could clearly feel that his body was getting stronger and more coordinated. These are things that cannot be obtained by hard-boiled cultivation of the 6 forms in Armament Haki. Soon, Bai Yu felt that his chi and blood cultivation had reached its peak. The sweat drenched his whole body. After letting go of the post-work, Bai Yu didn't feel exhausted, but felt full of energy. After taking a shower, Bai Yu and Yuihong Morino Ibiki had breakfast together. It's just that today's Bai Yu almost scared Yuihong and Morino Ibiki. Because he ate a lot of things in one go. This kind of appetite, let alone Yuihong and Morino Ibiki, even Bai Yu himself felt a little surprise. Chapter 16:5 Jonin. Obviously, this is the side effect of cultivating chi and blood. The body needs more energy. Without thinking, the three of them went out together. It's been like this every day for half a month. The three are already very familiar with the road. Constantly sweeping back and forth around the boundary. Even though Yuihong and Morino Ibiki intentionally hid their figures, they have become much bolder than before. Because they have Bai Yu, a powerful companion. At this time, Bai Yu is a serious A-level figure under the systematic evaluation. In other words, Bai Yu has already entered the level of Jonin. The next step is to hurt the cage level elite Jonin. After only half a month, Bai Yu's strength has already made such progress, it cannot be said that it is not perverted. From a distance, Morino Ibiki found the enemy's trail. They met Bai Yu's eyes, and as usual, the three began to hide their figures and move forward. Not long after, the three of Bai Yu saw that there was a girl in the forest who was constantly comparing the map in their hands. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu's eyes flashed with unbearableness. In the past half-month, there were not a few female ninjas he killed, because this was a war. If Konoha's people were harmed because of his momentary mercy, it would be equivalent to raising a butcher knife to his own people. But even if he killed many female ninjas, Bai Yu still couldn't bear this kind of scene. With a slight sigh, Bai Yu flickered and appeared in front of the female ninja instantly. Boom! A jet black fist waved and hit the female ninja directly. Oh! With a loud physical clash, the female ninja was punched in the abdomen by Bai Yu. The whole person flew out directly. A pair of eyes stared out of the eye sockets. Before anyone landed, he rolled his eyes and fainted. With a startled glance, Bai Yu saw the delicate face of the girl. The girl does not look like she is only about 10 years old. Very beautiful, but also a pity. Bai Yu belongs to the kind of person who won't regret after doing it. Call out. When Bai Yu raised his hand, it was a kunwu. At this time, Bai Yu's kunwu throwing technique is already at its peak. If you pierce the wings of a fly, you won't pierce its legs, it's very precise. The skill of Uchiha Itachi to change direction by impacting each other is easy to come by. If it is as usual, Bai Yu's blow would have already eliminated the girl in front of him. It's just not the same today. Chong, a sound of gold and iron strikes. A tall male Cloud Shinobi ninja appeared next to the girl, and directly flew the kuwu thrown by Bai Yu to rescue the girl. Bai Yu frowned as he watched this scene. In the distance, Yuihong and Morino Ibiki couldn't help but be taken aback. Just in the stunned time, several figures appeared in front of Bai Yu. All these people wear animal masks. Anbu ninja. Bai Yu frowned upon seeing this. These Anbu ninjas are not Konoha shinobi. Obviously, these people are Cloud Shinobi's Anbu ninjas. A trap? In the distance, Yuihong and Morino Ibiki both shrank their pupils, guessing in their hearts. Master Raikage didn't guess wrong. Konoha's people are really so despicable, they actually sent Jonin to slaughter scouts, what a frenzy. The tall Cloud Shinobi ninja said coldly. Hearing this, Bai Yu could probably guess why these people came here to squat themselves. Over the past half-month, Bai Yu killed too many Cloud Shinobi scouts. Since the opening of the war, the news of this area is like the fog of war to Cloud Shinobi, without any information at all. If it's just a game between genin, that's okay. However, all the Chunin they sent were all broken and sinking into the sand. This couldn't help but make third Raikage's heart guess. Are you here on a special trip for me? Bai Yu faintly asked the 5 men in front of him. 4 Anbu ninjas, plus 1 looking very powerful ninja, exactly 5 people, no more, no less. While asking this sentence, Bai Yu's eyes actually flashed a little excitement. Although some genin and chunin were killed these days, the improvement in strength was steady and there was not much danger. But Bai Yu still wants to fight the master from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, the strength of this body is not in vain? Right, one of the Anbu ninjas said coldly. As soon as the voice fell, he cast a handle at Bai Yu. The speed is very fast. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Now he is completely different from his previous self. Raising his hand, the black armament Haki covered it, and Bai Yu directly held this handle tightly in the palm of his hand. What is that? Seeing this scene, the Cloud Shinobi ninjas all showed a surprised look. Wow, there was a sound of rope shrinking, and the handle was tied with a steel wire. This Anbu ninja flew directly towards Bai Yu. Chapter 17 destroyed. In the distance, Yurihong and Morino Ibixi both showed worried expressions. When Shi Rihong saw her, she rushed out to help Bai Yu. But fortunately Marina Ibis stopped her. As a man, Morino Ibiki is not arrogant. He could see that those in the distance were very strong, at least Jonin-level figures. It was too stupid to step forward at this time, and would definitely be used to blackmail Bai Yu. At this time, the Anbu ninja who flew towards Bai Yu had already formed a seal in the air. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A fiery flame spit out from the mouth of the Cloud Shinobi Anbu ninja. Bai Yu's face sank slightly when he saw it, and Cloud Shinobi in front of him was a little too confident. With one-handed seal, Bai Yu spit out a larger and fiercer flame from his mouth first. Although Bai Yu can only be such an offensive ninjutsu, he has been very powerful these days. It is many times more powerful than the ninjutsu released by ordinary ninjas. After practicing the great fireball technique to a certain level, Bai Yu understood Uchiha Madara's level somewhat. A B-class fire extinguished in the hands of Uchiha Madara is comparable to an S-class fire style, and there is no one. You know, Uchiha Madara doesn't have a panel, it relies entirely on his own understanding of ninjutsu. Upon seeing Cloud Shinobi Anbu flying in the air, his face under the mask changed slightly. The 4 people behind him were all dignified when they saw it, and Madara could be seen in the sight of the leopard. But at this time he had no time to make other moves. Bai Yu's great fireball technique had already swallowed his great fireball technique completely. Then he completely covered his figure, but there was no screaming. Instead, there was a strange empty sound. Hoo-hoo-hoo. A wooden stake fell to the ground and was completely burned by the flames. Body replacement technique. As early as the flame wrapped the ninja, Bai Yu had already seen the seal in his hand. So Bai Yu is not surprised. The ninja who came out from behind the tree had a gloomy face under the mask. What he just wanted to say. Bai Yu's figure suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. This caused everyone's pupils to shrink. Boom. A heavy punch directly hit the face of this Cloud Shinobi Anbu. Cloud Shinobi Anbu, who had yet to react in the future, was directly blown away by Bai Yu. The mask shattered in an instant, blood and teeth are flying. This person was like the female ninja, flying directly in the air, and then fell to the ground and fainted. Seeing this scene, the other 4 people's complexion changed drastically. The Cloud Shinobi Anbu ninja who was defeated by Bai Yu is a real Jonin. Bai Yu lost his combat effectiveness after being beaten by Bai Yu. This kind of strength is really unimaginable. In fact, this is not surprising. If Bai Yu with the system is not invincible with the realm, then this cheat is not a big deal. Bai Yu looked at the remaining 4 people in front of him and the corner of his mouth twitched. He didn't want to talk nonsense with them. Obviously, these people are enemies. In the eyes of Bai Yu now, these people are all deductions. 1 person is 1,000 and 5 people is 5,000. Calculated in this way, it is worth more than 2 months of Bai Yu's harvest. No nonsense, Bai Yu moved once again, and the whole person disappeared in front of everyone again. Shave exerted its original light and heat under Bai Yu's feet. Boom. It was another punch. Boom, it's just not going well this time. Because when Bai Yu's figure moved, everyone in Cloud Shinobi quickly developed a substitute technique. Bai Yu's punch only smashed a wooden stake. Sawdust flying all over the sky, it is really beautiful. This is the gap between Jonin and Shunin Genin. Be adaptable and don't give opportunities. But they take it for granted. At this time, Bai Yu is invincible in the Jonin level. Because his speed is simply not what Jonin can keep up. Shave. Bai Yu's figure disappeared again. Boom. Another punch was delivered, directly defeating one of the Anbu ninjas, losing his combat effectiveness. Water style. Water dragon bomb. Lightning style. Go. Just when Bai Yu defeated one of the ninjas, the other 2 got seals at the same time. The dragon-shaped water column rushes directly at Bai Yu. Frowning slightly, Bai Yu dodges as soon as he moves. But at this time, the lightning-style walk made Bai Yu unable to sail down. The tall Cloud Shinobi ninja had already picked up the 10-year-old female ninja and jumped up. The other 2 Cloud Shinobi ninjas who fell on the ground were not taken care of at this time. Seeing the frantically surging arc on the ground, Bai Yu couldn't help frowning. The cooperation of the two really caused some trouble to Bai Yu. No way. Bai Yu can only jump into the sky, but this jump made the faces of the two Cloud Shinobi Anbu masks show a hint of joy. At this time, after the two Cloud Shinobi Anbu on the ground received an electric shock, their bodies trembled unconsciously, and blue smoke came out of their bodies. But the two did not care. On the contrary, it was a fast Jian in his hand. Chapter 18 Tempest Kick Prestige, Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Fire Style. Dragon Fire Technique, Combined Ninjutsu, Wind Fire Style, Dragon Fire Great Breakthrough. A powerful straight cylindrical flame rushed directly to Bai Yu's figure. In the distance, Yurihong and Morino Ibexi couldn't help but their pupils shrank, and their heartbeats missed a beat. Bai Yu couldn't help but smile upon seeing this. Their thoughts are very good. Bai Yu can't borrow strength in the air, so naturally he can't avoid this ninjutsu. As long as this combination of ninjutsu is hit, Bai Yu will naturally become the fish on their chopping board, leaving them at their disposal. What they didn't know was that Bai Yu didn't need to avoid it at all. Tempest Kick. Shoo. Shoo. Two condensed light blades severely slashed towards the Dragon Fire Great Breakthrough from Bai Yu's kick. What? The three Cloud Shinobi ninjas all showed incredible expressions. Sizzle. The two light blades cut away this Dragon Fire Great Breakthrough very smoothly. Blazing flames passed by Bai Yu. The strong wind lifted Bai Yu's hair and clothes. At this time, Bai Yu was like a god of war. In the distance, Yurihong and Morino Ibexi saw this, and both of their eyes were about to fall to the ground. Floating on the ground, Bai Yu looked at the two Cloud Shinobi Anbu ninjas not far away with cold eyes. Lightning Style. Ground. Cloud Shinobi's Anbu ninja still wants to repeat the trick. Bai Yu couldn't help looking cold when he saw this, and his whole body instantly disappeared in place. When he appeared again, he had already come to this person. Seeing Bai Yu's figure, the face under the mask of Cloud Shinobi's Anbu ninja was very stiff. At this moment, his head went blank. And Bai Yu's horizontal kick has already hit his head. Covering Armament Haki's feet, even a huge rock can be kicked to pieces. Not to mention people. Snapped. The head of this Cloud Shinobi ninja burst like a watermelon in an instant. The red and white are flying all over the sky, so bloody. When Yurihong and Morino Ibexi saw this, they couldn't help but cried out, beautiful, in their hearts. At the other end of the Cloud Shinobi ninja, his pupils almost shrank to the size of a needle. Fear began to spread in his heart, but as a Jonin, he must have experienced many battles. When he encounters an enemy that he can't resist, he has a way to deal with it. I surrender. The Cloud Shinobi Anbu ninja raised his hand and shouted loudly. I'm afraid that Bai Yu didn't hear it. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help looking a little weird. He has never encountered an enemy begging for mercy. This is also Bai Yu caught in a vicious circle. He kills the enemy every time he meets each other, and the enemy naturally has no chance to beg for mercy. In the distance, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki couldn't help their faces stiff when they heard Cloud Shinobi Anbu's begging for mercy. Not far away, the tall Cloud Shinobi Jonin couldn't help gritting his teeth. This Cloud Shinobi Anbu ninja lost his face. With a dreadful expression, he opened his mouth to the female ninja in his arms and said, "Wake up, from wooden golem." While talking, chakra gathered in his hands, and he used the most basic medical ninjutsu. Not long after, the two woke up from wooden golem. Master Feng. The two by wooden golem couldn't help being a little surprised when they saw the tall man's face. Wind couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. There is no time to talk too much, now is the time for you to play, the wind said to the two Yu wooden golem. Hearing the words of the wind, the two Yu wooden golem were puzzled. What's wrong, Master Feng? Two wooden golem asked Feng. Feng didn't talk nonsense, and pointed directly at Bai Yu who was already standing in front of Cloud Shinobi Anbu in the distance. This person is too threatening to our Cloud Shinobi. I need you to release the power of the tail beast to kill him here. Hearing the words of the wind, the two wooden golem cast their eyes to Bai Yu in the distance. Seeing Bai Yu's figure, the two wooden golems couldn't help but grit their teeth. When Bai Yu broke her with a punch, she saw Bai Yu's face clearly. Her abdomen was still aching at this moment. Okay. The two Yu wooden golem nodded toward the wind. Then he jumped off the trunk. At this time, Bai Yu looked at the Cloud Shinobi Anbu in front of him with a smile and said, "Surrender? You take off the mask first." When Cloud Shinobi Anbu heard the words, the face under the mask couldn't help stiffening. There was no action, and he took off his mask. A handsome face appeared in front of Bai Yu. Looking at the face in front of him, Bai Yu raised his brows slightly and said with some emotion, "With such a face, why not become a trainee? What a pity." Forehead. This name Cloud Shinobi didn't understand the meaning of Bai Yu's words at all. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu smiled and shook his head. Seeing Bai Yu's smile, Cloud Shinobi also crouched to make a smile. Only in the next moment, Bai Yu's smile receded, because he felt a very evil chakra appear behind him. Looking back, a figure completely wrapped in scarlet chakra appeared not far behind him. Chapter 19 Two-Tailed Jinchuriki. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the surrendering Cloud Shinobi and said, "This is what you call surrender." Seeing this scene, the Cloud Shinobi ninja couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Quickly squeezed a seal in his hand, shattered body. It was just that before he could use the Shushin technique, Bai Yu had already jumped and kicked towards his head. Can't escape. The Cloud Shinobi ninja saw Bai Yu, who was close at hand, thinking in his heart. At the last moment when facing death, he had a great hatred for the two wooden golem. Snapped. There was a crisp sound, and the head of the Cloud Shinobi ninja exploded. Ding. Get 1000 deduction points. Hearing the voice in his mind, Bai Yu smiled satisfied. In fact, even if there were no two players from Wooden Golem, Bai Yu had already made up his mind not to let him go. For no other reason, the 1000 point deduction point alone is destined to be impossible for him to let the person in front of him go. Turning his head, Bai Yu looked at the two wooden golems who had already put on the code of the tailed beast chakra. I really didn't expect you to be Jinchuriki. Bai Yu spoke lightly to the two wooden golem in front of him. The two wooden golems wrapped in the code of the tailed beast chakra did not speak. At this time, her consciousness is not very clear. It's just that she clearly remembered from the bottom of her heart that Bai Yu in front of her was her goal. Without too much nonsense, the two rushed directly to Bai Yu from Wooden Golem. Boom. The grass clippings and soil along the way all flew up. It is like a road roller rolling towards Bai Yu. Watching this scene, Bai Yu raised his eyebrows. There was no sign of weakness either, just a sway of his body, and instantly appeared in front of the two wooden golem. Lifting the foot as to hit the two wooden golems with a heavy kick. Bang. There was a loud noise. The two were kicked directly by Wooden Golem by Bai Yu's volley. Wow. Many trees were broken along the way. In the distance, Yurihong and Morino Ibuki showed horror when they saw this scene. Is that Jinchuriki? Yurihong asked Morino Ibuki in disbelief. Should. Yes. Morino Ibuki stammered. They originally thought that today would be the same as usual, an extremely ordinary day. Go out and sweep around, and then return to the camp. It's just that Cloud Shinobi's Anbu ninja appeared, and was crushed by Bai Yu. Finally, the appearance of Jinchuriki. They also saw a good show with their own eyes. The wind, at this time, is completely different from their emotions. Seeing the two wooden golem who was volleyed back by Bai Yu, his face couldn't help but feel a little gloomy. The power of the tail beast is somewhat the same as that of Bai Yu at this time. The whole body was wrapped in the code of the tailed beast chakra, and he didn't care about ninjutsu or kunai's attacks. Just tear up all the enemies in front of you, this is the attacking method of the tail beast. And Bai Yu attacked with speed that could not be captured. And Bai Yu's attack is basically impossible to defend. Under Armament Haki's attack, no matter how hard a bone is, it can only be broken under Bai Yu's fist. The two in the half-tailed state have no choice but to get Bai Yu from Wooden Golem. It's just that the current two by Wooden Golem has lost his mind. After climbing up from the ground, he rushed towards Bai Yu. Bai Yu looked cold when he saw it, and did not dodge, but directly rushed forward and kicked him away. Boom. Wow. The two of them flew out again by Wooden Golem. This time Bai Yu did not wait for the two wooden golem to attack him. Bullying directly in front of him, he shook his iron fist at the two wooden golem on the ground. Boom. With a punch, the entire ground was cracked. The two wooden golems surrounded by the tailed beast chakra couldn't help feeling a little groggy under this powerful offensive. He shook his head, trying to get rid of the dizziness. Looking up at Bai Yu, he let out an unhuman roar. Bai Yu raised his brows when he saw this, and was not used to her, and directly shook his fist. Boom. The two shook their heads by Wooden Golem, and they were about to make a counterattack. But Bai Yu did not stop his fist. Bang, bang, bang. Continuously waving his fists. Boom, boom, boom. The cracked ground was gradually knocked out of a pit by Bai Yu by Wooden Golem. At this time, Bai Yu is no longer a weak chicken that can't be overcome with a few punches half a month ago. The endurance of Bai Yu, who started to practice Qi and blood, is unimaginable. With a punch like this, Bai Yu can last at least half an hour. The wind in the distance saw this scene, and his eyes were almost out of his eyes. Bai Yu's performance completely surpassed his knowledge of Jonin. The brows were frowned, and the wind showed a contemplative look. He was considering whether to use a backhand. On the other side, Yurihong and Kazuno Ibuki's shock reached a peak again. Is this Bai Yu? Yurihong muttered in disbelief. Should. Yes. Morino Ibuki's answer was exactly the same as his answer just now. Chapter 20 completely beastly. It's not that Morino Ibuki has lost his language function, it's really that he doesn't know what to say at this time. Boom. 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 In Bai Yu's continuous attacks, the two-tailed beast's chakra's coats faintly peeled off from the wooden golem body. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu naturally knew that the battle would be over soon. Bang. 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 Finally, he threw a few punches and directly broke the two chakra coats of the two tail beasts on the surface of Wooden Golem. Bai Yu only took a few breaths, and sweat dripped from Bai Yu's forehead. At this time, the place where Bai Yu attacked the two by Wooden Golem has become a deep pit. The ground splits all around, like a spider web. Bai Yu exhaled slightly and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The two Wooden Golem in the pit fell into a state of fainting again at this time. Looking at the two Wooden Golem in front of him, Bai Yu suddenly had an idea. How many deduction points will you get if you kill her? Bai Yu thought, narrowing his eyes. Seeing this, the wind not far away couldn't help gritting his teeth. Damn it. Then he took out a scroll from his arms. At this time, Bai Yu seemed to feel something, suddenly raised his head and looked towards the wind. There was no emotion at all, it was like looking at a dead person. Directly frightened. Wind, stiffly. In the distance, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki looked at each other. Is it over? Shi Rihong asked incredulously. Should. Yes, Morino Ibiki said. Hearing Morino Ibuki saying the same thing for the third time, Yurihong couldn't help but look strange. At this time, oh, a sound like a beating heart sounded, very loud. This made everyone look a little surprised. Eyeballs wandered around trying to find the source of the sound. Hum. Immediately afterwards, 3 consecutive heartbeats sounded. Bai Yu cast his gaze directly on the wooden golem who was lying under his crotch. Not good. Bai Yu's pupils shrank, and he cried out inwardly. It's just too late at this time. Boom. A beam of chakra light rising into the sky directly overturned Bai Yu. Bai Yu, who fell not far away, couldn't help but sink in his heart as he watched the scene in front of him. Because the chakra beam of light directly condensed into a blue and black monster. Fucho Matabi. Bai Yu naturally knows what this means. The completely tailed Jinchuriki is an existence that Bai Yu can afford at this time. Symbolically kicked out 2 Tempest Kick. The huge light blade was like a mud cow entering the sea, without any ripples. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu's heart sank even more. The wind in the distance saw this scene with mixed joys and sorrows. The happy thing is that I don't have to die, but the sad thing is that the completely beast-shaped 2-man wooden golem has made this battle a little difficult to end. Rumble. The huge 2-tailed Matabi just moved a little, and there was a very obvious shock in a radius of 100 meters. In the distance, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki couldn't help but open their mouths. They have never seen a complete tailbeastization situation, and the scene before them has almost subverted their 3 views. The onlookers were all shocked by this power, let alone Bai Yu, who was the first to bear the brunt. The huge chakra of the tail beast puts considerable pressure on Bai Yu. Rumble. With a loud sound resounding across the sky, Matabi Niu rushed directly to Bai Yu. Very fast. Bai Yu couldn't help but feel helpless when he saw this scene. Although his attack didn't work against Matabi, Matabi couldn't catch him at all. With a move, Bai Yu disappeared in place, and Niu Matabi's claws passed from where Bai Yu had just stood. Sizzle. A piercing sound rang out. After a few rounds, Matabi could not find Bai Yu. When Yurihong and Morino Ibiki saw this, both their faces were puzzled, and their eyes kept turning, trying to find the location of Bai Yu. What everyone did not expect was that Bai Yu actually appeared behind Feng. Perceiving Bai Yu's chakra behind him, Wind's body directly froze. But he knew it was too late to say anything. Kuwu in his hand pierced directly on the scroll in front of him. Plap. A crisp sound. Feng's head was also kicked directly by Bai Yu. Ding. Get 1000 deduction points. At this time, Bai Yu was not only bloody on his fist, but also bloody on both trouser legs. Of course, these blood belonged to the Cloud Shinobi ninjas. Hiss, there was a sound of ignition. The scroll pierced by the ground was suddenly rushed into the sky with lightning speed. Then it exploded like fireworks. Wow, crackling. Obviously, this is a signal. Bai Yu frowned upon seeing this. Before he had time to think about anything, Matabi rushed towards him. Roar. With a roar of the beast, Noe Matabi's claws directly grabbed Bai Yu. Chapter 21 Tailed Beast Bomb. Come again. Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this. With a move, Bai Yu disappeared before Niu Matabi's paw slapped him. The next step is the time of constant extreme pulling. Niu Matabi's paw was slapped once, and Bai Yu's figure disappeared once. The signal released by Cloud Shinobi before his death also continued to ferment during this time. Within 10 kilometers, hundreds of Cloud Shinobi ninjas who saw the signal were all rushing towards Bai Yu at this time. Of course, this signal is not only to attract Cloud Shinobi, Konoha's ninjas are also attracted by this signal. Namikaze Minato, who was drawing up a battle plan, couldn't help but raise his head and glanced out the window when he heard the sound. He knew Cloud Shinobi's signal very well. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Although he didn't know what happened, he knew it was definitely not a good thing. Bringing the forehead protector on, Namikaze Minato went straight out and drove over in Bai Yu's direction. At this time, Bai Yu is still constantly pulling with Niu Matabi. Release 1 or 2 Tempest Kick from time to time, but it has no effect at all. 10 minutes later, Bai Yu finally got bored. You go first, I'll come later, Bai Yu yelled. In the distance, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki naturally knew that they were speaking to them. Upon hearing this, the two looked at each other and then ran back decisively. It was obvious from the battle between Bai Yu and Niu Matabi that Bai Yu could leave if he wanted to walk easily. Niu Matabi can't keep up with Bai Yu, who has continuously used shaved. Just after Yurihong and Morino ran farther than Hayi, hundreds of Cloud Shinobi ninjas came to Bai Yu. Hundreds of people were shocked when they saw this scene. A teenager in his 10-year-old fight with Matabi Niu was so good at it, he even looked a little bit like playing with a tailed beast. Originally, Bai Yu wanted to leave after seeing Yurihong and Morino Ibiki leave. But suddenly the appearance of hundreds of Cloud Shinobi ninjas made him slightly startled. Hundreds of people? How much is this worth deducing? Bai Yu couldn't help thinking in his heart. At this moment, Matabi's paw was patted. Not good, Bai Yu secretly said that it was bad. Boom. Bai Yu was shot directly by Noe Matabi. The whole person flew out like a cannonball. Wow. Bai Yu directly fell into a misfortune. Standing up, Bai Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. The jet black armament Haki faded from before him. There was a paw mark on his clothes. The clothes are already in tatters. I'll hit you, MD. Bai Yu was a little annoyed. Although he vomited a mouthful of blood, Bai Yu was fine at this time. He looked at Matabi, who was running towards him again. An anger rose in Bai Yu's heart. Boom. Bai Yu's figure disappeared directly in place. The reappearance is already at the upper right of Niu Matabi. Boom. Kicked it out, and a huge sound resounded across the sky. But Niu Matabi was just a stagger, and this foot did not cause any harm to it at all. FK. Bai Yu couldn't help but yelled. Now, his attack power is too weak for the tail beast. The defense can't be broken, what else to fight? Bai Yu was helpless. For Bai Yu, this situation is very irritating, but in the eyes of hundreds of Cloud Shinobi, it is too strong and outrageous. Is he fighting the tail beast melee? What a madman. It's too ridiculous, right? This scene is too shocking. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi were all frightened by Bai Yu's actions. Two-tailed Matabi swiped again with a claw. Boom. Bai Yu once again used shaved helplessly and escaped. Bai Yu, I'm not going to serve you, master. Bai Yu, who appeared in the distance, said loudly. Then he wanted to turn around and leave. At this moment, a sound of energy gathering sounded. No, Bai Yu's eyes couldn't help showing a look of shock. Looking back, Niu Matabi's mouth is actually condensing tailed beast bomb. I'll beat you, MD. Are you crazy? Bai Yu naturally knows how powerful the power of tailed beast bomb is. If this tailed beast bomb explodes here, no humans or animals will remain within at least 1 kilometer. Hundreds of Cloud Shinobi ninjas not far away will inevitably disappear directly. Without speaking much, Bai Yu turned around and ran away. He didn't feel that his armament Haki had reached the point where he could resist the tailed beast bomb. Hundreds of Cloud Shinobi ninjas in the distance saw their pupils suddenly contracted. Many of them have seen the power of tailed beast bomb. Naturally understand the seriousness of the matter. And those ninjas who have not seen the power of tailed beast bomb have at least heard of the destructive power of tailed beast bomb. Everyone showed an expression of extreme horror. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, Bai Yu used his shave to escape to the distance. But it was too late. Rumble. The powerful tailed beast bomb rushed directly to Bai Yu, and the ground along the way was severely demarcated by a huge gully. FK. Let's take it off. Bai Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. Chapter 22 Melee Tail Beast, and at this moment, a golden figure appeared. Call out. Trident Kunai threw it out. Namikaze Minato and Bai Yu had a face-to-face. Seeing Namikaze Minato's figure, Bai Yu was slightly startled. In the blink of an eye, Namikaze Minato disappeared in front of Bai Yu. The sound of air trembling sounded, and Namikaze Minato appeared in front of the huge-tailed beast bomb in an instant. The strong wind blows Namikaze Minato's half-length blonde hair. At this time, Namikaze Minato looked cold, and quickly formed seals in his hands. The Trident Kunai appeared in his hand, time and space barrier. Several black runes spread, and the huge-tailed beast bomb stopped directly. Kaksha, the huge-tailed beast bomb disappeared in front of everyone. Rumble. A loud explosion sounded from far away. The flames from the explosion were very obvious even in broad daylight. It's so powerful, it seems that you need to be more cautious about your position. Namikaze Minato thought to himself when he saw this. Bai Yu couldn't help being a little sluggish when he saw this scene. This is so handsome. Bai Yu murmured. At this moment, he suddenly started to admire Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. Why don't you play a Flying Thunder God technique? Bai Yu suddenly thought. The idea was rejected by Bai Yu as soon as it came up. Because Flying Thunder God technique is not a rare thing in Konoha. This ninjutsu is not even recorded in the Book of Seals. Flying Thunder God technique is too difficult. In ninjutsu, its existence is just like the mathematics in mathematics. It can't be learned by hard work, it needs a certain talent. With Bai Yu's current combat exploits, he can go to the Hokage building to redeem it. It is completely unnecessary to waste a point of deduction to deduce Flying Thunder God technique. Are you all right, Bai Yu? At this time, Namikaze Minato's clear voice came from behind Bai Yu. Bai Yu shook his head after hearing this. I'm fine. Seeing Bai Yu full of air, Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Niu Matabi, who rushed towards the two of them. Although he was wondering why the tail beast appeared here, it was not the time for questioning. Can you still fight, Bai Yu? Namikaze Minato asked without looking back. Hearing Namikaze Minato's voice, Bai Yu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, yes. That's good. Can you help me contain Niu for a while? It will take a while for my seal to activate, Namikaze Minato said seriously. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Bai Yu didn't hesitate, nodded and said, okay. At this time, Bai Yu still has some physical strength, and long-term battles may not work, but there is no problem in containing the second tail in a short time. Namikaze Minato's move was also a desperate decision. Usually when Ino Shikacho is there, they can easily cooperate to seal the tail beast. But he came all the way. If you wait until Ino Shikacho from behind arrives, the daylily will be cold. It's going on, Namikaze Minato said coldly. Good, Bai Yu also looked cold. Woo! Boom! The two voices sounded almost simultaneously, one after the other. Namikaze Minato used the body flicker technique to directly appear on the top of Erwei's head, raising his hand as 4 kunai scattered around Erwei. Bai Yu appeared on the front of Erwei, Armament Haki. Boom! With a loud noise, Bai Yu directly smashed Erwei's claws. Then the whole person fell to the ground due to the powerful force. The second tail is stagnant. Namikaze Minato couldn't help thinking when seeing this. He thought that Bai Yu would be very strong, but he didn't expect that Bai Yu would be able to head-to-head with the tail beast. However, it has grown to this point in half a month, which is really unimaginable. Bai Yu, who fell on the ground, did not stop his movements. Shave. Bai Yu's figure disappeared again, and Armament Haki's fist once again collided with the second tail in front of him. Boom. There was another loud noise. Every punch that collided with Niguo seemed to hit the heart of the Cloud Shinobi ninja far away. All Cloud Shinobi ninjas were stunned. The previous Bai Yu's counterattack against the two tails made them unbelievable. They did not expect that Bai Yu really had the power to fight the tail beasts. The Bai Yu in front of them made them seem to see their own master Raikage. Bang! 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 Bai Yu kept fighting with the second tail, the loud voice resounded through the fields, and it looked very violent. It's just that Bai Yu at this time has a hard time talking. Under the collision with the tail beast, his stamina was rapidly losing, and he would stop cooking within a few minutes at most. Fortunately, the layout of Namikaze Minato has been completed. Alright, Bai Yu, Namikaze Minato said loudly. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's tension finally relaxed. Boom! At the last collision, Bai Yu's figure disappeared. Seal of the 4 elephants, Namikaze Minato's voice faintly sounded. At this time, Namikaze Minato flickered, gently covering the top of Matabi's head with his palm. Chapter 23 Namikaze Minato is here. As soon as the voice fell, countless black runes burst out suddenly. The 4 kunai on the ground also blasted out a chain of lacquered runes like chains. Roar. Matabi let out a terrifying roar. I want to struggle to get out of this seal, but I am already powerless to revolving heaven. Crunchy, crunchy, a sour voice sounded. Niu Matabi is shrinking crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not far away, Bai Yu watched this scene out of breath, with no small surprise in his heart. Although I have a certain understanding of Namikaze Minato's strength in my heart, I didn't expect Namikaze Minato's sealing technique to be so powerful. Not long after, Matabi Niu retracted into the body of the 2 wooden golem. The black runes crawled all over her body, and finally moved to her dantian like a tadpole, leaving behind a very cumbersome sealing technique. Hey, blue smoke continued to rise above the sealing technique. At this point, it can be considered to have overpowered Matabi. At this time, the hundreds of Cloud Shinobi not far away couldn't help but look at each other, feeling a little at a loss for what to do. One of the elites, Jonin, frowned, and walked straight forward. Namikaze Minato, please also return Jinchuriki to us. Although the tone was polite, the content was too outrageous. Bai Yu couldn't help being full of question marks. Even Namikaze Minato, who has always been gentle, frowned. What is the reason? Namikaze Minato asked the Cloud Shinobi elite Jonin. This Cloud Shinobi elite Jonin felt a little embarrassed. But Jinchuriki really matters, and he has to fight for it. I'm sorry, Jinchuriki can't give it to you, the Cloud Shinobi elite Jonin said coldly. Hearing this, Bai Yu naturally knew that there would still be a big battle next. This made him faintly excited. There are hundreds of Cloud Shinobi ninjas, of which there are at least dozens of Chunin. If he kills all of these Chunin, then at least thousands of deduction points will be credited, and that is not far from being able to deduct B-level skills. On the other side, Namikaze Minato looked cold. Although he usually looks warm and moist, he is more fierce than anyone when he really starts. See the real chapter under your hand, Namikaze Minato said lightly. Hearing this, Cloud Shinobi's elite Jonin naturally knew that this battle was also indispensable. Everyone listens. Fire-style attack, Cloud Shinobi's elite Jonin shouted. Teams of hundreds of people were ordered and prohibited, and their hands quickly sealed. Great Fireball Technique. Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Dragon Fire Technique. Fire Dragon Flame Ball. All kinds of fire-style ninjutsu rushed towards Namikaze Minato and Bai Yu. Looking at this scene, both Bai Yu and Namikaze Minato were cold. Shoo, 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 Count Kunai was thrown out by Namikaze Minato. The extremely fast Kuwu directly passed through the thick flame. Bai Yu raised his foot to continuously release Tempest Kick to the flame in front of him, directly cutting the sea of fire out of a vacuum zone. Namikaze Minato held 2 wooden golems in one hand, and instantly appeared in front of hundreds of Cloud Shinobi ninjas. This changed the complexion of everyone. The elite ninja of Cloud Shinobi couldn't help being speechless. In his opinion, Bai Yu and Namikaze Minato are not Jinchuriki, and they will at least be embarrassed by the huge range of ninjutsu facing them. But he did not expect that this kind of attack would not work for Namikaze Minato at all. At this time, Bai Yu at the other end also passed through the sea of fire and came to the hundreds of Cloud Shinobi ninjas in an instant. How can it be? This changed the complexions of hundreds of Cloud Shinobi ninjas. Bai Yu is obviously a physical ninja. They couldn't figure out how Bai Yu cracked this ninjutsu bombing. Boom. At this time, the sea of flames had already ignited all the range of hundreds of meters in a radius. The whole earth was instantly like blazing hell. Bai Yu and Namikaze Minato have cold faces and no change in color. Before the hundreds of Cloud Shinobi ninjas could react, Bai Yu and Namikaze Minato glanced at each other. They nodded at each other and they all understood what the other side was thinking. Namikaze Minato directly scattered flowers like a goddess, casting countless kunai. It's just that these kunai are weak and they don't seem to be lethal at all. But Jonin, the elite of Cloud Shinobi, changed his face when he saw it. He naturally knew the strength of Namikaze Minato. Escape! The Cloud Shinobi elite Jonin shouted. Hearing this, all Cloud Shinobi Jonin were taken aback. In their opinion, they and others hadn't exerted their true strength yet, so how could they escape? After talking about escaping, the Cloud Shinobi elite Jonin didn't care about the rest of the people, so he leapt back and left. Namikaze Minato didn't bother him when he saw it. After all, it took too long to kill an elite Jonin. Rather than wasting time chasing him, it is better to kill all these people in front of him here. Chapter 24 Massacre. Boom. Bai Yu has already started his own slaughter journey. Although the physical strength is not very full right now, it is too easy to slaughter the Chunin of Cloud Shinobi. Snapped. Bai Yu almost kicked and headed. There was a burst of blood rising in a flashing room. Namikaze Minato sandwiched the two wooden golems and started to slaughter Jonin. Instead, those genins are no longer in charge at this time. Seeing this scene, all the Cloud Shinobi ninjas were horrified. Understand that the elite Jonin will let everyone escape directly. It's just that it's too late at this moment. Ding! Get 100 deduction points. Ding! Get 100 deduction points. Ding! Get 100 deduction points. The reminder sounded continuously in Bai Yu's mind. This makes Bai Yu more and more excited. On the other side, Namikaze Minato uses Rasengan from time to time, and from time to time, it uses kunai to quickly get rid of ordinary Jonin. However, Cloud Shinobi Jonin in his early 10 years has not had time to think of a way to deal with it, and there are only 3 people left. At this time, they didn't dare to flee directly, leaving their backs to Namikaze Minato was completely looking for death. The 3 of them leaned on their backs with a very solemn color. Namikaze Minato looked at the 3 people very coldly not far away. At this time, Bai Yu had already killed more than half of dozens of Chunin. The 34 Chunin directly allowed Bai Yu to earn 3,400 deduction points. In addition to the 5,000 deduction points obtained before, Bai Yu's deduction point is close to 10,000. Panel. Bai Yu thought. System Panel, 2.0 Host, Bai Yu. Race. Human race. Qi and blood, 1.2, Spirit, 1.8. Strength. 33. Speed, 25. Endurance. 38, Gong Method. Basic Practice Method, Elementary, 13% Entry. Ninjutsu. Chakra Refining Technique, Free Body Technique, Kunai Throwing Technique, Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Physique. One of the 6 types of Shave, Elementary, 70% Xiaocheng, Armament Haki, Elementary, 38% Grandmaster. One of the 6 types of Tempest Kick, Elementary, 59% Xiaocheng. Strength Evaluation. A level, the mainstay of the ninja world. Deduced points. 8,930. Looking at his deduction points, Bai Yu smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Putting away his panel, Bai Yu turned his attention to the remaining 3 Jonin. At this time, everyone at Cloud Shinobi has already ran away. There is no need to waste energy chasing those Chunin genin. If you can kill the 3 Jonin in front of you, Bai Yu's B-level skill deduction point will be accounted for. Boom. Bai Yu moved to the side of Namikaze Minato. It's over? Namikaze Minato asked casually. Bai Yu smiled and said, half run. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but smile. The 3 Jonin not far away couldn't help swallowing their saliva, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. How about handing it to me? Bai Yu couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he saw this. Namikaze Minato looked strange when he heard that. This couldn't help but feel strange in his heart. Bai Yu is now full of blood, and the whole person looks slimy. It's all like this and still thinking about killing. All right, if you still have strength, Namikaze Minato said lightly. Bai Yu couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, revealing a cruel smile. I can't use up my strength. The 3 Cloud Shinobi Jonin not far away were all unhappy when they heard the words. Although they could not beat the Namikaze Minato and Bai Yu in front of them, they should not be humiliated by them like buying vegetables in the vegetable market. One of them gritted his teeth and shouted, let's look down on people. After speaking, his hands quickly formed a seal. But before he finished the seal, Bai Yu's figure appeared in front of him. It's just ants. Bai Yu looked down at Cloud Shinobi Jonin coldly. Snapped. The leg covering Armament Haki directly kicked his head. The red and white were mixed together and splashed directly on the faces of the other two Jonin. What? This sense of horror made the remaining two Jonin scream. Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this. The two people in front of him had been shocked. Shoo! Shoo! Two kunai shot directly at the two Jonin. The speed is extremely fast, and it is much stronger than the kunai thrown by ordinary ninjas. Chang! Chang! The sound of two gold and iron clashes sounded, and the two Cloud Shinobi Jonin directly used the kunai in their hands to block Bai Yu's kunai. Only in the next moment, both of them suddenly shrank their pupils, and their souls were all gone. Because Bai Yu's figure has disappeared. Both of them suddenly wanted to turn around, but it was too late at this time. Snapped. Another head burst open. The warm blood and brains directly smeared the face of the remaining Jonin. I won't fight anymore, I surrender. This person has clearly collapsed. Kuwu in his hand was thrown aside, and he kept kowtow at Bai Yu. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this scene from a distance. And Bai Yu frowned when he saw this scene. He turned straight and walked towards Namikaze Minato. Chapter 25 Captive Second O Jinchuriki. Seeing Bai Yu leaving, the panic on the face of this Cloud Shinobi Jonin eased slightly. Namikaze Minato in the distance frowned upon seeing this. Let it go? Is it so weak? Namikaze Minato couldn't understand Bai Yu's operation. Only the next moment, Bai Yu turned around and made a kick. Tempest kick, hiss, an extremely silky voice sounded. Cloud Shinobi Jonin, who showed the appearance of the rest of his life, straightened his face. The whole person split into two halves, blood gushing out, flying all over the sky. It was really beautiful. Ding! Get 1000 deduction points. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but smiled and shook his head. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from a distance. Water style. Water dragon bomb. Hey, the sound of pouring flames came. Bai Yu. Are you okay? Where are you? Shi Rihong's voice came from far away. Bai Yu couldn't help but cast his eyes on the sound source. I saw a team of people walked out of the sea of flames. The leaders are Yuhihong and Morino Ibiki. Behind them were the Ino Shikacho trio. It turned out that Yuhihong and Morino Ibiki met Konoha's reinforcements shortly after they fled back. The two directly brought Konoha's army to the place where Bai Yu was. From a distance, everyone in Konoha saw Namikaze Minato and Bai Yu. Shi Rihong ran directly to Bai Yu. Pop! Shi Rihong hugged Bai Yu directly. At this time, Bai Yu was full of blood, but Shi Rihong did not dislike it. Bai Yu was let go, and Yuri's white skin was stained with scarlet red. The two little hands dared not touch Bai Yu, and asked with concern, Bai Yu, where did you get hurt? The look seemed to be crying. Morino Ibiki on the side also looked worried. This is not surprising. In their view, Bai Yu stayed only so that the two of them could retreat safely. If it wasn't for the two of them, Bai Yu would leave if he wanted to. Even Jinchuriki would not be able to keep him. If Bai Yu suffers any injury, the two of them will die of guilt. Forehead. Suddenly being so cared, Bai Yu didn't know what to say for a while. I'm fine. Bai Yu smiled shyly. The feeling of being cared about is of course very good. Then this. Shi Rihong asked hesitantly, pointing to the blood on Bai Yu. Bai Yu came to understand now, quickly smiled and said, this is not my blood, it's all the blood of the enemy. Oh. Shi Rihong was relieved. Morino Ibixi on the side was also obviously relieved when he saw this. Bai Yu looked at the two companions who cared about him from the bottom of his heart, and the feeling of tyranny in his heart after the murder suddenly improved a lot. Namikaze Minato on the side also showed a bright smile when he saw it. A beautiful scene always makes people happy. At this time, the three Ino Shikacho had also come close. Is it all right, Minato? Narashikaji asked Namikaze Minato. Hearing what Naralukisa said, Namikaze Minato nodded and said, it's okay. Then he handed the two under his armpits to Akamichi Dingza from Wooden Golem. Take good care of this person, Namikaze Minato said to Akamichi Tioza. Akamichi Dingza looked suspicious when he heard the words. Who is this? The two by Wooden Golem wear Cloud Shinobi's forehead protector on their foreheads, and they are obviously not Konoha's ninjas. This is Niu Jinchuriki, Namikaze Minato said lightly. Upon hearing this, the three Ino Shikacho all looked shocked. But no one asked anything, because some things can only be discussed behind closed doors. Okay, let's go back, Namikaze Minato said lightly. Everyone nodded when they heard the words, and after leaving some ninjas to clean the battlefield, they rushed back to the command post. Along the way, Naralugia's expression was a bit solemn. After returning to the camp, Bai Yu hurried to the river and took a bath. All the way back, his blood was almost dry. At this time, Namikaze Minato and Ino Shikacho were discussing something in the wooden house. Minato, I'm afraid it's a disaster to bring the two-tailed Jinchuriki back. Narashikaji frowned and said to Namikaze Minato. Hearing Narakaji's words, both Yamanaka Keiichi and Akamichi Dingza frowned, not knowing the meaning of Narakaji's words. And Namikaze Minato smiled and said, Luju, you are still as cautious as you always have. It's not that I am cautious. If Third Raikage knows that we have captured Jinchuriki, he will inevitably use his temperament to attack Konoha with all his strength. Narashikaji expressed his worry. Hearing Nara Shikahisa's words, Yamanaka Keiichi and Akamichi Teza showed a stunned look. Namikaze Minato chuckled and shook his head. You said, I naturally took it into consideration, but my information is clearer than you. Third Raikage is now on the Rock Shinobi battlefield, and Tsuchikage drags him down. Attacking Konoha with all his strength? Even if he wants to, he can't do it. Even if he is sending out elite combat power to attack, it is nothing more than I and Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 26 Thousands of deduction points. Although it is strong, he does not pose a threat to us at all, and Eight Tails Jinchuriki cannot completely control Eight Tails at all, and cannot form an effective combat force at all. You worry too much, Lu Ju. Hearing this, Nara Luju breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense mood also relaxed. Yamanaka Keiichi and Akamichi Dingza also let go of their brows. As long as you have a bottom in your heart, Nara Luju smiled. Namikaze Minato smiled and nodded. Looking at Namikaze Minato's smile, the three Ino Shikacho couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. They all saw Namikaze Minato's growth. Not only the growth of strength, but also the overall view and detailed considerations have also been very mature. Then next, let's have a meeting to discuss what resources can be exchanged for Jiwei Jinchuriki. Namikaze Minato said to the three Ino Shikacho. Hearing this, Nara Shikahisa, Yamanaka Keiichi, and Akamichi Dingza naturally have no opinion. On the other end, Bai Yu has already cleaned all the bloodline on his body. Put on clean clothes. Panel. Bai Yu thought. System panel, 2.0. Host. Bai Yu, race, human race, Qi and blood, 1.2, spirit, 1.8. Strength, 33. Speed, 25. Endurance, 38, Gong method. Basic practice method, elementary, 13% entry. Ninjutsu. Chakra refining technique, free body technique, kunai throwing technique, fire style great fireball technique. Physique. One of the 6 types of shave, elementary, 70% Shaocheng, armament Haki, elementary, 38% Grandmaster. One of the 6 types of tempest kick, elementary, 59% Shaocheng. Strength evaluation. A level, the mainstay of the ninja world. Deduced points. 11,930. Bai Yu is very satisfied with the deduced points and the skill proficiency derived from the deduction. But after this battle, Bai Yu also discovered the shortcomings of his strength. His attacking ninjutsu only has one great fireball technique, which is too scarce. Furthermore, attacking with fists and feet will always make the whole body bloody, which is very inconvenient. It takes a lot of time to clean up the filth after each battle. The last is the most important. The current Bai Yu does not have an explosive attack that breaks through his current level. He had nothing to do with the tail beast. Although armament Haki's cultivation to the depths can naturally be beaten by the tail beast, but it takes time to sharpen it. At this time, Bai Yu could not be sure, because he can already see armament Haki's proficiency increase slowly. From entry to Grandmaster is indeed very fast, but after 30%, the entry has become very slow. Looking at the deduction points on his panel, Bai Yu fell into deep thought. He had to make sure that the effect of the next skill could make a radical change in his strength. Otherwise, the next time you meet the tail beast, you will only escape. Not to mention the third Raikage that can crush the tail beast. It is estimated that Bai Yu now has no chance to run with third Raikage. Only after thinking about it for a long time, Bai Yu couldn't figure out the best way to go. Hey, forget it, wait and think again. Bai Yu sighed. Then began to run his tempering method. When I first came back, I didn't feel that after taking a bath, Bai Yu could feel his feet start aching. That is the sequelae of shaving too much, trusty rusty. Qi and blood are constantly flowing in the body, and Bai Yu can hear the surging sound of his own blood. A warm current continued to pass through the feet, and the pain became obviously relieved. Basic practice method proficiency +1, +1, +1. The tempering method was running non-stop and the pain in both feet disappeared completely. Bai Yu's muscles and bones are gradually tightening. After a long time, Bai Yu exhaled deeply. The sweat all over his body was evaporated by a lot of heat, giving up a trace of steam. Looking at the sweat on his body, Bai Yu couldn't help frowning. I have to take a shower again, but this is not in a hurry. Looking up at the sun that was already settling west, Bai Yu stretched out. Although it consumes a lot of physical strength because of the practice and tempering method, Bai Yu feels that his body is very transparent and comfortable at this time. Bai Yu, let's go eat together. Suddenly, a charming female voice sounded. Bai Yu looked back when he heard the words, and it was amazingly red. Yeah. Bai Yu nodded. Not only is it time for dinner, he is really hungry at this time. Now he feels that he can even give birth to a cow. The two came to the canteen where the command post was eating. This canteen is just a temporary construction, and the dining table and chairs are stranger than the other. They are all made of wooden stakes. Fortunately, these wooden stakes are fairly flat, and there is no phenomenon of eating with horses. Without thinking about it, Bai Yu directly ate the 3-person meal and began to devour it. Shi Rihong smiled when she saw it. She was already quite familiar. The sparse people around were surprised when they saw it, and a little surprised at Bai Yu's appetite. Bai Yu didn't care and ate for himself. Chapter 27 The Intention of Namikaze Minato. After eating the food in the CD, Bai Yu made another one. It was not until the second three-person food was eaten that Bai Yu patted his stomach with satisfaction. When Qi Rihong saw this, she couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Is this a little bit for today?" Hearing this, everyone around them looked stiff, and the chopsticks in their hands couldn't help but stop. "Just eat like this? How did you ask this sentence?" Everyone can't help but complain in their hearts. When Bai Yu heard Qi Rihong's words, he smiled shyly and said, "Eat a 70% fullness, and it will be difficult to digest more." Hearing Bai Yu's answer, the people present almost vomited a mouthful of blood. 6 people's food is 70% full? Is that human being? Everyone shook their heads thinking. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Isn't it fat to eat so much?" Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared. Bai Yu raised his head and glanced at Namikaze Minato. "I want to get fat." Bai Yu smiled. Namikaze Minato smiled as well. The people around saw Namikaze Minato's figure, but they were not as comfortable as Bai Yu. They all stood up and said, "Master Minato." Yurihong was no exception, standing up and shouting respectfully, "Master Minato." On weekdays, Namikaze Minato has never eaten here. Basically, there are people who deliver food to Minato's office. Namikaze Minato heard these greetings and nodded with a smile. "Sit down and continue eating." Yes. Everyone sat down again after hearing this. It's just that the chopsticks made it a lot stiffer. Seeing everyone starting to eat, Namikaze Minato said to Bai Yu, "Come with me." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu was a little confused, but did not hesitate, and left behind Namikaze Minato. Only a group of people were left in a lively discussion. Why did Master Minato look for Bai Yu? Who knows? You said, "Do you want to accept Bai Yu as a disciple?" I think it's very possible. Yeah, Bai Yu is such a genius, maybe he is also a seedling of Hokage. Qi Rihong listened to the discussion while eating the food on the plate. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. On the other end, Namikaze Minato and Bai Yu came to a small forest. "With your current military exploits, it is enough to return to Konoha until the end of the war. What do you think?" Namikaze Minato asked Bai Yu seriously. Bai Yu was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect Namikaze Minato to ask this question. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Bai Yu said to Namikaze Minato, "I will go back to Konoha? Isn't it a waste of talent?" Ha ha. Bai Yu's words directly made Namikaze Minato amused. "What do you mean?" Upon seeing this, Bai Yu nodded and said, "I naturally want to wait until the war is over." Good. Namikaze Minato gave a thumbs up. I also fully understand Bai Yu's heart. Is a firm supporter of the will of fire, but in fact, he didn't know that Bai Yu was more about deducing points. His sense of belonging to Konoha is actually not strong. It's more like a meal. The setting sun in the distance shone through and fell on the two of them through the shade of the trees. Namikaze Minato's smiling face gradually faded, revealing a contemplative look. Bai Yu didn't bother when he saw this, just watching the sunset in the distance. After a long time, Namikaze Minato looked at Bai Yu. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu also looked at Namikaze Minato. "Bai Yu, are you willing to be my disciple?" Namikaze Minato suddenly asked seriously. Bai Yu was surprised when he heard this. He really didn't expect Namikaze Minato to think about this for such a long time. Frowning slightly, Bai Yu also lost his thoughts. Namikaze Minato on the side didn't urge, but just looked at Bai Yu. No matter what Bai Yu's final decision is, Namikaze Minato will respect him. According to Bai Yu's idea, anyone who wants to accept him as a disciple will not want to agree. Because he doesn't need a master to make him stronger. He who owns the system will eventually become stronger than anyone else, it's just a matter of time. But if Bai Yu now worships Namikaze Minato as his teacher, he is considered Konoha's orthodoxy. Namikaze Minato's teacher is Jiraiya, and Jiraiya is 3rd Hokage's apprentice. At this time, Namikaze Minato can also be regarded as a grandson of 3rd Hokage. If Bai Yu enters the door of Namikaze Minato, then he is considered to be the inheritor of Hokage's will. After thinking for a long time, Bai Yu finally made a decision. Maybe I will change my mind in the future, but I don't want to be a teacher yet. Bai Yu shook his head at Namikaze Minato. Hearing Bai Yu's words, although Namikaze Minato had been mentally prepared for a long time, he was still somewhat disappointed. With a slight sigh, Namikaze Minato smiled and said, "I respect your decision." Bai Yu also smiled at Namikaze Minato when he heard this. Kunzi's friends are as pale as water. Namikaze Minato has never regarded Bai Yu as a child. Because he can see a kind of wisdom in Bai Yu, something he didn't have at Bai Yu's age. Chapter 28 Learn Rasengan in seconds. If only the strength is strong, Namikaze Minato will not add another eye. Then I will go back first, Bai Yu said to Namikaze Minato. Bai Yu at this time is actually a little tired. Having just practiced the tempering method, plus so much food in his stomach that needs to be digested, Bai Yu is actually a bit sleepy now. But to Bai Yu's expectation, Namikaze Minato did not let him leave. "Wait," Namikaze Minato said. "What's the matter?" Bai Yu looked at Namikaze Minato with a puzzled look. Namikaze Minato smiled upon seeing this and said, "Did you see your own shortcomings in the last battle?" Hearing this, Bai Yu frowned and nodded. "Yes, it's obvious. I asked you to come is not just a matter of apprenticeship." Namikaze Minato smiled. Bai Yu looked at Namikaze Minato with some confusion. Seeing Bai Yu's appearance, Namikaze Minato didn't say much and stretched out his right hand. Hiss, a blue chakra ball appeared in Namikaze Minato's hands. Bai Yu frowned upon seeing this. Your strength is indeed unmatched, but it has many limitations. As soon as the voice fell, Namikaze Minato pressed Rinnegan in his hand to the big tree aside. Hey hey hey, the violent sound of cutting sounded, and the thick trunk was directly penetrated. Bai Yu didn't show any unexpected look when he saw this. He didn't know how many times Rinnegan had watched this ninjutsu. Even if Namikaze Minato used the spiral shuriken at this time, Bai Yu would not have any unexpected look. Namikaze Minato looked at Bai Yu with a slight sorrow, but saw Bai Yu's calm face, his face a little stiff. Although I hope to see Bai Yu's surprised look in my heart, this is not Namikaze Minato's ultimate goal. Slightly slowing down his face, Namikaze Minato slowly said to Bai Yu. This ninjutsu was developed by me in 3 years. It is very powerful. At present, no one in the entire ninjutsu world knows anything except me and Mr. Jiraiya, NS. I want to teach you this ninjutsu. After hearing this, Bai Yu understood the meaning of Namikaze Minato. Even if there is no Namikaze Minato, Bai Yu himself has a certain degree of confidence to rub Rinnegan out. But the thought of Namikaze Minato moved Bai Yu a little. After all, Rinnegan can be regarded as Namikaze Minato's secret technique. Entrusting this ninjutsu to himself so undefended has indeed proved something. Bai Yu doesn't say unnecessary nonsense. Good, Bai Yu nodded. Namikaze Minato naturally doesn't care about the politeness on the surface. Some people are like this, they don't speak polite words, but the blessings they receive will always be recorded in their hearts. You stretch out your hand, Namikaze Minato said to Bai Yu. Bai Yu nodded when he heard the words and stretched out his right hand. Namikaze Minato puts his hand under Bai Yu's. Run chakra to the palm of your hand and flow with my chakra, Namikaze Minato said seriously. Bai Yu nodded and his chakra was running into his palm. Then I felt Namikaze Minato's chakra also gushing out. The chakra, which controls itself, keeps running along with the chakra of Namikaze Minato. Hiss, a round chakra is formed, then grows continuously, and finally becomes the size of a bowling ball before it stabilizes. Both looked at the azure Rinnegan and both smiled. Namikaze Minato took his hand away and said to Bai Yu, try it. Bai Yu nodded. Then he pressed Rinnegan in his hand to another tree trunk. Hey hey hey, the cutting sound sounded again, and Rinnegan in Bai Yu's hand also made a big hole in the thick trunk. Looking at his palm, Bai Yu smiled satisfied. Namikaze Minato on the side was also very satisfied. Well, then you just need to practice according to the method I gave you, and there will be results within half a month. Namikaze Minato smiled and said to Bai Yu. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help raising his eyebrows. I have learned it. Bai Yu's voice sounded. These words made Namikaze Minato frowned. I know you are a genius, but, what, it is not waiting for Namikaze Minato to finish. A Rinnegan suddenly appeared in Bai Yu's hand. Although Bai Yu's activation seemed a bit jerky, it was amazing enough. Namikaze Minato was speechless for a while. Even Jiraiya learned Rinnegan for several months. But Bai Yu in front of him learned Rinnegan in a face-to-face encounter, and the gap between them can be described as a huge difference. At this time, Namikaze Minato realized that Bai Yu is not a genius, but an evildoer. It's too ridiculous. What's the matter? Bai Yu looked at Namikaze Minato with a puzzled look. Cough cough cough, it's nothing. Namikaze Minato was a little embarrassed at this time. Bai Yu couldn't help feeling a little funny when he saw this. But it didn't show up. Chapter 29 Fencing. As a man with his own panel, how can learning ninjutsu not be a second time? Panel. Bai Yu thought. System Panel. 2.0 Host, Bai Yu. Race. Human race. Chi and blood. 1.3. Spirit. 1.8. Strength. 36. Speed. 27. Endurance. 41. Gong method. Basic practice method. Elementary. 23% entry. Ninjutsu. Chakra refining technique. Free body technique. Kunai throwing technique. Fire style great fireball technique. Rinnegan. Physique. One of the 6 types of shave. Elementary. 70% Shaocheng. Armament Haki. Elementary. 38% Grandmaster. One of the 6 types of Tempest Kick, Elementary, 59% Shaocheng. Strength Evaluation. A level, the mainstay of the ninja world. Deduced points. 11,930, sure enough, the 3 characters Rinnegan appeared on Bai Yu's panel. It's just because it's not a system product, and it's not digitized. It's really F******G strong. Bai Yu couldn't help sighing in his heart. The role of the system is nothing else, just the learning ability and growth ability of the panel is enough. Bai Yu has reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. I really underestimated you, Namikaze Minato said with a wry smile. Bai Yu smiled shyly when he heard the words. Looking at Bai Yu's appearance, Namikaze Minato also shook his head and laughed. Although your Rinnegan is slightly stiff, if you practice hard, you should be able to put it into actual combat soon. Namikaze Minato spoke to Bai Yu very seriously. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu nodded seriously. Then the two left each. Although this episode failed to make the two of them become masters and apprentices, it also gave them the most basic bond. Returning to his tent, Morino Ibiki has returned. After saying hello to Morino Ibiki and Yurihong, Bai Yu got into his tent. Started to rest. The physical strength that had bottomed out was slowly recovering. Looking at the panel in front of him, Bai Yu began to think about what he should deduce next. Just looking at the more than 10,000 points of deduction, Bai Yu's heart is very tangled. If there are only a few thousand points, I am afraid that Bai Yu has already started his own deduction at this time. This feeling is like getting rich overnight, and normal people will want to buy a car and a house. Buying a car and buying a house naturally takes some time to think about. Of course, this is also because Bai Yu hasn't eaten everything on his body at this time. There is still a lot of room for improvement, not to mention anything else. If Armament Haki grows to the top, Bai Yu will be able to ramp up the ninja world. In the moon, the willow heads were speechless all night. Bai Yu slept soundly, and the sounds of insects and birds were very sweet. The next day, get up and exercise as usual. Unlike the past, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki also followed. Seeing Bai Yu's horse stance, both of them looked a little weird. They had imagined how Bai Yu's practice should be pervert, but they never thought that Bai Yu's practice would be so gentle. This is too unsatisfactory. It's just that they don't know that Bai Yu's practice is much more effective than a wide-ranging practice. The growth of bones and muscles is very obvious, and it does not hurt the body. After not watching Bai Yu much, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki also started their own practice. Illusion, ninjutsu, and physique are all in their plans. Since the first battle yesterday, they have finally found their own waist. Not to mention the battle between Bai Yu and the Tail Beast, even the Jonin level battle they can only watch from a distance, and can't help at all. Although they are not among the top in the ninja school, they were once known as geniuses. Of course, it is not only unwilling, they want to help Bai Yu in the battle. Yesterday, they saw Bai Yu being chased and beaten by the Tail Beast. They were eager to help Bai Yu defeat the powerful enemy. With the constant surging of qi and blood, Bai Yu can clearly feel that he is getting stronger. It wasn't until the heat in the body reached the peak that Bai Yu stopped the exercise. Sweat dripped from the forehead, and the cool wind blew over, bringing a burst of coolness, very comfortable. Seeing Yurihong and Morino Ibiki still practicing selflessly, Bai Yu smiled and left. Breakfast is another exaggerated amount. After eating, Bai Yu returned to his residence. Did not go out, because the surrounding area has become a restricted area for Cloud Shinobi. Bai Yu looked at his panel again and started to be in a daze. Now he is like a kid who came to the toy store with a 100 yuan bill. It wasn't until Morino Ibiki came back that things turned around. It's so beautiful. Morino Ibiki looked at the knife in his hand very happy. Bai Yu's eyes widened when he saw this. Knife? Fencing. I actually forgot this. Bai Yu patted his head. The power from physical exercises completely limited Bai Yu's imagination. Where did you come from? Bai Yu moved his feet and appeared in front of Morino Ibiki. Seeing Bai Yu's figure, Morino Ibiki was startled at first, but relaxed when she saw Bai Yu's face. Chapter 30 Deduction of Pirate World Swordsmanship. You mean this? Morino Ibiki raised the knife in his hand and asked. This is from the Ministry of Resources in exchange for military merit, Morino Ibiki said with a smile. It is not difficult to see that Morino Ibiki likes this knife very much. Bai Yu smiled when he saw it, and already had an idea in his heart. Nodding his head, Bai Yu disappeared in front of Morino Ibiki. Morino Ibiki showed a puzzled look upon seeing this, and was a little confused. Came to the resource department of the command post, Menkolwoke. When the Ministry of Resources updates things basically at the beginning of the month, today is the end of the month, and there are not many things left. Few people will come to the resources department at the end of the month. At this moment, there was only one female ninja sitting at the table looking at the list in front of her. Hello, are there any weapons here? Bai Yu asked the female ninja. Hearing the voice, the female ninja raised her head and looked towards Bai Yu. That face is pretty good. Isn't Ninja World ugly? Bai Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart. Are you? The female ninja was a little uncertain. Bai Yu naturally knew why the woman in front of him was a little hesitant. It's me. Bai Yu nodded. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, the woman couldn't help but shine. For weapon, there are some more kunai and shuriken. How much do you need? The woman asked Bai Yu. Hearing this, Bai Yu shook his head and said, I want a long knife. A long knife? The woman couldn't help being stunned. For the long sword, there's no chakra material now. Bai Yu smiled when he heard the words. For him, it is not a problem whether he can lead chakra. Take me to see, Bai Yu said to the woman. Nodded, the woman got up and took Bai Yu to the shelf inside. In the last row, there are neatly arranged standard long knives, a total of 5. Without much thought, Bai Yu picked up one of them directly. Carrying the weight, it feels full of weight, huh? Bai Yu pulled out the long knife directly. The cold light is shining, and it looks very sharp. Looking at the knife in his hand, Bai Yu can be considered as knowing why Morino Ibiki showed a foolish smile. Although it is a standard long knife, it is handsome enough and shiny. Can I exchange this knife? Bai Yu asked the woman. Upon hearing this, the woman was a little surprised, and said quickly, of course, you can exchange it with the rest of your military merit warehouse. Oh, how is this military merit calculated? Bai Yu was a little curious. The woman asked this question for a moment. This is a bit complicated, the woman scratched her head. Then he came to the table, took out a scroll and handed it to Bai Yu. This is a detailed exchange list. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows when he saw this, and said to the woman, "Thank you." Then he left without looking back. The woman looked at the distant figure of Bai Yu, a little dazed. I feel a little envious of Bai Yu. She actually didn't want to guard the warehouse here. She also wants to go to the front line to kill the enemy, but she really has no ninja talent. It would be great if I was also a genius. The woman sighed and shook her head secretly. At the other end, Bai Yu gradually revealed Minwu's expression as he looked at the scroll in his hand. Shuriken *10 Kunai *10 Junliang pills *10 all require only 1 D-class military merit. The standard long knife that Bai Yu exchanged was not worth a D-class military merit. D-class military service is basically obtained by performing some inquiries. Others, like C-level ninjutsu scrolls, require a C-level military power. The C-level military merit is to kill a genin. The requirements between the two are completely different. Looking through the scrolls, Bai Yu found that there were no ninjutsu scrolls above the C level on the list. At the end of the scroll there is a line of small print. Higher ninjutsu scrolls need to be exchanged in Konoha's Hokage building. This made Bai Yu frown. He still wanted to exchange a few powerful ninjutsu to expand his methods. It seems necessary to go back to Konoha, Bai Yu murmured. Smiled. Bai Yu didn't think about it anymore. Looking at the standard long knife in his hand, Bai Yu was a little excited. Came to a river, Bai Yu thought. System. Show me the basic swordsmanship of Pirate World. Ding. One Piece World's basic swordsmanship is a C-level skill. 1000 deduction points are required. Is it deduced? When Bai Yu saw that basic swordsmanship was actually a C-level skill, he felt a little weird. This is something he didn't expect at all. System. Why did a basic swordsmanship reach the C-level? Bai Yu couldn't figure it out. Ding. The basic swordsmanship produced by the system is the most authentic among pirates. Can be transferred to any genre of swordsmanship in Pirate World. Hearing this, Bai Yu felt a little in his heart, and he probably understood why he was graded as a C-level skill. There are countless schools of swordsmanship in pirates, 1 sword style, 2 sword style, 3 sword style, and even a fancy 8 sword style. If you can specialize in any genre of swordsmanship in the future, the role of this basic swordsmanship will be greater. Chapter 31 Deduction of the Complete Marine 6 Styles. Deduction for me. Ding. Basic swordsmanship deduction. Ding. The deduction is complete. Closing his eyes slightly, a wave of memories flooded into Bai Yu's mind. For a long time, after Bai Yu digested this memory completely, his eyes couldn't help but a gleam of light flashed. Although Bai Yu has no other memories of swordsmanship in his memory, the basic swordsmanship in his mind already allows Bai Yu to feel a glimpse of the subtleties of swordsmanship. This basic swordsmanship can even support Bai Yu's cultivation to the so-called state of swordsmanship. System. Give me all the remaining 4 of the 6 formulas. Bai Yu did not stop deducing. Ding. 6 styles and the remaining 4 styles are all C-level skills. Need to derive 1000 *4 points? Is it deduced? Yes. Bai Yu said confidently in his heart. Ding. One of the 6 types of moonwalk in deduction. Ding. One of the 6 types of paper arts in deduction. Ding. One of the 6 types of iron body in deduction. Ding. One of the 6 types of finger pistol in deduction. Ding. The deduction is complete. 4 memories flooded into Bai Yu's mind at the same time, making Bai Yu's head a little bit painful. Not long after, Bai Yu opened his eyes, and a delighted expression appeared on his face. In fact, Bai Yu didn't really want to perform all the 6 styles. Among the remaining few styles, the only useful thing for Bai Yu is moonwalk. But there is also an advanced 6 King's Spear in 6 forms. If you don't get this thing out, Bai Yu feels really a pity. 6 styles, the biggest round, the 6 King's Spear plus Armament Haki. Bai Yu is a little hard to imagine the power of this trick. Ding. One of the 6 styles, moonwalk, was promoted to the level of Grandmaster because of the proficiency of Tempest Kick and Shaving. Huh? Bai Yu's eyes widened when he heard the system's voice. There is such a good thing? Bai Yu murmured in surprise. Panel. Bai Yu thought. System Panel, 2.0 Host, Bai Yu. Race. Human race, Qi and Blood, 1.3, Spirit, 1.8. Strength, 36. Speed, 27. Endurance, 42, Gong Method. Basic Practice Method, Elementary, 23% Entry. Ninjutsu. Chakra Refining Technique, Free Body Technique, Kunai Throwing Technique, Fire Style Great Fireball Technique, Rasengan. Physique. One of the 6 types Offshaving, Elementary, 70% Xiaocheng, Armament Haki, Elementary, 38% Grandmaster. One of the 6 types Off Tempest Kick, Elementary, 59% Xiaocheng, Basic Swordsmanship, 1% Entry. One of the 6 styles Moonwalk, 30% Grandmaster. One of the 6 styles Paper Arts, 1% Entry. One of the 6 styles Iron Body, 1% Entry. One of the 6 styles Finger Pistol, 1% Entry. Strength Evaluation. A+ level, the strong in the ninja world. Deduced points. 6,930. Looking at the panel in front of him, Bai Yu couldn't help frowning. The display of the 6 types separately seemed a bit complicated. System. Can the 6 types of displays be combined? Bai Yu frowned and asked in his heart. Ding. The system panel is being reorganized. System panel, 2.5. Host. Bai Yu, race, human race, Qi and blood, 1.3, spirit, 1.8. Strength, 36. Speed, 27. Endurance, 42, Gong method. Basic practice method, elementary, 23% entry. Ninjutsu. Chakra refining technique, free body technique, kunai throwing technique, fire style great fireball technique, Rinnegan. Physique. Marine 6 styles beginner, 30% grandmaster, armament Haki, beginner, 38% grandmaster, basic swordsmanship beginner, 1% entry. Strength evaluation. A+ level, the strong in the ninja world. Deduced points. 6,930. Seeing the refreshed panel again, Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Huh? What's the matter? Bai Yu couldn't help but feel confused when he saw that Marine 6 styles had directly become a 30% grandmaster level. But before he asked the system, a reminder sounded. Ding. Marine 6 styles merge, proficiency integration. The current Marine 6 styles proficiency is junior, 30% grandmaster. This made Bai Yu's face froze. What do you mean is that that I finally reached the Xiaocheng level has changed back to the grandmaster level? Bai Yu was very unhappy in his heart. Ding. The proficiency integration is just the integration of the display. It is not proficiency removal or increase. Upon hearing the system's words, Bai Yu couldn't help frowning and thinking. Soon, Bai Yu wanted to understand. It means that my shiv is still Xiaocheng, but it's not displayed. Ding. Host understands it correctly. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's expression turned slightly awkward. Then the proficiency of the current 6 exercises is to be practiced once to increase the proficiency? Bai Yu asked suspiciously to his system. Ding. After integration, practice any one of Marine 6 styles to improve your overall proficiency. The prompt of the system made Bai Yu's eyes bright. This is good. Bai Yu murmured. What Bai Yu fears most is that the way of cultivation will become complicated. After all, his skills will become more and more. If the cultivation method becomes complicated, then these 6 types will eventually become a tasteless existence. Can't keep up with the improvement of his strength. Chapter 32 Event Fermentation. After recovering, Bai Yu finally cast his eyes to his point of deduction. Looking at his remaining deduction points, Bai Yu couldn't help feeling a little distressed. It's like my parents just gave 1,000 yuan of pocket money and spent hundreds of them in a blink of an eye, and I couldn't breathe in distress. But Bai Yu is not too entangled. In his impression, the normal 3 wars lasted for 3 years. This year is Konoha's 47th year, and there is still a long way to go before the end of the 3 wars. Such a long time is enough to accumulate his deduction points. The beginning of the 4th World War was in Konoha's 68th year, and there are still 20 years to go. If you can't be invincible in the ninja world with cheat for 20 years, it's really useless. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yu withdrew his thoughts. Looking at the standard long knife beside him, Bai Yu's mouth twitched. Chong. With a clear sound, the long knife in Bai Yu's hand was out of its sheath. Cut, block, collapse, chop, chop, pick. The basic swordsmanship of Pirate World only has 6 moves. It is completely different from the complicated thoughts in Bai Yu's mind. According to the memory in his mind, Bai Yu only needs to practice basic swordsmanship to the advanced level, and he is directly promoted to the realm of swordsmanship. At that time, he can be like the world's #1 swordsman and only needs to level A. At that time, another wave of swordsmanship was deduced. Directly enter the realm of the great swordsman. A sword aura is thousands of meters wide, can fly out several kilometers and has a powerful lethality. Bai Yu is really awesome. Without thinking too much, Bai Yu kept practicing the basic swordsmanship he had just acquired. Ding. Basic swordsmanship proficiency increased. +1, +1, +1. Seeing the increase in proficiency in basic swordsmanship, Bai Yu was very satisfied. As Bai Yu continued to swing his sword, his understanding of swordsmanship in his heart became clearer and clearer. By the bank of this devoid of people, Bai Yu kept sweating. He didn't stop his movements until Bai Yu's stomach groaned. Panel. Bai Yu thought. System panel, 2.5 host, Bai Yu. Race. Human race, Qi and blood, 1.3, spirit, 1.8. Strength, 36. Speed, 27. Endurance, 42, Gong method. Basic practice method, elementary, 23% entry. Ninjutsu. Chakra refining technique, free body technique, kunai throwing technique, fire style great fireball technique, Rinnegan. Physique. Marine 6 styles beginner, 30% grandmaster, armament Haki, beginner, 38% grandmaster, basic swordsmanship, 7% entry. Strength evaluation. A+ level, the strong in the ninja world. Deduced points. 6,930. The time spent in the morning has increased directly from 1% to 7%, which is not undesirable. Although Bai Yu's improvement will be slower until he gets to the back, but the current progress is fast enough. There is nothing dissatisfied with Bai Yu. After lunch, Bai Yu continued to practice his basic swordsmanship. Every day that followed, Bai Yu's main attack direction changed from Armament Haki and Marine 6 styles to basic swordsmanship. Of course, this is not to say that Bai Yu gave up Armament Haki and Marine 6 styles. The current Bai Yu is full of his own practice. In the early morning, practice the stubborn skills from the basic training technique of Gaowu from around the world to increase your physical fitness. After breakfast, he practiced the basic swordsmanship from the pirate world and didn't stop until the evening. In the evening, first practiced Marine 6 styles and Armament Haki, and finally used the tempering method to get rid of the dark wounds in the body and exhausted the physical strength in the body. So back and forth. Just as Bai Yu was practicing with peace of mind, the fact that he and Namikaze Minato teamed up to defeat Jinchuriki also began to ferment in the ninja world. In Konoha village, in the Hokage building, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is looking at the information in his hand and smiling. "No, a madman. Interesting," Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. He knows the strength of Namikaze Minato very well, and it is not very unexpected for him to be able to defeat the tail beast. But the appearance of Bai Yu surprised him very much. There are few people in Konoha village who excel in physical skills. Not to mention being able to use physiques and tail beasts in hand-to-hand combat. A genius of physical skills? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Soon after Sarutobi Hiruzen received the news from Anbu, the same information appeared on Danzo's desk. Looking at the information on the scroll, Danzo's Furui Bubo's face changed slightly. Raising his eyebrows, Danzo murmured, "No, a madman?" Danzo did not think much about the appearance of Bai Yu. Nothing more than a civilian ninja, no matter how genius is, it is just Konoha's nourishment. The fate of Konoha's White Fangya is still vivid. And when 3rd Raikage, who was on the Rock Shinobi battlefield, heard the news, he was furious. D. 1 Jinchuriki. Hundreds of ninjas. 2 people killed them with their helmets and armors. They lost their faces at Grandma's house. 3rd Raikage's voice was full of anger. A long hair faintly swelled, like an angry lion. If Bai Yu and Namikaze Minato are in front of him, I am afraid he can give birth to both. At the same time, Onogi, who was also on the Rock Shinobi battlefield, couldn't help laughing when he saw the news. Chapter 33 Konoha Madman. 3rd Raikage probably has the heart to kill Namikaze Minato? Onogi smiled while looking at the information in his hand. But then he noticed Bai Yu's intelligence. Brows frowned slightly and said, "Who is this Konoha Madman?" The information says that this person is called Bai Yu, but he is 12 years old and has just graduated from the ninja school. Akato on the side said to Onoki, "Can you fight with the tail beast just after graduation? Isn't this too outrageous?" Onoki's brows frowned tightly, looking very unhappy. Perhaps the intelligence is a bit exaggerated. Akato's words didn't know whether he was comforting Onoki or comforting himself. Hearing this, Onoki shook his head and said seriously, "The information on this line will never be exaggerated, not to say 100%, but 90% is true." Hearing this, Kaitu's brows also frowned. Konoha's party originally appeared with a Namikaze Minato, which was enough. Unexpectedly, another Bai Yu was born. At this time, Onoki really felt that God blessed Konoha. In times of war, there must be top geniuses who turn out to make Konoha village stand tall. Shaking his head and sighing, Oyemu casually threw the information he had read aside. He was not an unreasonable worry, and he didn't continue thinking about it. Water Country, Kirigakure, in the Mizukage building, 3rd Mizukage, Shan-Ami Longguo, looked at the intelligence in his hand and couldn't help but chuckle. Konoha is starting to build momentum again. A golden glitter is not enough. It's ridiculous that another Konoha madman came out. Shan-Ami Longguo shook his head and laughed. However, the Master Yuan, not far away, frowned and reminded him with his old voice. "There is no wind and no waves. It is better to be prepared." Hearing the words of Master Yuan, Shan-Ami Longguo, who was not very concerned, was taken aback at first. Then he nodded seriously. "You don't have to listen to what others say, but you still have to listen to some of the things of Master Yuan. Judging from what happened in the past, most of what Master Yuan said is correct." Master Yuan nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, Jiraiya, who was far away in the battlefield of Sand Shinobi, also saw the intelligence. "Haha. Worthy of being Minato. Doing things is always so clean and neat." Jiraiya stretched out the scroll in his hand while talking. "Huh? Konoha Madman. What is this name?" Jiraiya looked strange when she saw Bai Yu's name in the Cloud Shinobi Ninja. "Melee Tail Beast. Very strong," but then he understood why Bai Yu would be called a Konoha Madman. Putting down the scroll in his hand, Jiraiya couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth. The appearance of Bai Yu made him feel a little delighted. "Is there another genius?" Jiraiya murmured with a smile. Cloud Shinobi Battlefield, Konoha Command Post. Bai Yu was eating lunch, and Namikaze Minato appeared again. "Look at this time you are also considered famous." Namikaze Minato smiled and said to Bai Yu, "Gudong." Bai Yu swallowed the food in his mouth and reached out to take the scroll that Namikaze Minato handed over. "What is this?" Bai Yu couldn't help but wonder. "Don't you know if you look at it?" Namikaze Minato smiled mysteriously. Then he turned and left. Seeing this, Bai Yu couldn't help being puzzled. Putting down the chopsticks, Bai Yu opened the scroll. What catches the eye is Namikaze Minato and his description of defeating Jinchuriki. The content is well organized, and all the details are described in every detail. Noah Madman? Bai Yu couldn't help but his eyes widened. Who came up with such a terrible nickname? Bai Yu suddenly looked unlovable. Compare other people's titles: Konoha Sanin, Konoha's White Fang, Golden Glitter. Is it Konoha Madman on his head? Even if I kill a bit harder, I won't treat it differently, right? Bai Yu was almost unable to complain, but this matter didn't bother Bai Yu for long. After lunch, Bai Yu continued to practice his basic swordsmanship. I quickly forgot about this matter. But Namikaze Minato, who gave the scroll to Bai Yu, was sitting at the table and discussing with the three Ino Shikacho of this generation about Jinchuriki. Will third Raikage agree with so many resources? Yamanaka looked at the letter in his hand and frowned. Namikaze Minato smiled and shook his head. The amount of resources is secondary. This move is just to suppress Cloud Shinobi's arrogance. On the side, Naruto smiled after hearing the words. Namikaze Minato's intentions, with his IQ, only need to use his brain to come out naturally. That's why he looks like an old god is there. On the other hand, Akamichi Dingza didn't pay attention to the discussion among several people, and kept eating snacks in his hands. There is no intention to participate in the discussion. Several people are also used to a 4-person meeting with only 3 people discussing. Alright, then let's decide. Yamanaka Hayi joined. Namikaze Minato and Narashikajiu smiled and nodded when they saw this. Chapter 34 Calculate Cloud Shinobi. Subsequently, the letter was sent out. 3 days later, Grassland, Rock Shinobi Battlefield, Cloud Shinobi Command. The sky-shaking roar was coming from inside the house. Namikaze Minato. I want to kill you. An extremely tyrannical chakra spouted from the body of third Raikage. The mighty power blew the command post of third Raikage to pieces. Gather everyone for me to raid on the battlefield of Tanokuni. Third Raikage's voice was full of anger. Not surprisingly, the letter sent by Namikaze Minato is now lying at his desk. Master Raikage. Calm down, Tashiro said to third Raikage from the side. Hearing this, third Raikage felt even more angry. Calm down. How do you tell me to be calm? Namikaze Minato is riding on our heads. You tell me to be calm? Third Raikage roared. Upon seeing this, Tashiro naturally knew that third Raikage could not be persuaded at this time, but for the sake of the overall situation, he had to obstruct it. But just when he was about to continue speaking, the Troy beside him spoke. I think Tashiro is right. The more you are in this situation, the more calm you will be. Raikage-sama, Troy said calmly. Seeing both of his most powerful subordinates say the same, third Raikage did not let his anger burn. After taking a couple of breaths, it took a long time for third Raikage to calm down. What do you think? Third Raikage said in a deep voice. Those eyes were full of gloom. Hearing this, Tashiro and Troy looked at each other. Then Tudai opened his mouth and said, I can only agree. Hearing this, third Raikage's mood fluctuated a bit again. But before he got angry, Tashiro spoke up again. Of course, this promise is naturally not in accordance with Konoha's terms. Namikaze Minato's mouth is such a huge material, naturally there is room for bargaining. Minimize the loss, this is feasible. Tudai's words did not rush, and he said everything he thought. Absurd. Third Raikage slapped the table suddenly. For a while, dust that can't be removed even by vigorously wiped up from the table. When did we Cloud Shinobi suffer such insults? We actually exchanged supplies for Jinchuriki. It's outrageous, third Raikage said angrily. Upon seeing this, Troy took a step forward and said, Master Raikage, if we abandon other battlefields, our previous layout will be completely useless. In fact, third Raikage couldn't understand the situation, it was just that the breath in his heart couldn't be swallowed. There was a long silence, and there was silence in the headquarters. Until third Raikage suppressed all the anger in his heart. This matter will be left to you too, third Raikage said to Tashiro and Troy in front of them. Upon hearing this, both Tashiro and Troy nodded respectfully. Yes. Although they advocate exchanging resources for Jinchuriki, why not hate Namikaze Minato in their hearts? They are all part of Cloud Shinobi. 3 more days have passed. Tanokuni, Cloud Shinobi Battlefield. Namikaze Minato in the command post smiled as he looked at the letter in his hand. After reading the letter, Namikaze Minato handed the letter in his hand to the 3 Ino Shikacho and let them circulate it. Not long after, Ino Shikacho and Namikaze Minato also smiled. It's exactly as you expected, Minato, Akamichi Teza said with a smile. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, if the overall situation is forced, if third Raikage is a lonely person, he will certainly not agree, but he is the shadow of a village. Yeah, the master holds the lifeblood of a country in his hand, and he often can't help himself. Naruto said a little bit sorrowful. Yamanaka Hayi smiled when he saw it. Don't think too much, we ourselves have different positions. Naruto didn't show pity, but suddenly felt a little emotional. He didn't say much, just nodded. Upon seeing this, Namikaze Minato pointed to the letter on the table and said, well, the matter is not settled yet, let's talk about the price first. Then several people began to frown and discuss. It didn't take long for the 3 to infer the approximate bottom line of Cloud Shinobi. Another letter was sent, and it would take at least 3 days to reach Raikage. And the reply was at least 3 days. Just such a seemingly uncomplicated thing would take nearly half a month to produce results during the war. It was already half a month after Namikaze Minato received the confirmation letter from Cloud Shinobi. Want to exchange at 7 Bend Gorge? You are really cautious. Namikaze Minato frowned as he looked at the letter in his hand. Naruto on the side also narrowed his eyes when seeing the content of the letter. This is not like Third Raikage's handwriting, it should be the idea of the think tank next to him. Hearing Nara Shikahisa's words, Yamanaka Hai nodded in agreement. Namikaze Minato's eyes became firm after thinking about it for a while. Chapter 35 Swordsmanship Achievement. Unlock Iron Slash. Then decide like this. Set out in 3 days and exchange resources. The 3 Inoshika-cho all had a solemn expression upon hearing the words, and said loudly, yes. Then all 4 of them smiled. It is foreseeable that after this incident, Cloud Shinobi's arrogance will definitely drop a level suddenly. That's right. Namikaze Minato seemed to think of something. Come here, Namikaze Minato said outside the house. Not long after, a man walked in outside the house. This person is not someone else, but the first person Bai Yu met when he came to the command post, Shimura Yu. Master Minato. What's the matter? Shimura Yu asked respectfully toward Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato nodded when he saw it and said, go and call Bai Yu for me. Shimura was a little curious after hearing this, but didn't ask much, just nodded and said, yes. Then he left. All 3 of Inoshika-cho hooked their mouths when they saw this, and they naturally knew what Namikaze Minato had made. At this time, Bai Yu didn't know anything about it. Bai Yu, who was by the river, was very excited, because his basic swordsmanship has finally been promoted to the intermediate level after his unremitting efforts for half a month. Panel. Bai Yu thought. System Panel, 2.5 Host, Bai Yu. Race. Human race, Qi and Blood, 1.5, Spirit, 1.9. Strength, 53. Speed, 46. Endurance, 71 Gong Method. Basic Training Method, Intermediate, 30% Grandmaster. Ninjutsu. Chakra Refining Technique, Free Body Technique, Kunai Throwing Technique, Fire Style Great Fireball Technique, Rasengan. Physique. Marine 6 Styles Beginner, 73% Xiaocheng, Armament Haki, Beginner, 59% Grandmaster. Basic Swordsmanship Intermediate, 1% Entry. Strength Evaluation. A+ level, the strong in the ninja world. Deduced points. 6,930. In addition to the basic swordsmanship reaching the intermediate level, the basic training method has also reached the intermediate level, even directly to the level of the Grandmaster. This also allowed Bai Yu's Qi and Blood to increase directly from 1.3 to 1.5. Although the spirit has increased, it has not increased much, but only increased by 0.1. The 3-dimensional increase is very rapid. The strength directly increased from 36 to 53, the speed increased from 27 to 46, and the endurance increased by nearly 30 points, from 42 to 71, which is not a pervert. Marine 6 Styles also successfully advanced from the Grandmaster to the realm of Xiaocheng again. Armament Haki was almost able to enter the Xiaocheng realm. Looking at his gorgeous panel, Bai Yu smiled very satisfied. Holding the knife in his hand, Bai Yu could feel a completely different feeling from before. As long as he concentrates, he seems to be able to hear the breathing of everything. Following these breaths, Bai Yu felt as if he could cut everything. Holding the knife in his hand tightly, Bai Yu closed his eyes. It seems that the forest in front of me is my enemy. Focus. Focus a little more, huh? Bai Yu breathed out a suffocating breath. Cut. In an instant, it seemed that the whole world had stopped. Bai Yu's figure passed more than 10 meters away silently. Crack, an inaudible voice sounded, then it became a piece. Wow, a dozen sturdy trees broke apart at this moment and fell on the ground. Boom. A thick dust rose. Is this iron cutting? Bai Yu couldn't help but stare at the destruction he had caused before him. Although he had already done psychological construction, Bai Yu was a little surprised to see the power of the realm of iron slashing with his own eyes. Withdrawing the long knife in his sheath, Bai Yu wanted to turn around and leave. At this time, Bai Yu let go of perception. Huh? Bai Yu frowned suddenly. Shimura not far away watched the scene in front of her with her mouth wide open. A pair of eyes were almost out of their sockets. Seeing Shimura's familiar face, Bai Yu lifted his brows. It's you. What's the matter? Bai Yu asked Shimura Yu. After hearing Bai Yu's voice, Shimura came back to her senses. Closing her chin, which was about to fall, Shimura wiped her unnecessarily drool. That, Master Minato, please, Shimura Yu said to Bai Yu. Bai Yu nodded when he heard the words. I see. Then he moved his feet, and the whole person disappeared in place. Only Shimura stood still and looked at the trees on the ground for a long time, unable to return to her senses. Is this cut with a knife? Or is it a human? Shimura was shocked in her heart. He had never seen anyone with such a powerful swordsmanship. In other words, even in the limit of his imagination, he never thought that swordsmanship could be so powerful. Can swordsmanship really be so powerful? Shimura thought in a daze. Just when Shimura was immersed in shock, Bai Yu had already arrived in front of Namikaze Minato. Should I go together? Bai Yu smiled. Yes, we did this together. How can you not be there? After all, you are a Konoha madman. Namikaze Minato also said with a smile. Chapter 36 Exchange Supplies. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but turn black. This title was a bit off the mark, he didn't like it very much. Namikaze Minato didn't seem to see his face, and smiled and patted his shoulder. Bai Yu was a little helpless when he saw this, but Namikaze Minato was indeed so nervous sometimes. The three Inoshika-cho couldn't help but look weird when they saw this. Namikaze Minato's approach to Bai Yu made them a little confused. This is the question of consciousness. They can't see how big Bai Yu's potential is, but Namikaze Minato is very clear. Not to mention that Bai Yu has a mysterious blood inheritance boundary, so he can develop his own physical skills at such a small age. The ability to learn ninjutsu in a second is scary enough. Namikaze Minato can even imagine that Bai Yu will be able to learn all the ninjutsu. Then, after accumulating, breaking through to a new realm. Okay. Bai Yu nodded. Namikaze Minato nodded in satisfaction and said, 3 days later, come here early in the morning. Bai Yu nodded when he heard the words. Then you go back first. Namikaze Minato smiled. Yeah. Bai Yu responded. Then he turned and left. Namikaze Minato looked at Bai Yu's figure from a distance, watching him leave. The Inoshika-cho trio on the side couldn't help being even more confused when they saw this. It's just that it's not easy to ask about this kind of thing. Can only look at each other. To their surprise, Namikaze Minato seemed to have eyes behind his back. You must be surprised my attitude towards Bai Yu, Namikaze Minato said lightly. Upon hearing this, Inoshika-cho all nodded, although he is a genius, but Naruto frowned. Namikaze Minato turned around and shook his head when he heard the words. Bai Yu's fear is not his current strength, but his potential. In my opinion, his potential is greater than all the geniuses I have ever seen. As far as I know, it is a certainty that he surpasses me. Upon hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Inoshika-cho all showed a hint of horror. They thought that Namikaze Minato would have a high evaluation of Bai Yu, but they didn't expect it to be so high. Bai Yu is almost described as a character from the past. But they knew that Minato never made it out of nothing, at least 80% credible. It came 3 days later in a blink of an eye. Bai Yu, this is my bento. You have a large appetite. You will definitely be hungry if you eat Liang pill. Take it well. Shi Rihong shoved a scroll into Bai Yu's hand and ordered seriously. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu reached out and took it, nodded and said, thank you. Shi Rihong smiled and said, be careful on the road. Morino Ibixi on the side looked weird when he saw this. He seemed to have seen this scene with his parents. He shook his head and threw the absurd idea in his mind out of his mind. Good luck. Morino Ibiki said to Bai Yu. Bai Yu also smiled upon hearing this. Okay. Then he turned and left. Bai Yu came outside the command post. Namikaze Minato and Inoshika-cho were already waiting here with nearly 20 people. Seeing Bai Yu's arrival, Namikaze Minato smiled, and then waved his hand. Go. After hearing the words, everyone followed Namikaze Minato and moved forward. The two were tied up by wooden golem and carried by Akamichi Dinza. Between the vertical jumps, he stared at Bai Yu with fierce eyes from time to time. It's just that the look on that little face looks a little cute. Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this, but didn't care. Several people traveled for several hours, and the endless jungle and fields disappeared. A mountain range appeared in front of everyone. From a distance, everyone can see the shadows. Chi-Ben Gorge is in front of him. Namikaze Minato frowned slightly when he saw this, and said, it's coming soon, everyone is cheering up. Everyone nodded when they heard the words, showing solemn expressions. Bai Yu also looked cold when he saw this. Not long after, everyone came to Givenchy. Oh, it's you, Namikaze Minato looked at the Cloud Shinobi in front of them and said with a little surprise. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, the future fourth Raikage couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Where is Wooden Golem? I asked without talking nonsense. Namikaze Minato squinted his eyes when he heard the words and didn't talk nonsense. Where are the resources you brought? Namikaze Minato asked I in front of him. Hearing this, I did not hesitate, turned to look at the person behind him and made a look. One of the tall ninjas disappeared instantly, then dragged a wagon from behind a bush. These things shouldn't be enough. Namikaze Minato frowned upon seeing this. Ai Wenyen didn't say much and directly took out a scroll from his arms. The rest is inside. Namikaze Minato's face loosened at the sight, and he reached out and tried to take the scroll. Unexpectedly, I retracted the scroll and asked coldly, where is Wooden Golem? Ding seat. Namikaze Minato said loudly. When Akamichi heard the words, he jumped out of the crowd, holding 2 wooden golems in his hands and stood beside Namikaze Minato. Chapter 37 The Provocation of Fourth Raikage. I frowned upon seeing this, but still handed the scroll in his hand to Namikaze Minato's hand. After receiving the scroll, Namikaze Minato spoke again. Bai Yu, go and pull the car over. Hearing Namikaze Minato's voice, Bai Yu was slightly startled, but then reflected. With a move, the whole person disappeared in place, and once again he appeared next to the ninja holding the carriage. Seeing Bai Yu's mysterious figure, all Cloud Shinobi present shrank their pupils. This speed is too fast. Even the Shushin technique can see a trace of shadow. But Bai Yu's figure appeared out of thin air, completely incapable of being caught by the naked eye. Is this the Konoha madman? Everyone at Cloud Shinobi came back to their senses. Give it to me, Bai Yu said to the ninja who was 2 heads higher than himself. While talking, Bai Yu's mouth twitched. Although his strength can easily crush the person in front of him, the feeling of height crushing is really not good. The tall Cloud Shinobi ninja was stunned for a moment, then cast his eyes on Ai. Ai nodded with a gloomy expression. Seeing Ai's nod, this talent handed the rein in his hand to Bai Yu's hand. There was no accident. Bai Yu glanced into the carriage, it was all regular supplies. Without much thought, Bai Yu took the carriage directly to Konoha's side. At this time Kai looked at Namikaze Minato and said, "Leave the people to me." Namikaze Minato smiled upon seeing this, and said to Akamichi Dingza who was beside him, "Give him the person." Akamichi Dingza nodded when he heard the words, and threw the 2 wooden golems in his hand at Ai. Ai easily took over the 2 from wooden golem. At this time, the 2 wooden golems were already in tears. She hates herself for being too weak, and wants her village to sacrifice dignity and property in exchange for her. Ai softened upon seeing this, and comforted her while helping her untie the rope. "It's not your fault." But this brought more tears. Namikaze Minato sighed upon seeing this. "That's it, goodbye, Cloud Shinobi's ninja." Namikaze Minato waved his hand. At this moment, I said aloud. "Wait," the voice was very loud. Everyone in Konoha could not help but stop. Everyone turned around to face the Cloud Shinobi ninjas in front of them. "You go first." I knelt down and said to the 2 Cloud Shinobi people who were pointed at by wooden golem not far away. Hearing this, the 2 wooden golem stopped crying and ran to the Cloud Shinobi crowd. She knew it was not the time to cry. "Is there anything else?" Namikaze Minato asked I in front of him. When Konoha saw this, everyone looked at I curiously, wanting to know what I wanted to say. Of course, Bai Yu is no exception, it's just that he is even better than others. "Do you want to start a fight?" Bai Yu's eyes were very bright. The dozens of Cloud Shinobi ninjas in front of him did not have a weak hand, and Bai Yu did not feel an aura below the level of Jonin. If you kill all of the 20 or nearly 30 Cloud Shinobi Jonin in front of you, his deduction point may reach tens of thousands. Isn't the second A-level skill coming? But it turns out that Bai Yu thinks too much. "There is nothing important. I just have recently gained strength. I want to discuss with you. I don't know how about you." Ai's eyes narrowed slightly. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but feel a headache. In this kind of scene, Ai's invitation to fight is also a real plot, forcing Namikaze Minato to fight. If it should not fight, then Namikaze Minato is afraid of Ai. After it was spread, Konoha's image became a fond of opportunism. If you can't fight, you can avoid it. It's shameless. One of the Konoha shinobi can't help but bitterly hate. Hearing this, I didn't care, and the verbal attack was not painful or itchy. "Okay, it's just a discussion." Namikaze Minato didn't think about it for long. This kind of conspiracy is really unsolvable. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, I couldn't help but smile. "Then are you ready?" I asked Namikaze Minato coldly. Namikaze Minato frowned upon hearing this, and said to the Akamichi Dingza beside him and the Konoha people behind him, "You leave first." If it was Namikaze Minato alone, even if he couldn't beat him, he could use Flying Thunder God technique to leave at any time. But if Konoha stayed here, if he was defeated, I'm afraid everyone here would explain it here. Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, although Konoha was worried, they still obeyed the order to leave one by one. But Bai Yu handed the rein in his hand to a Konoha shinobi beside him. "Minato, I want to stay." If it's normal, Bai Yu may have left with the big army, but the scene before him reminded him of a famous scene when he watched anime in his previous life. He wants to watch the live broadcast. Namikaze Minato frowned upon seeing this. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu smiled and said, "I just made a breakthrough 2 days ago, don't worry about me." Chapter 38 Famous Scene. Namikaze Minato vs 4th Raikage. Oh, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but light up when she heard Bai Yu's words. He still knows Bai Yu, if it is only a little breakthrough, Bai Yu naturally cannot say that he has made a breakthrough. Unless it is really growing by leaps and bounds, Bai Yu would say this. "Well, you stay and everyone else evacuates," Namikaze Minato said seriously. The 3 Inoshika-cho saw Bai Yu who could stay and wanted to stay. But he saw Namikaze Minato frowning and looking at them. With a slight sigh, Inoshika-cho also left with Konoha's ninjas. I didn't urge him, just watching Namikaze Minato arrange everything in front of him. "Is it all right, Namikaze Minato?" Ai's voice was cold. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato turned his head to look towards Ai-chen and said, "Come on." Boom. As soon as the voice fell, the powerful chakra burst out of Namikaze Minato's body. Ai smiled when he saw it, and a larger chakra burst out of his body. The aura of the 2 cage-level characters rushed to each other, and everyone in the room was overwhelmed with breath. Of course, this does not include Bai Yu. Bai Yu's current strength is extremely close to cage level. The frontal battle may still be short of fire, but the strength is not much worse. This kind of aura is just like a spring breeze for Bai Yu. Boom. Ai didn't talk too much nonsense, and with a move, he stepped out of a big hole on the ground. The whole person turned into a phantom and rushed towards Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato's face remained unchanged when he saw it, and kunai in his hand had already thrown out. Namikaze Minato's figure disappeared in place. Ai's punch was directly empty. Bai Yu in the distance couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god technique and his nerve reaction speed surpassing all people. I am afraid that Namikaze Minato wants to escape. No one in the entire ninja world can leave him. Hiss. Ai's feet plowed a deep gully directly on the ground. Turning his head to look at Namikaze Minato, Ai's eyes were slightly cold. It's worthy of being called the golden glitter, it's really fast enough, Ai said coldly. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but smile upon seeing this. You are not slow either. This sounds like a compliment, but a careful taste is very Versailles. Bai Yu couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. But many ninjas including Cloud Shinobi have a very ugly face. Ai itself is known for strength and speed. Namikaze Minato sounds like he is making fun of Ai. The killer bee in the crowd was filled with anger at this time. He and Ai grew up together, and now they have become brothers. Ai's humiliation is even more uncomfortable for him than his own humiliation. The change in mood caused the 8 tails in his body to suddenly move. This made Killer Bee frown involuntarily, but at this time, no one noticed him. Everyone's eyes are on Ai and Namikaze Minato. Boom! A more powerful chakra burst out of Ai's body. Lightning-style chakra mode. The azure chakra appeared on Ai's body, flashing an electric arc from time to time, looking terrifying. Bang! Ai moved his feet and rushed towards Namikaze Minato again. This time the speed was several times faster than before. The whole person is like a blue arc. Lay plow hot knife. Ai shoots at Namikaze Minato like a huge cannonball. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Cloud Shinobi's people all showed a vague expression of excitement. On the other hand, Namikaze Minato's pupils shrank, but in the blink of an eye, Ai's fist was only a few centimeters away from his face. With a soft sound, Namikaze Minato's figure disappeared again. Ai's full-strength punch failed again. Hiss. Ai stopped the figure with his feet again, squeezing his fists. Ai gritted his teeth, feeling helpless. No matter how strong an attack is, it is not useless if it can't hit people. That's it, there is no need to tell the winner. Namikaze Minato spoke to Ai Dandan in front of him. As far as the situation is right now, this battle continues only to see whose physical strength or chakra is exhausted first. But Namikaze Minato possesses flying thunder god technique. After his chakra is almost exhausted, he can leave directly with a long-distance flying thunder god technique. Ai was unwilling to hear Namikaze Minato's words. But he also knew that Namikaze Minato was naturally invincible in the face of him. It was almost impossible for him to keep Namikaze Minato. With a slight sigh, Ai said helplessly, then. At this moment, the shock appeared. Boom! An extremely fierce chakra burst out from the crowd of Cloud Shinobi. All Cloud Shinobi ninjas jumped away from where they were. Namikaze Minato and Bai Yu clearly saw that a teenager wearing sunglasses had a distorted frontal color and looked very painful. Not good. Ai couldn't help but shrink his pupils. He knew that the killer bee at the moment should be unable to suppress the 8 tails in his body. Chapter 39 Bai Yu shot. Namikaze Minato frowned upon seeing this. If 8 tails is completely beastly tailed, plus an eye, it will be completely impossible to deal with. I am afraid it will have to escape. But Bai Yu's face was calm. Namikaze Minato didn't know, but he knew very well that the current killer bee couldn't control 8 tails at all. It is impossible to complete tail animalization, unless he would rather his consciousness be completely swallowed by 8 tails. At this time, the eyes under Killer Bee's sunglasses were red, and the eyes looking at Namikaze Minato and Bai Yu were full of hatred. Since you can't control it, let's vent it, Killer Bee thought so. Rumble. With a loud noise, an extremely thick tentacle shot out of Killer Bee's body and swept towards Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato couldn't help her pupils shrink when she saw this, and just wanted to leave with Flying Thunder God technique. Chong. A very loud metal sound rang. Bai Yu's figure flickered and came to the top of the tentacles. Cut the iron. Chong. Bai Yu's voice disappeared instantly, and Bai Yu's stout tentacles were cut directly by Bai Yu. Fencing. Namikaze Minato's eyes widened when he saw this. A trace of horror surged in his heart. He didn't expect that the breakthrough Bai Yu said was actually in swordsmanship. He has also seen Bai Yu's long knife, and it suddenly appeared more than 10 days ago. From the information he knows, Bai Yu has never been exposed to swordsmanship. It took 10 days to practice swordsmanship to an obviously Grandmaster level, which is simply incredible. But Namikaze Minato's horror was far worse than Killer Bee's horror. Since second Raikage established Cloud Shinobi Ninja School, it has successfully developed lightning-style chakra mode and various ninjutsu, including swordsmanship. Cloud Shinobi's ninja's knowledge of swordsmanship is naturally much better than that of laymen like Namikaze Minato. Is that swordplay? Many ninjas with swords in Cloud Shinobi showed incredulous looks. Bai Yu seemed to cut through the sky in their hearts when he used the iron slasher. Cloud Shinobi's swordsmanship can be called the pinnacle of skills, with all kinds of bells and whistles. In terms of swordsmanship in the ninja world, Cloud Shinobi's swordsmanship has indeed reached its peak. It's just that it's not enough to look at the swordsmanship of Pirate World, which pays more attention to spiritual power. I couldn't help feeling a little horrified when he saw Bai Yu's knife. Although he is not very Grandmaster in swordsmanship, he has a certain understanding. It's really extraordinary. I was a little surprised. Now it seems that Bai Yu's title of Konoha Madman is not just plain. Without extra action, Namikaze Minato directly raised his hand and shot several kunai attacks towards Killer Bee. I rushed to Killer Bee when he saw this, because he knew that Namikaze Minato would definitely appear next to Killer Bee. Sure enough, Namikaze Minato's figure instantly appeared beside Killer Bee, holding a trident-like kuna in his hand. The cold blade touched Killer Bee's neck. Seeing this scene, I could only stop his steps, his expression gloomy. Bai Yu smiled when he saw it, and re-sheathed the blade. Does it really have to be a winner? Namikaze Minato looked at I coldly and said. I took a deep breath when he saw this. I think you have misunderstood. Killer Bee just couldn't control 8 tails. It was not his intention to attack you. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato couldn't help frowning. Looking closely at Killer Bee's face, the blue veins on his forehead violently, looking very painful. Good opportunity. I opened his eyes slightly when he saw this. Boom. Lateral bolt of pain. Like a thunder, I rushed towards Namikaze Minato directly. After hearing the movement, Namikaze Minato's pupils shrank and immediately prepared to use Flying Thunder God technique to escape. I just didn't expect a huge crash sound. Boom. Then there was a sound of inhaling cold air around. How can it be? FK. Noah Madman. Turning his head, Bai Yu appeared directly in front of I, and his slender elbow directly blocked I's handknife. I couldn't help but stare at the boy in front of him. Impossible. Yuan didn't believe that his attack would be blocked by a boy who looked very thin. But what they don't know is that Bai Yu doesn't want to be as relaxed as it seems at this time. Covering the elbow with armament Haki didn't feel much. It's just that the other joints of the body are constantly wailing. Feeling I's power positively, Bai Yu understands how pervert this person's power is. Minato. Do it, Bai Yu said loudly without looking back. Hearing Bai Yu's words, I couldn't help but shrink his pupils. He quickly raised his head and looked at Namikaze Minato not far away, his eyes filled with anxiety. To Bai Yu's surprise, Namikaze Minato took back the kunai that was resting on Killer Bee's neck. Shaking his head slightly, Namikaze Minato said slowly, we should go. These words made I and all the Cloud Shinobi ninjas relieved. But Bai Yu frowned, somewhat unclear. Obviously, after killing Killer Bee right now, the two can escape safely. Why would they let him go? Chapter 40 Change the name scene. Reward 10,000 deduction points. Boom. Bai Yu burst into force and directly pushed I away. Namikaze Minato came behind Bai Yu and I in front of I. Let's stop here, Namikaze Minato said lightly. I gritted his teeth when he saw this. This situation is too humiliating. I can beat you, but I let you go. Although he wanted to continue fighting with Namikaze Minato, he knew that he couldn't. Without Bai Yu, I am afraid he would really attack Namikaze Minato desperately. But with Bai Yu there, he is destined to be unable to stop Namikaze Minato. With a sigh, I didn't say anything more. Bai Yu didn't say a word when he saw it, and he secretly felt that it was a pity that no one was killed. Only the next moment, his mood was completely different. Ding. Participate in famous scenes. Change the plot slightly, reward 10,000 deduction points. Huh? Bai Yu couldn't help his eyes widening. There's this kind of operation? Bai Yu's heart was very surprised. Namikaze Minato on the side felt that there was something wrong with Bai Yu and didn't take it to heart. In his opinion, Bai Yu should have been uncomfortable about letting go of 8 Tails Jinchuriki. The next time we meet, we should each bear the name of the shadow, Namikaze Minato said to Idandan. Then he put his hand on Bai Yu's shoulder and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Bai Yu only felt a flower in front of him, and he and Namikaze Minato came to the middle of Konoha's team. It turns out that Namikaze Minato handed the kunai engraved with Flying Thunder God technique to Akamichi Dinza long ago. Are you okay? Akamichi Dinza quickly asked after seeing Minato and Bai Yu return. Namikaze Minato and Bai Yu both nodded when they heard the words, it's okay. Akamichi Dinza was obviously relieved when he heard this. It's okay. Naraluju said when he saw it. Namikaze Minato smiled upon hearing this, and Nara Shikajiu smiled as well. As if contagious, everyone smiled. When Bai Yu saw this, the corners of his mouth rose. This time Konoha's resource exchange operation ended successfully. Not only has it obtained a lot of resources, it has also suppressed the arrogance of Cloud Shinobi in disguise, which is very exciting. After everyone smiled, they didn't stop, and rushed directly to the Konoha command post. Sitting by the carriage, Namikaze Minato smiled at Bai Yu and asked, is it weird why I didn't kill 8 Tails Jinchuriki? Bai Yu is still immersed in the surprise of 10,000 points derived at this time. Hearing Namikaze Minato's voice, he quickly recovered. I really can't figure it out. Bai Yu frowned and said. Namikaze Minato smiled upon seeing this and said, this time I have already touched the bottom line of third Raikage by exchanging Jinchuriki for resources this time. If 8 Tails Jinchuriki were killed in exchange for resources this time, it would be equivalent to peeing on top of the Cloud Shinobi man. It can be said that this kind of hatred is not shared. It is very likely that all Cloud Shinobi will attack Konoha at all costs. Our current battle situation is relatively stable. As long as we consume it slowly, Konoha will definitely win this war. There is no need for us to sacrifice the victory or defeat of the entire war for 1 or 2 lives. Namikaze Minato explained everything he considered to Bai Yu in detail. Bai Yu, who had never thought so deeply, nodded thoughtfully when he heard this. It suddenly occurred to him that he seemed to have been deduced and led by the nose. All day long thinking about how to derive points, as if the system is pushing him away, not he is using the system. And now he also knows that it is not only killing to get deduction points. As long as you participate in famous scenes, you can get deduction points. Just slightly change the famous scene and gain 10,000 deduction points. What if it is a direct impact or a complete subversion? Doesn't it take off directly? The restless heart settled down, and Bai Yu could even feel that his swordsmanship realm had improved slightly. Seeing that Bai Yu understood his intentions, Namikaze Minato said nothing. Konoha rushed all the way to the command post, and after a meal in the middle, they returned to the command post in the dark. There was also an episode during this period. Bai Yu opened the scroll and took out Yurihong's bento, which shocked everyone. The bento prepared by Yurihong is a bit too horrible. There are 6 floors in total, and it is a bento for 6 people. The Ino Shikacho trio thought that they had their own part, but Bai Yu actually did a lot of work. This makes them a little surprised. Namikaze Minato is not surprising, he has seen Bai Yu's appetite more than once. With this 6-person bento, I'm afraid Bai Yu hasn't eaten enough yet. Back at the camp, everyone dispersed. Bai Yu returned the bento box to Yurihong. Seeing that Bai Yu's bento was eaten cleanly by Bai Yu, Yurihong's little face was full of smiles. Seeing this, Morino Ibixi couldn't help but secretly said in his heart, "It's over, it's more like a husband and wife." Of course, Yurihong and Bai Yu naturally did not know what Morino Ibixi thought. Chapter 41 The Secret and Real Power of the System. Panel. Bai Yu thought. System Panel, 2.5 Host, Bai Yu. Race. Human race, Qi and Blood, 1.5, Spirit, 1.9. Strength, 53. Speed, 46. Endurance, 71 Gong Method. Basic Training Method, Intermediate, 30% Grandmaster. Ninjutsu. Chakra Refining Technique, Free Body Technique, Kunai Throwing Technique, Fire Style Great Fireball Technique, Rasengan. Physique. Marine 6 Styles Beginner, 73% Xiaocheng, Armament Haki, Beginner, 59% Grandmaster. Basic Swordsmanship Intermediate, 2% Entry. Strength Evaluation. A+ level, the strong in the ninja world. Deduced points. 16,930. The deduction points increased by 10,000 points, and the abundant capital gave Bai Yu a sense of security in his heart. This also made Bai Yu think about what he should deduce next. Strength, speed, and attack power are all enough. Bai Yu can't think of what to play. While he was sitting cross-legged outside his tent, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki began a day of practice. After the two got acquainted with their own ninjutsu and physique, they started a daily discussion. Ping pong pong. A burst of uncompromising sound attracted Bai Yu's gaze. The two people's ninjutsu and physical skills are half a catastrophe, no one can do nothing. At the end of the fight, there was not much chakra left for both of them. I saw that Yurihong used clone technique to fool Morino Ibiki. Quickly Jian said in his hand. Illusory. The fox's heart is tricked. Not good. Morino Ibixi couldn't help but cried out badly when he saw this. But it was too late to react at this time. The mental fluctuation of the illusion rushed directly into his brain. Morino Ibixi suddenly stood still. Bai Yu was a little surprised when he saw this. Yeah, illusion. How did I forget this? Bai Yu slapped his head. Although his spiritual attributes are very high, if he encounters a powerful ninja, he can't guarantee that he will be safe and sound. Thinking of this, Bai Yu finally knew what he should deduce next. System. Give me, infinite Tsukuyomi, Bai Yu said to the system in his heart. Ding. The precondition, Guyu Rinnegan, is missing, the deduction failed. Huh? Seeing the system prompt, Bai Yu couldn't help but wonder. He didn't expect to be successful in the deduction, but he didn't expect the system to be so ambiguous. At this moment, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. System. Deduction Sharingan. After saying this in his heart, Bai Yu couldn't help feeling a little nervous. If Sharingan can be deduced, then my own system is really incredible. Ding. Sharingan. Belongs to the A-level blood succession limit. The current deduction points are insufficient, can't deduct it. Time seems to have stopped at this moment. Bai Yu was stunned. But soon he recovered. FK. You have this function, didn't you say it earlier? Bai Yu spit out in his heart frantically. Ding. Everything in the system requires host to explore on its own. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. But then he shook his head and a little bit amused. The system Tsunere is Tsunere, anyway it is powerful enough. The power of blood can be deduced, which makes Bai Yu think again. System. Give me the Rui Golden Hoop. Ding. The deduction failed. The system cannot deduct the real thing. Just can't deduct the real thing. Bai Yu couldn't help raising his eyebrows when he heard the system prompt. After thinking for a while, Bai Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Give me the talent of Qi Mu Nanxiong. This Qi Mu Nanxiong is the protagonist seen in an anime called The Disaster of Qi Mu Nanxiong. in Bai Yu's previous life. Among all the anime that Bai Yu has seen, Qi Mu Nanxiong is one of the best. His talent is nothing but unlimited. As a superpower, the unlimited growth of abilities makes him strong enough to easily destroy the world. And his superpowers are basically omnipotent: steel body, time and space jump, instant movement, invisibility, mind reading, foresee the future, the soul is out of body, change reality, fantasies come true, equivalent exchange, read power, energy release, freezing power, flame power, electric power. Qi Mu Kusuo's superpowers are already called gods. If Qi Mu Nanxiong's talent can be deduced, Bai Yu can relax completely. With this kind of talent, even if you lie at home all day, you can gradually become the strongest in the world. Ding! Qi Mu Nanxiong's talent is S+. The current deduction points are insufficient, the deduction failed. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Bai Yu felt like he had won a 5 million grand prize. The whole person is a little groggy. Can you really deduce Qi Mu Nanxiong's talent? Before he was completely happy, Bai Yu saw the S+ level display. S+ level? Is this the level above S level? Bai Yu was a little confused. Ding! Host's guess is completely correct. Qi Mu Nanxiong's talent is S+. The required derivation point is 1 million points. FK. Bai Yu couldn't help yelling out loud. Chapter 42 Deduction of Bing Shinju. The appearance of Bai Yu's loud yelling made Shi Rihong in the distance stunned. What's wrong? Shi Rihong is full of question marks. Bai Yu smirked when he saw Yurihong's puzzled expression. Then he waved his hand to Shi Rihong to indicate that there was nothing wrong. When Yurihong saw this, she also smiled, although a little strange, she didn't ask much. Bai Yu couldn't help exhaling when he saw this. 100,000 deduction points is already an astronomical figure. Unexpectedly, S+ level things actually need 1 million deduction points. There are no 100 cage level characters in the entire ninja world, right? This is too ridiculous. With a sigh, Bai Yu gave up the idea of reaching the sky in one step. Instead, he began to seriously think about what kind of ability to resist illusion arts he wanted to deduct. Bai Yu thought about a lot of abilities or exercises, but it doesn't apply to him now. It's like a golden eye that sees through the falsehood. Can see through everything. There are also martial arts, similar to the dreaming technique in the Golden Puppet Show, or Rinnegan, or Conqueror's Haki in Pirate World. These powers are powerful, but none of them can be exchanged by Bai Yu. After thinking about it for a long time, Bai Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought of an ability that suits him well. And it certainly won't be the ability to separate the spectrum at any price. System. Give me the Bing Shinju in. The wind and cloud dominates the world, Bai Yu said confidently in his heart. In an instant, Bai Yu only felt silence. It took a while before the sound of the system sounded. Ding. The Bing Shinju in fight and cloud dominates the world is a sea-level skill. Do you deduct 1,000 deduction points for deduction? Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but shine. He originally thought that something that only serves the spiritual direction would be ridiculously expensive, but he didn't expect to be rated as sea-level by the system. Smiled, Bai Yu was very satisfied. The function fits, the price is right, he doesn't know what other skills can be better than this. Give me a deduction. Bai Yu's heart moved. Ding, 1,000 deduction points are deducted, deduction in progress, please wait. Bai Yu is very much looking forward to the appearance of Bing Shinju. Because it can be seen from the swordsmanship of Pirate World produced by the system. The things produced by the system will be supplemented in detail to make these skills more suitable for you. A memory appeared in Bai Yu's mind out of thin air. That is something mysterious and mysterious. If the heart is clear, the sky will not be alarmed. The changes are still stable and the spirits are calm and happy. Forgetting oneself and keeping one, the 6 great statutes. A long passage of scripture sounded in Bai Yu's mind. At first there was no meditation at all. Constantly trying to understand the power of the scriptures made Bai Yu a little irritable. In his memory, Bai Yu didn't know how many times he repeated the Bing Shinju. I don't know how long it took. When Bai Yu chanted the Bing Shinju again in his mind, a coolness hung over his heart. Ding! Bing Shinju successfully deduced. Current proficiency. Elementary, 1% entry. If the heart is clear, the sky will not be alarmed. Bai Yu muttered Bing Shinju silently in his heart. A coolness came to his mind. Bai Yu could feel his spirit growing a little bit. Ding! Bing Shinju proficiency +1. +1. +1. Bai Yu, who was constantly reciting the Bing Shinju, gradually exuded a reassuring breath. Not far away, Shi Rihong felt the breath and couldn't help being taken aback. Is this illusion? Yurihong is very sensitive to mental fluctuations, and it is normal to have such suspicions. But soon, Shi Rihong denied his idea, because there was no illusion before her eyes. Although somewhat confused, Shi Rihong did not step forward to disturb Bai Yu. At this time Morino Ibuki had also struggled out of the illusion. Sitting on the ground panting, your illusion is still invincible. Red. Morino Ibuki said with a wry smile. Hearing this, Shi Rihong smiled, and she could see her happiness. Illusion is a very important part for Yurihong, and it is also a very proud part. because her illusion was taught by her father. After saying this, Morino Ibiki couldn't help but cast his gaze on Bai Yu, who was not far away. The breath of Bai Yu also made Morino Ibiki feel at ease. This made him squint his eyes. This is, Morino Ibiki looked at Yurihong with some hesitation. Upon seeing this, Shi Rihong shook her head slightly, beckoning not to disturb Bai Yu. Morino Ibiki nodded clearly when he saw this, then there was silence. Bai Yu recited the Bingshinju silently, while Yurihong and Morino Ibiki sat on the ground to recover their physical strength. After a long time, Yurihong and Morino Ibuki fully recovered their stamina. Seeing Bai Yu still sitting cross-legged, the two tried to wash themselves, and then they got into their tent and prepared to fall asleep. At this time, the night was already deep, but Bai Yu was still reciting Bingshinju silently. Shi Rihong took out a blanket from the tent and wanted to put it on Bai Yu. Chapter 43 shocked the Quan Ninja world again. But seeing Bai Yu's completely immersed appearance, Shi Rihong finally gave up. She didn't know when Bai Yu was the crucial moment. If her appearance happened to interrupt Bai Yu's key practice, she would not be able to forgive herself. Without a word for a night, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki slept very quietly because of the breath radiating from Bai Yu. Bai Yu was the Bingshinju that had been silent for a night. But to Bai Yu's expectation, he was not sleepy at this time, but rather energetic. Seeing the faint morning light in the distance, Bai Yu sighed lightly. What a fairy skill. Bai Yu couldn't help sighing. Skills that can directly replace sleep with practice are all fairy skills for Bai Yu. Without thinking about it, Bai Yu started his practice for the day. It was only this practice that Bai Yu could clearly feel that it was completely different from the previous practice. His spirit is very full, and his whole person's thoughts have become very agile and elegant. When practicing Pingdong, Bai Yu's understanding of Pingdong was like a leap. In addition, what makes Bai Yu most happy is the improvement in swordsmanship. Swordsmanship, which had been slow to advance, began to become faster again. Needless to say, the reason for this must have a lot to do with Bingshinju. Panel. Bai Yu thought. System panel, 2.5 host, Bai Yu. Race. Human race, Qi and blood, 1.5, spirit, 2.0. Strength, 54. Speed, 47. Endurance, 72, Gong method. Basic practice method, intermediate, 33% Grandmaster. Ninjutsu. Chakra refining technique, free body technique, kunai throwing technique, fire style great fireball technique, Rasengan. Physique. Marine 6 styles elementary, 73% Xiaocheng, armament Haki, elementary, 59% Grandmaster. Basic swordsmanship intermediate, 5% entry. Bingshinju, elementary, 13% entry. Strength evaluation. A+ level, the strong in the ninja world. Deduce points. 15,930. Overnight, Bingshinju's proficiency directly soared from 1% to 13%. This speed is not unpleasant. The basic swordsmanship increased from 2% to 5% in just one morning. It can be seen that Bingshinju's effect on other cultivation. At the same time, this also rekindled Bai Yu's enthusiasm. Is there anything more interesting than seeing the growth of your own strength every day? Seeing that Bai Yu was engaged in training again, Yurihong and Morinoi were overjoyed and relieved. In their eyes, such Bai Yu is the real Bai Yu. In this way, time began to pass tirelessly. The strength of Bai Yu probably spread among the major ninja villages. During the war, everyone knew that intelligence was the most important thing. Grassland battlefield, Cloud Shinobi command. What? A 12-year-old boy can block Eye from the front. Third Raikage looked at the intelligence in his hand and couldn't help but screamed. This is really a situation he couldn't imagine. He is very clear about Ai's strength. He has already crossed the threshold called Shadow. Now Ai is a real Cage-level combat power. Just when Third Raikage was surprised, the intelligence of Bai Yu's strength had spread throughout the ninja world. The country of water, in Kirigakure. Can you collide head-on with Cage level? Does this Konoha madman already have the strength of Cage level? Third Mizukage Shan Amy Long Wo couldn't help being very surprised. The Yuan master on the side shook his head slightly when he heard the words. His strength is not necessarily Cage level, this threshold is too difficult to cross. However, the strength of the elite Jonin is absolutely possessed, Yuan Shi murmured. Hearing this, Shan Amy Longguo couldn't help sighing slightly. Even if it wasn't for Cage level, it would be too scary to be among the elite Jonin at the age of 12. This remark made Yuan Shi couldn't help but be stunned. Because he remembered what he was doing when he was 12 years old. His strength is genin, he is either chasing or being chased all day long. Comparing the two, Master Yuan couldn't help sighing. It can be considered as a complete confirmation in my heart, and sometimes, talent really decides everything. At the same time, the country of grass, Rock Shinobi headquarters. Noah madman. You really deserve the word madman, Oyemu muttered while looking at the intelligence in his hand. The terracotta on the side frowned upon seeing this. The sudden appearance of Bai Yu caused them a headache. The originally planned battle plan had to be adjusted because of the emergence of Bai Yu's combat power. Of course, he didn't really care about Bai Yu's turnout. An elite Jonin level figure, no matter how powerful it is impossible to play an important role on a large battlefield. The country of grass, in the Sand Shinobi Force command post. Chiyo and Ebizo looked at the information in their hands, frowned slightly, and did not continue to look after them. The continuous attack of Cloud Shinobi has made the two very tired, and they didn't care about the appearance of Bai Yu. Anyway, when the sky fell, there was a tall man against it. Is there an investigation? Ebizo. Chiyo put down the information in his hands and asked Ebizo. Chapter 44 Great Leap Forward in Strength. Hearing what his sister said, Ebizo narrowed his eyes and nodded. Rosa is already regarded as the best among young people, and she is also very innocent, and she is not a child of any clan. It would be perfect for him to be a Fengyin, Ebizo said slowly. Hearing Ebizo's words, Chiyo nodded, and she was very satisfied with Luo Sha. It's just that the necessary processes still have to go through. At this point, the position of 4th Kage has been determined. Time passed quickly, and another half a month passed. Bai Yu was stunned by the river watching the frozen surface of the river. Unexpectedly, it would be winter in an instant. Bai Yu's heart slightly rises with a sense of ignorance. Without paying too much attention to the changes in the weather, Bai Yu continued his work. Qi and blood are constantly surging back and forth in the body. Even if Bai Yu is naked and standing in the ice and snow at this time, it will not be a big problem. In a short while, Bai Yu's pile work has been completed, and Bai Yu's tendons and bones are obviously becoming stronger under the scouring of the vigorous Qi and blood. Panel. Bai Yu thought. System panel, 2.5 host, Bai Yu. Race. Human race, Qi and blood, 2.3, spirit, 3.5. Strength, 83. Speed, 79. Endurance, 98, Gong method. Basic practice method, advanced, 13% entry. Ninjutsu. Chakra refining technique, free body technique, kunai throwing technique, fire style great fireball technique, Rasengan. Physical skills. Marine 6 styles elementary, 98% Dacheng, Armament Haki, elementary, 73% Xiaocheng. Basic swordsmanship intermediate, 85% Dacheng, Ice Heart Juice intermediate, 69% Xiaocheng. Strength evaluation. A+ level, the strong in the ninja world. Deduce points. 15,930, Bai Yu frowned slightly looking at his panel. The basic practice method has been directly promoted to the advanced level, which makes Bai Yu's vitality and spirit grow faster. Not only that, under the scouring of his own blood, Bai Yu can feel that his muscles and bones are stronger than those of ordinary people. I don't know how much. Marine 6 styles and Armament Haki, who have accompanied Bai Yu for the longest time, are not far from the intermediate level. According to the memory in the mind, these two skills will have some changes as long as they reach the intermediate level. Intermediate 6 styles can begin to develop their own 6 styles. The intermediate Armament Haki can be wrapped around other objects. With the armed color entanglement, the standard long knife in Bai Yu's hand may be able to accompany him for a lifetime. Maybe it could eventually evolve into the existence of the black knife. In addition to the original Marine 6 styles and Armament Haki, basic swordsmanship is also about to advance to the advanced level. After reaching the advanced level of basic swordsmanship, Bai Yu can cut out the sword spirit that belongs to the swordsman. This skill can be called a meat grinder on a crowded battlefield. Bai Yu could even imagine his appearance in the 19 continents of the Sword of Light and Coldness. The ability to make such great progress in the past 2 months is inseparable from the Bing Shinju deduced by Bai Yu half a month ago. Originally, Bai Yu's aptitude could only be regarded as mediocre. With the panel, he can only rely on hard work to achieve the goal of rapid growth in strength. But the appearance of Bing Shinju directly brought him a qualitative improvement. It's not that Bing Shinju has improved Bai Yu's aptitude, but Bing Shinju makes Bai Yu's state always at its peak. When many people are in a particularly good state, all kinds of auras flash in their minds, and they can do everything with their hands. However, this state is often unattainable and difficult to replicate. The role of Bing Shinju is to keep Bai Yu's state closer to this direction. Under the condition of extremely good condition, Bai Yu can only improve so much in half a month. But even with such a big improvement, the A+ rating on Bai Yu's panel is still bright and dazzling. This is also the reason why Bai Yu frowned. He is a little bit unable to understand the system's rating. With his current strength, he must be a real Kage level. But the evaluation given to him by the system is still A+. Is this no S level rating? Bai Yu couldn't help muttering. Shaking his head slightly, Bai Yu closed his panel and started daily practice. It's just that he has to disrupt the order of today's practice plan. After all, Marine 6 styles has reached 98%. As long as 2 more points of proficiency, Marine 6 styles can be promoted to intermediate level. At that time, his 6 formulas really had a qualitative change. Shave, Tempest Kick, Moonwalk. Bai Yu continued to practice several moves he was most familiar with. Although Finger Pistol, Iron Body and Paper Arts seldom practice, because the proficiency rises together, Bai Yu is also quite familiar with the other 3 styles. It's just that before Bai Yu finishes his training, a figure appears. Bai Yu, something happened on Konoha's side. Master Hokage sent a letter asking you to return to Konoha with Yuhihong and Morino Ibixi now. Shimuryu leaned on the tree trunk and said to Bai Yu, with a vague sense of unknown in his eyes. Chapter 45 Back to Konoha. Shimura Yu now feels a little bit strange for Bai Yu. From the disdain at the beginning, to the surprise and shock at the back, to admiration, and worship at the end. The transition between these emotions is very complicated. Even if Shimura was asked to explain it by herself, I'm afraid he couldn't tell the reason. Hearing Shimura's words, Bai Yu frowned slightly and murmured, "Master Hokage, call the name." "Okay, I get it." Bai Yu raised his head and said to Shimura, "You." Hearing Bai Yu's words, Shimura nodded, then turned and left. He will also tell Namikaze Minato about this matter. It seems I can't practice. Bai Yu looked at the devastation on the floor and couldn't help touching his head. Then it disappeared in a blink of an eye. After Kazuhira and Morino Ibiki packed their bags, the three came to Namikaze Minato. "Let's go back to Konoha first," Bai Yu said lightly to Namikaze Minato. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Namikaze Minato smiled and nodded and said, "There is no need to worry too much. This time it is estimated that it is only about being promoted to Chunin." Shirihong on the side looked startled when he heard the words. "The Chunin exam? Isn't it a time of war? Why is there still a Chunin exam?" Shirihong was full of doubts. Morino Ibiki also showed a look of curiosity when he heard this. At this time, there was actually a Chunin exam, which also made him full of doubts. Hearing Yurihong's words, Namikaze Minato smiled and said, "You're right. It's a time of war. Logically speaking, the Chunin exam must not be held smoothly. However, being promoted to Chunin is not a trifling matter, especially during the war. If your strength does not reach the Chunin level and you are given the status of Chunin verbally, I am afraid that you will soon die because of it, because Chunin's mission is much more dangerous than Genin's mission. So, the Chunin exam is still necessary. It's just that there are no students from other countries this time, it's just the Genin of Konoha's generation who is taking the Chunin assessment." Upon hearing this, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki showed a dazed look. Bai Yu also nodded slightly. He was originally a little confused about how to hold the Chunin exam in this era. He realized what Namikaze Minato said. Namikaze Minato nodded when seeing all three of them understand. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu waved to Namikaze Minato with Yurihong and Morino Ibiki and turned and left. Looking at the back of Bai Yu and the three people away, Namikaze Minato's smile never stopped. In fact, for Bai Yu, Namikaze Minato thinks it is best for him to stay in the village. After all, his strength has not reached its peak. In other words, it is not enough to protect itself. If you encounter a tail beast on the battlefield, I am afraid that the current Bai Yu will still have to flee. If several elite Jonin besieged and intercepted at the same time, I am afraid that Bai Yu will be in a state of life and death. The Chunin exam back to the village was not actually initiated by 3rd Hokage. Instead, Namikaze Minato sent a letter to 3rd Hokage. Let him hold a Chunin exam. In his heart, Namikaze Minato specifically warned that if Bai Yu did not reach cage level, he would not be allowed to leave the village. When he first got the letter, 3rd Hokage was puzzled. He had never seen Namikaze Minato caring about a person so much. He even felt that Namikaze Minato was a little absurd. But there is no way, as a successor trained by oneself, it will naturally stand on his side. And the Chunin exam is not a bad thing, it allows people to see their strength more closely. While 3rd Hokage was preparing for the Chunin exam, Bai Yu took Yurihong and Morino Ibis all the way through the Country of Fire. Because in pursuit of faster speed, the three of them have been traveling in places where people are rare, and nothing happened along the way. Soon, the three of them returned to Konoha village. Yurihong and Morino Ibiki, who have not seen Konoha village for more than half a year, saw Konoha's gate, and their hearts were full of joy, which can be seen from the joy of the two. But Bai Yu didn't feel anything. The fragments in the memory and the face changing in front of him are constantly piecing together and overlapping, and finally a strange and familiar absurd feeling appears in Bai Yu's heart. This made Bai Yu frown. Yurihong and Morino Ibiki on the side have time to take care of Bai Yu at this time? The two are faster than Bai Yu's footsteps, which can be called an arrow to home. After being questioned at the entrance of Konoha village, the three of them went straight to the Hokage building. "My child, what you can call it fame recently, Konoha's madman." 3rd Hokage smiled at Bai Yu and said, looking at the old man with a smile on his face, Bai Yu didn't mean his smile. Also responded with a smile. "This is all set off by peers," Bai Yu said with a smile. Hearing this, 3rd generation's face couldn't help but feel a little stiff. What he said was so insightful that he, a master of language, didn't know how to pick it up for a while. Chapter 46 Shirihong's Heart. "Ahem, this is all your hard work, too humble," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu didn't say any more, just smiled and nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when Bai Yu didn't say anything surprising. Then he looked at Yurihong and Morino Ibiki with kind eyes. "I have also heard the news about the two of you. One is quite accomplished in perception, and the other is a genius of illusion." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled as he talked, and he was like a grandpa next door. "Looks very amiable." Yurihong and Morino Ibiki saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's approachable image and admired him even more in their hearts. On the other hand, Bai Yu is smiling, and looks very harmonious. But in fact, only Bai Yu knew that he was just a smirk. Sometimes acting skills are still very important. He has no opinion about third Hokage. As long as he doesn't provoke him, he can do anything. It's just that he wants to get through it, but Sarutobi Hiruzen won't let him go easily. After all, this Chunin exam is more for Bai Yu. Child, do you have a dream? Or, have you thought about what you will do when you grow up? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Bai Yu seriously. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Yuhihong and Morino Ibixi couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Although Bai Yu was a little speechless in his heart, he still frowned in a way pretending to be contemplative. After a long time, Bai Yu raised his head and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with fiery eyes. I want to be stronger, strong enough to bring peace to the shinobi world. I want Konoha to fly in every corner of the world, so that everyone can live and work in peace, safe and healthy. Bai Yu clenched his fists and said very seriously. But some of this is true, I'm afraid only Bai Yu himself knows. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yuhihong, Morinoi couldn't help showing a surprised look. Yuhihong and Morinoi Bixi suddenly felt that the things in their hearts were too vulgar. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hear Bai Yu's clear will to fire, he can see from this brief speech that Bai Yu still has a feeling of belonging to Konoha. The little temptation in my heart is a bit clear. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, it's really a great ideal. When he was young, he had thought about it this way, only later did he realize that some things could not be changed by human will. What about you guys? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, turning his head to look at Yuhihong and Morino Ibiki. This made the two of them startled slightly, but then fell into contemplation again. Not long after, Morino Ibiki's eyes showed a firm light, and he slowly said, I don't know what kind of person I will become in the future, but I hope to become a ninja that everyone knows about my name, and let my grandmother regard me as a ninja, to be proud. Hearing Morino Ibiki's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded and said, nice dream. Morino Ibiki couldn't help showing a shy smile upon hearing this. At this time, Shirihong was also withdrawn from deep thought. My dream? Originally, my goal was to become an excellent ninja, but now I have changed my mind. As Yurihong said, she cast her eyes to Bai Yu. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a curious look upon hearing this. Morino Ibiki on the side showed a faint expression of excitement. Shirihong and Bai Yu's melons, he has been knocking for half a year. My dream is to help Bai Yu fulfill his dream. Shirihong said word by word, loudly. After speaking, he smiled brightly at Bai Yu. Seeing this, Bai Yu still doesn't understand what's going on. A strange emotion emerged in my heart, which Bai Yu had never experienced before. Looking at Shiri's red face, Bai Yu faintly saw the beauty. The skin that can be broken by blowing, the exquisite facial features, coupled with the pair of eye-catching eyes, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a little fascinated. Shirihong looked ruddy when she saw Bai Yu looking at herself so seriously. But how can she avoid it with her character? As a result, Bai Yu and her were constantly looking at each other, which seemed to be flirting. Morino Ibiki on the side couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. This was unconscious, and even he himself didn't know why he smiled. But as an old man who was already getting older, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but look a little weird. He had never suffered such severe injuries during World War II. I see, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Yuhihong suddenly woke up, her entire face turned red, and the look in Bai Yu's eyes began to dodge. When Bai Yu saw this, he was a little outlandish and he didn't know what he was thinking about. No matter what your dreams are, but I firmly believe that you will add a fire to Konoha, and this fire will continue to spread. Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. Chapter 47 Heritage. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, all three nodded seriously and said, yes. Well, you should be tired after driving so long, so disband on the spot. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Yuhihong and Morino Ibiki couldn't help smiling. Who would miss home for a 12-year-old child? Only Bai Yu is unfamiliar and familiar with the home in his memory, without much expectation in his heart. By the way, Bai Yu stays, I still have something to say to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said again. Hearing this, Bai Yu naturally nodded to signal that he understood. Yuhihong and Morino Ibiki showed doubts. They're very curious about what Sarutobi Hiruzen will say to Bai Yu. It's just that they are destined not to hear it anymore. After Yuhihong and Morino Ibiki left, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Bai Yu and smiled and said, Minato should have told you the reason for your return to Konoha, right? Bai Yu nodded when he heard the words, indicating that he knew. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled upon seeing this and continued. I know, logically speaking, with your strength, there is no need to take this Chunin exam. But you are not alone, you have two teammates. The Chunin exam must be conducted in teams of 3. This is a rule that has existed since the establishment of Shinobu Village. If you don't take this exam, your 2 teammates will naturally be considered ineligible. That's why I called you back this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, touching his beard. After hearing this, Bai Yu's first feeling was absurdity. This kind of rule made entirely by humans had become an iron law, which he couldn't understand. Of course, although I feel absurd in my heart, there is nothing wrong with it on the surface. Nodding seriously, Bai Yu raised his head and nodded to Sarutobi Hiruzen, I understand. Seeing Bai Yu's expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that Bai Yu understood the so-called fetters and smiled very happily and said, just understand. Then you should go back and rest soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen said kindly to Bai Yu. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu nodded, then turned and left. The first time I met Sarutobi Hiruzen, Bai Yu didn't feel much in his heart. Just an old man who likes to talk about faith. Just shortly after Bai Yu and Sarutobi Hiruzen talked. In the base camp of the Roots, Danzo knows everything. Oh, a loyal supporter of the Will of Fire? Danzo murmured. For this kind of teenager, Danzo has the most experience. Namikaze Minato's direct line. It's a bit troublesome. Danzo looked through Bai Yu's message again. Seeing Bai Yu and Namikaze Minato walking so close, the little thought that had just arisen in Danzo's heart suddenly disappeared. Namikaze Minato is from the Hokage group, and Bai Yu is a direct line of Namikaze Minato, so naturally it is also from the Hokage group. If he hasn't fully positioned himself yet, Danzo might plan some more. But now Bai Yu has completely confirmed that he belongs to the Hokage faction, and he naturally lost interest. At this time, Bai Yu has returned to his home. According to the memory, he took the key from the seal scroll on his body and opened his door. The house where no one lived for half a year was covered with dust, and Bai Yu had a headache looking at it. For cleaning, Bai Yu was totally reluctant, but in the end, he sighed, rolled up his sleeves and started to work. With Bai Yu's physical fitness, the cleaning speed is very fast, but it is a bit troublesome to clean the edges and corners of many details. An hour later, the huge home has been completely renewed. At this time, Bai Yu did not wash and sleep immediately, but took out the relics of his parents. That is a cardboard box. After the predecessor put things in the carton, he never moved. Open the carton, there are only a few scrolls and some money inside. Take out one of the scrolls and Bai Yu unrolls it. On it was written, Fire Style How Dragon Technique. B-level ninjutsu. Bai Yu was taken aback when he saw this. In my memory, the predecessor's father and mother were both Chunin-level ninjas. It is estimated that it took a long time to exchange for B-level ninjutsu. Putting down the How Huolong technique, Bai Yu picked up another scroll. Spreading it out, Bai Yu saw a few lines of writing. Ayu, when you read this letter, we should have already left this world. Don't be too sad and grow towards the sun, there are still many scenery in this world worth seeing. Obviously, the suicide note of both husband and wife is in this letter. Seeing this passage, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel an inexplicable emotion. Although this is for the predecessor, but now Bai Yu is already Bai Yu. This kind of complicated feeling is beyond words. Shaking his head, Bai Yu threw this inexplicable emotion out of his mind, and continued to read along the handwriting. Chapter 48 How to Save Deduction Points. The two of us don't have too much regret in this world. Having each other and having you at the same time is happier than everything else for the two of us, and there is nothing you need to bear. To say the real regret, it is my research on the boundary of blood inheritance. The information I left for the study of the blood legacy boundary is in another scroll. If you have the talent of a ninja, you might as well develop it. If you can develop it, you can rely on it to settle down in the ninja world. We usually talk about you too much, but in the end we don't know what to talk about. I hope you can take good care of yourself, find a gentle wife, and give birth to a healthy child, but it's better not to be like us. Always love your father and mother. This letter is very brief, but what is revealed between the lines makes Bai Yu a little bit sour in his heart. If there is no war, I am afraid this family will be very happy. The things revealed from the letter can very well explain the attitude of this father. If you have the talent of a ninja, this sentence can explain the situation. Parents always hope that their children are safe, healthy and happy. Don't ask for anything great, just live a serious life, that's enough. With a slight sigh, Bai Yu put down the suicide note in his hand and picked up the last scroll. Unfolding the scroll carefully, some scribbled handwriting appeared on the scroll. From beginning to end, Bai Yu looked at the entire scroll carefully. In the end, his complexion was a little stiff, still looked at his father too much. Chunin is still Chunin after all. Bai Yu couldn't help sighing. The so-called blood succession boundary on the scroll is nothing but specious things. The fusion of thunder attribute and water attribute, isn't this land done? Bai Yu couldn't help flipping through Byakugan. Seeing the description in the suicide note, Bai Yu thought it was something amazing, but unexpectedly it was just the fusion of chakra attributes. It really made the blind students find Wadian. Bai Yu shook his head and sighed. But there is nothing wrong with this, after all, the father of the predecessor was just a Chunin. Where a person stands determines how far he can see. Forget it, let's wash and sleep. Bai Yu was helpless. At this time, ding, discovery of blood succession boundary data. You can use the deduction points to complete the deduction of the complete practice method. Huh? Bai Yu's eyes widened when he heard the system's voice. This can also work. Bai Yu curled his lips. How many points can be derived to deduce the complete practice of land done? Bai Yu asked the system in his heart. Ding. Relying on the documents and data to deduce the land done Shuiji boundary training method, needs 600 points to derive points. Bai Yu couldn't help frowning when he heard the system's words. Why don't you rely on documents and materials to directly deduce the Bing Dunshui succession boundary? Bai Yu asked the system with a thought. Ding. Perfect ice escape blood succession boundary is a B-level skill. The derivation points required for the deduction are 10,000 points. Is it deduced? Black business. It's definitely a black business. Bai Yu couldn't help but jump a little when he heard the voice of the system. But soon he reacted. Perfect version. What does this mean? Ding. The fatal flaw will be removed from the system produced by the blood and the boundary. Raise the growth limit. Something. Bai Yu couldn't help but admire. How many deduction points does it take to derive the perfect version of Lan Dun Shui Ji based on documents? Bai Yu asked immediately. Ding. Relying on the documents and data to deduce the perfect version of Lan Dun Shui Ji boundary, the derivation points required are 8,000. Whether to perform deduction? Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but his face froze. Good guy, can you save 2,000 deduction points just by having some simple information? Bai Yu felt that the system was full of maliciousness. If he hadn't taken the initiative to ask, it would take him a long time to understand. Thinking of the other 5 Marine 6 styles that he deduced, Bai Yu couldn't breathe. If he writes out the principles of those techniques by hand, I am afraid that the deduction points needed are more than doubled. It's just that it has passed, and Bai Yu didn't care too much. Without continuing to wrestle with the system, Bai Yu took a wash and silently recited the Bing Xin Ju into his dream. Lan Dun is not much improved for him now, but it will disrupt his practice. Except for basic training method that has reached the advanced level, all the skills that Bai Yu has deduced have not yet fully grasped the others. He still understands the truth about being too greedy and not chewing. In this case, it is better to save the deduction points, and you will not be stretched when you really need it. No words for a night, very quiet. The morning light of the next day shone on Bai Yu's face, bringing a burst of warmth. The air entering the cold winter is very cold. The branches outside the window were covered with a layer of frost. Opening his eyes, Bai Yu began his practice today. The Chunin exam will not be held until 3 days later, so Bai Yu naturally will not waste this time. Without much thought, after finishing the exercises and simply eating breakfast, Bai Yu began the 6th style practice. Chapter 49 Promotion of Marine 6 Styles. The Marine 6 Styles on the panel has reached 98%. Bai Yu wants to strive to promote Marine 6 Styles to the intermediate level within today. Bai Yu's home is located by a small stream. Although there are many neighbors not far away, it is relatively quiet. When Bai Yu practiced the 6 forms, the sound was not too small. This has attracted some people to wait and see. After taking a few glances, the adults left with shock. After all, they still need to work and live. This is not true for some younger children. Not yet at school, these children are exploring the world all day long. At this age, even the march of ants can last a day. Bai Yu's practice is like opening a door to new world for them. 7 or 8 children looked at Bai Yu in the sky and all showed admiring eyes. For these children, Bai Yu didn't care. After all, he was not practicing Sung Gong, and he didn't need to be mindless. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of moonwalks treading air continued to sound, very crisp. Call out. A piercing sound rang out. The tempest kick kicked by Bai Yu directly raised the stream with a huge splash. The children were shocked when they saw it, and then there were small stars in their eyes. Bai Yu practiced non-stop until noon, and stopped practicing the 6 patterns until he felt hungry. Not beyond Bai Yu's expectations, the 6-type proficiency on the panel has reached 99%, and only 1% of the final progress is left from the final 100%. The children onlookers wanted to say hello to Bai Yu. It's just that they didn't expect their respective parents to come to look for them, and they all took them back to eat. Bai Yu couldn't help feeling a little funny when he saw this. Without choosing to cook for himself, Bai Yu turned around and came to Konoha Square. Here, there are all kinds of shops, the products are dazzling, and there are special products from various countries. Of course, Bai Yu is not here to go shopping. Looking for a restaurant that looked fairly clean, Bai Yu walked in. Do you want money for food? Bai Yu asked such a sentence. Hearing this, the boss was taken aback for a moment, then he smiled and said, of course no money. In his opinion, Bai Yu asked this question only because he can eat better. But Bai Yu is just a person, where can he eat it again? It was just that the following scenes made him regret and complain. The 2 large pots of rice for dozens of people were all swept away by Bai Yu. Fortunately, Bai Yu ordered a lot of dishes, and the boss didn't lose any money when the 2 were added together. It's just that other customers are suffering, and I have to wait for him to steam the rice again. Seeing the figure of Bai Yu going away, the boss couldn't help shivering. He had never seen such an edible person, and his stomach was like a bottomless pit. No matter how many things are filled in, there is no bulge. Naturally, Bai Yu didn't know that he had caused great psychological trauma to the hotel owner. Back in his yard, the basic cultivation method ran for a while, turning the food in his stomach into qi and blood to a great extent. Bai Yu came to the creek again and started practicing. At 10 in the afternoon, the group of children appeared again not far away to observe Bai Yu's practice. But they only dared to wait and see, no one dared to come forward and talk. The current Bai Yu is still a mysterious and powerful existence in their eyes. Awe naturally rose in my heart. I kept practicing until the setting sun shone on Bai Yu's face, and that 100% was still not achieved. And those little kids were dragged back to eat by their own adults. Bai Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, letting sweat drip down. Although he only needs to die, it is estimated that he will be able to complete the 6th style promotion at night. But Bai Yu did not choose this stupid way. It would be too tiring if every time you use a smash to solve the promotion. Sitting on the ground, Bai Yu silently recites the Bing Xin Ju. One of Qingliang came up in his mind. Bai Yu could feel his body gradually calm down. Not long after, the cold air helped Bai Yu lower the temperature of the body surface. All the details of Marine 6 styles kept flashing in Bai Yu's mind. I don't know how long it has passed, and the sky has completely dimmed. Bai Yu opened his eyes, and the light came through his eyes, which looked terrifying. Boom! Bai Yu's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Moonwalk, Tempest Kick, Iron Body, Finger Pistol. Paper Arts. After performing all the 6 forms, Bai Yu couldn't help showing a look of Mingwu in his eyes. Panel. Bai Yu thought. System Panel, 2.5 Host, Bai Yu. Race. Human Race, Qi and Blood, 2.3, Spirit, 3.5. Strength, 83. Speed, 79. Endurance, 98, Gong Method. Basic Practice Method, Advanced, 14% Entry. Ninjutsu. Chakra Refining Technique, Free Body Technique, Kunai Throwing Technique, Fire Style Great Fireball Technique, Rasengan. Physique. Marine 6 Styles Intermediate, 1% Entry Level, Armament Haki, Beginner, 73% Xiaocheng. Basic Swordsmanship Intermediate, 85% Dacheng, Ice Heart Juice Intermediate, 73% Xiaocheng. Strength Evaluation. S Level, the top figure in the ninja world. Deduce Points. 15,930 * Chapter 56 King Spears. As Bai Yu expected, Marine 6 Styles has already reached the intermediate level. A stream of memory flows through Bai Yu's mind like a stream. Bai Yu closed his eyes, his muscles gradually tightened, and powerful blood was also surging. Then suddenly opened his eyes, 6 King's Spear. Bai Yu's 2 fists were joined together and shot forward one by one. Boom! A blast of air resounded across the sky. A trace more than 10 meters away directly pushed the stream water out of a gully. Seeing the power of his fists, Bai Yu couldn't help showing a hint of surprise in his eyes. This is just pure Type 6 power. If you add Armament Haki, this power is unimaginable. Now Bai Yu has truly stepped into the real top combat power. The systematic evaluation has been extremely pertinent. Only then did Bai Yu understand what is the hard condition to enter cage level. That is, no one under cage level can face his attack. Once the 6 King's Spear is released, it is impossible for an elite Jonin level figure to stop it. If it is the current Bai Yu who once again faces the 2 wooden golems, he can be sure that he will win in the end. Although this victory may be a tragic victory, taking a breath, Bai Yu smiled very satisfied. Looking up at the bright moon, Bai Yu turned and returned to his house. After washing, it was the tempering method and then fell asleep with Bing Shinju. On the second day, Bai Yu continued his practice as usual. The current practice has returned to the previous rhythm, focusing on swordsmanship. With the help of Bing Shinju, the advancement of swordsmanship has always been rapid. It's just that the closer to the advanced level of basic swordsmanship, the more Bai Yu can feel the fatigue of his knowledge of swordsmanship. It's not that his comprehension is not enough, but without the cornerstone, Bai Yu can't go further. This made Bai Yu couldn't help but want to perform powerful sword moves. Originally, Bai Yu wanted to fully integrate basic sword skills before deducing sword moves. But with the growth of his realm, Bai Yu gradually realized that this kind of thinking is too much for granted. Before reaching the peak, powerful sword moves are absolutely necessary. This can obviously make up for the problem of insufficient attack power. Just like the Eagle Eye, the easy level A is the sword aura of thousands of meters, that is the return to the basics after reading the thousands of sales. Before becoming a great swordsman, Bai Yu can be sure that Haki must have his own creation of swordsmanship. It's just that Bai Yu hasn't waited for Bai Yu to figure out what sword move he wants to perform. Yurihong and Morino Ibiki have come to him together. Huh? Why are you here? Bai Yu came to the 2 of them in a flash. Seeing the sudden appearance of Bai Yu, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki had already taken offense. It's just that Rihong looked at Bai Yu a little bit shy. This is also human nature. After all, what happened last time, Rihong's words are equivalent to a disguised confession. Morino Ibiki on the side couldn't help showing a smile when he saw it, and he was really happy. Isn't it the Chunin exam tomorrow? Shouldn't we discuss tactics? Morino Ibiki said with a smile. Bai Yu couldn't help being stunned when he heard Morino Ibiki's words. If Yurihong and Morino Ibis didn't show up, I'm afraid you would have really forgotten the Chunin exam. Human memory is like this, things you don't care about easily disappear in your mind. But what you care about, I'm afraid you will never forget it for a lifetime. Alright. Bai Yu nodded, then they followed them back home. When entering a boy's house for the first time, Rihong couldn't help being full of curiosity. Seeing the cleanliness of Bai Yu's home, Rihong couldn't help but brighten up, and she liked Bai Yu even more. But Morino Ibiki curled his lips and said inwardly, it doesn't look like a man's home at all. The sourness is naturally only Morino Ibuki knows. After Bai Yu asked them to sit down, they poured 3 cups of tea. There was no disappointment either. Bai Yu had temporarily put aside his own practice and had a good chat with the 2 of them. This chat is a whole day. Although the 3 of them were together on the battlefield every day, there has never been a situation in which they were completely open to chat like today. This allowed Bai Yu's emotions to be sufficiently relaxed, and temporarily put aside the advancement of swordsmanship. Bai Yu exhausted his physical strength according to the usual tempering method, accompanied by the Bing Shin Ju sinking like a dream. The next day, Bai Yu completed his stubborn practice early in the morning. With full energy, Bai Yu came to the Hokage building. Yurihong and Morino Ibixi had been here long ago waiting for Bai Yu. As soon as the three met, they headed to the exam venue. The test venue this time is no different from previous years. It's just that without the participation of outsiders, villagers in the village are not allowed to visit. Coming to the examination room, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been waiting for a long time. Looking around, Bai Yu couldn't help raising his brows. There were not many people in front of him. Including Bai Yu, there are no more than 18 people in total. When Sarutobi Asuma saw the figure of Yurihong, his eyes lit up. Chapter 51 Sarutobi Hiruzen's Assessment. Stepping up, Sarutobi Asuma smiled at Yurihong and said, "Long time no see, Hong." Yurihong frowned slightly when she looked at Sarutobi Asuma in front of her. Due to the classmate's affection, he nodded to Sarutobi Asuma and said, "Long time no see." Sarutobi Asuma didn't care when he saw it, and greeted Bai Yu and Morino Ibiki in turn. Student Bai Yu, classmate Ibixi, long time no see. Seeing Sarutobi Asuma's politeness, Bai Yu and Morino Ibis also nodded. At this time, Uchiha Obito asked Kakashi next to him, "Is that the strongest person in our generation that Mr. Minato said?" The voice is very small, but all of you here are ninjas, so you can hear them clearly. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows when he heard this, but didn't say anything. But when the others heard this, they all frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy in their hearts. Might Guy, I don't know who Ogenma and Ebisu are okay, none of the three are people who like to fight for the limelight, but the eyes of Might Guy looking at Bai Yu are slightly fiery. Jilu, Sarutobi Asuma and Hibiki Dragonfly knew Bai Yu's strength for a long time because of Sarutobi Asuma's intelligence, and didn't have much emotion with Uchiha Obito's words. However, in Hyuga Toku, Shimura and Anne and Aburame took their routes, but because the missions they performed were all classified, they did not know that Bai Yu was awarded the title of Konoha Madman. Hearing Uchiha Obito's words, all three of them couldn't help but look a little weird. Hyuga Tokoma even reached out directly to point at Bai Yu and said, "You said Bai Yu is the strongest of our generation?" Seeing this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help being speechless. Why didn't Bai Yu and I be classmates for 3 years know that he still has this ability? Hyuga Toku raised his brows and asked. On the side, Akamichi Saidong, Nara Suzaku and Yamanaka Fung couldn't help but shook their heads. As the children of the three major families of Ino Shikacho, the three of them naturally have knowledge of Bai Yu's intelligence. As the elders, Akamichi Dingza will naturally share detailed information with the three. Uchiha Obito's words are still conservative. It should be said that a figure who can compete with the cage-level powerhouse like I has already walked ahead of many people. Just to say that this generation is too narrow. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but his face froze when he saw this, and he knew that he had said the wrong thing. Seeing this, Kakashi couldn't help turning over Baikugan at him. "Sorry, Bai Yu, I didn't mean it." Uchiha Obito touched the back of his head and apologized to Bai Yu. Hearing Uchiha Obito's apology, Bai Yu was startled slightly. He didn't expect Uchiha Obito to be so insightful at this age. Shaking his head slightly, Bai Yu signaled that he didn't care. Uchiha Obito's move seemed unintentional, but in fact it instantly won the favor of most people. Bai Yu looked up. Except for Hyuga Tokuma, everyone looked at Uchiha Obito with a strange look. It seems that I only met this person now. Seeing the exchange between Uchiha Obito and Bai Yu, Hyuga Toku couldn't help but his expression sank. I said, "Do you really believe this kind of nonsense?" Hyuga looked around for a week and said. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads and smiled. This made Hyuga's complexion stiff. The thing that everyone admits, only he stood up and questioned, just like a clown jumping off. Hyuga Tokuma, are you confused about your mission? Bai Yu is now known as Konoha's Madman. He can fight against the cage-level powerhouse. Before Bai Yu could say anything, Morino Ibixi next to him spoke up. In the eyes of the three Hyuga Tokuma, Morino Ibiki is very upright, and it is impossible to lie about this kind of thing. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Toku, Shimura, Anne, and Aburame all showed incredible expressions. The three of them seemed to be listening to a ghost story. A person who has known him since he was a child, suddenly someone said that he is the Dragon King with crooked mouth. Do you think this is outrageous enough? This is how Hyuga Tokama feels now. This caused Hyuga and Germany to be speechless for a while, a little embarrassed. Bai Yu looked at the farce-like scene in front of him and shook his head. But Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing on the podium, saw this scene with gusto. It can be regarded as satisfying Sarutobi Hiruzen's evil taste. After all, Bai Yu's performance has always been calm, surpassing the maturity of his peers. This trait is a double-edged sword, either extreme tolerance or extreme narrowness. Now it seems that Bai Yu is not the kind of person who can't rub sand in his eyes. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen can count on it. Please take your seats, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice sounded. Attracted everyone's attention. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Hyuga Toku couldn't help but feel relieved. It was really uncomfortable to be roasted on the fire. Bai Yu patted Morino Ibiki in front of him, indicating that he was almost done. Then he took Yu Hihong and Morino Ibiki to sit down. Seeing Shi Rihong's sullen expression, Bai Yu said with relief, "Young people, some rebellious psychology is normal." Asterisk. Chapter 52 Written Examination. Hearing this, Shi Rihong's face looked better. But everyone else around was a little weird. Although Bai Yu's words are not loud, they're as clear as Uchiha Obito. All of you present here are ninjas, so there are some unintelligible ones. Hearing this, Hyuga Tokuma's face was immediately ugly, as if he had eaten 10 flies. Seeing this scene, Shi Rihong couldn't help but burst into a smile. Bai Yu shook his head, and Morino Ibixi on the side followed suit and shook his head. Seeing Morino Ibixi's appearance, Bai Yu couldn't help but look weird. Bai Yu's head shaking is probably not as bad as Morinai's head shaking, right? Sure enough, Hyuga saw Bai Yu shaking his head and it was okay. But Morino Ibiki shook his head. Hyuga Tokuma's whole body was directly as if petrified, and the whole person's face was grayish-white. Even the death of society is not enough to describe his current mood. But at this moment, Aburame next to him took the root and sent a piece of information. "Tokuma, this is Bai Yu's fighting intelligence on the battlefield." Aburame took the root and handed out intelligence. It seemed to be kind, but it destroyed Hyuga Toku's whole person. Everyone suddenly couldn't help laughing. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen on the stage couldn't help but feel a little distressed in his heart. Hyuga Dajian. "I see." Hyuga Tokuma took the scroll with an ugly expression. This scroll was brought by Aburame from Nara Suzaku. Aburame has always been more rigorous in taking roots. Hearing Morino Ibixi's words, he immediately collected evidence from his friend Nara Suzaku. Nara Suzaku felt that it was too troublesome to explain, so she simply handed him the scroll containing Bai Yu's information. After Aburame took the root and read it, he handed it kindly to Hyuga Tokuma. It's just that in the eyes of others, this wave of his operation is like falling into a trap. "Okay, next I will explain the rules of this exam to all the students," Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly. Hearing this, everyone looked serious. The look in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes became very confident. Including Hyuga Darum. During the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen can give them the Chunin exam in person. None of these people are weak, they're all elites. It just looked a little overshadowed in front of Bai Yu. The first test is a written test. There are 11 questions in total. After finishing the first 10 questions, I will announce the 10th question. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around for a week and said. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, everyone couldn't help frowning. Especially Uchiha Obito, his face is very stiff. There is actually a written test for the Chunin exam? Uchiha Obito couldn't help feeling a little mad. If they have just graduated, I'm afraid they still have a little confidence in it. But now it has been nearly a year since graduation, and the theoretical knowledge has long been forgotten. For this exam, everyone is not confident enough, except for one person. Wrong, it should be said that except for 3 people. Those are the boy named Ebisu and Bai Yu, and Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi was promoted to Chunin when he was 6 years old, and taking the Chunin exam this time just coincided with the meeting. Uchiha Obito and Rin Nohara need a third teammate to take the Chunin exam. Now that the 3 have formed a team, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no other arrangements. Just ask Kakashi to accompany you on the run. Ebisu is not a member of the Aburame clan, but wears a pair of sunglasses all day long. Bai Yu naturally knew this person, the tutor of the future, Konohamaru. Konohamaru inherited a flaw in him perfectly, Mangsao, lascivious. Ebisu looked around and saw the ugly faces of the people around him, and he couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth. Shin said, the first place in this written test is none other than me. But Bai Yu is a little speechless, this scene is too familiar. It was exactly the same as the exam he saw in the anime. You can cheat on this so-called exam, as long as you don't get caught. The good name is to examine the ninja's ability to gather intelligence. And the last question should be to force myself and others to make up their minds whether to take the road of ninja. Bai Yu watched Anbu ninjas handing out test papers to everyone and shook his head helplessly. Everyone looked a little stiff when looking at the test papers in their hands. Because these topics are familiar, but very strange. This feeling is really uncomfortable. After Bai Yu got the test paper, he didn't move anymore. I don't even bother to pick up the pen. Among the 18 people, only Ebisu was constantly struggling to write with a smile on the corner of his mouth. This made others couldn't help but turn their eyes on him. But the old god Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting in front of the podium, making everyone afraid to move. After Yurihong glanced at Ebisu, she didn't think much about it. She could know about 70% of these questions, and she could pass no matter what. Just catching a glimpse of Bai Yu didn't even pick up the pen, she couldn't help showing a puzzled look. I also secretly made up my mind to work out the question quickly, and then show the answer to Bai Yu. Chapter 53 The Trap of the Human Heart. And the Morino Ibiki who scratched his head next to him was directly ignored by her. As time went by, everyone in the classroom began to become anxious. After completing the questions that they would do, everyone could only wait eagerly. This feeling of waiting for the death sentence is really too painful. Only Bai Yu didn't have a handwriting on the test paper, but he was very comfortable. Finally, Hyuga couldn't stretch himself, Bai Kubin. Chakra surging slightly, and veins burst from his temples. Without looking at anyone else, Hyuga Tokuma directly turned his attention to Ebisu. Looking through Ebisu's body, he directly saw the standard answer to the entire test paper. This made Hyuga Dajian a little delighted, but other people saw this scene with completely different psychology. FK. Can you cheat? Uchiha Obito couldn't help but wonder. Of course, this was not said. Everyone's eyes turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression is very calm. This makes everyone can't help but look happy. Because they know that cheating can be done on this exam. As long as the means are clever. The opening of Byakugan was so obvious, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally saw it at a glance. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is the same as never seen. This is obviously the default. At the next moment, everyone started their own cheating. The most popular direction is naturally Ebisu. Everyone knew how confident Ebisu was from the smile from the corner of his mouth. After Hyuga Tokuma completely copied Ebisu's answer, he leaned against the chair with his arms, looking very indifferent. As teammates, Aburame takes Root and Shimura and are naturally the first beneficiaries. With the message from the bug, Aburame took the root and successfully filled his own test paper. Shimura and Anne lowered their heads and glanced at Hyuga Toku's test papers from time to time. They looked very wretched. Although there is no technical content at all, there is no trace to indicate that he is cheating. This also made Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitch. Shimura, Anne and Aburame did not hide the answers to their test papers, and placed them on the table very generously. After half an hour, everyone stopped the pen in their hands, and Ebisu, who was sitting at the front, still raised the corners of his mouth. I didn't realize that my answer had been leaked. After Shi Rihong finished her test paper, she turned her head slightly and gestured to Bai Yu to copy his answer. Bai Yu couldn't help but stunned when he saw this, and shook his head slightly. Shi Rihong couldn't help being a little confused when she saw this, but she knew that Bai Yu must have her own intentions. There is no too much entanglement. Alright, time for the exam. Please put down your pens, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Next is the time to announce the last question, Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly. In the end, this question can be considered to have stunned everyone's appetite. Hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to announce the last question, everyone couldn't help but straighten their waists. Only Bai Yu is a bit boring. Looking at these young faces in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. This last question requires 3 people to answer as a team. If one person abstains, it is deemed that the whole team has given up and can take the Chunin exam again in the coming year. Hearing this, everyone present looked at each other, a little confused. It looks like the students are very confused. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. When Bai Yu saw this, he couldn't help but twitched his mouth, and said in his heart, "Nonsense, your words have no beginnings and ends, who doesn't doubt?" Without too much trouble, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to say, "If you answer the last question incorrectly, all the staff will be eliminated. It is forbidden to take the Chunin exam again for life." Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. How can there be such a rule? Morino Ibi could not help but feel a little surprised. Turning his head to look at Bai Yu, Morino Ibiki even felt that this last question was aimed at Bai Yu. Bai Yu saw Morino Ibixi's expression and didn't know what he was thinking. Smiled and did not speak. "Well, do you want to quit now?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the people in the audience seriously and said. Everyone who had been surprised when they heard this, all looked at each other. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not urge when he saw this, but just watched everyone discuss it. Yurihong and Morino Ibiki also looked at Bai Yu, wanting to know his thoughts. Bai Yu smiled when he saw it, and motioned to the two of them to stay calm. On the other side, Uchiha Obito looked at Rin Nohara and Kakashi beside him, not knowing what to do for a while. Kakashi has become Chunin at this time, and this time to take the Chunin exam is just to accompany him on the run. He naturally guessed the rules of the 11th question right now, but he didn't reveal anything to Uchiha Obito and Nohara Lin. Some roads still need to be taken by yourself. Chapter 54 Test of Promotion to Jonin. Time passed bit by bit, for a long time. The atmosphere at the scene has been very frozen. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled when he saw it, and the atmosphere was just right. "Now, if you want to quit, please raise your hand," Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly. Everyone fell silent at this moment. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. "Don't underestimate us. We will never escape." Uchiha Obito stood up and said loudly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing this, Bai Yu almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. This is no different from what the man named Uzumaki Naruto said. "Even if I can only be one genin in my life, I will become Hokage," Uchiha Obito continued. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded involuntarily when he saw this, very satisfied. But other people have their own thoughts, but no one will choose to destroy the atmosphere at this time. Hyuga Toujian complained in his heart. "If you want to answer, just say that you want to answer yourself. What are you doing with us?" Hyuga Tokuma was really miserable. "But I still have to keep a smile on my face and put on a look like I think so too." Kakashi looked at the straight Uchiha Obito standing beside him. His eyes were completely different. It can be regarded as impressive. The same is true for Rin Nohara. She never thought that Uchiha Obito would have such great courage. When Might Guy heard Uchiha Obito's words, he couldn't help showing his shiny teeth. It was a little dazzling for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen beckoned and signaled that Uchiha Obito could sit down. Uchiha Obito naturally sat down obediently when he saw this. Now, anyone want to quit? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. The scene fell silent again, but this time the silence was not so solemn. For a long time, seeing everyone present motionless, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Congratulations. All passed, Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly. This made everyone present somewhat puzzled. Huh? Passed? We haven't answered the question yet? How is this going? Bai Yu shook his head and smiled at this scene. Although the results have been known for a long time, it is quite interesting to see the surprised look of these people. Shirihong on the side could not help but his eyes lit up. Bai Yu, did you guess it a long time ago? Shirihong asked Bai Yu. Morino Ibixi on the side also showed a curious look when he saw this. After all, Bai Yu didn't move a word on his test paper. Bai Yu smiled when he heard the words and did not speak. But this is enough. Yuihong and Morino Ibiki also smiled when they saw this. The first exam is over. The actual combat assessment will be carried out in 3 days, and it will be disbanded on the spot now. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't give too much explanation, just let everyone leave. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, although everyone was still very confused in their hearts, no one dared to ask more. Right. Bai Yu and Kakashi stay. These words made Bai Yu and Kakashi, who stood up and prepared to leave for a moment. The others glanced at Bai Yu and Kakashi and then left. Bai Yu nodded to Yuihong and Morino Ibiki, while Kakashi nodded to Nohara Rin and Uchiha Obito. You should be able to guess why I left you? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Bai Yu and Kakashi and said with a smile. The two of them glanced at each other and both nodded. I can probably guess some, Kakashi said. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, okay, then come with me. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu and Kakashi followed behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not long after, the three came to a very large arena. It's just that there is no one here. Kakashi, this time I asked you to come back to grant you the identity of Jonin. With Bai Yu's strength, this Chunin exam is just a cutscene. The real purpose is to promote him to Jonin. You two should be each other's assessment objects. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two people in front of him and said slowly. Hearing this, Kakashi showed a solemn expression. Namikaze Minato gave him a detailed description of Bai Yu's strength. He doesn't think he can beat Bai Yu. Bai Yu has a weird complexion. He didn't expect to abuse the children before, so he would abuse the children first. Master Hokage, I want to ask, what is the standard for this assessment? Kakashi asked a little solemnly. He is very clear about his strength, and it is completely impossible for him to defeat Bai Yu in front of him. This assessment is naturally up to me to judge, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the winner, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Kakashi nodded seriously when he heard the words. Okay, I understand. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this, he jumped away and stood under the eaves watching Kakashi confront Bai Yu with a solemn expression. When Bai Yu saw this, he was a little helpless. With a slight sigh, Bai Yu's muscles gradually tightened. But since it is about to fight, Bai Yu will not release any water. Chapter 55 Battle with Kakashi. Kakashi, see clearly, Bai Yu said lightly. Hearing what Bai Yu said, Kakashi nodded seriously. It's just that he couldn't see Bai Yu's movements clearly even if he was engrossed. Boom. With a soft sound, Bai Yu's figure disappeared directly in place. When Kakashi saw this, his pupils suddenly shrank, but he already had a countermeasure in his mind. Boom. With a loud noise, Kakashi was kicked fiercely by Bai Yu, but turned into a stone and was shattered by Bai Yu's kick. Not far away, Kakashi's figure appeared. After appearing, Kakashi's hand seal did not stop. Shadow clone technique. 3 figures appeared instantly and jumped away. Oh, Bai Yu couldn't help but raised his eyebrows. The fighting style of Kakashi in front of him is a little different from the Jonin he has encountered. It's not just a one-of-a-kind move, but to predict Bai Yu's actions in advance. It's just that all this is just a needless struggle in Bai Yu's eyes. Bang! A burst of smoke rose up, but after a flash, Bai Yu killed one of the shadow clones. But at this time, the other 2 figures were already fast in their hands. Water style Water Dragon Bomb, Fire style Great Fireball Technique. A fire style, a water style, there is no way to form a combined ninjutsu between the two. Bai Yu couldn't help being a little confused when he saw this. Is it a mistake? Bai Yu murmured, then he turned around and disappeared. Hey hey hey, the sound of violent evaporation sounded, and a thick fog instantly filled the field. Water style Mist Shinobi Technique. The already thick mist spread out instantly, covering the entire battlefield. I see. Seeing this, Bai Yu understood Kakashi's intention. 5-5 open or 5-5 open, there is still a hand to prolong the fight, Bai Yu secretly said in his heart. In the mist, Kakashi couldn't help showing a hint of joy. His strategy succeeded. Standing under the eaves of the 2nd floor, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but marvel at Kakashi's fighting consciousness. With his strength, it is natural to see that Bai Yu's strength is much stronger than Kakashi. I can even faintly feel that Bai Yu can pose a threat to himself. Although he doesn't know where this feeling comes from, he firmly believes. Because this intuition has saved his life several times on the battlefield. Bai Yu, how much strength do you have yet to show? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. The last time I saw Bai Yu was 3 days ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally couldn't guess Bai Yu just broke through yesterday. Thinking about it this way, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Bai Yu should hide his strength. At this moment, Bai Yu looked at the mist around him and couldn't help but grin. Everyone's information about Bai Yu clearly stated that Bai Yu possesses a peculiar blood inheritance boundary, which allows the flesh to be compared to steel. In order to cooperate with his own blood inheritance limit, he also developed a very powerful body flicker technique, a ninja who is so strong that he is boundless. But everyone doesn't know that Bai Yu actually has an unparalleled talent for ninjutsu. Fire-style giant fire dragon technique. Bai Yu quickly nodded in his hand. 3 very condensed flame dragon heads spit out from Bai Yu's mouth, directly evaporating a large amount of thick fog. Before coming, Bai Yu read the scroll of Haohualong technique completely. At this time, the ninjutsu column on his panel suddenly appeared the Haohualong technique. Although he hasn't cultivated to the deepest level, it is as if he is carved in his bones. The huge flame dragon head soared into the sky, breaking through the dense fog and rushing out of the arena. Not good. Sarutobi Hiruzen cried out inwardly when he saw this. The arena is surrounded by residential houses or shops. If this giant fire dragon falls directly on the residential houses, it will be a major accident. Water-style water rushing wave. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands quickly formed a seal. Then he stretched out his hands and aimed at the flame dragon head in the sky. While chakra was surging, a waterspout directly soared into the sky and poured down on the flame dragon head. Hey, an extremely loud sound of evaporation sounded, and the huge water vapor formed an upward air current, which quickly dissipated along the wind. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead, feeling vaguely as if bringing 2 people here is not a good thing. Master Hokage, do you want to stop them? At this moment, an Anbu ninja suddenly appeared, half kneeling beside Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked. Hearing what Anbu ninja said, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said nothing. It's too unreasonable to stop the test at this time. However, the mist on the ground dissipated more than half of it after being evaporated by the high temperature of the Haohualong technique. Bai Yu can even see Kakashi. Found it, Bai Yu smiled. The next moment he disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Kakashi. Seeing Bai Yu close at hand, Kakashi couldn't help but shrink his pupils and then disappeared. Bang! A burst of smoke rose, and Kakashi was very obvious in front of him. It was Shadow Clone. That's you. Bai Yu turned to look at the last Kakashi and said, Chapter 56 The Move to Destroy the Earth. Seeing Bai Yu's indifferent eyes, Kakashi couldn't help but look very solemn. But Bai Yu didn't take it to heart. Defeat Kakashi in front of him as soon as possible, and Bai Yu can go back to practice his swordsmanship. His swordsmanship will soon break through the bottleneck and reach the advanced stage. After breaking through to the advanced level, he became a real swordsman. Not to mention having Armament Haki and Marine 6 styles, you can already reach Cage level just by being a swordsman. He believes that when his swordsmanship breaks through, the systematic evaluation will reach S level, rather than the nondescript level of S. Boom. Bai Yu didn't think much, but with a move, the whole person disappeared again. Not far away, Kakashi couldn't help shrinking his pupils, and quickly nodded his hands to try the same trick again. It's just that Bai Yu's speed this time is much faster than before. He couldn't react at all. Oh, Bai Yu stabbed him in the stomach with a light punch. Kakashi was up from the ground, his face is hideous, his eyes burst, and he looked very painful. But Bai Yu frowned, because the Kakashi in front of him was too light, not as light as a person. Is it still Shadow Clone? Bai Yu was a little confused. Boom. Sure enough, the Kakashi in front of him turned into a cloud of smoke. Only this time was different. After the smoke was gone, several burning detonating symbols appeared in front of Bai Yu. Raising his brows slightly, Bai Yu's feet moved slightly, and the whole person disappeared again. Kakashi turned into a stone using the transformation technique and couldn't help but feel a tingling scalp. How do you fight this? Kakashi murmured in his heart. Bai Yu's shave is so fast that he can't launch an effective attack at all. If it is on the battlefield, letting him set up traps to wait for work may hurt Bai Yu. But the arena in front of him is not big, and the environment is too simple. His experience and methods can't be fully utilized at all. Bai Yu, who appeared again, looked around and frowned slightly. He has discovered another weakness of his own, that is, his ability to perceive is not enough. Although this has something to do with Kakashi deliberately hiding his chakra, it is not the reason why he can't find Kakashi. Shaking his head slightly, Bai Yu didn't want to drag Kakashi anymore. Drink. Bai Yu exclaimed. Then he controlled his own chi and blood surging, a lot of heat rose, and the water was continuously evaporated. Bai Yu's body began to smoke puffs of blue smoke. This is a move developed by Bai Yu since the blood reached 200 calories. It is similar to the second gear of One Piece Luffy. The accelerated circulation of blood brings ultimate strength and speed to the body. Let Bai Yu play several times the current destructive power. Armament Haki. The black armament Haki directly covers Bai Yu's hands. This is... Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing on high ground, couldn't help but feel a little surprise. What is he going to do? Kakashi, who turned into a stone, felt that something was wrong. Squeezing his fist, Bai Yu said loudly, Kakashi, come out now, my trick may kill you. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Kakashi's heart suddenly throbbed, but then he felt that Bai Yu might be bluffing. Soldiers are not tired of deceit, this truth Kakashi understood when he was 6 years old. There was no sound, Kakashi remained motionless. Bai Yu saw no movement, smiled and shook his head. It just so happened that he had never done his best with this trick, and he wanted to see what he could do now. Boom! Bai Yu's figure disappeared directly in place. The ground cracked directly, breaking like a spider web, and grass clippings and stones splashed. So fast, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but his eyes widened. In his eyes, Bai Yu could directly capture a trace of the trajectory, to the point that he couldn't see it at all. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen can't claim that he can easily beat Bai Yu. This is definitely the strength of cage level. But Kakashi didn't respond when he saw it, because Bai Yu's movements were always invisible in his eyes. Bang, 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 a strange burst of air sounded. Bai Yu used the moonwalk to get into the air in the middle of the field, and was still rising into the air. Flying. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi were a little shocked. Is this his newly developed trick? What a genius. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi couldn't help but admire. Is this the Konoha madman? The Anbu ninjas hiding in the dark couldn't help but admire. What does he want to do? At this time, everyone present couldn't help but raise questions. Until Bai Yu came to an altitude of 100 meters, everyone knew what he wanted to do. It's just that it's too late to stop at this time. I saw Bai Yu fall vertically from the sky at a height of 100 meters, and even used moonwalk to accelerate several times. Bai Yu had a solemn expression, fists together, one up and down. The fist covered by armament Haki looked very hideous. Since I can't find you, then I will destroy you with this land. 2 Chapter 57 Call me a medical ninja, armed with 6 king spears. Rumble. Bai Yu fell to the ground, and the whole person went straight into the ground and disappeared. The huge force spread directly from the very center of the arena. The whole land spreads around like a huge wave. The mud waves clung to the surrounding cement walls, squeezing the cement into cracks. One can imagine the strength of this force. FK. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing on a high place, saw this scene, and his eyes were almost out of their sockets. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the Anbu ninja in the dark showed an incredible look at this scene. And Kakashi, who had turned into a stone, couldn't stand any longer. Being directly flew out by the fierce force projectile, the person vomited blood in the air and was already seriously injured. How do you fight this? Kakashi said with a wry smile while flying in the air. After a while, everything calmed down, and the ground of the entire arena seemed to have been hit by a meteor, and a deep pothole appeared. And Bai Yu is crawling out of the pothole in the middle. It's just that Bai Yu at this time is not as light and elegant as before. His clothes were in tatters, and his face was stained with mud. But there was a smile on his face. The 6 king spears, armament Haki, and the power that fell from the sky, the power of this move was beyond his imagination. Bai Yu believes that even if it is a tail beast, he will inevitably lose consciousness directly under his move. It's too powerful. In the distance, Kakashi leaned on the mound, the horror in his eyes was beyond words. His current mood can no longer be described as shock. Only shock can accurately express his inner emotions. I give up. Kakashi raised his hand and said with a wry smile. Bai Yu couldn't help turning his head when he heard the words, and was a little surprised to see Kakashi's serious injury and restlessness on the ground. You can still talk? Bai Yu's tone was a little surprise. Kakashi couldn't help feeling a little stiff when he heard the words. Good luck, Kakashi said in a whisper. Bai Yu didn't think much about it, just smiled and shook his head. He is in a good mood now. Master Hokage, this battle should be over. Bai Yu said to the sluggish Sarutobi Hiruzen. While talking, he pointed at Kakashi. It signaled that Kakashi had no fighting power. Kakashi could only smile bitterly at the corner of his mouth. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Bai Yu's words, he came back to his senses. Huh? Oh, it's... Well, this battle is over. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's language function suddenly became somewhat disordered. This test ends here. The winner is Bai Yu and the loser is Hitaki Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the result of the battle. But since Kakashi's strength is also very outstanding, you will all be awarded the title of Jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Bai Yu nodded with satisfaction. Kakashi on the side heard this but was not as happy as he had previously thought. It was Bai Yu that put down a big mountain in his heart and made him feel his insignificance. 3 days later, after the Chunin exam is over, I will personally grant you the title of Jonin. Now you go back. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Bai Yu and Kakashi in front of them. Bai Yu nodded when he heard the words, and he was happy too. Well, if there is nothing wrong, I will go back first, Bai Yu said to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded very calmly when he heard the words. Bai Yu smiled upon seeing this, waved to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi respectively, and then disappeared. Seeing Bai Yu disappeared, Kakashi couldn't help being surprised, but immediately relaxed. The figure of Bai Yu already had some shadows in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally couldn't hold back after watching Bai Yu go. The shock in his eyes was undoubtedly evident. Although he believed in Namikaze Minato very much, Bai Yu was too outrageous in Namikaze Minato's mouth, so he selectively ignored many things. Only now Bai Yu proved himself in front of him. He is a peerless genius with an unimaginable talent. At the age of 12, he already has the strength of Cage level, which is absolutely incredible. Throughout the ninja world, there is no way to find the second Bai Yu. Although it cannot be said that there is no one before, but at least there is no one before. At this moment, Bai Yu's position in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart directly reached the same height as Namikaze Minato. This is a genius worth entrusting Konoha to the future. That. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, a weak voice suddenly sounded. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up, and it turned out that Kakashi was raising his hands with difficulty. Can you get me a medical ninja? I think my internal organs seem to be bleeding, Kakashi said weakly. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen patted his forehead. I forgot about Kakashi. Come on, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. The Anbu ninja in the dark also woke up from shock upon hearing this, and fell in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 58 Redeem Ninjutsu Scrolls. Master Hokage. Anbu ninja is very respectful. Go find a medical ninja for Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Yes. Anbu ninja nodded, then disappeared. At the other end, Bai Yu has returned to his home. This battle gave him a clear understanding of his own strength, and this punching technique that fell from the sky was only 100 meters high. What if he walks into the kilometer? How about 10,000 meters? I am afraid that it was not the Six Kings Spear at that time, it should be called the Six Kings Nuclear Bomb. Of course, his current physical strength is not enough to support him to complete this operation. But maybe in the future, when his armament Haki can cover the whole body, and his physical fitness will be upgraded to another level, the Six Kings Nuclear Bomb may not only exist in the imagination. Putting down this idea for the time being, this battle not only let Bai Yu know his own strength, but also let Bai Yu know his shortcomings. His perception is a bit too weak. Kakashi just had a transformation technique and chakra to hide himself, and he was helpless. In addition to the improvement of swordsmanship, Bai Yu also needs the improvement of perception. Panel. Bai Yu thought. System panel, 2.5 host, Bai Yu. Race. Human race, Qi and blood, 2.3, spirit, 3.5. Strength. 83. Speed, 79. Endurance, 98, Gong method. Basic practice method, advanced, 14% entry. Ninjutsu. Chakra refining technique, free body technique, kunai throwing technique, fire style great fireball technique, Rasengan, fire style great fireball technique. Physique. Marine 6 styles intermediate, 1% entry level, armament Haki, beginner, 73% Xiaocheng. Basic swordsmanship intermediate, 85% Dacheng, ice heart Jews intermediate, 73% Xiaocheng. Strength evaluation. S level, the top figure in the ninja world. Deduce points. 15,930. Looking at his panel, Bai Yu frowned slightly. His spiritual attributes are very high, but there is no method to use. If he can effectively use his spiritual power, I am afraid his perception will become an outstanding ability. Perception. Bai Yu murmured. Bai Yu has not brought the improvement of perception ability into the daily life because he wants to deduce a powerful ability. Thinking of this, Bai Yu thought, and asked the system. System. How many deduction points are needed to derive observation Haki? Ding. Observation Haki is an A- level skill. Need 20,000 points to derive points. The current deduction point is 15,930 points, insufficient deduction points. Hearing the sound of the system, Bai Yu was not surprised. Armament Haki is an A- level ability, so observation Haki can't be lower than A level. After all, observation Haki can predict the future for a short while at the end of training. This kind of extremely high capability ability is abnormal if it is lower than A level. Thinking of this, Bai Yu couldn't help sighing. It seems that the training of ninjutsu is also on the agenda, Bai Yu murmured. Bai Yu came back this time. In fact, the biggest reason was not to take the Chunin exam. One of the reasons is because I want to return to Konoha to practice in a relatively quiet environment. After all, on the battlefield, the mentality will be unconsciously tense. Another is to go to the Hokage building to exchange a large number of ninjutsu scrolls. This is the real purpose of Bai Yu. Putting away his panel, Bai Yu raised his eyes and looked at the sky. At this time, the sun was already setting. Without immediately going to the Hokage building, Bai Yu began to practice swordsmanship. Until the middle of the moon, Bai Yu finally used the tempering method to squeeze out his body. Then he rinsed and fell asleep with Bing Shinju. Early the next morning, Bai Yu completed the practice of Qi and blood. When I came to the Hokage building and asked the ninja on the first floor, Bai Yu finally saw Konoha's ninjutsu library. The warehouse is not very big, but it is full of bookshelves. The bookshelves are full of scrolls. The classification of various escape techniques is very clear. Some commonly used and practical ninjutsu are all selected. Bai Yu didn't even think about taking the way of ninjutsu called the gods. He only needs to have the means to deal with ninjutsu. Bringing more than a dozen scrolls to the registration office, Bai Yu said to the ninja in front of him, "These are all exchanged for me." So many scrolls require a lot of military merit, the ninja said hesitantly. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help raising his brows, naturally knowing that this person didn't know himself. "I have enough military merit," Bai Yu said lightly. These words surprised the ninja a little. After all, Bai Yu seems to be just a teenager. At this age, most of them are genin. What's your name? The ninja asked. Bai Yu said indifferently, Bai Yu. Hearing this, the man paused, because the name was familiar. But for a while, I couldn't remember it. He shook his head and didn't think too much, and started looking up Bai Yu's name from the scroll. Found it. After a while, this person found Bai Yu's name in the scroll. Wait. The person's eyes suddenly widened. Are you the Konoha madman? This person's eyes were full of shock. Chapter 59 13 Kinds of Ninjutsu in an Instant Master. Bai Yu twitched the corner of his mouth when he saw it, nodded and said, yes. You are so young, the ninja exclaimed. My name is Shimura Shin. I am a senior in your senior year. I am lucky enough to meet. Shimura Shin stretched out her hand while talking. Bai Yu was a little helpless, stretched out his hand and shook Shimura's new shook, and also said in his mouth, fortunately to meet you. Shimura smiled happily when she saw it. Bai Yu murmured in his heart, good Shimura Danzo, put his tribe in such a comfortable position. Even guessing from the bottom of my heart, it is estimated that this kind of easy work has been taken over by the Shimura clan. Nothing else, from this point of view, Danzo still has nothing to say to his people. After Shimura Shin and Bai Yu shook hands, they sat down, checked the scrolls Bai Yu wanted to exchange one by one, put them in a bag, and then handed them to Bai Yu's hands. While handing it to Bai Yu, he said, I have written down all the scrolls you want to redeem. Bai Yu smiled upon seeing this. Thank you. You're welcome. Shimura Shin also smiled at Bai Yu. Bai Yu waved his hand and left. The title is still useful. Bai Yu couldn't help feeling a little as he walked on the road. In the shinobi world, having a title and not having a title are simply two different things. There is a title, and everyone knows everywhere, just like a star. Back home, Bai Yu began his journey of ninjutsu practice. Bai Yu exchanged a total of 14 ninjutsu scrolls. There are two fire-style ninjutsu scrolls, namely, the Great Firefighting and the Great Firefighting. The reason why Bai Yu redeemed these two fire styles is nothing else, because Uchiha Madara once demonstrated their power. Bai Yu, who has a panel, believes that he will be able to reproduce the power displayed by Uchiha Madara. And these two ninjutsu are both B level, and the price is affordable. There are three water-style ninjutsu scrolls, namely Water Barrier, Water Dragon Bomb, and Hard Uzumaki Water Blade. The three are C level, B level and A level ninjutsu. Water Barrier can be used for defense, very easy to use, and the launch speed is extremely fast. Water Dragon Bomb can be used to counteract daily attacks. Hard Uzumaki Water Blade is exchanged because this trick is second generation Tobirama's signature ninjutsu. Anyway, the military merits are enough, so I changed it if I changed it. There are two types of wind style, namely Great Breakthrough and Gale Palm. There are three types of earth style, namely Earth Style River, Wangshan Marsh and Earth Dragon Ball. There are also three lightning styles, namely Thunderball, Ground Walking and Thunderbolt. Bai Yu is ready to learn the 5 types of ninjutsu. Is it not omnipotent to own a system? What else is this system for? Without thinking about it, Bai Yu looked over all the scrolls one by one. After spending all morning remembering these scrolls clearly, Bai Yu opened his panel. System panel. 2.5 Host. Bai Yu, Race, Human Race. Qi and Blood. 2.3, Spirit. 3.5 Strength, 83. Speed, 79. Endurance, 98. Gong Method. Basic Practice Method, Advanced, 14% Entry. Ninjutsu. Chakra Refining Technique. 3 Body Technique. Kunai Throwing Technique. Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Rasengan. Water Style Water Dragon Bomb. Water Style Hard Vortex Water Blade. Wind Style Great Breakthrough. Wind Style Gale Palm. Earth Style Earth River Current. Earth Style Yellow Spring Marsh. Earth Style Earth Dragon Bomb. Lightning Style Thunderball. Lightning Style Ground Walking. Lightning Style Thunderbolt. Physique. Marine 6 Styles Intermediate, 1% Entry Level. Armament Haki. Beginner, 73% Xiaocheng. Basic Swordsmanship Intermediate, 85% Dacheng. Ice Heart Juice Intermediate, 73% Xiaocheng. Strength Evaluation. S Level, the top figure in the ninja world. Deduce points. 15,930. These 13 types of ninjutsu have already appeared on Bai Yu's panel. It's just that Bai Yu has a headache looking at the panel in front of him. There are too many ninjutsu. System. Can the panel be made simpler? Bai Yu frowned and said to the system. Ding. System panel rectification. After a short while, the voice of the system came again. Ding. The system panel rectification is completed. System panel. 3.0 Host. Bai Yu Vitality. 2.3. Spirit. 3.5. Strength. 83. Speed. 79. Endurance. 98. Gong Method. Basic Practice Method, Advanced, 14% Entry. Ninjutsu. Chakra Refining Technique. 3 Body Technique. Kunai Throwing Technique. Fire Style. Wind Style. Water Style. Earth Style. Lightning Style. Physique. Marine 6 Styles Intermediate, 1% Entry. Armament Haki. Elementary, 73% Xiaocheng. Basic Swordsmanship, 89% Dacheng. Ice Heart Juice Intermediate, 73% Xiaocheng. Strength Evaluation. S Level, the top figure in the ninja world. Deduce points. 15,930. Looking at the panel in front of him, Bai Yu's eyes widened, because in his eyes, the colors of those ellipses are different from other fonts. It's like those detailed instructions he saw when he played games in his previous life. The difference between the two is that Bai Yu doesn't really want to click on the detailed description of the game. But the ellipsis on the panel made Bai Yu want to open it. Chapter 60, the final exam. With a thought, I imagined that I would click on the ellipsis in front of me with the mouse. As Bai Yu expected, the ellipsis opened at one point, and those ninjutsu fonts appeared. With a thought again, the expanded ninjutsu font became an ellipsis again. Looking at the panel in front of him, Bai Yu smiled. The change of the panel is still in line with his aesthetics. Without much thought, Bai Yu began to release the 13 types of ninjutsu he had learned. After releasing all 13 types of ninjutsu, Bai Yu could feel that these ninjutsu had become entrenched in his mind. Now it's hard to forget even if you want to. Finally, Bai Yu pulled out the last reel. This ninjutsu is Bai Yu's ultimate goal. Unfold the scroll, and it says, Perception Ninjutsu, in 4 large characters. Looking at the ninjutsu scroll in his hand, Bai Yu couldn't help grinning. Other ninjutsu cannot use Grandmaster, but Perception Ninjutsu must be Grandmaster. Otherwise, some people with high concealment skills can easily escape Bai Yu's chase. Unfolding the entire scroll, Bai Yu watched it carefully. Soon, the Perception Ninjutsu column appeared on Bai Yu's panel. Closing his eyes, Bai Yu used the technique on the scroll to spread his mental power. Suddenly, various chakra breaths appeared in Bai Yu's mind. Disorganized, but very clear. The spiritual energy of up to 3.5 covers all within a radius of 5 kilometers. Across the size of half a Konoha. Of course, Bai Yu can only find a few chakra breaths that he is familiar with. Other people's can't be distinguished. Without thinking too much, Bai Yu directly withdrew his perception. At this time, there were not a few strong people in the village. At least in Bai Yu's perception, everyone's chakra breath is not very strong. Now that he has the perception ninjutsu, Bai Yu has not wasted his time. Started his own swordsmanship practice. Bai Yu's current swordsmanship proficiency has reached intermediate level 89%. Only one step away from advanced. 3 days passed in a flash. Came to the Hokage building again, and followed Yu Hong and Morino Ibiki to the arena 3 days ago. The big hole in the arena at this time has been refilled. Only the cracks in the surrounding walls are still there. It looks shabby. Looking up, the 17 teenagers were very energetic. Why is it so broken here? Uchiha Obito couldn't help but spit out while looking at the cracks around him. Kakashi, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but cast his eyes on Bai Yu. Bai Yu smiled upon seeing this. Kakashi couldn't help feeling a little frightened when he saw this. Bai Yu, who seems harmless to humans and animals, is actually very scary. At this time, Kakashi's face is still a little pale, and the injury suffered 3 days ago is still not complete. Hearing Uchiha Obito's complaints, the surrounding teenagers also nodded, feeling that it was indeed a bit shabby. And there are many traces of fresh mud on the cement walls. It looks dirty and broken. Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing on the high platform, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He also didn't want to use such a shabby venue. But now is the time of war, and construction craftsmen are not enough. It's not bad to recover in 3 days. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but glanced at Bai Yu. The look in his eyes was faintly blamed. When Bai Yu heard Uchiha Obito's complaints, he was naturally a little embarrassed. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, he quickly smiled obediently. It would be bad if Sarutobi Hiruzen asked him to compensate. Although he killed so many people, most of them were poor ghosts. He didn't have much money either. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Bai Yu's smile and couldn't help being speechless. The little breath left in his stomach also disappeared. Okay, today is an important moment for you to promote Chunin, Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly. Everyone couldn't help standing up straight, looking up at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing everyone's performance, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. I won't say more nonsense. The rules are very simple, one-on-one duel, show your strength as much as you want. As long as your strength is reached, you can be promoted to Chunin even if you lose, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Everyone couldn't help but shine upon hearing this. If it were the same exam 3 days ago, I'm afraid they would still feel uneasy. But if they fight hard, they have all been on the battlefield, and no one will feel that they are inferior to the others. Okay, now the draw begins, Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. As soon as the voice fell, a ninja wearing a monkey mask appeared. There was also a cardboard box in his hand. Ask everyone to take out a piece of paper one by one. There are a total of 9 numbers and 18 notes. The person who draws the same note as the opponent this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen said while looking at the people who were eager to try. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito suddenly had a question. Master Hokage, is it the same if you were a teammate of the same team? Chapter 61 It's the first time I got so close to Yurihong. Uchiha Obito's problem is also the problem of others. Everyone couldn't help looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing Uchiha Obito's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, that's natural. This competition is just to see your abilities and has nothing to do with your opponents. You just need to do your best. Hearing this, everyone knew it, and there was no more questioning. Everyone took out a note from the carton. I am number 1. Yamanaka said, holding the note in his hand. I'm number 1 too. Shimura and Anne continued, then everyone reported their number. The Anbu ninja wearing a monkey mask wrote down everyone's numbers one by one. Then it was delivered to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yamanaka Wind vs Shimura and Anne. Shiranui Genma vs Aburame takes root. Sarutobi Asuma vs Flying Bamboo Dragonfly. Hyuga Tokuma vs Akamichi Shido Yuihong vs Nara Suzaku. Morino Ibiki vs Uchiha Obito Jilu vs Nohara Lin Kakashi vs Ebisu. Bai Yu met Might Guy. Might Guy was extremely excited when he saw that he had drawn Bai Yu. He gave Bai Yu a thumbs up and said impassionedly, Bai Yu-kun, although you are strong, I won't give up easily. After speaking, he burst into tears, bursting into tears. While crying, yelling, what a bloody youth. Seeing the appearance of Might Guy, Bai Yu couldn't help looking very strange. And everyone around was a little speechless. Although Might Guy has been like this since he was a child, everyone is still not used to it. Even Kakashi couldn't help holding his head and said, what an idiot. Even Uchiha Obito thinks Might Guy is a bit too ostentatious. But when Might Guy interrupted like this, the tension suddenly eased. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing on a high place, even laughed out loud. Haha, really energetic, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. When the Anbu ninja standing beside him saw this, the calm face under the mask finally couldn't hold back, revealing a very weird look. Is this interesting? Anbu ninja was full of question marks. After Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, he reduced his expression. Okay, I announce that Chunan's final assessment now begins, Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly. Hearing this, the Anbu ninja beside Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped straight down. Lightly underfoot, a puff of dust was raised on the ground. This is your referees, Green Tanuki. Today, Sarutobi Hiruzen introduced the Anbu ninja. Everyone nodded when they heard the words. Seeing this, the green raccoon nodded. Then he opened his mouth and said, well, now please draw Yamanaka Kase and Shimura Kazuon, who are drawn to number 1, stay, and everyone else will go to the stand first. When everyone heard the words, they all jumped up gently and came to the spectator stand. Of course, no one sat down. Everyone was standing at the railing and watching the confrontation between Yamanaka Kase and Shimura and Anne with curiosity. Start. Ching Li waved his right hand. Both Yamanaka Feng and Shimura and Anne raised their hands with a kunai. Then there are various ninjutsu counterattacks and 3 body technique, the use of kunai. It looks fancy and wonderful, but in Bai Yu's eyes, these are nothing more than playhouses. The bored Bai Yu lightly put his right hand on Shi Rihong's shoulder, looking very boring. Don't you know, this move made the evening blush all over his face. What was even more exaggerated was that Bai Yu smelled a scent, and after scenting it a few times, he said, it smells so good. This made Shi Rihong's red face almost dripping with blood. But fortunately, other than Morino Ibiki saw it, everyone else didn't pay attention. Otherwise, Shi Rihong is about to jump. Morino Ibiki saw it all the way, and couldn't help shouting in her heart. I knew it, the two of them are definitely in love. With a smirk on his face, it was obvious that he had knocked. Looking at the battle in front of him, Bai Yu knew that no day would be endless. Today's cultivation time must be gone again, but Bai Yu didn't care too much. It doesn't matter if you delay this little time, and this game can also bring adjustments to his mood. I didn't think too much about it. At this time, the game has already been divided, or the Yamanaka wind is better. After all, the Yamanaka clan has its own clan's secret arts, and the Shimura clan has no outstanding characters except for a Danzo. It is conceivable that there is no so-called secret technique in their family. This may be why Danzo covets Sharingan from the Uchiha family so much in the future. Without time to think about it, Qingli has already announced the victory. This one, Yamanaka wind wins, Qingli said loudly. The people standing in the stands couldn't help being a little surprised when they saw it. So strong. Uchiha Obito couldn't help sighing after watching the battle between the two. Although Bai Yu didn't think much to look at, the Yurihong and Morino Ibiki beside him found it to be very exciting. Kakashi was slightly surprised when he saw the battle between Yamanaka and Shimura and Anne. Because these two people are much better than he imagined. Chapter 62 There's Shady. Next game. Shiranui Genma takes roots from Aburame, Qingli said, looking at the roster in his hand. Hearing his name, Shiranui Genma and Aburame looked at each other, and then both jumped out of the stands. Shimura and Anne, who were exhausted, jumped onto the stands by Yamanaka Feng. Although the outcome of the two has been divided, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not say whether the two can be promoted to Chunin. It seems that it will not be announced until all the battles are over. Shiranui Genma and Aburame took a look face to face, and then both smiled. Obviously, the two are very familiar. When the green raccoon saw this, the face under the mask couldn't help but a smile. The game begins. Qing Li waved his hand. Hearing this, the worm in Aburame's rooted body immediately began to fly all over the sky. It's just that a batch of bugs got into the ground without everyone seeing it. Of course, this is just not seen by others. Naturally, Bai Yu, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi, and Qingli can see clearly. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu smiled and said lightly, Aburame took root and won. Qi Rihong couldn't help being a little confused when she turned her head to look at Bai Yu and asked, "How do you know?" Bai Yu smiled and said, "Guess it." Of course he cannot say that this is foreshadowing. Kakashi looked at Bai Yu when he heard the words and didn't look strange. Bai Yu's guess is the same as his guess. The bugs that Aburame takes roots and stay in the ground will eventually become a foreshadowing. Not to mention this, Shiranui's own methods were not enough. Although all kinds of ninjutsu and small traps are well done, they can only avoid them in the face of the worms. Under this circumstance, I do not know that Huo Xuanjin has the advantage, and it will undoubtedly be defeated in the long run. Sure enough, after a long time, I did not check the Huo Xuanjin and was invaded by the worm on the ground, and the whole person was unable to move. Sorry, Genma. Aburame took the roots and walked directly to Shiranui Genma. Hearing this, Shiranui Xuanjin gave a wry smile, and after Aburame took the roots and recovered the worms, they returned to the stands with Aburame taking the roots. Qing Tan also immediately announced loudly, "The winner takes the roots for Aburame." The people around me felt a little weird seeing this scene. Seeing the final result, Qi Rihong couldn't help but open her mouth slightly, turned her head to Bai Yu beside her and asked, "How do you know the result?" Bai Yu couldn't help but swallowed his mouth when he saw Qi Rihong's bright red mouth. He smiled and said, "I am stronger than you, so I can see it naturally." Hearing these words, Qi Rihong nodded and said, "That's right. Bai Yu's strength is much higher than them, and it is not surprising to see the result." On the other side, Uchiha Obito was full of question marks. In his eyes, it was Shiranui Genma who was pressing Aburame to take root and fight. Why did he lose the game in the end? He really couldn't figure it out. "There's shady." Uchiha Obito jumped and shouted. Hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but his face turned dark and the corners of his mouth twitched. Uchiha Obito's words are really too outrageous. Third Hokage is there, how could anyone dare to create shady? Bai Yu shook his head helplessly. Kakashi, who was standing next to Uchiha Obito, jumped up a long time ago and gave Uchiha Obito a horror. "Are you an idiot? This is the Chunin exam, how can there be shady?" Kakashi said angrily. Uchiha Obito, who was attacked by a violent horror in Kakashi, hurriedly clutched the top of his head and said, "It hurts." 2 tears shed. Obviously, this thrill is indeed painful. "Then what do you mean? Why did Genma suddenly stand still?" Uchiha Obito cried out unconvinced. At this time, Shiranui Genma stepped forward and explained to Uchiha Obito with a wry smile. "I was invaded by the worm that took the roots, and my body could no longer move." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but muttered, "Is that the case?" That expression was still a little unbelievable, but I do not know. Huo Xuanjin nodded firmly. "Oh, I'm sorry. Uchiha Obito quickly touched the back of his head and apologized. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but smile and shook his head. This Uchiha Obito is indeed a live treasure. At this time, Qingli saw that the farce was over and hurriedly said loudly, "Now, please come down, Sarutobi Asuma and Tabiku Qingting." Hearing Qingli's voice, everyone didn't care about this episode anymore. Everyone looked at Sarutobi Asuma and Flying Bamboo Dragonfly in front of them. Sarutobi Asuma and Flying Bamboo Dragonfly looked at each other and jumped into the arena together. The two arched their hands at each other, and it was obvious that they were not very familiar with each other. When the battle began, the two threw a kunai to each other. Chong! A sound of gold and iron fighting sounded. Then the two rushed to each other quickly. The rounds of fists and feet were very smooth, and the confrontation between the two dazzled everyone present. Chapter 63 Want to Fall in Love. Okay. So awesome. Uchiha Obito couldn't help being a little surprised as he watched the battle in front of him. At the same time, there is some envy in my heart. He is not very good at physique, except for his own fire style ninjutsu, there is nothing else he can do. It's normal to be envious of Sarutobi Asuma and Tabiko's physical skills. Bai Yu, who won this time? Qi Rihong turned her head and asked Bai Yu beside her. In fact, Qi Rihong didn't want to know who would win in the end, she just wanted to look at Bai Yu more. Not many times have the two been so close. Bai Yu's exquisite features made her want to look at it, but she was a girl, so embarrassed to keep staring at Bai Yu. But Bai Yu thought that Qi Rihong was just wondering who would win in the end. He didn't think too much and seriously analyzed it to Qi Rihong. The strength of these two people is indeed similar, but Sarutobi Asuma should win in the end, Bai Yu said. Why? Upon hearing this, Qi Rihong was really curious. Bai Yu smiled and said, because Sarutobi Asuma is more ruthless than Flying Bamboo Dragonfly. Hearing what Bai Yu said, Qi Rihong couldn't help but be even more puzzled. Why? Why didn't I see it? Rihong asked. Bai Yu smiled upon hearing the words. You can tell from the action of the two fighting. Sarutobi Asuma is working hard to attack, and he has no room for reservation, but Flying Bamboo Dragonfly seems to have some strength. In my opinion, he is afraid of Sarutobi Asuma's identity, Bai Yu said slowly. So that's the case. Before Yu Rihong could answer, Morino Ibixi next to him showed Minwu's expression. While Bai Yu guessed the outcome of the battle in the field, Morino Ibiki heard it clearly. Morino Ibixi didn't care at first, but when Bai Yu began to analyze, he pricked his ears. He pays great attention to people's hearts and details. Every time he understands the people's hearts in the incident, he feels very happy. This may be why he will become the head of Konoha's torture department in the future. Hearing Morino Ibiki's words, Bai Yu couldn't help turning a Byakugan at him. Marina Ibiki understood it right away, and hurriedly made a zipper action to his mouth. Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction. He is cultivating a relationship with Shirihong, and it is naturally very upset to be disturbed. Yurihong nodded when hearing Morino Ibiki's voice, I see. Then the three of them cast their eyes on the court. It was obvious that the flying bamboo dragonfly was shot by Sarutobi Asuma. The nosebleed was splashing and it looked painful. When the green raccoon saw this, he raised his hand and said loudly, Winner, Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma, who heard that he was the winner, was not happy. He frowned and stepped forward to help take off the bamboo dragonfly, and asked in his ear, Why did you take back the punch just now? Flying bamboo dragonfly just caught one of his flaws. Originally this battle should be the winner of the flying bamboo dragonfly. But in the end it was Sarutobi Asuma who won. Seeing his son's unhappy look, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help sighing. You still haven't grown up, Asuma, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. The Sarutobi Asuma Ishin in front of him wants others to treat him as an ordinary person, not as Hokage's son. But how is this possible? The fact that he is Hokage's son is an indisputable fact. How can anyone who knows his identity cross this mountain to see him in his purest form? On the other side, Yurihong heard the green raccoon announce that it was Sarutobi Asuma who had won, and couldn't help being a little excited. The admiration for Bai Yu in my heart is even greater. Bai Yu smiled when he saw this, and Shirihong's lovely performance made Bai Yu very happy. All day long, apart from cultivating, shouldn't it be time to find a relationship to talk about? Bai Yu suddenly thought about it. It seems thought it is very good, Bai Yu smiled. At this time, Shirihong seemed to be aware of something and couldn't help turning her head to look at Bai Yu. What's the matter? Bai Yu was surprised when he saw this, and quickly smiled and said, It's nothing. Shirihong didn't entangle after hearing the words, but just nodded and said, Oh. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu quickly let go of his thoughts. But how is it possible to let go of this kind of thinking? Often this idea is just a seed, and in the end it will become a towering tree. As a pure white who has never fallen in love, Bai Yu didn't know that he was on the verge of danger. At this time, Shinyi said loudly again, Next group. Hyuga Tokuma vs Akamichi Shidong. Hearing the voice of the raccoon dog, Hyuga Tokuma and Akamichi Sito jumped out of the stands at the same time. Who won this time? Shirihong asked daily. Bai Yu frowned upon seeing this and said, Hyuga, Toku. Why? Shirihong asked. After thinking for a while, Bai Yu slowly said, In terms of real strength, Akamichi Shidong is definitely better than Hyuga Tokuma, but his whole cards are not suitable for exams, and more suitable for life and death battles. Chapter 64 Yurihong is on the court. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Yurihong couldn't help widening her eyes. Are you saying that Akamichi's secret art will be divided into life and death if you use it? Almost. Bai Yu said something ambiguous. After all, the secret technique that shortens the lifespan has been used. Naturally, either you die or I die. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Hyuga Tokuto's 8 trigrams to end Akamichi Shidong with 128 palms. The winner is Hyuga Tokuma, Shingli said loudly. No one showed an unexpected look this time. When Yamanaka Feng and Narashikamaru saw this, they naturally knew that this was not the true strength of Akamichi Shidong, and the two did not feel surprise. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen also knows. Others have long been accustomed to Hyuga's genius. Except for the Ino Shikacho trio, Bai Yu and Sarutobi Hiruzen in the field, everyone else probably did not know the secret technique of the Akamichi clan. Hyuga Tokuma glanced at Akamichi Shidong who was lying on the ground coldly, then turned his head and left. He didn't mean to help him. This scene suddenly made everyone feel a little uncomfortable in their hearts. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting firmly on the Diayutai, couldn't help frowning when he saw this scene. Norsi Hizashi has such a bad temper, this kid is too horny. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Sarutobi Hiruzen can probably guess why Hyuga Tokuma is like this. Under caged bird, he was imprisoned in the hands of the Zong family all his life. As a teenager, it is naturally reluctant. Teenagers always go straight, and if they are upset, then show them to the outside. Shirihong couldn't help but feel a little angrily when she saw this person is too much. Bai Yu smiled when he heard this, and Yurihong didn't know that Hyuga Tokuma had been cast by his family as the so-called caged bird curse. Otherwise, Shirihong may be directly and ultimately reversed. Nara Suzaku and Yamanaka frowned upon seeing this, but they didn't say anything. The two jumped from the stands, one left and the other raised Akamichi Shidong who fell on the ground. Is it all right, Shidong? Yamanaka asked with concern. Hearing Yamanaka Kei's words, Akamichi Shidong shook his head to indicate that there was nothing serious. Nara Suzaku and Yamanaka Kei were relieved when they saw this, and then Yamanaka Kei supported Akamichi Shidong back to the stand. Nara Suzaku simply stayed in place, because the next match was between him and Yurihong. Just when Yamanaka Feng helped Akamichi Shidong back to the stand, Uchiha Obito, whose face was flushed red, finally couldn't help it. "You D, I think you have been upset for a long time. Come on. Let's go heads up." Uchiha Obito pointed at Hyuga Tokuma, who seemed to be okay, and said viciously. Everyone was slightly taken aback when seeing Uchiha Obito's performance. Then there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Kakashi hurried forward to pull Uchiha Obito and said, "Can you stop for a while?" Hearing Kakashi's words, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but jumped and said, "Don't you see it? How arrogant is this guy?" Kakashi couldn't help shook his head when he heard the words, and said, "Calm down and wait until the exam is over." Hearing this, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but shine. If Kakashi can help him, he thinks he should be able to teach Hyuga Tokuma. At this time, Hyuga Tokuma, who heard Uchiha Obito's utterances, looked indifferent. "Aren't you afraid that I will beat you like him?" Hyuga Tokushima pointed to the bruised Akamichi Sito. Hearing this, everyone around couldn't help glaring at him. Even his two teammates Shimura and An and Aburame can't help but frown and look at him. Seeing this scene, why doesn't Hyuga Tokuma know that he is guilty of public anger? When Uchiha Obito heard this, he was furious and pointed at Hyuga Tokuma and said viciously, "You say one more thing." Everyone turned their attention to Hyuga Tokuma. Hyuga Tokuma naturally knew that it was best to be a tortoise at this time, otherwise it would be a gang fight. So he turned his head and looked into the arena without a glance. The atmosphere suddenly became stiff. Fortunately at this moment, Qingli shouted loudly, "Next, Yurihong versus Nara Suzaku." Hearing Qingli's voice, everyone's eyes were attracted to the past. Uchiha Obito didn't stop, staring at Hyuga Tokuma's profile. But Hyuga didn't accept the move anymore, and he didn't even make contact with Uchiha Obito in his eyes. This leaves Uchiha Obito no choice. At this time, Rin Nohara also stepped forward to hold Uchiha Obito. Facing Uchiha Obito gently, he said, "Well, let's watch the game first." Hearing Rin Nohara's words, Uchiha Obito's face turned red. Can only cast his eyes on the arena. On the side, Qi Rihong turned her head and said to Bai Yu, "Then I'm going." Bai Yu smiled when he saw it, raised his palms and said to Qi Rihong, "Come on." Upon seeing this, Qi Rihong stretched out her small hand and patted Bai Yu's palm. Then he turned and jumped down. Chapter 65 Yurihong wins. Bai Yu frowned when she saw Nara Suzaku and Yurihong face to face. Because he thought that the people of the Nara family have higher IQs. If the two are allowed to compete in this way, I am afraid that Yurihong will be fooled by Nara Suzaku. Thinking of this, Bai Yu hurriedly said loudly, "Nara Suzaku, be careful, otherwise I won't guarantee that I won't find you afterwards." Hearing this, everyone around couldn't help being stunned. No way? This? Two of them? Everyone showed a very shocked look. Especially Sarutobi Asuma, a big man, is almost crying. Bai Yu smiled when he saw it, and didn't care about other people's gazes. And Qi Rihong's face was blood red at this time in the field. The opposite Nara Suzaku scratched his head when he saw this, and murmured, "This is trouble." Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting firmly on the Diaudai, couldn't help but smile when he heard it. It's nice to be young. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally supports the fact that Bai Yu has a girl he likes. The deeper Bai Yu's bond with Konoha is, the better. Only in this way can he ensure that there will be no problems with his mentality. Bai Yu classmate. Warning once, don't threaten classmates. Seeing this, the green raccoon said a little bit dumbfounded. Hearing this, Bai Yu smiled, raised his hand and made an okay gesture to signal that he understood. Bai Yu is so well behaved, the green raccoon is naturally not good at saying anything. Raising his hand, the green raccoon waved vigorously. The exam begins. Very plain start, Kuwu throwing technique, 3 body technique, ninjutsu, and finally it was what I was best at. This kind of battle is the real opportunity to show yourself. But these are actually completed under the guidance of Nara Suzaku. The rhythm of this game is actually completely controlled by Nara Suzaku. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Qingli were a little dumbfounded when they saw this. Bai Yu's threat still worked. At this time, Nara Suzaku was sacrificing himself to achieve Qi Rihong. Against the backdrop of Nara Suzaku, Qi Rihong's illusion can be revealed. In the end, Nara Suzaku conceded himself. The reason is that he no longer has chakra. Ah, is that a reason? Uchiha Obito was puzzled. The people around heard that they looked at Uchiha Obito as if they were looking at a fool. This is obviously water release. Qingli shook his head when he heard Nara Suzaku's admit defeat. But he still raised his hand and announced, "This game, Yurihong wins." The next battle is the battle between Morino Ibiki and Uchiha Obito and the battle between Jilu and Rin Nohara. At this time, Uchiha Obito did not turn on Sharingan and the battle with Morino Ibiki was inextricably fought. The last two were exhausted and won the game with Uchiha Obito persisting to the end. Seeing Uchiha Obito's scars, Nohara Lin jumped down and brought Uchiha Obito up with great concern, and she did not hesitate to spend her chakra to treat Uchiha Obito. This move made Uchiha Obito's love for Rin Nohara even greater. Immediately after treating Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin jumped out of the arena to fight the land and land. Delu didn't take advantage, just kept dodge the attack of Yi Yuan Lin. In the end, Rin Nohara abruptly exhausted her chakra and stamina. Qingli only then announced that Delu had won the battle. It's just that in this game, the winner is not happy and the loser is not very happy either. Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head when he saw these two games. When Qi Rihong saw this, he asked with concern, "What's the matter?" Bai Yu smiled and said, "It's okay, it's just a little boring." Rihong couldn't help but give Bai Yu a Baikugan. Of course it is boring for Bai Yu, he can kill Jonin. How could you be interested in this kind of battle? The last 2 games, Xingli said loudly at this time. Hearing this sentence, everyone couldn't help but cheer up. Because the next 2 games are 2 famous people. One is Kakashi, who has always been known as a genius. The other is Bai Yu, who has his own title as soon as he went on the battlefield. Although it's a pity that the 2 of them didn't match up, it's not bad to see them take action. Next, Hitaki Kakashi vs Ebisu, Green Tanuki shouted loudly. Both Kakashi and Ebisu fell into the arena neatly. Looking at the traces around, Kakashi couldn't help feeling a little. This is the trace left by him and Bai Yu 3 days ago. No, it should be said that it is the trace left by Bai Yu. Ebisu is not as comfortable as Kakashi. He was naturally very nervous when confronted with the genius ninja who was already well known. The test begins. Xingli waved a big hand. Hearing this, Kakashi's careless eyes suddenly change. Those eyes were like a sharp sword in an instant. Ebisu couldn't help stiffening when he saw this look. This is no different from those Jonin eyes he saw on the battlefield. It's very scary. Chapter 66 Kakashi Education Ebisu. But then he gritted his teeth and forcibly cheered up. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help being surprised when he saw this. This kind of murderous aura sometimes erupts and even makes weak people unable to move. Kakashi couldn't help being surprised when he saw this. He is very familiar with Ebisu and is on the same team as Might Guy. He didn't expect Ebisu to break free from his murderous fear, which made Kakashi look at Ebisu with admiration. Then I'll be serious, Kakashi secretly said in his heart. Chong. The sound of a bitter counterattack sounded. Kakashi's kunai and Ebisu's kunai sparked a fierce spark. It can be seen that both of them have great strength. It's just that Ebisu's movements are much stiffer than Kakashi. Kakashi met Ebisu's right hand and kicked him out. Then pounced again. Chong, Kang, Kang. The sound of Kawu's counterattack continued, and the 2 played against each other very quickly. Ebisu could barely keep up. This one-sided battle makes everyone present can't help but change their colors. This is beyond Chunin's level, right? Shiranui Genma muttered. None of the people around me refuted it, because they all fought against Chunin, and several of them even killed Chunin. They have only seen the crazy offense like Kakashi's ease in Jonin's body. Seeing Ebisu who had been forced to the corner by himself, Kakashi made a seal with one hand, and a shadow clone appeared. As soon as shadow clone appeared, it began to seal. However, the body did not stop its storm-like attacks except for a seal with one hand. Ebisu can hardly resist. Hey hey hey. A sound like the singing of birds sounded. Ebisu's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw this. Kakashi's shadow clone has already shown Chidori at this time. Is this trying to kill Ebisu? The green raccoon couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wow, Kakashi's shadow clone was running with a raging sound of wind. Boom. Kakashi raised his foot and kicked Ebisu. The huge force kicked Ebisu directly to the wall. The Chidori of Shadow Clone has arrived at this moment. Seeing this, the green raccoon wanted to stop it, but Sarutobi Hiruzen winked at him unexpectedly, begging him not to stop. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Kakashi could not be a killer. Seeing this, the green raccoon couldn't help but stop his movements. Sure enough, Chidori wiped Ebisu's face and directly pierced the wall behind him, turning the wall into darkness. Small electric current hit Ebisu's cheek from time to time, making him feel a tingling sensation. Boom. Kakashi's shadow clone disappeared with a burst of smoke. Ebisu, on the other hand, was sitting on the ground in a desperate manner. The scene was silent. Kakashi's fighting style completely shocked these people. Accurate, effective and direct, there's no extra action. After a long time, FK, so strong, is it so powerful? Everyone was shocked. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu pursed his lips and smiled. It's also a pity that I didn't see Kakashi's Chidori last time. But fortunately, I saw it this time, and I made up for this regret. At this time, Qi Rihong turned her head to look at Bai Yu, and asked a little hesitantly, Bai Yu, who is stronger between you and Kakashi? Bai Yu looked strange when she heard Qi Rihong's words. He did not expect that Qi Rihong would actually ask such a question. He didn't add too much comment, just pointed at himself, indicating that he was stronger. Upon seeing this, Qi Rihong nodded. Bai Yu couldn't help sighing. It is impossible to say that he has defeated Kakashi the other day, right? At this time, Xingli finally reacted. Raising his right hand with a wave, he said in a loud voice, This battle, Hitaki Kakashi wins. Kakashi nodded when he heard this, and then walked to Ebisu. Facing Ebisu in front of him, extending his right hand, Kakashi said, Is it all right? Ebisu saw this scene, and finally came back to his senses. With a wry smile, he stretched out his hand and put it on Kakashi's. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. When Kakashi helped Ebisu back to the stand, everyone's eyes showed expectation. Because the last battle is Bai Yu's battle. The green raccoon in the center of the arena has no appetite. Next is today's last match, Might Guy vs Bai Yu, Xingli said loudly. Hearing Qingli's words, Might Guy, who was already unable to restrain himself, jumped directly from the stands. Then he gave Bai Yu a thumbs up and said, I wanted to discuss with you a long time ago, Bai Yu classmate. Hearing what Might Guy said, Bai Yu smiled and nodded. For Might Guy, Bai Yu also has some interest in his heart. He wanted to see the power of 8 inner gates with his own eyes. Not to mention anything else, as long as the current guy can open the 4th gate, it will be enough to defeat everyone else on the scene. Of course, this is in addition to Bai Yu, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Green Tanuki and Kakashi. Chapter 67 Bai Yu vs Might Guy. When other people saw Might Guy's performance, they couldn't help but admire his courage. If they were facing Bai Yu, they would be stiffened by excessive tension. Be lighter, Bai Yu. Shi Rihong told Bai Yu. There was still a little nervousness in the tone. After all, she had seen how Bai Yu murdered. It's easier than killing piglets. In her eyes, Might Guy fighting Bai Yu is like dancing on the tip of a knife. As long as Bai Yu is not careful, Might Guy will be injured either. Bai Yu couldn't help but smile and shook his head when he heard Shi Rihong's words. Don't worry, Guy is not as weak as you think. After that, he jumped directly from the stands. Only Yu Rihong looked at the court with some doubts. Morino Ibiki, who stood beside Yu Rihong, couldn't help showing a thoughtful look when she heard Bai Yu's words. What does it mean? Could it be that Guy is very strong? The two were very puzzled at this time. But the following scenes directly subverted everyone's impression of Might Guy. Bai Yu and Might Guy stood face to face. To everyone's expectations, Might Guy's eyes were full of confidence. Don't he know Bai Yu's name? I think I should be a little confused about myself, right? Might Guy's performance made everyone feel a little uncomfortable. After all, if it were them, they would definitely not have the ease of Might Guy. But Bai Yu felt that Might Guy's performance should be like this. The character called King Guy doesn't even have this kind of boldness, and it is impossible for him to come to the point where he almost kicked out the finale in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen in the stands was also a little surprised at Might Guy's courage. The test begins. At this moment, the green raccoon waved a big hand. As soon as Qingli's voice fell, Might Guy rushed towards Bai Yu at a very fast speed. The excitement in his eyes is hard to conceal. When Bai Yu saw this, he couldn't help but grin. Boom! The arms of the two collided, and the huge force caused the dust on the ground to rise. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but their expressions condensed. It's so powerful. Is this still Might Guy? A bit strong? Even if they didn't personally experience the battle between the two, everyone could see the ferocity of the two human beings. Feeling Bai Yu's strength, Might Guy couldn't help but look down. Bai Yu's power is much stronger than he thought. Bai Yu was also a little surprised at the power of Might Guy. Slightly hard, Bai Yu directly pushed Might Guy away. Guy, which gate is your 8 inner gates open? Bai Yu asked softly. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Might Guy, who was pushed away by Bai Yu's understatement, couldn't help but widen his eyes. How did you know 8 inner gates? Might Guy was shocked. At this time, Might Guy hadn't started 8 inner gates formation and Miss Shinobi had such a bump. And Might Guy has never opened 8 inner gates in front of others. So few people know 8 inner gates. In Might Guy's view, it is impossible for Bai Yu to know this secret technique. I heard it from others, Bai Yu said with a smile. If it is a normal person, hearing this sentence, it is natural to know that it must be a reason to talk casually. But to Bai Yu's surprise, Might Guy nodded and revealed an expression of, it is so. I believe it. Bai Yu couldn't help being speechless. My 8 inner gates can already drive to the 5th gate, Might Guy said seriously. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but shine. Might Guy's future apprentice, Xiao Li, can only open the 4th injury door at the same age. Unexpectedly, from the perspective of talent, Might Guy is stronger than Xiao Li. That's good, I'm afraid I would accidentally beat you to death. Bai Yu's voice suddenly became cold. This made Might Guy stunned. At this time, the people in the stands looked dumbfounded. What's wrong? Why are they talking about heaven? Is there something wrong? But before their doubts fully arise, Might Guy and Bai Yu in the arena have already fought. Regarding Bai Yu's words, Might Guy's heart was slightly angry. Woo! Might Guy's speed was very fast, and he ran directly in front of Bai Yu and threw a punch. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu turned his head to hide, and then attacked Might Guy's door with his right hand. Before Might Guy's brain could react, his muscle memory was already in action. The whole person leaned back, propped his right hand on the ground, and Leaf Hurricane made a move. Bai Yu smiled when he saw it, and directly raised his right foot and kicked it against Might Guy's attacking foot. A clockwise Leaf Hurricane was immediately kicked into a counterclockwise Leaf Hurricane. This caused Might Guy to lose his center of gravity immediately. It looks like I want to get a distance, it's just that Bai Yu doesn't want to play like this anymore. Shave. Bai Yu's figure disappeared instantly, and he directly caught up with the Might Guy in the air. Boom. With a loud noise, Might Guy was kicked directly by Bai Yu. Chapter 68 8 Inner Gates. Wow, Might Guy directly became a ground gourd. His body was covered with grass clippings and mud, and he looked very embarrassed. All this happened only between the electric light and flint. The people in the stands couldn't help feeling a little horrified when they saw this. They had never seen this level of physical combat. Hardy, clean and tidy. Might Guy clutched his chest and stood up, his eyes looking at Bai Yu were already solemn. Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this. If you don't open 8 inner gates, you are not my opponent. Because it was too quiet, this sentence was very clear to everyone's ears. 8 inner gates? What is that? Secret technique. Everyone has some doubts. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. He had never heard of 8 inner gates. In the arena, Might Guy heard what Bai Yu said. Although he was a little unwilling, he knew that Bai Yu was telling the truth. Although his strength is very strong, he appears weak in front of Bai Yu. Not to mention the speed. When Bai Yu moved his feet, he was directly invisible to the naked eye. In contrast, his speed seems a little unsatisfactory. Drink. Thinking of this, Might Guy shouted directly. The first door, open. Second break door, open. The third student, open. The third gate opened continuously, and green steam burst out of Might Guy's body immediately. Bai Yu couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he saw this. He could already faintly feel the violent power in Might Guy's body. The people around saw this scene and their eyes widened. Is that the 8 inner gates, green chakra? It looks so strong. The power of opening the life gate immediately shocked the people around him. It's going on. Might Guy looked at Bai Yu in front of him and said loudly. Bai Yu smiled and nodded when he saw it. This was what he wanted. Seeing Bai Yu nodding, Might Guy didn't hesitate anymore. With one move, the whole person disappeared, so fast. Everyone couldn't help but shrink their pupils, but it is not these children who are most shocked. The most shocking is the steady Sarutobi Hiruzen. He could see the power of 8 inner gates most clearly. This. Impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen's shock was beyond words. With the strength of Might Guy, it would never be possible to make such a movement that the naked eye can't catch. A Might Guy who is clearly only Chunin level, after starting this so-called 8 inner gates secret technique, actually approached the elite Jonin level strength. At this time, the battle in the field continued. Seeing the strength of Might Guy, Bai Yu just lifted his hand slightly and exerted a little force. The muscles of his right hand were knotted, and it looked a bit hideous. Boom! Might Guy's heavy attack was directly taken down by Bai Yu. The tremendous force caused Bai Yu's straight legs to draw 2 gullies on the ground. Not bad, Bai Yu murmured with a smile, but Might Guy looked incredible when he saw it. According to his previous experience, even Jonin level figures are stretched under his 8 inner gates attack and dare not stun them. Without time to think about it, Might Guy's figure disappeared again and appeared from behind Bai Yu, again with a punch. Bai Yu looked as if he had eyes behind him, but he dodged Might Guy's attack with a sway of his body. Seeing this scene, Might Guy gritted his teeth and disappeared again, launching an attack from the left side of Bai Yu's body. Bai Yu's body shook slightly to avoid Might Guy's attack. After returning without success 3 times in a row, Might Guy couldn't help feeling a little anxious in his heart. The speed exploded again, but this time he did not choose to attack from other angles, and directly attacked Bai Yu directly. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction. Man, it's always good enough to hit the flesh. Boom. With a loud noise, Bai Yu directly confronted Might Guy. The fists of the 2 people bounced away because of the tremendous force. Swirl and explode vigorously. However, there was no discoloration on the faces of the 2 of them, but a faint smile. Bang. 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 Countless counterattacks sounded, and the powerful vigor made the grass clippings and soil all over the sky. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. The fists of Bai Yu and Might Guy can't be seen clearly at this moment. Everyone only felt that they saw the 2 phantoms constantly tumbling on each other. When Uchiha Obito saw this scene, his jaw almost fell to the ground. On the other hand, Kakashi has a heavy face. Even if Bai Yu is so strong, Might Guy is also so strong. You are really strong. Bai Yu, this is the burning youth. Might Guy shouted loudly. Bai Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard the words of Might Guy's second 2. Armament Haki. Bai Yu's arms were immediately covered by the black armament Haki. Boom. He hit Might Guy's stomach with a punch. Puff. This punch almost missed Might Guy's lunch. Chapter 69 Education Might Guy. Wow. Might Guy quickly rolled out on the ground again. FK. Uchiha Obito exclaimed. This scene shocked him again. When the people around saw this scene, their eyes widened. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi, Yuhihong and Morino Ibiki did not show any unexpected looks. They had seen the power of Bai Yu a long time ago. Unless today's Might Guy is directly promoted to cage level, he will not be able to win this battle. Your 8 inner gates are really strong, but it's not enough to see under my fists. Guy, take all of yours out, Bai Yu said to Might Guy who was lying on his back. At this time, Might Guy was breathing air, trying to get the pain out of his body. Hearing what Bai Yu said, Might Guy gritted his teeth and got up. Yeah, I still have some reservations in front of you, it's so naive. Might Guy shook his head and smiled bitterly. The 4th wound door, open. The 5th door, open. An extremely powerful chakra burst out suddenly. The strong vigor lifted all the hair tips of the people present. Isn't it? Sarutobi Asuma's eyes were full of shock. How could it be so strong? Hyuga Tokuma's eyes were full of unwillingness. Too pervert. As Might Guy's teammate, Ebisu has never seen Might Guy full of firepower. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shingli were shocked when they saw this, and they immediately became awed by the technique of 8 inner gates. This kind of secret technique is really terrifying. If it can be activated without a threshold at all, then this ninja world will be changed because of this secret technique. Unknowingly you have become so strong, Guy, Kakashi secretly asked in his heart. Bai Yu couldn't help smiling with excitement when he saw the mighty Might Guy. That's it. Let me see your true power, Guy, Bai Yu grinned. At this time, Guy's mood has calmed down, feeling the strength of his body, he doesn't think he can't beat Bai Yu now. Bang! A blast of air. Might Guy's figure disappeared directly before everyone's eyes. Although invisible to the naked eye, Might Guy's huge chakra is like a beacon in the night, too obvious in everyone's perception. Armament Haki. Shave. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu was also ready to fully fire. Since his Marine 6 styles reached the intermediate level, Bai Yu has never done his best. Not only is he afraid of destroying the terrain, but also because he has no strong opponents to put pressure on him. Boom! The two fists exploded like a cannonball. The huge movement made everyone's eardrums a little bit painful, one can imagine how powerful the two of them are. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help showing a wry smile when she saw this. If Bai Yu made another move that fell from the sky, I'm afraid the entire arena would collapse. But you can't stop the two people from fighting at this time. Both Bai Yu and Might Guy flew out at this time, but there was nothing serious about them. With a move, the two rushed towards each other again. Boom! The tremendous force caused the air to explode again. Residents and pedestrians around the arena did not know where the sound came from. As shocking as a bolt from the blue sky. Did you hear it? Where did it come from? The owner of a fruit shop asked his friends. After hearing this, the friend frowned and turned a few directions, then pointed in the direction of the arena and said, "It seems to be there." Upon seeing this, the owner of the fruit shop couldn't help but said with some doubts, "Arena? I haven't heard of any competitions or exams recently. How can there be people there?" The friend couldn't help shook his head after hearing the words. "I haven't heard of it either. Why don't we go take a look?" The owner of the fruit shop was suddenly moved when he heard this, and after a little thought, he pulled down the shop door directly. "Go, let's go and see." This kind of situation happened quite a lot in this street. Gradually, dozens of people flocked to the arena where the battle was taking place. It's just that the closer they get, the more panicked they become. The aftermath of the battle between Bai Yu and Might Guy is a bit too violent for ordinary people. Dozens of people gathered at the gate of the arena like this, constantly wondering what happened inside. At this time, 3 Anbu ninjas wearing animal masks appeared in front of the people. "Everyone is gone. The Chunin exam is going on inside," the Anbu ninja headed said lightly. Hearing this, the people couldn't help but shine. "Can't we visit?" one of the men asked. Hearing this, the others were also curious, and they wanted to go in and take a look. "Sorry, Hokage-sama has already given an order, this time Chunin is not allowed to visit by unrelated personnel," Anbu ninja explained. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but show regret. None of these people dared to raise objections. Chapter 76 King's Spears, End the battle. Not to mention that it was because of Hokage. They had lived in this world since they were young, and they knew in their hearts how terrible ninjas are. Not long after, everyone was gone. But this time, news of the Chunin exam, where no ninja from other countries took part, spread. In the arena, Might Guy, who was constantly fighting with Bai Yu, could no longer support it. Not only is his fist bloody, his strength has gradually declined, and his body has a faint tendency to collapse. Bai Yu frowned upon seeing this. With a slight sigh, Bai Yu walked behind Might Guy with a shave. 6 King's Spear. A strong force surged out. Boom! Resounded like a bolt from the sky. The tremendous energy directly penetrated Might Guy's body and hit the walls of the arena. Wow! Bricks and sand fell on the ground, and thick smoke rose up. Might Guy rolled his eyes and the 8 inner gates suddenly closed, then fell to the ground and fainted. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but stare, and the halazi almost flowed to the ground. Bai Yu's fist didn't touch Might Guy at all, and all his energy directly smashed a wall of the arena through Might Guy. It's really unbelievable. The others were indeed shocked, but Sarutobi Hiruzen looked distressed. Because after this wall fell, even the cracks in the surrounding walls expanded, and the entire arena was already crumbling. Now it's all right. Rebuild. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a bit bitter at the corner of his mouth. After knocking down Might Guy, Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head. The Might Guy who opened 5th gate was really unsatisfactory. Seeing that kind of power, Bai Yu thought he could fight heartily, but he didn't expect that Might Guy would not be able to do it with just a dozen moves. Things like 8 inner gates are really unreliable. After sighing slightly, Bai Yu frowned suddenly. Looking up at Sarutobi Hiruzen in the stands, Bai Yu said loudly, "Where's the medical ninja? He will be gone if he comes out again." Upon hearing this, the people present came back to their senses. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this, he hurriedly shouted, "Where's the medical ninja?" In the dark, an Anbu ninja quickly jumped into the arena with a medical ninja upon hearing this. Since the last time Bai Yu and Kakashi finished fighting, after Kakashi himself asked for a medical ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that there might be such a scene, so he transferred a medical ninja from Konoha Medical Department. This medical ninja is a girl with round eyes on her nose, which looks very warm and cute. Although Bai Yu looked familiar with her, he didn't ask too much. In this world, he felt that there were more people familiar with him. Yakushi Nanoyu came to Might Guy and didn't look at Might Guy for the first time, but glanced at Bai Yu. Seeing Bai Yu's handsome face, her small face couldn't help but become a little red. She saw the battle just now, and she saw the power of Bai Yu. Faced with a handsome guy with extremely powerful strength, which girl will not be pregnant? After seeing Bai Yu, Yakushi Nanoyu lowered his head and began to treat Might Guy. Bai Yu didn't feel surprised when he saw Yakushi Nanoyu glance at himself more. He walked on the street and saw that his beauties had become more numerous. For Bai Yu, this has become a habit. Without thinking too much, Bai Yu asked Yakushi Nanoyu softly, "How is it? Is he okay?" Although Bai Yu has tried his best to put his strength down, he is still not sure about Might Guy's injury. Hearing Bai Yu's question, Yakushi Nanoyu couldn't help frowning. "Not so good," Yakushi Nanoyu said seriously. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but his eyes widened. "He won't die, will he?" Yakushi no was taken aback when he heard the words and then said stiffly, "That's not true. It's just that he has more fractures, soft tissue." Before Yakushi Nanoyu could finish, Bai Yu patted his chest and said, "That's good, that's good." Seeing Bai Yu's nerves so big, Yakushi now couldn't help looking a little weird, and didn't know where the courage came from. This is not a joke. With this kind of injury, he may not be a ninja in the future. It's just that she hasn't finished speaking yet. Bai Yu just squatted down, her face very close. "He's a man, as long as he doesn't die, it's okay," Bai Yu said seriously to Yakushi Nanoyu. Because of the health of the body, Bai Yu's breath hit Yakushi Nanoyu's face with a sweet smell. Combined with Bai Yu's hard-hearted charm of a man, Yakushi Nanoyu blushed immediately and nodded seriously. "Yes, I get it." She didn't have the courage to take a look at Bai Yu anymore. She was afraid that she would lose her temper. Bai Yu couldn't help feeling a little puzzled when he saw this, but he didn't think much about it and jumped directly into the stands. And Shi Rihong clearly saw the scene just now, and at this time she couldn't help but pouted. Bai Yu was a little confused when he saw this. Chapter 71 All Promotion Chunin. But before he could ask anything, the green raccoon in the arena spoke. "This battle, Bai Yu wins." The sound is not loud, but it is very clear. As soon as the voice fell, the people around began to noisy, and everyone finally had a glimmer of knowledge of Bai Yu's strength. The look in Bai Yu's eyes was somewhat inexplicable. There was even a trace of worship in Uchiha Obito's eyes. Kakashi shook his head with emotion. This battle looks fierce, but compared with the tricks Bai Yu used last time, it can be called gentle. After Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that the battle between Bai Yu and Might Guy was over, his nervous heart finally relaxed. He was afraid that Bai Yu would perform some amazing moves again. Although a wall has been completely crushed, this is already a good result, at least not causing any riots. When he came to the stands, Bai Yu looked at Shi Rihong's somewhat awkward face and couldn't help being stunned. Turning his head to look at Yakushi no, and then at Yuri Hong, there was a sudden look on his face. Yui Hong is a little jealous about her being close to Yakushi no. This made Bai Yu couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He didn't find it strange that no one would have tolerance in his heart for the person who had a good impression in the first place. "Okay, everyone gathers." At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly spoke. Bai Yu came back to his senses after hearing this. Here, Bai Yu naturally guessed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to announce the results of this exam. The 18 candidates present all gathered and stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing the energetic people in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh. The growth of this generation is faster than he imagined. The impact of war on strength far exceeded his imagination. "Next, I will announce the results of this exam," Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly. Hearing this, among the 18 candidates, except Bai Yu and Kakashi, everyone else couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Uchiha Obito even swallowed, and Yurihong, who was jealous, put down his jealousy temporarily and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen nervously. The big guy is naturally a little nervous about things that are closely related to himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around for a week and saw that everyone attached great importance to the results of this exam, and couldn't help but smile. Without selling too much, Sarutobi Hiruzen hooked his mouth. "Congratulations, you all advanced." As soon as the voice fell, everyone was a little sluggish, and they had thought about various results in advance. Even the worst is that the grades are not up to the standard, like Ebisu are already ready to take the next year. No one expected that the final result was that all members were promoted to Chunin. "Great," Uchiha Obito called out first. This sound can be regarded as breaking the silence. Everyone couldn't help showing a happy smile. However, Bai Yu and Kakashi did not show any unexpected looks. They knew all about Chunin's level of strength. The people present were very weak in front of the two of them, but they were all real Chunin level strengths. Might Guy even soared directly to Jonin level after opening 8 inner gates. Looking at the happy faces of these children in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is also full of smiles. This is the mainstay of Konoha's next generation and represents Konoha's endless life. Suddenly, everyone talked about each other and joy spread. Yakushi Nanoyu, who was treating Might Guy, couldn't help but smile upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. She was happy for all the candidates present. As the referee of this exam, Xingli also showed a smile. Watching the next generation grow up, he is even happier than he passed the Chunin exam. Qi Rihong couldn't help showing a very bright smile when she heard that she was promoted to Chunin. Subconsciously turned his head to want to share with Bai Yu, but suddenly remembered that he was jealous, and quickly turned his head blushing. Bai Yu couldn't help feeling a little funny when he saw this. Okay, be quiet, there is one more thing to announce. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen waited until everyone's enthusiasm passed before speaking. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, everyone stopped the discussion and turned their attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Seeing everyone's well-behaved appearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. When Bai Yu heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, he probably had a guess in his mind. The high probability is that he and Kakashi will be promoted to Jonin. Not in a hurry, Bai Yu and Kakashi looked at each other. Both sides read something in each other's eyes. Kakashi also obviously guessed what Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to say. This matter has something to do with Bai Yu and Kakashi. Ask the two classmates to come forward, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Hearing this, Bai Yu and Kakashi didn't think much about it. They paced forward, both of them were very calm. When the people around saw it, they all showed doubts, not knowing what medicine Sarutobi Hiruzen sells in the gourd. Chapter 72 read, Associate with me. When Ta Rihong saw this, the slender and beautiful brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. I was a little worried about Bai Yu, but there was no obvious expression. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu secretly chuckled. Yakushi Nanoyu, who was healing Might Guy, couldn't help but cast his gaze towards Bai Yu. She was still full of curiosity about Bai Yu. The two classmates in front of you should be the best two of you, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Hearing this, the people around did not look surprised. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were not exaggerated at all, and they could be said to be pertinent. If you compare Bai Yu and Kakashi, I'm afraid they are no different from the crane tail of the ninja school. A few days ago, Bai Yu and Kakashi passed Jonin's exam, and the end of today's Chunin exam also announced that they have been promoted to Jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly, in a calm tone. But his words had a considerable impact on others. What? Both of them have been promoted to Jonin. Jonin level people come to take the Chunin exam? Especially Uchiha Obito, the whole person is a bit crazy. Ah, so cunning. Kakashi. He secretly became Jonin. Uchiha Obito shouted. Kakashi couldn't help his face black when he heard the words, a little speechless. Well, this is the vest I prepared for you, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Then he took out a scroll from which summoning took out many green vests. In Konoha village, Genin is not eligible to wear a vest, only after becoming a Chunin can he receive a vest with a slight defense. Everyone can't help but shine when they see something collar. Bai Yu is no exception. He hasn't worn the vest yet, and new things are always attractive. Everyone had a vest, and when they got it, most of them put on it on the spot. With this set, the overall appearance is completely different. The people who had originally very immature faces were completely different in their vibes under this extremely tough vest. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the scene in front of him and nodded very satisfied. I won't say any more. Where Konoha dances, Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly. Fire is endless. Everyone said loudly. At this moment, everyone's hearts have never been so firm. Okay, it's all gone, and we will record your information, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Everyone nodded when they heard the words, and then everyone dispersed. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu nodded and wanted to follow the crowd. Just turning his head, Bai Yu saw that Qi Rihong was still angry and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This kind of young girl who is in love doesn't know that such an expression of jealousy will push her away. Fortunately, Bai Yu didn't take Qi Rihong's performance in mind. In his opinion, this is just a child's temperament. Fortunately, Qi Rihong's performance was not so irrational. Bai Yu motioned to go together, she still followed cleverly. Yakushi Nanoyu, who was rescuing Might Guy, watched the two leave. His eyes were deep and he didn't know what he was thinking. Along the way, the atmosphere was a bit heavy, and Bai Yu didn't want to coax the evening glory. It's just that if you go to coax it now, you will be very tired in the future. This kind of behavior can't help your arrogance. So Qi Rihong didn't speak, Bai Yu didn't speak either. It's just that Bai Yu is actually a noob, and he is the one who said 50 steps and 100 steps. Ta Rihong saw that Bai Yu did not speak as much as her, and soon became so angry. Finally, he snorted and ran away. Bai Yu was completely puzzled when he saw this, and in his opinion, he had done nothing wrong. But thinking back as he walked, Bai Yu also gradually realized that he really looked like an idiot. It's okay to care about with Qi Rihong. Thinking of this, Bai Yu turned directly to Konoha Square. He is going to find a flower shop to buy a bunch of flowers for Qi Rihong. Bai Yu vaguely remembers that Qi Rihong likes roses very much. When I came to a street specializing in selling flowers, birds, fish, and insects, I saw at a glance that there were flowers and plants on both sides of the street, or some shops selling ornamental fish. All kinds of beautiful flowers are very beautiful, and they almost make Bai Yu dazzled. Just as Bai Yu was hesitating where to buy, a very beautiful female voice sounded. Shisui. Don't run around. Bai Yu couldn't help but look towards the place where the sound was made. A very beautiful woman was following a 4 or 5-year-old child. Seeing this beautiful face, Bai Yu was stunned. It is indeed a bit too beautiful. Just when Bai Yu was struck by the beauty of a woman, the child called Shisui had already ran in front of Bai Yu. Looking up at the tall Bai Yu in front of him, Uchiha Shisui's eyes are very bright. The vest on Bai Yu's body and the forehead protector on his forehead seem to attract him very much. Big brother, are you a ninja? Uchiha Shisui asked Bai Yu. Seeing a cute child, Bai Yu naturally does not show a cold face. Smiling, Bai Yu replied, well, I am a ninja. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui immediately showed a very envious expression. I am already a student of the ninja school. I will become a ninja in the future, Uchiha Shisui said to Bai Yu. Although this is a bit inexplicable, it fits the psychology of a child very well. Bai Yu is naturally not surprised. Reaching out and touching Uchiha Shisui's head, Bai Yu said with a smile, you have to work hard to become a real ninja. Hearing this, Uchiha Shisui raised his head and said seriously, I will work very hard. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu nodded and said, I believe you. For a time, the atmosphere was very harmonious. At this moment, Uchiha Joseon was slightly startled when he saw this scene, and then walked forward with a smile on his face. Sorry, I disturbed you. Uchi 110 Bo Jinxiang bowed to Bai Yu. This bow almost gave Bai Yu his death. Big, Bai Yu was dizzy. It's okay. Bai Yu smiled and looked very polite. Seeing that Bai Yu was not bothered by Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Tableshong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, Shisui, go back with me, don't run around. Uchiha Zushong said to Uchiha Shisui. There is tenderness between words. Hearing this sound up close, Bai Yu felt that his bones were crisp. From the skin of the woman in front of her, Bai Yu can conclude that she must be no more than 25 years old. Coupled with some sweet voice, it must be very young. Wait. Bai Yu suddenly discovered something was wrong. Shisui. Bai Yu couldn't help looking stagnant. Excuse me, what is your child's full name? Bai Yu asked Uchiha Table Incense. Hearing Bai Yu's question, Uchiha Table Shong frowned slightly. Bai Yu couldn't help but waved his hand and said, don't get me wrong, I'm just pure curiosity. If it's inconvenient, it doesn't matter if you don't say it. Hearing this, Uchiha Table Zhang's brows loosened slightly, but she has no time to say anything in the future. Uchiha Shisui beside her can't wait to declare herself home. My name is Uchiha Shisui. What is your name, big brother? Uchiha Shisui's voice was very loud. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Uchiha's expression on the table froze. When Bai Yu heard this, he smiled and said, my name is Bai Yu, I am glad to meet you, Uchiha Shisui. While talking, Bai Yu stretched out his hand and shook hands with Uchiha Shisui. Sure enough, it's really Uchiha Shisui, Bai Yu secretly said in his heart. The name Shisui, although not very special, is a rare name. But combined with the age of the child in front of me, plus the ninja school, the chances of not being the famous Uchiha Shisui are too small. And Uchiha frowned when he heard Bai Yu's name. She seemed to have heard Bai Yu's name somewhere, but she couldn't remember it for a while. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu naturally knew what was going on. If it's someone else, Bai Yu may not be too lazy to explain, but the big sister in front of me is so pretty. So Bai Yu couldn't help but said, I am the one called Konoha Madman. While talking, Bai Yu also scratched the back of his head, pretending that he was not very embarrassed. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Uchiha Table Zhang's frowned brows finally loosened. There was a look of, it is so. So you were a Konoha Madman, big brother. Uchiha Shisui jumped up when she heard Bai Yu's words. Bai Yu only graduated from the ninja school last year. At this time, the ninja school was full of his legends. His current identity can be described as campus idol, which is popular throughout the campus. When Uchiha Shisui entered the ninja school, his ears were full of Bai Yu's legend. At this time, Bai Yu called him an idol without exaggeration. Bai Yu couldn't help smiling when he saw Uchiha Shisui's excited look. He didn't expect that his name would be so big, basically someone would know wherever he went. And Uchiha's defensiveness against Bai Yu was temporarily put down at this moment. If it's a ninja with an unknown origin and no purpose, Uchiha will naturally take precautions in his heart. But like Bai Yu, a famous genius who has made great contributions to the battlefield, Uchiha Joseon doesn't think that Bai Yu will have any unruly intentions for himself and his children. After all, as far as Bai Yu's status is concerned, their family has nothing to plot for Bai Yu. Uchiha Joseon married his husband, Uchiha Starry Night, at the age of 17, and the two soon gave birth to a child. This child is Uchiha Shisui in front of him, and Uchiha Xingye died shortly after the two got married because of the mission, and Uchiha Joseon dragged Uchiha Shisui to this day by himself. The current Uchiha Table Incense is only 23 years old and has been a widow for many years. Apart from a house and a flower shop, the family has no other assets. So you know me, Shisui. Bai Yu smiled at Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui almost jumped up when he heard this. Of course I know you, the classmates in the school know you, and the teacher often asks us to learn from you. Uchiha Shisui said excitedly. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help feeling a little ashamed, because in his memory, the predecessor Jonin's school was often reprimanded by the teacher, not to mention the tale of the crane, but it is not good. Uchiha Shisui's appearance also amused Uchiha's Table Incense. With a warm smile, Uchiha Joseon said to Uchiha Shisui, okay, don't bother big brother. Uchiha Shisui was a little unhappy when he heard Uchiha's table incense, but Uchiha's long-term teaching made Uchiha Shisui know how to be polite. I just nodded and said, "Oh, you should have something to come here, right?" Uchiha turned his head and asked Bai Yu. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu suddenly remembered that he was here to buy flowers. Nodded, Bai Yu smiled and said to Uchiha, "Yes, I'm here to buy flowers." Hearing this, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help it. What a coincidence, our house sells flowers. As he said, Uchiha Shisui showed a cute smile. When Uchiha saw this, Uchiha couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. Bai Yu's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and asked Uchiha, "Is this true?" Uchiha Table Incense heard the words and nodded. CACG, his head. "Well, our family does have a flower shop. What kind of flowers do you need?" Bai Yu thought for a while and then said, "I need to buy some roses." Hearing this, Uchiha gave Shang a smile and did not ask much. Just said to Bai Yu, "Come with me." Then he led Uchiha Shisui to the front. When Bai Yu saw this, he followed Uchiha Joseon. Buying roses, Uchiha naturally guessed something. This flower has always been used to show love. Bai Yu, who was following Uchiha Joseon, looked at Uchiha Joseon's figure, and a rush of heat rose in his heart. This feeling is somewhat similar to the feeling of seeing those beautiful women in his previous life when he swipes the video. His happiness was found back by him again. The three of them came to a flower shop with very warm decoration in dozens of steps. The name of the flower shop is Xingye Flower Shop, and it sounds really beautiful. Bai Yu sincerely sighed when he saw the name of the store. It's really a good name. Hearing Bai Yu's compliment, Uchiha's table fragrance was slightly startled and fell for a moment. But Zan even put down that trace of loss. "Let's take a look at the roses," Uchiha Zushang said with a smile at Bai Yu. Bai Yu heard the words and followed behind her to a bunch of roses. The petals of these flowers are sprinkled with drops of water, and each one looks lingering and very beautiful. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction. "If you want to apologize, how many should you buy?" Bai Yu asked seriously at Uchiha Table Incense. Hearing this, Uchiha Joseon smiled and said, "The meaning of expressing apologies for 15 duo." Bai Yu nodded when he heard the words. "Okay, then give me a bunch of 15 roses." Hearing this, Uchiha gave Shang nodded, and then began to help Bai Yu wrap up flowers. Seeing the woman working hard in front of him, Bai Yu's heart suddenly throbbed inexplicably. Before, Uchiha's table fragrance was more greedy for her body. But when the woman in front of her released her true charm, Bai Yu was really moved. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui moved a small bench and said to Bai Yu, "Brother Bai Yu, sit down." Hearing this, Bai Yu woke up immediately and was a little embarrassed. It's a bit too much to be malicious in other people's shops. And still thinking of Chun in front of her son, Bai Yu instantly felt a burning sensation on his face. Without thinking, he touched Uchiha Shisui's head and said, "Thank you." Then he sat down. Uchiha Jinxiang also smiled upon seeing this. For Uchiha Shisui's polite behavior, Uchiha Table Shang is actually very proud of it. This shows that her education for Uchiha Shisui is successful. In a short while, the 15 roses were trimmed and wrapped. Handing the flower to Bai Yu's hand, Uchiha smiled and said, "Okay." Bai Yu couldn't help being stunned when he saw this unusually beautiful face, and then asked, "How much is it?" Uchiha smiled and said, "It's not worth a lot of money, just treat it as a gift to you." These words made Bai Yu a little stunned, which is definitely not appropriate. It's just that he hasn't waited for him to speak yet. Uchiha Joseon said again, "Well, go and apologize to the girl, it should be sooner rather than later." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's eyes widened. "How do you know?" But before he finished asking, Bai Yu knew that what he asked was a bit stupid. "Can I send roses to friends of the same S***X? It's not in a hurry, the money is still to be given." Bai Yu smiled and shook his head. Hearing this, Uchiha Jishang hadn't spoken yet. Uchiha Shisui said hurriedly, "Mom said it was given to you, Bai Yu brother, don't refuse." When saying this, Uchiha Shisui tried hard to look like a small adult. Seeing Uchiha Shisui's appearance, Bai Yu was taken aback for a moment, and then he couldn't help but smile. And when Uchiha on the side saw this, he had already covered his mouth and laughed. The laughter was very soft, crisp, and very nice. Seeing the enthusiasm of the two people, Bai Yu did not refuse, smiled and said to the two of them, "Thank you then, I will come back next time." Hearing this, Uchiha Joseon and Uchiha Shisui both nodded their heads, one large and one small. Seeing such a warm scene, the corner of Bai Yu's mouth was slightly touched. This kind of human warmth was the first time he felt in this world. So there is sunshine everywhere, Bai Yu couldn't help but secretly thought in his heart. At this moment, the world became more three-dimensional in his mind. It's no longer the same as before, and there is some urgency in my heart. Then I will go first, Bai Yu said with a smile at the two. Both Uchiha Jinxiang and Uchiha Shisui nodded. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu took the flower and turned and walked out of the shop. "Goodbye, Bai Yu brother." Uchiha Shisui ran out of the store and waved to Bai Yu. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu waved his hand to Uchiha Shisui and said, "Goodbye, Shisui." This journey of buying flowers by Zhao gave Bai Yu a great surprise. Walking in the alley, Bai Yu's mood improved a lot. He even had a better understanding of swordsmanship. When I saw Uchiha Shisui's mother this time, Bai Yu probably knew why Uchiha Shisui would believe in the will of fire so firmly in the future. Here is the starting point of all his memories, all beautiful existence. Shaking his head, Bai Yu put down his mixed thoughts and walked all the way to Shi Rihong's home. At this time, Shi Rihong was in a daze looking at the doll on her desk in her room. I kept wondering about Bai Yu's attitude in my heart. I even shed a tear or two when I thought of my sadness. This young girl with spring is already at a loss for love. Do you want to find Bai Yu? Shi Rihong thought in her heart. She can't imagine life without Bai Yu. If it is because of her own child's temper, Bai Yu will be indifferent to her. I'm afraid she will regret her death. This thought grew wildly in her mind like weeds. Putting down the doll, Yu Rihong stood up. Tong, boom, boom. The sound of running barefoot on the wooden floor sounded. Ta Rihong ran directly from the second floor to the first floor, her hair floating behind her. Eri Kana, who was cooking, could not help but scold her when she saw that her daughter was so frizzy. Red. A girl must look like a girl. It's just that there is no time for Shi Rihong at this time to stay. All the way to the entrance, Shi Rihong put on her shoes and put them on while running. Shi Ri Zhenhong, who had just arrived at the door, couldn't help being stunned when she saw this. Ta Ri Zhenhong just wanted to ask what's wrong. Ta Rihong hurriedly shouted without looking back, I'll be back soon. Hearing this, Yuri Zhenhong didn't know what to say, nodded blankly, and then returned to her home. When Eri Kanai saw the figure of Yuri Zhenhong, she asked, did you see the red? Ta Rizhenhong nodded. Eri Kanai couldn't help frowning when she saw this. What did the girl do? Ta Ri Zhenhong shook his head and said, she said she will be back soon. Hearing this, Eri Kana couldn't help but shook her head. The couple didn't say much. Kana Eri continued to cook her own meal, while Yuri Zhenhong stretched out on the sofa. It's not that the two don't care about Shi Rihong. Now Shi Rihong has been promoted to Chunin, this kind of strength, in the village, they have no need to care about her safety. As for what she does, the child naturally has her own space. If you have to know everything, it would be too much. At this time, Shi Rihong ran like a gust of wind, and the long hair like a waterfall lay behind him, full of youthfulness. Bai Yu walked towards Shi Rihong's home without hurries with a bunch of flowers in his hand. Had it not been for fear that the flowers would break, Bai Yu would have used shave to rush the road. There is no need to walk through the alleys so slowly. The roads of Konoha village are really too complicated, and there was no so-called planning when the village was established from the beginning. This makes the road in the village twists and turns, like a huge maze. Stepping on the avenue again, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel relieved. It was really torture to walk in the alley. Just as he stepped forward and continued on, a young girl suddenly appeared in front of him. The girl was breathing heavily, her long hair, although a little messy, exuded a strange sense of beauty. Red? Bai Yu couldn't help being a little surprised. When Ta Rihong saw Bai Yu, her good-looking eyes couldn't help but brighten up. Bai Yu, Hong muttered. The little face turned red immediately. But after gritting his teeth, Hong suppressed the shyness in his heart, ran towards Bai Yu directly, and rushed into Bai Yu's arms fiercely. With Bai Yu's physical fitness, he is naturally not afraid of such an impact. It's just that the softness is really amazing. Deliberately loosening his strength, Bai Yu was hit by the red and took 2 steps back. If you don't retreat these 2 steps, I'm afraid Shi Rihong may be injured. I was wrong, I shouldn't have done this to you. Ta Rihong hugged Bai Yu hard and said. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but put a bright smile on his face. He didn't expect Shi Rihong to come to him on the initiative. In the environment where he grew up before, boys tend to lower their heads to girls, and everything needs the boys to take the initiative. The feeling of Yurihong completely changed at this moment. Love, of course, is the right shape to go both ways. No, it's my fault. I didn't take care of your emotions, Bai Yu said, patting Shi Rihong's back. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Ta Rihong's heart suddenly felt immensely moved. Great, Bai Yu didn't hate me. Shi Rihong rejoiced in her heart. Then came the tears, and then the howling and crying. Wu Ming, Bai Yu's face became stiff when he saw this, and Shi Rihong's crying was something he didn't expect. Although this cry is unexpected, Bai Yu can probably guess the reason. Fooling around in love is something everyone will have. There are many people crying because of their own cranky thoughts. Okay, stop crying. Bai Yu patted Shi Rihong's back to comfort. Not long after, Yu Rihong, who vented her own emotions, stopped crying. Freed from Bai Yu's arms, the whole person's face was very ruddy. Bai Yu is a little lost, and the softness in his arms is really comfortable. These are the flowers I bought for you, 15, which represents my apologies to you. Bai Yu put the flower in his hand in front of Shi Rihong and said with a smile. Seeing the roses in front of me, Shi Rihong couldn't help but brighten up. Her favorite flower is the red rose. Thank you, Bai Yu. Shi Ri blushed and said to Bai Yu. Hearing this, Bai Yu waved his hand and said, what is our relationship, why are you so polite with me? Bai Yu's words made Yuri's red face even more red. Looking at Bai Yu's handsome face, the thoughts in my heart finally rose. What is our relationship? Shi Rihong asked stutteringly. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help being stunned, but instantly knew Qi Rihong's mind. "Us. Let's stay together, Hong, associate with me," Bai Yu said to Qi Rihong. Hearing Bai Yu's confession, Qi Rihong was suddenly embarrassed. This feeling really made her little heart a little difficult to hold on to herself. The secretion of various hormones caused her perception to explode in an instant, and she could only describe Ta Rihong's mood at this time with a bewilderment. But even in this situation, Qi Rihong replied very quickly, "Okay." When Bai Yu heard this, he couldn't help grinning, showing his neat white teeth. This time it was Bai Yu who took the initiative to hug Rihong, holding it very tightly, even making Rihong a little breathless. It's just that Qi Rihong didn't care, but backhanded Bai Yu to hold Bai Yu tighter. The two wanted to rub each other into their bodies. Fiery youth is like this. The two whispered a lot, until the sky gradually dimmed and Ta Rihong went home for dinner. Bai Yu came to La Ramen and ordered a bowl of ramen with a generous portion. At this time, Sho Dayila was still a young man, and the whole shop was busy by himself. Hilulu ate a large bowl of ramen, and Bai Yu left. Returning to the only courtyard, Bai Yu no longer felt the loneliness deep into his bones. He really has a deep enough bond in this world. Practice as usual, falling asleep with Bing Shinju. On the second day, Bai Yu started his practice as usual, and now his major changed from Marine 6 styles to basic swordsmanship. It's just that Bai Yu's movements have become very light, and there is no huge power. At noon, Bai Yu was thinking about going to eat, and Qi Rihong actually came. He carried a huge bento in his hand. "This is my bento. I know you eat a lot, so I made it for 7 people," Yuri said with a blushing face. Seeing Rihong's shy appearance, Bai Yu kissed her on the cheek quickly. This made Rihong's blushing blush transparent. Although shy, Rihong didn't say anything. "On the contrary, there is some usefulness in my heart." After opening the bento, there was a heart-shaped egg inside, which made Bai Yu's mouth twitch. Only then did I want to understand why Rihong blushed at the beginning. "It's a beautiful shape," Bai Yu deliberately pretended to inadvertently praise. After speaking, Bai Yu could see that Qi Rihong's smile was much brighter. After eating a bento, Bai Yu nodded and said, "Well, it's delicious." Ta Rihong suddenly smiled like a flower, and that kind of happiness is indescribable. Seeing Bai Yu eating the food she made by herself, Qi Rihong was very satisfied. I took out a small food box and ate with Bai Yu. After they were full, they both rested in Bai Yu's home. Of course, not in bed. In the living room, Bai Yu and Ta Rihong are sitting on the sofa, close to each other. Bai Yu liked the scent of Rihong very much. It was a taste that attracted him enough. It took a long time for Bai Yu to continue his practice. In this way, 5 days later, Bai Yu was in trouble. Although life has become very beautiful, but the realm of swordsmanship is somewhat frustrated. After practicing again into the night, Bai Yu couldn't help sighing. Panel. Bai Yu thought. System panel. 3.0 Host, Bai Yu. Vitality. 2.4. Spirit. 3.6. Strength. 87. Speed. 83. Endurance. 99. Gong method. Basic practice method. Advanced. 26% entry. Ninjutsu. Chakra refining technique. 3 body technique. Kunai throwing technique. Fire. Wind. Water. Earth. Thunder. Perception skills. Physique. Marine 6 styles intermediate, 3% entry. Armament Haki. Elementary, 78% Xiaocheng. Basic swordsmanship intermediate, 99% Dacheng. Bing Shinju. Intermediate, 93% Dacheng. Strength evaluation. S level, the top figure in the ninja world. Deduced points. 15,930. Since 2 days ago, the proficiency of swordsmanship stopped. Now Bai Yu's understanding of swordsmanship has reached the end, because there are only so many basic swordsmanship. Relying on the tempering of time may comprehend new things, but that would be a waste of time, because this comprehension is uncertain. After thinking for a while, Bai Yu decided to deduce a sword move. If there is no enlightenment of sword skills, I am afraid that swordsmanship will be stuck for a long time. System. Give me 36 trouble winds with a knife flow. Bai Yu's heart moved. Ding. 36 annoying winds with 1 sword flow is a C-level skill. It requires 1,000 points of deduction. Do you confirm the deduction? Yes. Bai Yu said confidently in his heart. Ding. 36 troubles in 1 sword flow in deduction. Ding. 36 troubles with 1 sword flow successfully deduced. A memory appeared in Bai Yu's mind out of thin air. In his mind, Bai Yu kept trying to cut his sword energy in a state where he was not a sword tyrant at present. It's just that I don't know how long it has passed, and there isn't even a sign of it. Bai Yu didn't have a clue about the realm of Jianao until one day, he wielded a knife and created a new slash wave different from Jianqi. Recovering from memory, Bai Yu's eyes are very bright. Ding. The current 36 trouble wind proficiency with 1 sword flow is elementary, 1% entry. Ding. Because the basic swordsmanship is extremely high, 1 sword style 36 trouble wind proficiency increased to the intermediate level, 59% Xiaocheng. Before I had time to be happy to get 36 trouble winds, it was another surprise. With his right hand tightly grasping the standard long knife in his hand, Bai Yu's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. The muscles on the arm were knotted, and a force of power came from Bai Yu's body. Sword Flow 36 Trouble Wind. A white, spinning slash wave was sent out from the standard long knife in Bai Yu's hand, piercing the sky directly, and it didn't know how far it flew before disappearing. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help but twitched his mouth, and he was very happy. After swinging the knife, Bai Yu could feel that his swordsmanship bottleneck had begun to loosen. Struggling while the iron was hot, Bai Yu directly began his basic swordsmanship training. Cut, block, collapse, chop, pick, constantly repeating precise movements, Bai Yu gradually entered a realm. The realm of iron slashing spontaneously unfolded. At this moment, Bai Yu seemed to hear everything in the world whispering in his ears. The basic swordsmanship proficiency on the panel has also quietly grown from intermediate, 99% deduction, to advanced, 1%, entry. Bright eyes flashed, Bai Yu waved a long knife in his hand, and a white sword aura flew out of his knife. Hiss, the calm water surface of the creek was directly cut open, and by the way, a gully about tens of meters long and 10 centimeters wide was cut into the ground on the opposite bank. At this moment, Bai Yu was finally promoted to the realm of swordsmanship. Bai Yu exhaled deeply. Bai Yu, who has entered the realm of swordsmanship, finally relaxes the tension in his heart. Now he finally has a certain ability to protect himself. If he meets Jinchuriki, who can be completely tailed on the battlefield, he does not need to run. It can even defeat Jinchuriki under special circumstances. Ding! Basic swordsmanship reached advanced level, 1% entry level, swordsmanship 36 anxiety when proficiency increased to intermediate level, 99% deduction. Hearing the sound of the system, Bai Yu raised his brows slightly and did not feel any surprise. Because for him now, 36 worries with a single knife flow are already very tasteless. This move requires a special swing gesture, otherwise it is impossible to cut out the slash wave. Once someone interferes or is attacked while swinging a knife, this sword flow 36 trouble wind cannot be activated at all. If on the battlefield, this trick is completely useless. Fortunately, Bai Yu never thought of using this trick to fight. He needs more of a sword skill to help his basic swordsmanship break through the current bottleneck. Obviously, this decision was right. His basic swordsmanship was promoted to high level due to the emergence of 36 annoying winds. He also succeeded in reaching the realm of Jian Hao. Without thinking too much, Bai Yu returned to his home happily. After taking a shower, Bai Yu sat on the sofa in the living room and started thinking. The battle was not over at this time, and Bai Yu was able to stay in the village for such a long time not only because of his military merits. It is more Namikaze Minato's greeting to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not only did it not have to go to the battlefield, but even a task was not dispatched to Bai Yu. Let Bai Yu improve himself. In fact, this is also Namikaze Minato's trust in Bai Yu. He firmly believes that Bai Yu is not a person who can be idle. As long as there is a breakthrough in strength, I'm afraid it doesn't need to be said that Bai Yu will inevitably speak up on the battlefield. Namikaze Minato, who had this idea, greeted Sarutobi Hiruzen in the same way. This is why Bai Yu can improve his strength so comfortably. At this time, the other people who participated in the everyone's exam were already on the battlefield. And Yurihong, Morino Ibiki and Bai Yu were teammates, the two were also stunned, and no one urged them to go to the battlefield. For Yurihong and Morino Ibiki, these days can be said to be the most reassuring days of the year. Don't worry about an enemy attack, you don't need to sleep at night and take precautions. This also made Yurihong and Morino Ibashida understand the importance of peace from the bottom of their hearts. Lifting his head, Bai Yu looked at his ceiling, and according to his plan, the next step was to make a breakthrough with his Armament Haki. Armament Haki's proficiency has reached elementary level, 78% Xiaocheng. It only takes another month or so for Bai Yu to be confident enough to break Armament Haki to the intermediate level. Armament Haki has reached the intermediate level and can be wounded. In this way, his weapon can also be updated. At this time, because of the increase in strength of Bai Yu, the standard long knife in his hand is no longer suitable for him to use. It's too light to use. With every slash, Bai Yu can feel that it hasn't competed well. The standard long knife has limited his strength. After thinking for a while, Bai Yu made up his mind to break Armament Haki to the intermediate level, change his sword and go to the battlefield. Chapter 73 The Perfect Haze escapes the bounds of blood. In this way, he doesn't have to worry too much about what emergencies will occur on the battlefield that he cannot handle. With a thought, Bai Yu's core torso was covered with a layer of Armament Haki. Physical strength also slowly passed away. When Armament Haki exhausted his physical strength, the proficiency on the panel began to increase. Armament Haki doesn't have too many comprehensions or skills, and some are just water milling skills. The more you use, the more skilled Armament Haki becomes. The stronger the physical fitness, the higher the strength of Armament Haki. After exhausting his physical strength, Bai Yu proceeded with his own practice or Bing Shinju. This caused Bai Yu, who seemed to be very busy, to quiet down immediately. Yurihong, who gives Bai Yu a lunchbox every day, can't help but feel a little strange. But she didn't ask too much, because she knew that Bai Yu's practice was completely different from ordinary ninjas. Time just passed bit by bit. Half a month later Bai Yu, sitting in his yard, was completely covered by the dark Armament Haki, looking like a black man. After half a month of hard work, Bai Yu has completely covered Armament Haki. When the body and the body collide, you can even hear the very obvious sound of gold and iron fighting. Obviously, Bai Yu's armament Haki has not only grown in coverage but also in intensity. It's just that Bai Yu's armament Haki, like his swordsmanship, has fallen into a bottleneck these days. Stuck at the elementary level, 99% deduction, Bai Yu can probably guess some of the reasons. This is absolutely related to his power. Panel, Bai Yu thought. System panel. 3.0 host. Bai Yu, vitality, 2.5, spirit, 3.7, strength, 93, speed, 85, endurance, 99. Gong method. Basic practice method, advanced, 31% grandmaster. Ninjutsu. Chakra refining technique, 3 body technique, kunai throwing technique, fire, wind style, water, earth, thunder, perception technique. Physique. Marine 6 styles intermediate, 13% entry, armament Haki. Elementary, 99% deduction. Basic swordsmanship advanced, 5% entry, ice heart Ju. Intermediate, 97% deduction. 1 sword style 30. 6 worries wind. Intermediate, 99% deduction. Strength evaluation. S level, the top figure in the ninja world. Deduced points. 14,930, strength and speed increased slightly, but endurance was stuck at 99 without any movement. It's strange, but it also makes Bai Yu look forward to it. When his 3-dimensional attribute breaks through 100 points, it may be time for him to make a big leap forward. Shaking his head, Bai Yu didn't continue to think about it. After all, things like strength can't be broken by thinking about it. Standing up, Bai Yu walked directly into the yard. The luxuriant vegetables and grasses in my original vegetable plot were all frozen to death by the severe cold. However, Bai Yu didn't care about this vegetable field. Those dead plants would completely decompose in the beginning of spring, and then they would use their waste heat to return their nutrients to the land. Looking up at the sky, the sun has reached the top of Bai Yu's head at this time. Although it is dazzling, it is not blazing. The winter sun can only be called warm sun, which gives people warmth. Just as Bai Yu looked at the sky and relaxed, Qi Mu arrived on time. The food container in his hand is getting bigger and bigger. Bai Yu's appetite has grown from 6 servings to 7 servings. Eating more is also a headache, and the time spent on eating is getting longer and longer. While eating the food in front of him, Bai Yu thought about how to solve the food problem. But Bai Yu, who has never studied eating, is a little barren in his head. Bai Yu never expected this situation. After racking his brains, Bai Yu only thought of a way of compressing food. It's like a weaponry pill. But Bai Yu knows that this thing is just like stimulants, and it's definitely not good to eat too much. This is why Bai Yu has not exchanged a large amount of Liang pill for food. After eating and drinking, Bai Yu and Qi Mu leaned on the sofa again. It's just that there is no fragrant scene. After all, I was panicked just after eating. The two chatted, talking and laughing, and time passed quickly. For a long time, Qi Mu suddenly felt something was wrong. Because Bai Yu hasn't practiced yet, this makes her a little puzzled. Bai Yu, don't you practice today? Qi Mu asked hesitantly. Bai Yu couldn't help but smile upon seeing this. The strength is a little bit distressed, and continuing to practice has no effect, so I decided to take a rest. Bai Yu said with a smile. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Ta Rihong couldn't help but shine, and then he showed a very bright smile. Then, let's go climbing. There is a very beautiful mountain behind Konoha, Yurihong said excitedly to Bai Yu. Seeing Yurihong's expectant face, Bai Yu smiled and nodded. Anyway, I've decided to take a break, and it's okay to take a look at the scenery and relax with Yurihong. After having enough rest, the two went directly to Konoha's back mountain. The trees are very dense, but even so, from time to time you will not meet a person in the forest. These people are basically civilians hunting or farming in the mountains. They didn't know Bai Yu and Qi Mu. This also allows Bai Yu and Qi Mu to enjoy the scenery quietly. Although everything is withered in this season, it still looks shining under the shining of the sun. With the beautiful scenery in front of you and the beauty beside him, Bai Yu is in a very cheerful mood. This also made Bai Yu understand that he was too anxious. After playing, Bai Yu sent Qi Mu home and went back home alone. It was already dark at this time. Take out the conjecture left by the predecessor's father. With a heart move, Bai Yu said to the system, deducing the perfect haze to escape the blood and continue the limit. Ding! Perfect land escape blood succession boundary is a B-level skill. The required deduction points are 8,000 points. Is it deduction? Yes. Bai Yu thought. Ding! Perfect land escape blood following boundary deduction in progress. Ding! Perfect land escape blood following boundary deduction completed. The current proficiency is beginner, 1%. A stream of memory surged in Bai Yu's mind, and after a short while, it was all digested by Bai Yu. Bai Yu can clearly feel that his chakra has become different from the past. Even the body has produced a little strengthening. If it is a little strengthening in the past, it may not have any effect. But his body is currently in a bottleneck period. This trace of reinforcement is like a burst of inotropic agent, directly causing Bai Yu's body to pierce the layer of window paper. Suddenly, Bai Yu got goosebumps all over his body and then fell into a deep silence. In this boundless silence, time seems to have no concept. Bai Yu didn't know how long it took to wake up. It was an indescribable sense of loneliness. and Bai Yu seemed to have really entered a new realm. Panel. Bai Yu thought. System panel. 3.0, host, Bai Yu. Vitality. 2.6. Spirit. 4.0. Strength. 99. Speed. 97. Endurance. 100. Gong method. Basic practice method, advanced, 31% Grandmaster. Ninjutsu. Chakra refining technique. Free body technique. Kunai throwing technique. Fire. Wind style. Water. Earth. Thunder. Perception techniques. Physique. Marine 6 styles. Intermediate, 13% entry, armament Haki. Elementary, 99% Dachung. Basic swordsmanship, 5% entry, ice heart Ju. Intermediate, 97% Dachung. 36 anxiety wind intermediate, 99% Dachung. Boundary of blood succession. Lan Dun, elementary, 1%. Strength evaluation. S level, the top figure in the ninja world. Deduced points. 6,930. Unsurprisingly, Bai Yu's endurance really broke through the 100-point level. Although the strength and speed did not break through 100 points, it was only the final touch. But the most exaggerated is the growth of spirit. It directly increased from 3.7 to 4.0, which allowed Bai Yu to feel that his brain was very clear, better than when he was at his best. The thinking is light and jumping, and the 5 senses are sensitive. Bai Yu's life, no, this life plus life has never felt like this. Although Bai Yu didn't know what the realm he had just entered, the benefits that realm brought him were visible to the naked eye. Bai Yu let out a soft breath. Looking at Lan Dun, who has 1% proficiency, Bai Yu chose to experiment. Raise both hands and aim at the sky. Bai Yu frowned slightly, controlling the chakras surging in his body. Chakras of different attributes gush out from the palm of his hand. At the moment when they emerge through the body, chakra of water attribute and chakra of thunder attribute are as harmonious as water and milk. Call out. A bright laser struck the night sky, and the sharp sound was like the sharp sound of a firework. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help but shine. Regardless of the power, this special effect is already top-notch. Moreover, Bai Yu could feel that this so-called perfect gang escape blood continued limit seems to be different from the land escape he imagined. When releasing this laser, Bai Yu could feel very relaxed as spitting. There is no need for control and consumption at all. The firing of such a laser is close to nothing for Bai Yu's chakra consumption. There is something, this 8,000 seems to be quite worth it, Bai Yu murmured, clenching his fists. Bai Yu deduced that Lan Dun's original intention was to take responsibility for the things left by his predecessor father. Unexpectedly, this move brought Bai Yu a great surprise. With a hook at the corner of his mouth, Bai Yu's strength surged and his muscles suddenly knotted. The whole person's body was wrapped in black armament Haki. It's just that the feeling is completely different this time. The veins raged, Bai Yu could feel a trace of pain erupting from the depths of his body. That is the overwhelming burden of the blood vessels and the damage to one's own organs. Although painful, Bai Yu did not lose his armament Haki because he could already touch that realm. Just the last film, as long as it is broken, then his armament Haki will definitely be able to advance successfully. Focus. Focus a little bit. A little bit more is enough, Bai Yu kept thinking in his heart. Until he was dizzy and almost fell to the ground, his clothes were suddenly stained with black. The black then rushed to dye all of Bai Yu's clothes black. The pressure in the body surged out, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Bai Yu was relieved. Bai Yu, who was covered in pitch black, was like a statue made of steel. Looking at the robe that had been dyed black, Bai Yu couldn't help but grin. Armed color entanglement has been completed. Seeing the proficiency on the panel that has grown to the intermediate level, 1% entry level, Bai Yu's smile is very mad. It's time to go to the battlefield, Bai Yu murmured. Returning to Konoha from the battlefield, but within 2 months or so, Bai Yu's Marine 6 styles, swordsmanship, and armament Haki have all made huge breakthroughs. At this time, Bai Yu is very powerful even in cage level. Bai Yu even feels that his current armament Haki can handle the explosion of tailed beast bomb. Armament Haki's winding is not only a change in extension, but also a huge leap in strength. This is where Bai Yu's confidence comes from. Wiping off the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, Bai Yu fell asleep with Bing Shinju after washing. On the second day, Bai Yu just finished his practice and left the house. His direction is Hokage building. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen is sitting at his desk. Looking at the information in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help frowning. The stalemate in the battlefield of the grassland has been a long time ago. Jiraiya sent a message, presenting some minor details on this piece of information. The storm is coming. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Judging from the layout of the parties, there will inevitably be large-scale battles in the next few months. While Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking about countermeasures, an Anbu ninja suddenly appeared next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, Bai Yu is here, Anbu ninja said softly. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows. Obviously, Bai Yu's arrival was a bit unexpected. Let him come directly to my office, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the Anbu ninja in front of him. Hearing this, Anbu ninja nodded immediately, then turned around and disappeared. Bai Yu came to the entrance of the Hokage building. Before stepping in, an Anbu ninja wearing a mask walked out. Master Hokage asked you to go directly to his office, and Bu Ninja said to Bai Yu. Hearing this, Bai Yu was not surprised. With the perception technique, he felt a lot of aura appearing around him as early as when he stepped into the vicinity of the Hokage building. Coming all the way to the door of Sarutobi Hiruzen's office, Bai Yu reached out and knocked on the wooden door lightly. Tuck tuck tuck. Very crisp. Sarutobi Hiruzen in the office heard the voice raise his head and whispered, "Come in." Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice, Bai Yu didn't stop, pushing the door directly. Bai Yu. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and greeted Bai Yu. Reaching out without hitting the smiley person, Bai Yu smiled when he saw it, Master Hokage. Yeah. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Is there anything going on this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu also smiled and said, I think I have taken a long enough break and want to apply to go to the battlefield. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but show a curious look in his eyes. Oh, can I know the reason? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Bai Yu. Bai Yu pursed his mouth and said, recently, there has been a breakthrough in strength. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but his eyes widened. You mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was a little weird. Bai Yu didn't sell it when he saw it, and smiled and said, yes, there has been a breakthrough in strength. If you put this on other people's heads, it would be nothing, but in Sarutobi Hiruzen's impression, Bai Yu is already the pinnacle of the elite Jonin. To make a breakthrough on this basis, the breakthrough Bai Yu said must be the breakthrough of cage-level strength. This will inevitably surprise Sarutobi Hiruzen. This year is Konoha's 48th year. Bai Yu is also 1 year older, but the 13-year-old cage level is also outrageous. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about his 13-year-old. At that time, he seemed to be just an ordinary chunin. When Bai Yu was 13 years old, he was already a real cage-level powerhouse. Even those who made up biographies would not dare to write like this. Cough cough cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed a few times to cover up his gaffe. Since you have already made a breakthrough, it is not good for me to keep you. If you go to the battlefield at this time, the battle situation on Tanakuna's side has basically stabilized. So there is only one place to go, Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously to Bai Yu. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu nodded in agreement. He was withdrawn from the battlefield of Tianjiguo. At that time, it was really boring. He stayed in the command post all day to cultivate. It is not much different from the days in Konoha. So, if you go to the battlefield now, there are only two places. One is facing the west blue shore of the country of water, and the other is the battlefield of the country of grass. While talking, Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed to the intelligence document on the battlefield of grassland at his hand. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu frowned slightly. Which side of the battlefield is more intense? Bai Yu asked. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. He just waited for Bai Yu's words. Judging from Namikaze Minato's comments on Bai Yu belongs to the character of wherever he goes. Whether it is from the heart for Konoha or because of his own interests, this is a good thing for Konoha. The complexity of the round, the country of grass is naturally the best choice, but it is more dangerous there. Even if you are promoted to cage level, it is difficult to run wild there. Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Bai Yu raised his eyebrows and couldn't help feeling a little funny in his heart. This faintly aroused the young man's meaning. For him it was not necessary at all. Shaking his head, Bai Yu smiled and said, I want to go to the battlefield of the country of grass. Seeing Bai Yu's smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. He didn't have this intention, it was just that too many young ninjas had met him, subconsciously using words that had become instinct. Okay. Then you take your two teammates to register together, and you can leave tomorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help frowning. Do you have to have 3 people to go to the battlefield? Bai Yu was a little confused. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help being stunned. Normally, 3 people are required to work in groups. This is the most efficient task force. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained to Bai Yu. As for you, if you don't want teammates, that's fine. With your strength, you don't need Chunin-level teammate Furusuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu could not help but nodded. With his current strength, Ta Rihong and Morino Ibiki really can't keep up with him. Hearing Bai Yu's words, a clear look appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Okay, then you go alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Bai Yu nodded subconsciously after hearing this, but then he thought of something and frowned slightly. If I'm on the battlefield, what about the two of them? Bai Yu suddenly asked Sarutobi Hiruzen aloud. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback for a moment, and then he understood what Bai Yu meant. I will find another teammate for them, and they will follow you into the battlefield soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Bai Yu couldn't help looking stiff when he heard the words, so it seemed that he was a little naive. That's right, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki are already Chunin. Ninjas at this level are the main force on the battlefield. During this kind of war, it is naturally impossible to let them sit idle in Konoha village. They can stay till now. I am afraid that more reason is because he is still in Konoha village. I understand. Bai Yu nodded. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the words, he asked slightly, then what do you mean? Let me take them. Bai Yu sighed. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen grinned and nodded with a smile. Okay. Bai Yu nodded when he heard the words. Without saying anything, he walked out the door directly. Seeing the figure of Bai Yu going away, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile became even brighter. What makes him happy is not that he doesn't need to arrange new teammates for Yurihong and Morino Ibiki. What makes him happy is that Bai Yu's bond with his two teammates is deep enough. This can also illustrate Bai Yu's character. Strong humanity tends to be more popular than strong ruthless ones. It is clear from the comparison between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. A strong man who has big nerves, but puts everyone in his heart. The other is an indifferent but selfish strong man. Between the two, you can know who is more popular without asking. After leaving the Hokage building, Bai Yu went straight to Morino Ibiki's home. The first time I went to Morino's home, Bai Yu bought some gifts and fruits. Because he knew that Morino Ibi had an old man in his family. This is a habit brought from past lives. Carrying things, Bai Yu looked at the road signs all the way to Morino Ibi's door. Looking at the door, which was quite old but very clean, Bai Yu smiled, raised his hand and knocked on the door. True. The voice was not loud, but it was enough for the people inside to hear it. Who? Morino Ibiki asked loudly when he heard the knock on the door. Bai Yu smiled upon hearing this, but did not speak. This made Morino Ibiki frown slightly, but as Chunin has become Chunin, he has no fear in his heart. Morino Ibiki didn't open the door, but jumped onto the wall on the side. With sharp eyes, Bai Yu appeared in his field of vision, wearing a strong gray outfit. Surprise came from his eyes. It turned out to be you, Bai Yu. Morino Ibiki suddenly relaxed. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu also smiled and said, "Alertness is not bad." These words made Morino Ibiki a little embarrassed, and the kunai hidden in his sleeve shrank back. Isn't this a habit formed on the battlefield? Morino Ibiki sneered. Bai Yu shook his head when he saw this, not entangled in this little detail. Will you open the door for me? Bai Yu said angrily. Morino quickly said after hearing this, good, good. Then he climbed over the wall again and opened his door. Ibizi. Who is here? At this time, an old voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Morino Ibiki hurriedly shouted, "My classmate is here, Grandma." The loudness of this voice made Bai Yu couldn't help but dig out his ears, a little itchy. Of course, Bai Yu is not surprised. After all, the old man's ears are not good, and sometimes he has to shout loudly to hear. Hearing Morino Ibiki's words, the old man walked out of the room. There were smiles on his wrinkled face. "Ah, is the Bai Yu classmate you often mention coming?" Morinoki asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help being taken aback. Morino Ibiki smiled and said, "Yes, it is Bai Yu classmate who is here." Bai Yu couldn't help looking at Morino Ibiki with some doubts. Seeing Bai Yu's puzzled eyes, Morino Ibiki couldn't help touching the back of his head, and said with a little embarrassment, "I'm fine with my grandmother." Bai Yu nodded when he heard the words, showing a clear look. Carrying the things in his hands, Bai Yu came to Morinoki. "Grandma, I didn't bring anything this time. These are some fruits," Bai Yu said to Morinoki. Hearing this, Morinoki was a little surprised at first, but then stretched out his hand to take these things. In this world, there are not too many fake politeness. "Thank you, classmate Bai Yu." Morinoki squinted and smiled. When Bai Yu saw this, he also smiled and said, "You are welcome. Come in and sit down," Morinoki said with a smile, very kind. When Bai Yu saw this, he waved his hand and said, "I'll sit down next time, I still have things to do, I'm leaving soon." Hearing this, Morinoki couldn't help being taken aback. "That's a pity, Grandma still wants to make good food for you." Morinoki's expression was very sincere. Bai Yu can see that this is not a perfunctory remark. This really makes Bai Yu's heart warm. The care from the elders of the generations is moving enough. "It's okay, Grandma, I'll eat again next time," Bai Yu said with a big smile on his face. Morinoki nodded when he heard the words, and said nothing more. When Bai Yu saw this, he turned his head and said to Morino Ibiki with a smile on his face, "I have decided, and I will leave for the country of grass tomorrow." Hearing this, Morino Ibiki couldn't help but stunned. Then there was a bright smile. "Okay, I haven't been on the battlefield for a long time, and I feel like I'm about to rust," Morino said with a smile. Morinoki on the side looked like hesitating and stopping. On the one hand, she was very worried about Morino Ibiki, but she also knew that it was the time of war. As a Chunin, Morino Ibiki was inevitable on the battlefield. It's just that this time came so suddenly that she hadn't expected it. Bai Yu saw Morino Ibiki's smile, but didn't laugh with it. Because he could feel Morino Ibiki's smile was not from the heart. That's right, for a teenager, how can it be a joy to go to the battlefield? "Okay, don't think too much, let's go to register together," Bai Yu sighed slightly. Hearing Bai Yu's sigh, Morino Ibiki naturally knew that Bai Yu had guessed his mood. No longer pretending to be happy, he nodded to Bai Yu. Then he left with Bai Yu. Morinoki sighed uncontrollably while looking at the backs of the two. Bring Morino Ibiki to Yurihong's home. It was very easy to invite Yurihong. Except for her willingness to go to the battlefield, Tahijinhong and Kana Eri were not surprised. The three of them came all the way to the Hokage building. After completing the registration, the three of them dispersed and went back to each house to pack up their belongings. The next day, early in the morning, Bai Yu practiced the exercises as usual. Panel. Bai Yu thought. System panel. 3.0, host, Bai Yu. Vitality. 2.6. Spirit. 4.0. Strength. 99. Speed. 98. Endurance. 100. Gong method. Basic practice method, advanced, 32% Grandmaster. Ninjutsu. Chakra refining technique. Free body technique. Kunai throwing technique. Fire, wind style, water, soil, lightning style, perception technique. Physique. Marine 6 styles intermediate, 14% entry, armament Haki. Intermediate, 2% entry. Basic swordsmanship advanced. 6% entry. Bingshinju intermediate. 98% Dacheng. 1 sword style 36 Whirlwind intermediate, 99% Dacheng. Boundary of blood succession. Lan Dun, elementary, 5%, strength evaluation. S level, the top figure in the ninja world. Deduced points. 6,930, however, after sleeping for one night, Bai Yu's strength has increased significantly. The perfect system deduced by the system is just like riding on a rocket, and it has increased by 4% in one night. This growth rate is very exaggerated. However, it is also foreseeable that the growth rate will naturally decrease in the later stage, which is an inevitable phenomenon. Now Bai Yu, after breaking through the bottleneck, his strength has once again come to a stage of rapid growth. During this period of time, Bai Yu's strength will surely increase by leaps and bounds. Point 0. Looking carefully at his panel, Bai Yu found that his current skill that is close to breakthrough is only a Bingshin's secret art. Judging from past experience, Bingshinju's breakthrough to advanced level will inevitably appear something special. Bai Yu is still very much looking forward to the breakthrough of Bingshinju. Without looking at his panel too much, Bai Yu locked all the doors and windows of his home after finishing everything. Then he came to the Hokage building alone. This was the meeting place he and Yuhihong and Morino Ibuki had agreed upon. With a leap, Bai Yu went directly to the roof of the Hokage building. The surrounding Anbu ninjas frowned when they saw the unidentified person being so embarrassed. Then they saw Bai Yu, but everyone stopped their actions. It's just looking at the scenery from the top of the Hokage building. This is everyone's idea. This is obviously a different treatment. If it were an ordinary ninja, it would have been driven down long ago. But Bai Yu is no ordinary ninja. He is a genius ninja who is known as the Konoha madman. This distinction should also be treated. Lying on the top of the cold building, Bai Yu looked at the dark clouds in the sky and couldn't help feeling a little bit in his heart. This should be the place where 6 paths paine a bag of rice has to carry several floors, Bai Yu thought. Thinking of this, Bai Yu's thoughts began to fly. All sorts of memories are coming, some are related to this world, and some are not related to this world. I don't know how long it took, the dark clouds in the sky were already very thick. With a slight change, Bai Yu's eyes flashed. Come. Ta Rihong and Morino Ibiki's chakra appeared in Bai Yu's perception. At this time, Morino Ibiki was communicating with Yurihong. Bai Yu hasn't come yet. I thought I was slower. Morino Ibiki scratched his head and said. Upon hearing this, Yurihong couldn't help turning over by Kugan. Morino Ibiki's words also brought her in. The two of them met on the road, and they were a little embarrassed when they saw each other. After all, they were already late. Fortunately, they did not find Bai Yu before they came to the Hokage building. Just the next moment. You finally came. Bai Yu's voice sounded faintly. Hearing this voice, Ta Rihong and Morinoi couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Sorry, Bai Yu, we are late. Ta Rihong first apologized to Bai Yu. Upon seeing this, Morino Ibiki touched the back of his head and said to Bai Yu, I'm sorry. Bai Yu was not angry when he saw this, but nodded and smiled. It doesn't matter, it's not too late to leave now. While talking, Bai Yu touched Qi Rihong's little head. Touched by Bai Yu's warm hand, Qi Rihong showed a very enjoyable look. Bai Yu's care, in the eyes of Qi Rihong, is more precious than anything in the world. But Morino Ibiki widened his eyes when he saw this, and he saw something from it. It's just that he likes nonsense sometimes. He stretched out his head and looked at Bai Yu blankly, as if I wanted to touch my head. Bai Yu's face turned black when he saw this. Plap. There was a crisp sound. Morino Ibis was slapped on the head by Bai Yu. This slap was embarrassing for Morino Ibiki. He touched his head and showed a somewhat awkward smile. Bai Yu couldn't help but feel funny when he saw this. Without staying too much, Bai Yu directly waved his hand. Go. Yes. Yes. Morino Ibiki and Yurihong nodded seriously after hearing this. Then the three began to leap all the way and came to Konoha's gate. The garrison at the door looked at the documents of the three of them and let them go. After all, Bai Yu's title of Konoha Madman is still very useful. At the time of the war, not only was the battlefield chaotic, but even the territory of the Land of Fire was not peaceful. All kinds of bandits appeared everywhere, and as long as the hills with a little natural danger were occupied by bandits. The targets of these hills are naturally not ninjas like Bai Yu and others. They targeted some traders and some civilians. Robbing money, if there are women, even kill all men, and then take the money and the women back to their cottage. If it was a peaceful age, these gangsters would naturally not be so rampant. As long as they didn't follow the rules and hurt people's lives, there would naturally be relatives who would ask ninjas to kill the gangsters. But now is the time of war, and no ninja will accept this kind of task of destroying bandits. No, this kind of thing happened directly in front of the three of Bai Yu. Seeing the tragedy in front of them, Yurihong and Morino Ibixi, who leapt over the tree stalls, couldn't help showing unbearable expressions. But Bai Yu looked as usual, no one could tell what he was thinking. Seeing Bai Yu not saying a word, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki wanted to help, but they didn't say anything. As for their team, it is obvious that Bai Yu now has the final say. No matter, this kind of meddling is normal, after all, their task is to help the battlefield, and they should not waste time on these side matters. Rihong and Morino Ibiki sighed when they saw Bai Yu's unmoved look, lowered their heads, and did not watch this scene. No. A woman was crying tragically. Her husband has fallen in a pool of blood. There were 2 or 3 bandits nearby who were tearing her young daughter's clothes. The youngest son in his arms is crying non-stop. The headed man with a long knife looked at the woman crying, but he became interested. This leader is very strange. Others like those big girls, but he only likes those wives. In his opinion, the big boudoir girls of Wanghua are stringent and uninteresting. But the wife is very moist and can bear it no matter what. It's like those big girls who can't stand his conquest at all. Thinking of this, the bandit leader directly threw the knife aside, threw the child in the woman's arms aside, and directly fell on the woman's body and began to tear her clothes. The woman's eyes immediately revealed a look of despair. But Yurihong and Morino Ibiki gritted their teeth. Then suddenly he raised his head and wanted to say something to Bai Yu. No one knew that Bai Yu's figure had disappeared as soon as they looked up. Hundreds of meters away, Bai Yu arrived in a flash. There was a wave of air along the road. Boom! The loud voice stunned all 10 gangsters. Everyone couldn't help raising their heads to look at the source of the sound. It's just that all they saw was a wave of air that was set off. Snapped. With a crisp sound, the head of the bandit was directly beaten to pieces by Bai Yu. The blood is flying in the sky. Before everyone had time to react, Bai Yu's figure flickered a few times, and a dozen gangsters who were better than ordinary people all gave the lead. Only a thin bandit with a bamboo pole remained. Looking at the fallen body, the thin bamboo pole couldn't help screaming. What? The woman and her daughter were a little dazed. Seeing a corpse in one place, both of them couldn't help but shrank their pupils, and their bodies trembled slightly. Bai Yu didn't care about the 2 of them, but Bo walked slowly to the thin bamboo pole. The expression on his face was very calm. The eyes looking at the thin bamboo poles were like looking at a dead person. Deficit. Chapter 74, The Evil of War. At this time, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki hurried to the scene. Seeing a headless corpse in one place, the expressions of the 2 of them did not change. Following Bai Yu, the corpses they saw were basically headless corpses. Bai Yu's fist is too violent. Even if a Jonin character with a large amount of chakra is punched by Bai Yu, his head cannot be kept. Even more, these are just bandits who are stronger than ordinary people. Are there anyone else on this hill? Bai Yu asked lightly at the thin bamboo pole. At this time, the thin bamboo pole was already scared, and where could the question be answered? The fear in his eyes was almost solidified, and he kept muttering in his mouth, "Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me." Bai Yu frowned slightly when he saw this. He knew he couldn't ask anything anymore. Plap. There was a crisp sound. The head of the thin bamboo pole in front of him was no different from the others, and it burst open. Red and white are mixed together, very brilliant. What? The girl in tattered clothes on the ground couldn't help screaming when she saw it. Bai Yu looked back at her lightly, full of spring, white, plump and pink. It's just that Bai Yu's gaze is only a touch. After all, Shi Rihong is still here. If she saw it, she would definitely want to eat Feiku again. Without much thought, Bai Yu came directly to Morino Ibiki and Yurihong, who were comforting the woman. "Ibisi, give her your clothes," Bai Yu said, pointing to the girl not far away. Morino Ibiki couldn't help but his face froze. "Why my clothes?" Of course, Morino Ibiki said this sentence in his heart. Nodded obediently, Morino Ibiki took off his vest. Then he took off his jacket and came to the girl's front. I haven't waited for Morino Ibiki to put her coat on the girl. The spring light appeared in Morino Ibiki's eyes. In this era when there are no film and television works, this kind of impact is really too big for a 13-year-old boy. Morino Ibiki couldn't help but see the green light and swallowed hard. The shame caused the girl's slightly trembling body to suddenly turn pink. It's just that it's even more tempting. Morino's eyes almost straightened. Bai Yu couldn't help looking a little weird when he saw this. He kicked Morino Ibiki's asterisk and said viciously, "Why are you numb? Why don't you hurry up and put it on her?" This kick almost didn't make Morino Ibiki fall into a shit, which looks a little funny. Although this scene was a little ridiculous, the girl didn't laugh, because at this time, her heart was full of sorrow. Morino Ibiki was kicked by Bai Yu like this, and finally came back to his senses. "Oh," Morino Ibiki replied with some embarrassment. After that, he put the coat in his hand on the girl's body, concealing the spring light. The woman on the other end came to the girl with her crying little son. Seeing her mother, the sluggish girl finally found her emotional outlet. The cries of the 3 mothers suddenly joined together. This made Bai Yu a little bit difficult, but good people do it to the end and send the Buddha to the west. Ta Rihong and Morino Ibiki stepped forward and comforted the 3 awkwardly. Not long after, the three people who cried so much finally recovered. Looking at the three Bai Yu wearing Konoha forehead protector, the woman kneeled to thank her with a pair of children. In the action, the look was full of sincerity. If it weren't for the three of Bai Yu to appear, I'm afraid they would have become the playthings of these bandits. Thank you Konoha's ninja adults, thank you. The woman kowtowed and thanked her. Upon seeing this, Ta Rihong hurriedly stepped forward to support the woman. But Morino Ibixi hesitated a bit. Bai Yu shook his head when he saw this, and directly reached out and gave him a push. Morino Ibixi came to the girl's face with a stagger. Seeing Morino Ibiki's face close at hand, the girl couldn't help flushing her cheeks. Although the girl is not very beautiful, the sullen shame makes Morino Ibixi a little sluggish. The girl whispered to Morino Ibiki, thank you. Nichi, heard the girl's soft voice, Morino Ibixi recovered. No, you're welcome. Speaking well, Morino Ibixi was a little stuttered. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help looking a little weird. After a while of thanks, everyone stood up. Bai Yu saw that the mother and daughter in front of him were calmer, and asked, are there any bandits on this mountain? Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, the woman shook her head slightly and said, I don't know, we just want to visit relatives, passing by here, don't know. While talking, I saw tears coming again. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu hurriedly gave Shi Rihong a look. Ta Rihong naturally understood it in seconds, and quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Knowing that these two people didn't know the situation of this mountain, Bai Yu couldn't help raising his head to look around. Then he said to Yurihong and Morino Ibiki, you send them down the mountain, I will look for them. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Ta Rihong and Morinoi both nodded. Bai Yu didn't stop when he saw it, turned around and disappeared before their eyes. Ta Rihong and Morino Ibiki escorted the hard-failed family of three all the way down the mountain. Of course, the body of the woman's husband was carried by Morino Ibiki. Although not specializing in physical skills, it is easy for Morino Ibiki to carry a person. At the other end, Bai Yu found several bandits who were on fire in a huge cave. The four remaining bandits didn't know what they were talking about, and they all showed lewd smiles. There should be only these few people left. Bai Yu murmured upon seeing this. After that, there was no nonsense, and he flashed directly blasting the heads of the four people in an instant. These people didn't know what happened before they died. Shaking his own hand, Bai Yu looked around and left. All the way to the foot of the mountain, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki were already waiting for him. That Nyong-san has disappeared. Want to come is already leaving. Bai Yu has no other reason for the shot. I just wanted to make a move. The three of them didn't stay here, and continued to rush while it was still dark. When it was completely dark, the three came to a run-down town. There is less than a day's distance from the border. To be safe, the three of them took their vests and forehead protector into the scroll. The three of them at this time looked no different from the completely harmless teenage girls. Came to a dilapidated shrine. The three are going to be here for just one night. Unexpectedly, there are already small children occupying this place. The child has a dusty face and looks very thin. A broken bowl was held in his arms. It should be a little beggar, Morino Ibuki murmured. Bai Yu nodded when he heard the words and said nothing. Just holding his standard long knife and leaning on the shrine began to rest. On the other hand, Yurihong and Morino Ibis raised a fire to keep warm and also to fetch snakes, insects, rats and ants. Seeing this scene, the little beggar did not show a timid look, but was very curious about the three Bai Yu. Upon seeing this, Morino Ibixi felt sympathy for the little beggar. Even he was still coquettish in the arms of his parents when he was so young. Without thinking about it, Morino Ibixi directly took out some silver tails and put them in the little beggar's bowl. Seeing this, the little beggar couldn't help but his eyes lit up, and he didn't say a word of thanks, but ran out holding his broken bowl. The look of excitement looked like he had picked up a treasure. Morino Ibixi couldn't help but laugh a little when he saw this. Smelly boy. When Bai Yu saw this, he couldn't help frowning. He felt something was wrong. But thinking that he would have to rush tomorrow morning, Bai Yu did not continue to think about it. All three of them gradually fell asleep relying on the shrine. And just in the early hours of the morning, a dozen adult men with bright long swords came down to the shrine under the guidance of the little beggar. But of course, after entering the shrine, the figures of Bai Yu have disappeared. Hey, are you kidding lousy? One of the men who looked a little fat slapped the little beggar on the back of the head. The little beggar was stunned when he heard the words. Obviously it is here, you see, there is still a fire there, said the little beggar. A dozen people couldn't help frowning when they heard the little beggar's words. Where did that person go? A bald man couldn't help scratching his scalp. Could it be to P? The man beside him guessed. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but shine. It's possible, the fat man nodded. But immediately, they denied this speculation, because the three of Bai Yu appeared in front of them. You said you, why do you give him money? Bai Yu said silently to Morino Ibiki next to him. Hearing this, Morino Ibixi couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. I didn't expect it either. On the side, Shi Rihong had a solemn expression, as if she had only recognized the reality now. Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head when he heard Morino Ibixi's words. This scene stunned all the 10 or so adults present, but then they figured it out. The three of Bai Yu had clearly seen them through. Thinking of this, the fat man in the lead showed a clean smile. If you run away, we really have nothing to do with you, didn't you think you dared to look back? The voice was full of sullenness. When Bai Yu saw this, he felt nothing at all. So he said to Yurihong and Morino Ibiki, you can solve it, I'm not interested. After speaking, he leaned to the side holding a long knife. Seeing this scene, more than a dozen adult men couldn't help being stunned. The Bai Yu 3 obviously only Bai Yu with a long knife. In this world, most people with long swords are samurai. And samurai are generally not strong. As long as there are enough people, ordinary samurai will be chopped into flesh when they meet each other. This is also the reason why the appearance of the three Bai Yus without fear did not arouse their suspicion. Because they thought that the three of Bai Yu in front of them should be just three samurai who just learned their skills. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Morino Ibiki and Yurihong nodded when they heard Bai Yu's words, and then took out the forehead protector from their arms and put them on their foreheads. Seeing this scene, a dozen adult men turned pale instantly, and unspeakable fear erupted from their hearts. Everyone seemed to have said in advance, and began to run away without saying a word. They are not afraid of samurai, but ninja? That and ordinary people are not in the same dimension at all. Everyone was in a cold sweat. It's just that their escape is destined to be useless. Ta Rihong and Morino Ibiki kept throwing out with kunai in their hands, and soon killed all a dozen adult men. Looking at the adept appearance of this group of adult men, I am afraid this is not the first time that this kind of thing has been done. Therefore, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki did not show mercy. After killing everyone, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki returned to the shrine. The little beggar stood still and was a little stunned. He has experienced too much of this kind of thing, but he has never experienced the defeat of those adults. Why do you want to help him do this kind of thing? Bai Yu spoke lightly to the little beggar. Hearing Bai Yu's words, the little beggar couldn't help showing a very puzzled look. I don't seem to know why Bai Yu asked such words. Isn't this something you must do to survive? The little beggar was very puzzled. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel shocked. Looking at the leopard, what Bai Yu was shocked by was not the content of this sentence, but the general environment behind this sentence. A child actually feels that killing others is the norm in life. What is the distortion of this child's world? You go, Bai Yu said lightly. Hearing this, the little beggar nodded and ran out holding his small broken bowl. Call out. Just behind him invisible, Bai Yu threw a handle of kunwu. Kunwu deeply inserted into his brain, directly destroying the brain tissue. The little beggar died without any pain. When Ta Rihong and Morino Ibiki saw this, they couldn't help showing bewildered expressions. It seems that I don't understand why Bai Yu would do this. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu just said lightly, he is already broken, and his existence will only bring worse things. After speaking, he didn't speak again, and started to rest on the shrine. But Yurihong and Morino Ibiki heard that they fell into deep thought. Bai Yu's words woke them up, although the murder is not the child's hands. But it is foreseeable that as long as the child has a butcher knife in his hand, he will definitely cut it at others without hesitation. Because there is only killing and plunder in his world. These three views are hard to change. There was nothing to say all night, and the three set out again early in the morning. The closer you get to the border, the more dilapidated the villages and towns you pass. Obviously, fighting has taken place in these places. No accident happened along the way, and the three of them entered the country of grass smoothly. According to the map, the three of them came all the way to the Konoha command post. After going through several checkpoints along the way to verify their identities, the three of them were taken to Jiraiya. Konoha madman? Jiraiya said to Bai Yu with a smile. Bai Yu nodded when he heard the words, Master Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya. Ta Rihong and Morino Ibiki respectfully greeted Jiraiya. When Jiraiya saw this, he nodded. It's been hard all the way, Jiraiya said to the three of Bai Yu. All three of Bai Yu shook their heads and said, it's not hard. Seeing the clever appearance of the three, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I will arrange your tasks for you tomorrow. Let's go to rest today, Jiraiya said to the three of Bai Yu. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Morino Ibiki and Ta Rihong couldn't help but shine. A talkative leader naturally surprises people. Bai Yu knows Jiraiya well, and Jiraiya's kind attitude did not exceed Bai Yu's expectations. The three of them didn't say much, and followed the ninja at the door to the already laid tent. Each chose one and moved in. The three came to Jiraiya early the next morning. Your arrival, not only did Mr. Hokage send a letter, but even Minato sent me a special letter, Jiraiya said with a smile. There are still 2 letters in his hands. Hearing this, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki couldn't help but brighten their eyes. Master Hokage and Master Minato. Although it is known that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato sent the letter because of Bai Yu, it also made them proud. When Bai Yu heard this, he raised his brow and asked, then our next task is related to the content of the letter. For Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato's letters, Yuta Hiruzen and Morino Ibiki's first reaction may be pride, but Bai Yu is not that simple. Jiraiya couldn't help being stunned when he heard the words. He didn't expect that what Bai Yu thought of it the first time was actually related to the task. Shaking his head, Jiraiya smiled and said, you think too much. The contents of these 2 letters do not clearly state your task, and even the meaning is that I don't assign tasks to you. Oh, Bai Yu couldn't help but wonder. Logically speaking, like his cage-level combat power, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouldn't be idle. Jiraiya saw Bai Yu's puzzled look and couldn't help but smile and said, "It's not to let you idle here. It's just that although the current situation is tense, all parties are restraining it. If you join the battlefield rashly, I am afraid it will break this balance. It is very likely that because of your presence, other shinobu villages will choose to hit the troops first to defeat Konoha." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help being a little speechless. It is the so-called tactics again, and his existence has to go a little further. But the situation right now is exactly as Jiraiya said, it is really nervous. This made Bai Yu couldn't help shaking his head and sighed. "Then I won't stay in the base camp like I was in Tianjiguo?" Bai Yu asked helplessly. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Jiraiya smiled and said, "That's not enough, you can move around freely, as long as you don't massacre other people in Ninja Village, it's okay." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's helpless expression suddenly changed, and even his eyes lightened a little. Jiraiya's words are equivalent to stalking him. With Bai Yu's current strength, no one can catch him if he fights guerrilla warfare. Not only can he take this opportunity to collect deduction points, but he can even weaken the strength of other shinobu villages step by step. If this is the case, then I have no problem. Hearing this, Bai Yu almost wanted to raise his hands in agreement. Seeing that Bai Yu was so satisfied, Jiraiya also smiled and said, "That's good, then it's so decided." Bai Yu nodded and smiled when he heard the words, "Okay. That's okay, you go to the intelligence department to look through the information yourself, find something to do by yourself," Jiraiya said with a smile. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Bai Yu's mouth twitched, and then Yuhihong and Morino Ibiki walked out of Jiraiya's house. Ta Rihong and Morino Ibiki have not emerged from the shock just now for a long time. Let a person move freely on the battlefield, they have never heard of this kind of thing. It's really too outrageous. If Bai Yu is just an elite jonin, it must be impossible to enjoy such treatment. In that case, Bai Yu has been promoted to cage level? Ta Rihong and Morino Ibixi's shock came from this. But the two didn't struggle for long, because this matter was considered a good thing for Yuhihong and Morinoi. After all, a strong cage-level player as their teammate has a very different sense of security in their hearts. The three people came all the way to the intelligence department. The ninjas here had already received Jiraiya's greetings, and they were not embarrassed. They let them go directly, and they had a commissioner to accompany them. Bai Yu, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki started searching for information as soon as they entered the door. It's just that the big conflict at this time is basically approaching nothing. After looking for a long time, there is no place where Bai Yu wants to join in the fun. Obviously, the forces of all parties are checking and balancing, and no one wants to be the early bird. After a long time, Bai Yu sighed softly. "Forget it, don't look for it, let's go and see with our own eyes," Bai Yu said lightly. Hearing what Bai Yu said, Ta Rihong and Morinoi both nodded in agreement. "I'm afraid it would be a waste of time to stay here anymore. Thanks for your hard work," Bai Yu said to the ninja stationed in the intelligence department. Hearing Bai Yu's kind words, the ninja couldn't help being taken aback, but then he showed a smile. The powerful genius is so polite, his impression of Bai Yu is infinitely elevated in an instant. After saying hello, Bai Yu left with Yuhihong and Morino Ibis. The three of them concealed their figures and kept marching in the territory of the Country of Grass. The legend of the Grass Country in the ninja world is the strongest ninja country, but it was later destroyed for some reason. So far it has become very weak, not even an elite jonin level ninja. It is not surprising that such a weak country has become a battlefield for other big countries. Although the three did not encounter any large-scale conflict along the way, some scouts still existed. Without waiting for Yurihong and Morino Ibiki to find out, Bai Yu had already killed all the scout ninjas he felt without knowing it. These are all deductions. When killing bandits and thieves before, Bai Yu was almost speechless. Everyone just give a little deduction. What's the use of such a deduction? So many people can't add up to a few genin. Without much thought, Bai Yu took Yurihong and Morino Ibiki all the way into the territory of the Country of Grass. All you saw along the way were ruined walls, charred corpses, violent corpses, and slaughtered corpses can be seen everywhere. The Country of Grass is more tragic than the Country of Field. Here is the battlefield of 4 countries. Various characters are mixed and very chaotic. There are naturally many people with various hobbies. The three of Bai Yu didn't return to the camp, they were just constantly figuring out the terrain of the Country of Grass. With Bai Yu's perception, naturally he has eliminated the troubles before anyone discovers them. 3 days later, Bai Yu was very happy to see that he started to fill up the deduction points again. The 6,930 deduction point has now climbed to 7,853. The derivation point of that figure is naturally something ordinary brought to Bai Yu. In this battlefield, besides the ninjas, there are naturally many demons in human skins. They burn, kill, looting and do no evil. In their view, this chaotic world is heaven. The beast in his heart was released by them mercilessly. For this kind of person, it is naturally impossible for the three of Bai Yu to keep their hands, all of them were killed on the spot. It's just that the benefits these scumbags bring to Bai Yu are just a little bit of deduction. It's really dead and it doesn't contribute much to the world, Bai Yu couldn't help muttering. What? Hearing Bai Yu's words, Shi Rihong couldn't help showing a puzzled expression. Bai Yu was slightly startled when he heard the words, then waved his hand and smiled. Nothing, nothing. Oh. Shi Rihong agreed and didn't ask any more questions. In her eyes, Bai Yu's behavior is not strange. After all, she has seen scenes where Bai Yu suddenly talks to herself too many times, but she has never understood it. The three of them cooked the prey they had called, and then ate it up. Take a rest for a while to eliminate your food, then began the purpose of the trip of the three people. Draw a map. This is why the three of them want to visit the country of grass. Coming to a dilapidated village, it was very quiet. Only the sound of wood burning kept lingering in my ears. Suddenly, Bai Yu frowned slightly. The body came to a high place at first sight. The corner of the wall not far away was crumbling against the corner. One of the children is still rubbing a wooden knife tightly in his hand. 0. When Bai Yu saw this, Wei Wei squinted his eyes, but he did not choose to appear immediately. Izumi Arima, and his younger brother, Izumi Yuzuru, have been hungry for nearly 7 days. They no longer have the power to bounce. Brother, I seem to have seen Mom and Dad, Izumi Yuzuru said in a faint voice. At this time, the two of them had no longer felt hunger. The brain has begun to hallucinate due to toxins. Hearing his brother's voice, Izumi Arima couldn't help showing a wry smile. As a result, the cracked lips cracked again, and a very thick blood flowed out. He vaguely remembered that his friend died shortly after saying this. Sure enough, soon after Izumi Yuzuru uttered this sentence, he stayed on the ground, angered like a gossamer. Upon seeing this, Izumi Arima struggled for a while, wanting to see the condition of his brother. But with all his strength, he just fell to his knees. With his forehead on the ground, he couldn't help but see a tear. It's not that it's not sad enough, but that there are no more tears. Despair gushes from the bottom of my heart. At this time, he remembered his mother's face. Master God, save my brother, I am willing to trade my life for it. Izumi Arima Chengen prayed, although he knew it was useless. Standing tall, Bai Yu couldn't help but sighed slightly. At this time, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki also came to Bai Yu's side. Looking along Bai Yu's line of sight, both of them showed a puzzled look. What happened? Bai Yu? Shi Rihong asked. Hearing Shi Rihong's question, Bai Yu shook his head slightly and then disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Izumi Arima. Izumi Arima, who was already somewhat invisible, can vaguely see the changes in the light and shadow in front of him. Struggling, he wants to get up. The wooden knife in his hand was also F***ed hard. He has seen people eating corpses, and he doesn't want to be eaten after death. People who don't have a whole body won't even accept the gods, this is what his mother told him. It's just that his body has no strength. With all his muscles atrophied into small pieces, he has lost his ability to move. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu stepped forward and supported his shoulders, raising his head. An extremely thin face appeared in front of Bai Yu. No, it can't be described as weight loss. Izumi Arima's face has only a layer of skin left. Describing a dry manuscript, it is as ugly as an evil ghost. Frowning, Bai Yu leaned him against the wall, taking out some water to moisten his lips. Like the rain falling from the sky, Izumi Arima's eyes widened hard. Even if his vision was blurred, he deeply felt Bai Yu's face in his heart. Is it true that God Sama appeared? This was Izumi Arima's last thought. Then he lost consciousness. Oh, Bai Yu sighed slightly. Ta Rihong and Morino Ibis fell to the ground. Seeing this scene can't help but feel a little embarrassed. This is the pain caused by war. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Without thinking too much, Bai Yu entered a piece of chakra for the two brothers. Whether this piece of chakra is useful, Bai Yu actually has no bottom in his heart. It's just that the three of them don't know how to medical ninjutsu, and they are a little helpless in the face of the situation. Picking up the two children, Bai Yu is ready to find a place to settle. Even if Izumi Arima lost consciousness, his hand was still holding the wooden knife tightly. It was like the wooden knife growing in his hand. The wooden knife was still stained with blood. It was obvious that this wooden knife had seen blood before. There was no force to remove the wooden sword. Bai Yu held Izumi Arima, while Morino Ibiki held Izumi Yuzuru. Finding a fairly complete house, Bai Yu put down the two children. From day to night, Bai Yu, Yurihong and Morinoi kept dripping water on the lips of the two children. Even if it was difficult to swallow, it was poured a lot with the efforts of the three. Under this kind of care, the Izumi brothers gradually stabilized their heartbeat and breathing. Until late at night, Izumi Arima woke up first. After recovering a bit of strength, he wiped the wooden knife in his hand for the first time. Feeling that it is still there, feel a little rest in my heart. Before he had time to look around, Bai Yu appeared in front of him. Izumi Arima was startled when he saw someone, but then remembered the face he saw after losing consciousness. Master God? Izumi Arima couldn't help being a little silly. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but his face froze. What the hell? Lord God, Bai Yu murmured in his heart. Okay, take a good rest, you are still very weak now, Bai Yu comforted. Hearing this, Izumi Arima was slightly startled and nodded obediently, but then he remembered something. Me? Where is my brother? Izumi Arima was suddenly a little excited. This excitement made him cough weakly. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu patted his chest lightly and said, Your brother is okay, you can look back. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Izumi Arima hurriedly turned his head and looked at his side. Yuzuru Izumi was lying beside him, breathing smoothly. Seeing this scene, Izumi breathed a sigh of relief when he had Ma Deng. He kept his mother's words in mind, his brother and him are one, and the two brothers will live and die together. At this time, Yuhihong and Morino Ibiki walked over when they heard the sound. Seeing Izumi Arima wake up, both of them couldn't help but shine. Today's time can be exhausted for them. Now that I have achieved results, I am naturally happy. I'm going to make some porridge. Shi Rihong hurriedly raised her hand. Hearing Shi Rihong's words, Bai Yu nodded and said, okay. Izumi Arima could not help turning his head when he heard Yuhihong's voice. Seeing a total of 3 people, he was slightly surprised. Okay, don't think too much. Wait until you are better, Bai Yu said softly when he saw this. Morino Ibixi on the side couldn't help being stunned when he saw this, although the usual Bai Yu was already mild enough. But he didn't expect Bai Yu to be so gentle. This makes his mind a little complicated. Is sympathy for the weak still a whim? Morino Ibiki guessed in his heart. A long time at last he smiled bitterly, and he rejected both of these reasons. Because he figured it out, Bai Yu is not because of these 2 reasons. He could see that this was because of Bai Yu's kindness, which was a kind of kindness from the bottom of his heart. That's something that you can't learn, it's flowing in the blood. Bai Yu's figure rose infinitely in his heart again. Soon after, Shi Rihong came with a bowl of hot porridge. Bai Yu couldn't help being speechless when he saw this. The porridge was still emitting white smoke, and it was very hot at first sight. Go get another bowl, Bai Yu said to Shi Rihong. Hearing what Bai Yu said, even though Ta Rihong was a little unclear, he still did. Bai Yu got the empty bowl and started dumping the 2 bowls over each other. 2.6. This made Yuhihong and Morino Ibiki understand. Bai Yu is cooling down the porridge, and when Izumi Arima, who was lying on the bed very strong, saw this scene, tears came down. He thought of his mother. In the past, she also cooled her porridge in this way. Seeing Izumi Arima burst into tears, Yuhihong and Morino Ibiki couldn't help being a little surprised. Then he asked, what's wrong, is it uncomfortable? Hearing the words of Yuhihong and Morino Ibiki, Izumi Arima shook his head, saying that it was not the reason. When Bai Yu saw this, he understood something. He shook his head at Ta Rihong and Morino Ibis, and motioned to them not to ask any more. Ta Rihong and Morino Ibiki nodded very obediently when they saw this. Soon, the porridge will cool off. Bai Yu supported Izumi Arima and slowly fed him. Although his face was expressionless, in the eyes of Yurihong and Morino Ibiki, Bai Yu was gentler than anyone at this time. And Izumi Arima was crying while drinking porridge. He didn't want to cry either, but his tears couldn't stop. Soon, the bowl of porridge was finished. Bai Yu saw Izumi's unfinished expression and couldn't help but smile and said, you can't eat too much now, let's raise it slowly. Then fell into silence. Bai Yu, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki also fell asleep. The only thing left is the fire that keeps burning. No crackling, very hypnosis. The weak Izumi Arima went to sleep with silence. The next day, early morning, the 3 of Bai Yu woke up a long time ago. Yuzuru Izumi hasn't woken up yet. Had it not been for the sound of his heartbeat, Bai Yu would have given up long ago. Irrigation without stopping water. After all, it is true that water is the source of life. It was not until nightfall that Izumi Yuzuru woke up. Oh, Izumi Yuzuru, who is less than 5 years old, doesn't know what suffering is. Seeing the closest brother by his side, he is not afraid of everything. No noise, no crying. Listening to Izumi Arima's words, Bai Yu obediently fed the porridge. Another day later, Bai Yu saw that Izumi Arima had recovered some mobility and took the 2 back to Konoha camp. After returning to Konoha camp, Bai Yu took Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru to the medical department. This trip gave Bai Yu a surprise. Student Bai Yu, a crisp female voice sounded. Bai Yu couldn't help turning his head and looked at it. Yakushi Nanoyu was standing in front of Bai Yu pretty lively. Yakushi no, dressed in white, looks very pure and lovely. Yi Nayu. Bai Yu was a little surprised. Hearing that Bai Yu directly omitted his surname, Yakushi Nanoyu's face turned red with impossibly red. Why did you come here? Yakushi Nanoyu asked Bai Yu. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu did not hesitate. Pointing to Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru next to him, take them to see. Seeing the 2 children next to Bai Yu, Yakushi's eyes widened, and he asked a little hesitantly, is this your child? Bai Yu's face turned black when he heard the words. He is really speechless. What does Yakushi no think? These 2 children met on the battlefield, Bai Yu said helplessly. Hearing this, Yakushi Nanoyu couldn't help flushing. This misunderstanding was indeed a bit overdone. Did you bring them here for inspection? Yakushi Nanoyu asked blushing. Bai Yu nodded when he heard the words. Then I will check them, Yakushi Nanoyu said to Bai Yu. Hearing Yakushi Nanoyu's words, Bai Yu's eyes lit up. Okay. This also saves Bai Yu to find the staff here. Then follow me, Yakushi Nanoyu said to Bai Yu. Bai Yu nodded. Then he brought the 2 children to a cubicle, and both children lay on the bed obediently and asked Yakushi Nanoyu to examine them. Soon after, Yakushi Nanoyu said to Bai Yu. The older child has no problem. The younger one has some fluid in the abdominal cavity. Chapter 75 Superpower to read power. Bai Yu nodded when he heard this. Although he didn't know much about medical techniques, he still knew that the hydroperitoneum was not a major problem. Then Yakushi Nanoyu used a needle to release the water in Izumi Yuzuru's belly. After hearing what Yakushi Nanoyu said about the taboos and self-cultivation, Bai Yu left with his 2 children. Looking at the distant figure of Bai Yu, there was an inexplicable light in Yakushi's eyes. Yakushi Nanoyu, who originally had a good impression of Bai Yu, now has a better sense of Bai Yu. She also pitied the child very much, and she had to suffer the pain of the child who hadn't grown up yet. Bai Yu, who returned to his tent, called a few people and set up a place for the Izumi brothers. At this point, the Izumi brothers stayed here. The next day, after Bai Yu told the 2 brothers not to run around, they went out with Yuhihong and Morino Ibis. Their map is not finished yet. Soon, the 3 of Bai Yu had explored all the places occupied by Konoha. Next is the territory occupied by other ninja villages. You stay here, don't move. Bai Yu said softly to Yurihong and Morino Ibiki beside him. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Ta Rihong and Morinoi both nodded to indicate their understanding. With a slight movement of his feet, Bai Yu instantly appeared behind a Sand Shinobi scout. Quietly, like a ghost. The Sand Shinobi scout in front of him even yawned because of boredom. Without extra action, Bai Yu directly took out kunai and pierced the Sun 6 of Scout Sand Shinobi in front of him. This person died without even screaming. Pulling out the map, Bai Yu marked it. The locations of the scouts are already densely packed on the map in Bai Yu's hands. Without much thought, Bai Yu continued to advance in collaboration with Yurihong and Morino Ibiki. Under the leadership of Bai Yu, Sand Shinobi's sight is almost completely clear. It was not until the 3 of them arrived at the junction of the Sand Shinobi site and the Rock Shinobi site that the 3 returned to the Konoha command post. As the 3 returned to Konoha's command post and waved, 4th Kazekage was frowning while looking at the information in his hand. There is something wrong with the death frequency of the scout, Luo Sha said to Chio and Ebizo in front of him. Both of them nodded when they heard the words, and the scouts who died in the past few days have basically changed all over. Although under the foundation of the army, the loss of these manpower is not obvious. But as a high-level person, some clues can't escape their eyes. However, with Bai Yu's current strength, the battle is basically solved instantly. Even if someone saw Bai Yu's face, they couldn't leave the line element. This also made them ignorant of who killed their scouts. At the other end, the 3 Bai Yu galloped all the way back to Konoha's command post. At this time, the 2 Izumi Arima brothers have begun to recover. Not to mention any problems deep in the body, at least normal actions are still very easy. From a distance, Bai Yu saw Izumi Arima wiping his wooden long knife. This wooden knife was already covered with bloodline. No matter how Izumi Arima wiped it, the bloodstain could not be wiped off. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu suddenly had an idea. Are you interested in swordsmanship? Bai Yu asked seriously Izumi Arima. Hearing Bai Yu's words, although Izumi Arima was a little confused, he nodded firmly. Bai Yu smiled upon seeing this and said, well, you can show me your knife. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Izumi Arima nodded, then stood up from the ground, holding the wooden knife with both hands. His eyes were very firm. Ah, la, la, the 3 consecutive slashes all brought the wind. When Bai Yu saw this, his eyes lit up. Although Izumi Arima's swordsmanship is out of order, his mood is right. Indomitable and fierce, and the hand holding the knife is very calm, without a trace of shaking. Thinking of this, Bai Yu spoke. Would you like to learn swordsmanship with me? Bai Yu asked Izumi Arima seriously. Hearing this, Izumi Arima couldn't help but brighten his eyes, and said with a faint excitement, can I? Bai Yu smiled when he saw it, then nodded firmly and said, of course. Hearing Bai Yu's definite answer, Izumi Arima couldn't help showing a bright smile. Then he knelt on the ground and knocked Bai Yu 3 times in a row. Master. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help but his face froze. He had no intention of accepting disciples. Reluctantly shook his head, Bai Yu did not veto Izumi Arima's words. Just accept the disciples. Anyway, there's no loss. And Yurihong and Morino Ibiki, who followed Bai Yu, couldn't help showing weird faces when they saw this. Bai Yu, are you about to accept disciples? Morino Ibiki 20 looked at the excitement. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu couldn't help turning over Bai Kugan at him. Then he turned his head and raised Izumi Arima and said, okay, get up. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Izumi Arima immediately stood up very well behaved. It seems that he already recognized his identity as an apprentice. At this moment, Izumi Yuzuru also ran out. I want to be a teacher too, Izumi Yuzuru said with a gruff. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a headache. Ta Rihong and Morino Ibis showed a smile. Little Izumi Yuzuru has grown some flesh on his face under the cultivation these days. It looks very cute. For cute things, as long as it is a normal person, there is no resistance. Izumi Arima heard his younger brother's words and said with a serious face, Yuzun, don't mess around. Hearing Izumi Arima's reprimand, Izumi Yuzuru suddenly felt aggrieved. The eyes were filled with tears immediately. Bai Yu looked stiff again when he saw this. He couldn't see the children cry. It's okay. Yui Xian wants to apprentice, that's just right, you 2 brothers together, Bai Yu said quickly. Hearing this, Izumi Arima's solemn face was immediately supple. Very obediently nodded and said, yes. Seeing that he was about to cry, Izumi Yuzuru immediately burst into a smile. Izumi Yuzuru's smile is very healing, not to mention Yuhihong and Morino Ibiki. Even Bai Yu couldn't help being infected, showing a smile. As time goes by, a bright moon has hung in the sky. By the side of a stream, Bai Yu is facing Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru, teaching chakra refining techniques. Seeing the two people confused, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Putting his hands on the backs of the two of them, Bai Yu surged with his chakra, sending a trace of chakra into their bodies. This is what I am talking about chakra. When you refine chakra, remember to concentrate and don't be distracted, otherwise the efficiency of refining chakra will be very low. Bai Yu exhorted to the two. Hearing what Bai Yu said, both brothers nodded very seriously and said, yes. Bai Yu smiled upon seeing this. He did not interrupt the cultivation of the two brothers. Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru immediately closed their eyes and felt the chakra that Bai Yu had entered into their body. Then, as Bai Yu said, he combined his mental strength and physical strength. After a long time, Izumi Arima opened his eyes first, filled with joy. I refined it, Izumi Arima said to Bai Yu, who was practicing the tempering method not far away. Hearing Izumi Arima's words, Bai Yu opened his eyes and said with a smile, good job. But don't relax, I will refine chakra every day from now on, and I can't stop for a day. Yeah, Izumi Arima nodded seriously when he heard the words. On the side, Izumi Yuzuru secretly opened one eye to look at Bai Yu and Izumi Arima. He felt a little discouraged, he couldn't understand the chakra refining technique Bai Yu dictated to them. Bai Yu saw it naturally, but he didn't say anything. Some things need to be experienced by oneself, no amount of encouragement and spurring is useless. After a long time, the air gradually cooled down on the top of the willow on the moon. The weather in early spring is still unbearable after nightfall. After Bai Yu felt that his physical strength was almost exhausted, he gathered up and prepared to go home. At this time, Bai Yu saw that Izumi Arima and Izumi, who had been trembling with the cold, set a string. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu was a little bit dumbfounded. But at the same time, there was some comfort in my heart. The two children in front of them are not people who can't bear hardship. Okay, let's go back, Bai Yu said when he came to the two of them. Hearing Bai Yu's words, the two brothers who were so cold couldn't help but smile. Under this cold, the two of them had no way to calm down and refine chakra. Bringing the two children back to the tent, Bai Yu watched the two enter their own tent before returning to his tent and began to recite Bing Shinju silently. Speaking of this Bing Shinju, Bai Yu has already begun to look forward to its breakthrough these days. Because Bing Shinju's proficiency has reached the intermediate level, 99% Dacheng. Like other skills before, it lacks some breakthroughs. It was silent all night, and everyone slept until dawn. Bai Yu wakes up early Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru. Then they took the two to the stream. Today, what I want to teach you is a pile of kung fu. You have to study hard, maybe it will become your foundation for your safety and life, Bai Yu said to the two children. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru looked at each other with serious expressions in their eyes. Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction. The lack of talent can be forgiven, but if the attitude is not correct, then there is no need to teach. Okay, learn from me, Bai Yu said to the two brothers. Yes. Both Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru nodded, the foot is slightly bent. The two children learned everything when they saw it. Just under the rising sun, one teaches and two studies, it looks very beautiful. Not far away, Yurihong and Morino Ibixi couldn't help but smile. Soon after finishing the morning exercise, Bai Yu took the two children to eat breakfast. Then he told them both in the afternoon and in the evening. After doing all this, Bai Yu took Shirihong and left. Seeing that no one beside Bai Yu was holding her hand, Yuri's face turned red immediately. But Bai Yu didn't care, because he didn't have the mind to do bad things. Came to a quiet place, no one around. Rihong couldn't help blushing when he saw this, and said a little contortedly, "Can we go inside the tent?" Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but froze for a moment, and then looked a little weird. He knew what Rihong had misunderstood. It's not what you think, Bai Yu said hesitantly. Huh? Rihong's eyes widened upon hearing this. Bai Yu chuckled and said, "I want to learn illusion from you." Upon hearing this, Yurihong's blush spread directly to the roots of her ears. Cough cough cough, Rihong coughed twice to ease the embarrassment. Then he said stiffly, "Oh, I'm not what you think." This stubborn appearance is very cute in Bai Yu's eyes, and he can't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Bai Yu couldn't help laughing out loud. When Rihong saw this, he felt that his toes could deduct a villa. Don't laugh, Rihong said, covering Bai Yu's mouth. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu also stopped laughing and said, "Okay, I'm not smiling anymore." This matter only ends here. After the fight, Rihong remembered what Bai Yu said. "Did you just say that you want to learn illusion?" Rihong asked. Bai Yu nodded when he heard the words. Yes. Hearing this, Rihong smiled and said, "Illusory arts are very difficult, they can't be learned in a short while." Hearing Rihong's words, Bai Yu's mouth curled up with a confident smile and said, "Try it first." Seeing the appearance of Bai Yu's asterisk, Rihong couldn't help but curl his lips. She was tortured for a while when she first came into contact with illusion. Well, if you can't learn it, don't blame me as a master, Qi Rihong said to Bai Yu. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu immediately returned and said, okay. It's all for this. Qi Rihong didn't say much, and Jian quickly said with both hands, the fox's heart is tricked. As chakra surged, Rihong's spirit also fluctuated. This volatility is directed at Bai Yu directly. Seeing Ta Rihong's appearance like a prank success, Bai Yu didn't know that this girl wanted to make a fool of herself. There was no resistance, and no thought of avoiding it. Bai Yu leaned toward this mental fluctuation directly. Under the look of Qi Rihong's expectation and Bai Yu's curious look, the fluctuations dissipated like air. Ta Rihong couldn't help being stunned when he saw this, and Bai Yu was also stunned. Nothing happened. How is it possible? Ta Rihong couldn't help exclaiming. This illusion has no effect on Bai Yu at all. Ta Rihong has never seen such a situation. But Bai Yu guessed something. On the system panel, Bai Yu's mental value is as high as 4 points. With the power of Rihong, he couldn't shake it at all. But Qi Rihong was a little unwilling. Jian quickly said with both hands again, the fox's heart is tricked. The same fluctuation reappeared. Bai Yu is like a spring breeze again. This scene directly confused Ta Rihong. Still not reconciled, Qi Rihong Jian said again in his hands, the fox has a trick in his heart. Of course, the result is still the same. The fox's heart tricks. The fox's heart tricks. The fox's heart tricks. Ta Rihong's voice kept ringing in the small forest. Bai Yu couldn't help feeling a little stiff when he saw this. Okay, don't use it anymore, I have learned it, Bai Yu said to Qi Rihong. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Ta Rihong was stunned. The difficulty in her heart is not over yet. Bai Yu has actually learned the fox heart technique. You take a look at it. Qi Rihong frowned. Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head. After that, he quickly formed the seal with his hands. Obviously, Bai Yu's seal was faster than Ta Rihong. The fox's heart tricks. Bai Yu's powerful mental fluctuation surging out, directly enveloping Qi Rihong in it. A huge maze suddenly appeared in Ta Rihong's eyes. This made her mouth open. It is basically impossible for Bai Yu to learn illusion skills so quickly. She has been learning illusions since she was a child and knows how difficult it is to control the fluctuations of the spirit. This is also the reason why there are not many ninjas in the ninja world. Closing her mouth, Qi Rihong surging chakra in her body, trying to break free from this illusion. It's just that she encountered Waterloo, and chakra's surging could not break the huge maze in front of her. Bai Yu, who was on the side, was stunned after performing the fox heart trick. Because he could feel his huge, iron-hard mental power began to boil. It was like a round of ice suddenly turned into water. The quality did not change, but the water was impermanent, and his spiritual power began to change. Feeling this change, Bai Yu immediately sat down and began to silently recite the Bing Shin Ju. The effect of this illusion directly opened the door for Bai Yu to use spiritual power. Bing Shin Ju naturally broke through directly to the advanced level, 1% entry level. When Bing Shin Ju broke through to a high level, Bai Yu suddenly felt the spiritual light gushing out of the sky spirit cover, as if giving birth to an invisible big hand. Opening his eyes, Bai Yu's heart moved at will, and his mental strength directly hit a big tree next to him. The big tree seemed to be hit hard, some loose branches and leaves fell down. Bai Yu looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help being stunned. FK. Read power? Isn't the power in front of him the superpower in Bai Yu's impression? Panel. Bai Yu thought. System panel, 3.0 host, Bai Yu. Vitality. 2.7, Spirit. 5.0, Strength. 99, Speed. 99, Endurance. 100. Gong method. Basic practice method, advanced, 49% Grandmaster. Ninjutsu. Chakra refining technique, 3 body technique, kunai throwing technique, fire style, wind, water style, earth, lightning style, perception technique. Physique. Marine 6 styles intermediate, 38% Grandmaster, Armament Haki intermediate, 7% entry, Basic swordsmanship advanced, 18% entry, Ice Heart Ju, advanced, 1% entry. 1 sword skill 316 Wuriwin's intermediate, 99% Dacheng. Boundary of blood succession. Land done, elementary, 28%. Illusion. Fox's heart skill. Superpowers. Mental power, elementary, 1%. Strength evaluation. S level, the top figure in the ninja world. Deduced points. 8,367. A column of superpowers suddenly appeared on Bai Yu's panel. And the value of mental energy soared directly from 4.0 to 5.0. It's really amazing, Bai Yu couldn't help but admire. If it were just a simple Bing Shinju breakthrough, the motivation for thinking might not appear. The emergence of mind power is more related to Bai Yu's powerful mental power. From this point, it is enough to show how important the usual accumulation is. The critical moment suddenly gave Bai Yu a surprise. Satisfied with turning off his panel, Bai Yu cast his sights on the red sun before him. At this time, Qi Rihong had no gods in her eyes, and it was obvious that she had been immersed in the fox's heart technique that Bai Yu had used. It's just that Bai Yu is a little surprised why Qi Rihong didn't solve this illusion. Stepping forward, Bai Yu stared at Qi Rihong's eyes for a while and then frowned. At this time, Qi Rihong is walking in a huge maze. Looking at the walls on both sides, Qi Rihong's heart was very shocked. Because the texture of the wall is too real. Even when she touched it with her hands, Rihong could feel the roughness. How can it be? This discovery made Qi Rihong feel very incredible. Regarding the technique in the fox's heart, Qi Rihong felt that even her father, Tari Zhenhong, might not be familiar to her. But the environment in front of her made her very strange. She had never seen such a realistic environment. What a powerful mental power this is. Tari Rihong felt a little emotional. At this time, Bai Yu already felt something was wrong. I also have speculations in my heart. His mental power is too strong, and it seems a bit stretched to use chakra's fluctuations to unlock his illusion. Frowning his brows, Bai Yu knotted a seal and solved the illusion. Ta Rihong only felt a flower in front of her eyes, and Bai Yu's face appeared before her eyes. Ta Rihong couldn't help being speechless. Bai Yu's illusion has subverted her understanding of illusion. Seeing the appearance of Qi Rihong, Bai Yu showed a smile and said, "I am a genius." Hearing this, Qi Rihong was stunned, then shook his head and laughed. Bai Yu's performance can no longer be simply described by genius. It is only appropriate to describe it as evildoer. She had never heard that a person could learn by watching others perform illusions. Not to mention that Bai Yu's illusion can be solved. This is the most terrifying place. Unsolvable illusion, Qi Rihong is unheard of. Okay, don't think too much about it. Bai Yu stepped forward and touched Qi Rihong's head when he saw this. This can be regarded as a kind of relief, and the shock of Qi Rihong gradually faded. Bai Yu's strength is something to be happy about for her. After a few whispers, the two left the small forest. In the following days, Bai Yu was also carefully teaching Izumi Rima and Izumi Yuzuru in addition to his own practice. Not to mention what you expect them to become peerless powerhouses, but at least as your own apprentices, you can't embarrass yourself when you go out. In addition, for the next month, Bai Yu was sorting out his map in detail. Clear the area occupied by Rock Shinobi, and then clear the area occupied by Cloud Shinobi. During this period, Bai Yu's deduction points once again exceeded the 10,000 mark, reaching 10,796. You must know that a Chunin has a deduction point of only 100 points, let alone a genin who is only worth 10 points. It can be seen how much blood has been stained in the drawing of this map. And this also made the other three ninja village leaders pay attention to it. How could there be so much loss? Oyemu couldn't help frowning as he looked at the intelligence in his hand. Does anyone see what the hand is moving? Onoki asked the terracotta beside him. When the Red Earth heard the words, he frowned and shook his head. There is not a single witness. These words made Onoki lost his thoughts. On the other side, Third Raikage was angry. You told me you don't know? Third Raikage slapped the table and shouted. The voice is loud and full of breath. His appearance made the intelligence ninja who had bowed his head even lower. When Tashiro on the side saw this, he frowned and began to analyze. Chunin and Genin can't detect it. Even ordinary Jonin can't do so without leaving a trace. The person who does it is at least an elite Jonin. Hearing Tashiro's words, Third Raikage, who was raging on the side, also calmed down. After thinking for a while, Third Raikage said, "Send me all the idle Jonin as a scout. I want this person to come and go." Third Raikage's tone was full of resentment. Originally, this war was faintly out of his control and it was annoying enough. Unexpectedly, under this stalemate, there would still be such a big loss. This is nothing more than Third Raikage loses its temper. Hearing Third Raikage's order, Tashiro immediately executed the order. If you want to stop the loss right now, you must first find the murderer. Even wasting some time is worth it. He himself agreed with Third Raikage's decision. Soon, the entire Cloud Shinobi moved into action. At this time, Bai Yu started to wreak havoc on Sand Shinobi's site. It has been nearly a month since the last sweep of the Sand Shinobi site. Sand Shinobi's people have already let go of their vigilance. Bai Yu was also happy and relaxed, and directly started his own action of brushing the deduction points. Comparing with the map in his hand, the site of Sand Shinobi is like his own back garden to Bai Yu, making it easy to stroll around. Plap. There was a crisp sound. A headless corpse fell from the tree, hit the ground fiercely, and blood poured out wildly. After the headless body twitched for a while, there was no more movement. Standing on the tree, Bai Yu didn't look at the corpse anymore. After comparing the map in his hand, Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction. This action is more than 10 times faster than Bai Yu's previous actions. As soon as his figure shook, Bai Yu disappeared in place. In this action, Bai Yu did not bring Yurihong and Morino Ibuxi out. I have done this kind of thing last time, and this time, Sand Shinobi will definitely react quickly. Bringing Yurihong and Morino Ibushi may clash. If he is alone, at his speed, as long as it is not a cage-level character, he can't catch up with him. In a flash, the figure of Bai Yu appeared thousands of meters away. Fast as lightning. At the same time, 4th Cage heard the report from his subordinates and took Embu Ninja out to check it out. Although his speed is also very fast, it is far behind Bai Yu. Luo Sha looked at the corpse in one place, her brows furrowed, her eyes couldn't help showing a trace of anger. But then it turned into a thoughtful look. He couldn't figure out the situation in front of him. If he was an elite Jonin level figure, he would not have time to escape Sand Shinobi's encirclement. Not to mention keeping this person, but at least you can know who this mysterious person is and from which power. But at this scene, Luo Sha understood that this person was very fast, and was approaching a realm of 10 separation spectrum. Master Fengying, what do you do now? An Anbu ninja asked respectfully. Hearing what Anbu ninja said, Luo Sha frowned first and then said, first, bury these people. Yes. Anbu ninja nodded when he heard the words. Luo Sha nodded when she saw this, and then returned to the camp. Last time we didn't have any information about him, but this time at least we learned about him very quickly, Luo Sha said to Chiyo and Ebizo. Upon hearing this, Chiyo and Ebizo couldn't help frowning. Just such a piece of information is basically tantamount to not having any information. You said, is it possible that it is the Namikaze Minato named Yellow Flash? Luo Sha said suddenly. Luo Sha's guess made Chiyo and Ebizo slightly moved. But then he rejected this speculation. If it were Namikaze Minato, the news should have come out long ago. Furthermore, for Namikaze Minato, it is not necessary to slaughter some genin and shunin, and it has not changed much for the entire war. He might as well invade Cloud Shinobi village if he has this idle time. It's a bit more real. Chiyo's words cut the clue again. In this way, this person must be a new and powerful person, and only in this way will we not be noticed. Luo Sha frowned and said. Hearing what Luo Sha said, both Chiyo and Ebizo felt very reasonable. Both of them nodded in agreement. Then the three of them began to contemplate, guessing the identity of Bai Yu. Not long after, Luo Sha suddenly lit up. I wonder if the two elders still remember the Madman, who appeared last year. Luo Sha said to Chiyo and Ebizo. This sentence awakens the dreamer like the same sentence. What do you mean? Chiyo said, squinting. Luo Sha nodded confidently after hearing the words. Yes, I don't think I can get rid of this person. Ebizo nodded when he heard the words. The possibility is very high. This person was also known for his body skills at the beginning, and he seems to have a very quick body flicker technique. At this point in the discussion, the three of them naturally unified their thoughts. It seems that 8 or 9 are not far from 10, Ebizo murmured. It's really a big surprise, Luo Sha gritted her teeth. Come here, Luo Sha said with a big hand on the table. Hearing Luo Sha's voice, the Anbu ninja in the dark jumped out. Give me an order to summon all Jonin who don't have important tasks on hand, Luo Sha said to the Anbu ninja in front of her. Hearing Luo Sha's order, Anbu ninja nodded respectfully and said, yes. Then he disappeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing this, Chiyo couldn't help frowning and asking, Losa, do you want to? Luo Sha smiled and nodded 127 when she heard the words, yes, I want him to come back and never return. Chiyo and Ebizo frowned slightly when they heard this. They didn't know if this matter was handled in this way, whether it was good or bad. But Luo Sha had already issued the order and they could only acquiesce. Just when Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi were determined to eradicate Bai Yu had already returned to the Konoha command post. Bai Yu naturally didn't know that he had been guessed his identity even if he left no traces. Coming to the stream, Bai Yu looked at the two brothers Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru. The brothers recovered quite well at this time. The two are now ruddy and look quite healthy. And faint traces of lines can be seen on the body. There is even a faint feeling of refreshment. This is inseparable from their continuous cultivation of qi and blood. After the vitality is strong, they will give back to their spirits, which also makes the two of them look full of energy. With a move, Bai Yu came directly to the two of them. In Bai Yu's perception, the amount of chakra between Izumi Arima and Izumi is also quite good. After more than a month, the amount of chakra for the two is about the same as that of a fresh graduate from the ninja school. Obviously, this is the benefit brought to them by stubborn power. The body and spirit are strong enough, and chakra is naturally refined very quickly. Master Bai Yu! Master Bai Yu! Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru cried out happily when they saw Bai Yu's figure. These days, Bai Yu is dedicated to his responsibilities and cares about the two of them in no detail. Like an old father, he taught the two Chun Chung. This also makes Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru have an inexplicable feeling for Bai Yu. It's like how they felt about their father in the past. That is an absolute trust. Absolutely trusting a talent is the happiest thing as a person. Bai Yu looked at the two children in front of him and nodded with a smile. I think your basics are almost the same. I will teach you swordsmanship today, Bai Yu said with a smile. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Izumi Arima couldn't help his eyes widening. Then he showed a look of extreme surprise. Really, master? Izumi Arima exclaimed in surprise. But Izumi Yuzuru was a bit unclear, so he didn't know that Bai Yu said that he would teach him swordsmanship when he received Izumi Arima. Just seeing his brother so happy, Izumi Yuzuru couldn't help showing a lovely smile. When Bai Yu saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he smiled and nodded. Naturally it is true. Hearing Bai Yu's definitive answer, Izumi Arima's face suddenly became ecstatic. These days, Izumi Yuma's heart is swordsmanship, and he originally thought it would take a while to learn swordsmanship. I didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. Okay, calm down your heart first, otherwise you won't be able to learn swordsmanship, Bai Yu said to Izumi Arima. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Izumi Arima nodded vigorously and said. Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction when seeing Arima Izumi's ability to absorb his emotions so quickly. Then he began to explain the swordsmanship he was going to teach the two of them. My swordsmanship is different from other swordsmanship. There is no genre, no name, and no fancy moves. Some only focus, precision, and speed, Bai Yu said seriously. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Izumi Arima couldn't help but feel a numb scalp, because what Bai Yu said brightened his way forward. He has no direction for swordsmanship, just slashing indiscriminately with a single breath. Although the knife in his hand is stable, its lethality is limited. But Izumi Yuzuru is like listening to the heavenly book, and he can't understand what Bai Yu said. I won't say if there are too many, I will send you the knife first, Bai Yu said to Izumi Arima and Izumi. Hearing what Bai Yu said, the brothers both nodded seriously. It's just that the mental state of the two is different. Izumi Arima looked serious and held a very sincere mentality. On the other hand, Yuzuru Izumi looked excited, holding the mentality of receiving a gift. Bai Yu didn't feel surprised when he saw it. A 5 or 4-year-old child is still a kid even if he has seen war. This kind of Xinsheng needs to be tempered. Taking out a scroll, Bai Yu took out the 2 standard long knives that he had chosen long ago. Put 2 heavy knives into the hands of the brothers. Izumi Arima felt a little happy with the weight in his hand. But Yuzuru Izumi was struggling to hold the heavy metal long knife. This knife is a bit too long for him, but Bai Yu didn't think about changing him a knife. Because weapons are always the same, only people are constantly changing. People are always using weapons, not weapons. Shang. Izumi Arima pulled out the standard long knife, and a clear voice sounded. There were tears in my eyes when Madden was in Izumi. Because he thought that at the beginning, if he had a real sword, maybe he and his brother would not be reduced to starvation for 7 days and dying. He wanted a real knife in his dreams. Now that the real sword is in front of him, how can he not be moved? Seeing tears in his brother's eyes, Izumi Yuzuru narrowed his smile very sensibly. Bai Yu stepped forward and touched Izumi Arima's head and said with a little relief, everything must look forward. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Izumi Arima returned the long sword to its sheath, then wiped his tears, nodded earnestly and said, yeah. Bai Yu was a little relieved when he saw this. Then he began to teach the 2 children to practice swordsmanship. Cut, block, collapse, chop, pick. Just 6 simple tricks, Bai Yu taught the 2 very seriously. Izumi Arima's learning speed is fairly fast, but Izumi Yuzuru's progress is a bit slow. Of course, this has nothing to do with talent. It's just that Izumi Yuzuru can't even pull out the sword. Standard long knives are almost as high as others. Not to mention swinging this long knife. Time passed quietly while Bai Yu taught Izumi Arima and Wazumi Izumi to tie up. At the end of the day, on the way Bai Yu returned to his residence, he suddenly saw a strange but familiar figure. Is that Shizune? Bai Yu couldn't help being stunned when he saw the girl with a small cannon. Frowning, Bai Yu couldn't understand. At this time, Kato Shizune should have left the village with Tsunade. The appearance of Kato Shizune surprised Bai Yu. Without thinking, Bai Yu went directly to the wooden house in the middle of the command post. Jiraiya usually works here. Huh? It's Bai Yu. Jiraiya was surprised to see Bai Yu's figure. Bai Yu nodded when he heard the words, then he asked his doubts. Well, why is Shizune here? Bai Yu asked Jiraiya. Chapter 76 Weird Healings Mark. 100 Healings Mark. Bai How Technique. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Jiraiya was taken aback at first, as if she didn't know who Shizune was in Bai Yu's mouth. Bai Yu couldn't help being speechless. It's the Kato Shizune, she and I are classmates. Bai Yu said to Jiraiya. Hearing this surname, Jiraiya reacted. You mean the one behind Tsunade, right? Jiraiya asked. Bai Yu nodded when he heard the words. Shizune, she has always followed Tsunade. Since Tsunade is here, she naturally followed. Jiraiya truthfully stated a fact. These words made Bai Yu's eyes widen. Tsunade is here. Bai Yu was slightly surprised. The current Tsunade should be suffering from panesthemia. What is the purpose of coming to the battlefield? Bai Yu was puzzled. Tsunade. I heard that she seems to be suffering from panesthemia. Why did she come to the battlefield? Bai Yu asked curiously. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Jiraiya couldn't help raising her brows. He didn't expect that a teenager like Bai Yu who didn't hear things outside the window would also know that Tsunade was suffering from panesthemia. Then he smiled and said, she didn't come here to kill the enemy. Oh, why didn't she come here to kill the enemy? Bai Yu was puzzled. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile and said, you seem to have forgotten her other identity. Huh? Another identity? Bai Yu was taken aback, but it immediately reacted. You mean she came to the battlefield to treat the wounded? No, that's not right. It is inevitable to see blood when treating patients. Bai Yu couldn't figure it out. When Jiraiya saw this, she shook her head and said, she is not here to treat the wounded. Tsunade came this time because of San Shinobi's elder, Chiyo. The toxin prepared by Chiyo, our medical department has no way to deal with it. Jiraiya also did not sell it. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu finally understood. Tsunade came to the battlefield to solve Chiyo's poison. Nodded, Bai Yu signaled that he understood. What's the matter? Your kid has an idea for Shizune. Jiraiya suddenly teased. Bai Yu's face turned black when he heard the words, and he ignored Jiraiya and left on his own. When Jiraiya saw this, he said behind him, hey, don't be shy. Bai Yu left without looking back. When talking about women, Jiraiya is always full of interest. Looking at Bai Yu's back, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he was laughing on the surface, he was secretly guessing Bai Yu's purpose. Obviously, Bai Yu's inquiry about Shizune was not a whim. At this time, Bai Yu was indeed just as he thought, with an idea in his heart. Without staying, Bai Yu went directly to the medical department. Stepping into the door of the medical department, Bai Yu saw Yakushi Nanoyu who was seriously treating the wounded. At this time, the medical department benefited from the mutual restraint of the situation, and there were not many wounded. There may be fewer than 10 people sparsely, so Bai Yu attracted most people's attention when he walked into the gate. When the people around saw Bai Yu's figure, they couldn't help but look back at Yakushi Nanoyu. But Yakushi Nanoyu, who was treating the wounded, did not notice. These days, Bai Yu has no less communication with Yakushi Nanoyu. Bai Yu and Yakushi Nanoyu have a good relationship, and they are well known in the medical department. Seeing Bai Yu's appearance, everyone couldn't help but feel a hint of warmth. For this kind of booze, Bai Yu didn't care. Yakushi, who was using healing jutsu to treat the wounded, couldn't help raising his head to look at Bai Yu when he heard the movement. Seeing Bai Yu's figure, and then seeing the jokes of people around, a trace of blood suddenly appeared on Yakushi's white face. Healing jutsu in his hand almost disappeared due to distraction. When Bai Yu saw this, he didn't think much, and walked directly in front of Yakushi Nanoyu. This action made the red on Yakushi's face even more obvious. The ambiguity in the eyes of people around is even worse, that Bai Yu just wanted to ask about Tsunade's news, but before expecting that the curtain on the side was lifted, Tsunade brought Shizune in from behind. Bai Yu was taken aback when he saw this, then a smile appeared on his face. He did not continue to communicate with Yakushi Nanoyu, and came directly to Tsunade. Yakushi Nanoyu and the people around couldn't help being stunned. They were all caught off guard by Bai Yu's actions. "You are Tsunade-sama?" Bai Yu asked Tsunade with a smile. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Tsunade frowned slightly. She did not know Bai Yu. Shizune on the side looked surprised when he saw Bai Yu's figure. "Are you Bai Yu?" Shizune asked hesitantly. Although he is a classmate, Bai Yu's changes are a bit big now. Bai Yu smiled and nodded after hearing this. "It's me." Seeing Bai Yu nodded for confirmation, Shizune couldn't help showing a hint of joy. She and Bai Yu have been together for more than a year, and have not seen each other for almost 2 years. And her life is only a decade or so, and it is normal to be a little bit happy after a long absence. Tsunade showed a clear expression when he heard the conversation between the two. "You are the genius who is called the Konoha madman?" Tsunade said with a smile. When Bai Yu heard the words, he nodded and said, "Yes." "What's the matter?" Tsunade asked suspiciously. Bai Yu smiled upon seeing this. "Can you take a step to speak?" Hearing this, Tsunade looked at the crowd watching the excitement and nodded. She has cracked the toxin newly developed by Chiyo, and there is nothing wrong with it right now. So the three of them left the medical department and walked to a small forest with no one. "It can be said, what do you have?" Tsunade asked Bai Yu. Bai Yu nodded when he heard the words, and did not sell guanzi, and said directly, "I want to ask you about medical ninjutsu." This made Tsunade frown. Did not directly refuse. Tsunade frowned and asked, "Why would you want to learn medical ninjutsu?" Shizune on the side also hardened his ears. Tsunade's question was also her question. She didn't understand why Bai Yu wanted to learn medical ninjutsu. As someone who is already learning medical ninjutsu with Tsunade, Shizune knows how difficult it is to learn medical ninjutsu. It is a kind of suffering. When using healing jutsu, be sure to concentrate. Even if there is a little distraction, healing jutsu will dissipate directly. If you want to use healing jutsu for a long time, you can only rely on time to polish it. This time is not measured in months but in years. It took a year to barely grow, and it takes at least 3 years to use healing jutsu skillfully. This is not good for Bai Yu, who is in a high-speed growth period. Bai Yu squinted his eyes slightly when he heard the words. "I used to watch someone fall in front of me, and I could only watch him suffer, but couldn't do anything. That kind of powerlessness, I don't want it in my whole life, again." Hearing this to Tsunade, who didn't want to teach Bai Yu, his expression suddenly eased. Shizune on the side suddenly showed empathy, as if he saw the moment when Bai Yu was desperate. A young genius who can go forward bravely and fearlessly against any enemy. He just looked at the moment the person next to him fell, but he was helpless. This kind of imagination directly broke Shizune's defenses, and he felt infinite sympathy for Bai Yu in his heart. After thinking for a while, Tsunade said to Bai Yu, "You go back first, I will consider this matter." Bai Yu was slightly startled when he heard the words, but soon recovered. Tsunade's refusal was also in his vision. If you can follow Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu smoothly, it will be good. But if it doesn't go well, then only a few measures can be taken. Looking up at Shizune, who was looking at him with distressed eyes, Bai Yu had a complete plan in his heart. Bai Yu showed a wry smile and said, "Okay, I'll go back first." After speaking, he turned and left without reluctance. At this moment, Shizune suddenly raised his hand and said, "Wait a minute." Bai Yu's footsteps paused, and the corners of his mouth hooked without a trace. "What's the matter?" Bai Yu looked back and looked confused. Shizune did not answer Bai Yu, but put his hands together and said to Tsunade, "Tsunade-sama, just teach Bai Yu. it won't take much time anyway. This look made Tsunade look weird. The eyes looking at the two were a little different. Shizune flushed immediately when he saw Tsunade's expression. She doesn't know what Tsunade means, it's just that she didn't explain anything. Seeing Shizune's appearance, Tsunade was even more sure of what Bai Yu and Shizune had. But Bai Yu was slightly surprised, and some couldn't understand Shizune's operation. But he didn't think too much, what he cared about most was Tsunade's tone. Will she agree? Please, Shizune spoke to Tsunade again. Seeing this, Tsunade was a little helpless, and sighed slightly. Let's go. Upon hearing this, both Bai Yu and Shizune smiled. Shizune looked back at Bai Yu's face. Bai Yu showed her a big smile. Shizune's face flushed immediately after seeing this scene. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help being speechless. No, don't mess up, Bai Yu secretly said in his heart. Shizune's performance made Bai Yu search for the pictures of Shizune from the memory of his predecessor. He felt that his predecessor must have something to do with Shizune when he was in ninja school. Sure enough, Bai Yu recalled some scenes of ninja school. On several occasions, Shizune looked back at him and looked at him obsessively. When he saw that the predecessor had found himself, the little Shizune would always blush and divert his eyes. It seems that this girl has a secret crush on me. Bai Yu was a little surprised now. The next day, in a tent supported by canvas, Bai Yu was learning healing jutsu with Shizune. For healing jutsu's understanding, Tsunade naturally exceeds Shizune by countless times. It's just that the training of healing jutsu requires a living body. Naturally, blood will ooze from a living body injury, and Tsunade, who is suffering from panesthemia, is naturally unable to teach Bai Yu hand in hand. This important task can only be handed over to Shizune. Looking at the fish whose stomach was cut in front of him, Shizune seriously stretched out his hand to face the fish's wound and began to condense chakra. Not long after, a transparent energy appeared in Shizune's palm. Under the influence of healing jutsu's energy, the fish's wound is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made Bai Yu startled slightly, and felt that healing jutsu was amazing. After a while, the fish was completely cured by Shizune. Shizune couldn't help showing a big smile when he looked at the fish that seemed to have never suffered in the water. Looking at Shizune's smile, Bai Yu suddenly realized that Shizune's appearance seemed to be pretty good, and she was a beautiful woman. Okay, it's up to you next, Bai Yu. Shizune smiled and said to Bai Yu. Hearing Shizune's words, Bai Yu nodded and said, okay. Then he took out a fish from the basin and directly put a knife on its stomach. There are a dozen fish in the basin, and Bai Yu doesn't know if it is the same fish just now. If it's the fish just now, it's unlucky. Bai Yu didn't think much and directly stretched out his hand. Shizune on the side began to explain some details to Bai Yu. First chakra. Huh? What? Shizune suddenly stared out. Because the transparent light of healing jutsu appeared in Bai Yu's hand soon. If this is the case, it is okay. Some people with strong chakra control can also achieve Bai Yu's level. Shizune was shocked when watching the wound on Yu's belly start to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The healing jutsu used by Bai Yu is almost the same as the healing jutsu she used. In her opinion, this is basically impossible. Healing jutsu is a skill that is easy to learn but difficult to master. It took a year for her to reach this level. During this period, I don't know how much hardship it took to reach this level, but Bai Yu just glanced at it and wiped out her year's hard work. Are you really using healing jutsu for the first time? Shizune was a little dumbfounded. Seeing Shizune's expression, Bai Yu was a little confused, but he nodded honestly and said, this is the first time. Hearing what Bai Yu said, Shizune was not surprised. When she asked this sentence, she was only subconscious, not really doubting Bai Yu. If Bai Yu had learned healing jutsu a long time ago, there is no need for him to learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. Thinking that Bai Yu's first use of healing jutsu was comparable to her achievements in 1 year, Shizune couldn't help feeling depressed. Even began to doubt life. Bai Yu naturally noticed this detail, but he didn't care about it. Even if you care, you can't change anything. Shizune's talents are inherently low. You can see her talent from the original book. After following Tsunade for so many years, he only learned one trick healing jutsu. With them by her side every day, Tsunade couldn't help teaching her his weird force fist, 100 healings mark, and Baihao technique. Obviously, the reason is that Shizune's talent is not enough. Just a healing jutsu is enough for her to study for many years. Not to mention Guai Liquan, 100 healings mark and Baihao technique. In Tsunade's view, these secret techniques are like a burden to Shizune. It is better to concentrate on healing jutsu. Healed a few fishes again, and Bai Yu's healing jutsu can be regarded as the basic master. When they came to Tsunade, both Bai Yu and Shizune were obviously in a good mood, and Shizune completely digested the shock of this incident. Upon seeing this, Tsunade smiled and asked, how are you learning? In Tsunade's view, this technique that requires extremely high chakra control should be a difficult technique for Bai Yu. She naturally knew Bai Yu's information, with strong physical skills and strong combat effectiveness. But this does not mean that his control over chakra is sufficient. Not bad, Bai Yu said with a calm smile upon hearing this. Shizune on the side, Bai Yu has learned healing jutsu. The tone was full of helplessness. This technique is really difficult, Tsunade said to himself. But then she felt something was wrong. Wait, what are you talking about? Tsunade's eyes widened. Learned? Tsunade looked surprised. Bai Yu smiled and nodded when he heard the words. I learned it. Shizune on the side also nodded helplessly. Yes, I learned it. Impossible. Tsunade lost his voice. Tsunade, who had been sitting, suddenly stood up and walked to Bai Yu's side. Show it to me. Tsunade took Bai Yu's hand and said. That face is serious. Bai Yu was taken aback when he heard the words, then nodded and said, okay. Chakra surging slightly, white healing jutsu energy appeared in Bai Yu's hands. Feeling this familiar energy, Tsunade's mouth opened wide. Before Bai Yu entered the tent, Tsunade could be sure that he had never been exposed to medical ninjutsu. People who have used healing jutsu have a special breath. Tsunade can easily distinguish it. Is it a medical genius? Tsunade was shocked. At this time, a thought suddenly came up in Tsunade's mind. The reason she originally didn't want to accept disciples was because her ninjutsu was so difficult that those so-called geniuses were even difficult to understand. But Bai Yu in front of him learns healing jutsu is as simple as eating and drinking. She can be sure of her own strange power punches, 100 healings mark and Bai Yu technique are just a piece of cake in front of Bai Yu. After thinking for a while, Tsunade looked serious and said, Bai Yu, are you willing to become my apprentice? Hearing this, Bai Yu was taken aback for a moment and then he wanted to refuse. For him, apprenticeship is not necessary at all. If Tsunade is willing to teach, I am afraid that Bai Yu can learn everything about Tsunade in one morning. But he suddenly thought of something that he couldn't learn all at once. That is the knowledge of medicine and the knowledge of the human body. These two things are not considered skills, and it takes a long time to accumulate to reach the level of Tsunade. But if it is under the guidance of Tsunade, Bai Yu will take fewer detours. This situation made Bai Yu hesitate. After thinking for a while, Bai Yu suddenly felt that he was thinking too much. Since rejecting Namikaze Minato's willingness to accept an apprentice, Bai Yu's mentality has undergone some changes. There is no resistance to apprenticeship either. This world is different from the world before him, and there is no so-called tradition of being a teacher for one day and being a father for life. Tsunade's acceptance of him as a disciple was not trying to conspire with him, but simply trying to pass on his own things. Thinking of this, Bai Yu raised his head and looked at Tsunade. Upon seeing this, Tsunade couldn't help showing a look of expectation. Shizune on the side also looked at Bai Yu with a look of expectation. Seeing the look of eager anticipation of the two, Bai Yu couldn't help but laugh a little. I have seen the master. Bai Yu arched his hand at Tsunade. Seeing this scene, Tsunade smiled with satisfaction. Shizune on the side also showed a happy smile. Bai Yu agreed to become Tsunade's apprentice, so she will be able to see Bai Yu tendon in the next few days. This naturally made her very happy. Bai Yu raised his head to see Tsunade's bulging chest, and he couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth. I thought to myself, it's good to worship Tsunade as a teacher. 3 days later, a forest was very noisy. Boom. With a loud noise, Bai Yu drew his fist from the ground. The forest is full of pits and pits. Obviously, this is all caused by Bai Yu. Bai Yu looked at the scene in front of him, showing a satisfied smile. The power of Guai Liquan is indeed very powerful. It even means armament Haki. It's just that it's not armament Haki that wraps the fist, but chakra. The powerful chakra wraps the fist and puts the fist in a defensive state. Then use chakra's continual surging to bring up a powerful force. This really requires extremely powerful chakra control to do it. If it were not for the existence of the panel, Bai Yu would dare to conclude that he would never be able to do it. Guai Liquan's way of exerting force is indeed a bit weird. The chakra is condensed like muscle fibers and the surgings are interlocking. Naturally, the transmission of force cannot be stopped, otherwise the force will explode directly in the body. No wonder Shizune has no way to learn. Your talent is amazing. I have never met someone with such a talent like you. At this time, Tsunade clapped his hands and walked over, applauding Bai Yu. The shock in his eyes has not faded. Hearing Tsunade's compliment, Bai Yu showed a shy smile, but in fact there was no fluctuation in his heart. He is an open man. He can't learn a strange power punch, so he won't embarrass the seniors who cross. These days Bai Yu has not gone to the battlefield, but is working hard to practice the strange power fist taught to him by Tsunade. After 3 days, Bai Yu can already use the strange force fist very enthusiastically. Master taught well. Bai Yu said with a smile. Tsunade couldn't help but smiled heartily. Haha, you are really slippery. Bai Yu also smiled upon seeing this. Shizune on the side also smiled gregariously. The cheerful atmosphere of Kai is around the whole grove. After laughing, Tsunade took out a scroll from his arms. Seeing Tsunade withdraw the scroll from his arms, Bai Yu almost couldn't move his eyes. Thinking in mind. Okay, of course, Bai Yu's observations have always been traceless. There was no obscene color in those eyes, they looked very pure. Naturally, Tsunade and Shizune didn't notice anything. This is the ninjutsu I recently developed, and I will eat it thoroughly. It is very powerful. Tsunade handed the scroll to Bai Yu's hands. The expression is very serious. Looking at the scene in front of him, Bai Yu probably guessed what was inside. So he nodded seriously and said, okay. Seeing Bai Yu's appearance, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Well, then you practice first, we will go back first. Tsunade smiled. Bai Yu smiled and nodded when he heard this. Shizune, who was on the side, pursed his mouth, and didn't want to go back. But Tsunade didn't want Shizune to disturb Bai Yu here, so he glared at Shizune. Shizune immediately followed Tsunade and left behind Tsunade, just like the eggplant that Chuang had beaten. Bai Yu couldn't help feeling funny when he saw this, and waved to Shizune. Goodbye. Seeing Bai Yu waving to herself, Shizune's mood immediately improved, and she also smiled and waved to Bai Yu. Goodbye. Then he happily followed Tsunade and left. This feeling of being liked by beautiful girls makes everyone feel cheerful when they want to come. Naturally, Bai Yu is no exception. Shaking his head, Bai Yu threw out the mixed thoughts. Opening the scroll in his hand, Bai Yu did not expect it. There are two secret techniques, 100 Healings Mark, and Bai Yu technique. Tsunade's weird fist, 100 Healings Mark and Bai Yu technique can make her resist Uchiha Madara. It is conceivable that the upper limit of these techniques is high. If Senju Hashirama uses these three techniques, I am afraid it is not against Uchiha Madara. You can touch Uchiha Madara hard if you can. The upper limit of these three techniques is extremely high, and exceeding cage level is definitely not its limit. This is the reason why Bai Yu is willing to practice them. With Bai Yu's current power, using these three techniques is definitely better than Tsunade. Not even a little bit stronger, but a big bit stronger. After reading all the scrolls, Bai Yu wrote them all down. Panel. Bai Yu thought. System panel, 3.0. Host. Bai Yu vitality, 3.4, spirit, 5.2, strength, 99, speed, 99, endurance, 100. Gong method. Basic practice method, advanced, 79% grandmaster. Ninjutsu. Chakra refining technique, free body technique, Ku throwing technique, fire, wind style, water, earth, thunder, perception technique, weird fist, 100 Healings Mark, Bai Yu technique. Skills. Marine 6 styles intermediate, 59% grandmaster, armament Haki, intermediate, 23% entry, basic swordsmanship advanced, 25% entry, Bing Shinju, advanced, 3% entry, 16 Worry Winds intermediate, 99% Dacheng. Boundary of blood succession. Land Dun, elementary, 39%. Illusion. Fox's heart skill, superpowers, mental power, elementary, 5%. Strength evaluation. S level, the top figure in the ninja world. Deduced points. 8,367, 100 Healings Mark and Bai Yu technique have already appeared on Bai Yu's panel. This is just reading the written record once, and Bai Yu has already learned it. If Tsunade knew about it, she would doubt that Bai Yu and her were the same species. But Bai Yu's attention at this time was not on 100 Healings Mark and Bai Yu technique. Frowning slightly, Bai Yu looked at his strength, speed, and endurance. He originally thought that after the endurance reached 100 points, strength and speed would naturally break through. But he never expected that not only the strength and speed did not break through, but even the endurance began to stagnate. The previous breakthrough in endurance has also greatly increased his mental power. Breakthrough in strength and speed can definitely bring more surprises. Oh, Bai Yu couldn't help sighing. He knew he was too anxious, and it took him less than a year to cross over. From a genin directly to cage level strength, this is already the speed of a rocket. Withdrawing the panel, Bai Yu sat on the spot and did not continue to practice the strange force punch. He began to think about how to break through his current strength. After a long time, Bai Yu let out a sigh of relief. He decided to break through the things that are currently easy to break through first. Looking up at 99% of the 36 trouble winds that had been stagnant for a long time, Bai Yu took out a scroll from his arms. Then he took out a knife from it. Sword flow 36 trouble wind. Bai Yu's eyes were sharp, and he swung his knife directly at the sky. Shoo, the rotating slash wave cut the air directly, making a very sharp sound, and then flew towards the extremely high sky until it dissipated. Without stopping, the muscles were knotted. Bai Yu took a pose and swung the knife again. Sword flow 36 trouble wind. The sharp voice sounded again, and the spinning slash wave appeared again. 36 trouble winds. 36 trouble winds. 36 trouble points. Bai Yu kept swinging the long knife in his hand. With Bai Yu's current physical strength, with 36 trouble winds, he can sing without stopping for 24 hours. The consumption of 36 trouble wind is slightly better than nothing for Bai Yu. I don't know how long it will take until the sun sets. Suddenly, Bai Yu felt blessed. Close your eyes. Raise your right hand high, and firmly hold your right arm with your left hand. A paragraph rang in my mind. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind. The 6 senses of man, plus good, evil, and peace. Each has tranquility and dying. It's the so-called 36 troubles in one life. The voice was as loud as a bronze bell in Bai Yu's mind. Suddenly opening his eyes, Bai Yu's aura burst out, and the grass clippings and dust on the ground were lifted up. Sword stream, 36 trouble wind, Om. A completely different voice sounded. A slash wave that was 10 times larger than before appeared. This slash hit the sky like a cannonball. Bai Yu is like the base of a cannon, and the huge recoil directly cracks the ground under Bai Yu's feet. Boom. A huge roar resounded across the fields, and a cold front swept across the sky. This made everyone who was stationed at the headquarters not far away a little surprised. Jiraiya's face was a bit solemn. Although I don't know what the attack was, it is obvious that it can definitely tear people to pieces. Come on, Jiraiya said loudly. Several masked Anbu ninjas suddenly appeared in front of Jiraiya. Come and see with me, Jiraiya said solemnly. At this moment, a female voice suddenly sounded. No need to go. Tsunade walked over at this moment. Seeing Tsunade's figure, Jiraiya couldn't help but shine. But then I thought of Tsunade's words. What do you mean? Jiraiya asked Tsunade. Tsunade shook his head when he heard the words. I just came back from there. Bai Yu was practicing there. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but his eyes widened. You mean, that attack was the movement of Bai Yu's practice? Jiraiya asked. Tsunade nodded when he heard the words, let's not leave 10. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya was shocked and relieved. Bai Yu's slash was really scary. If it is an enemy, Jiraiya can foresee that many people will be lost. After notifying Jiraiya that it was Bai Yu, Tsunade turned around and left. It is too late for Jiraiya to say a few more words to Tsunade. Since Tsunade suffered from panasemia, she has rarely interacted with people she is familiar with. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, Jiraiya are among them. If it weren't for Konoha's need to solve Chiyo's poison this time, I'm afraid she would not have come to the battlefield. That Jiraiya-sama, do you want to go see it? One of the Anbu ninjas asked Jiraiya. Hearing what Anbu ninja said, Jiraiya turned around and said, it's all gone. The Anbu ninjas nodded when they heard the words, and then jumped up and disappeared into Jiraiya's field of vision. After seeing Anbu ninja leave, Jiraiya's expression instantly became low. How can I save you? Jiraiya murmured. It was a long time before I returned to my desk and continued to finish my work. For Jiraiya, Tsunade's panasemia was like suffering from him. He was even more worried than Tsunade himself. Some feelings will not diminish with the passage of time, but will become stronger due to fermentation. At the other end, Bai Yu looked surprised. He didn't expect that after 36 Anxiety Wind was promoted to a high level, the power would be so great. I opened my system panel, and I realized that I had successfully entered the advanced 1% entry level in a single sweep of 36 troubles. It seems that there is a problem with my idea. Bai Yu murmured. He originally felt that after he was promoted to the realm of Jianhao, these 36 trouble winds were no longer useful. Unexpectedly, after the 36 trouble wind broke through to the advanced level, the power would be so huge. God Zhao more than twice as powerful as his swordsman slashing power. Putting the knife into its sheath, Bai Yu looked up at the sky and touched his hungry belly. Bai Yu was going to practice himself after dinner. After returning to his residence, Bai Yu invited Yurihong to have dinner with Morino Ibiki, and then began the evening practice again. The current Bai Yu simply unloaded the training of Marine 6 styles, armament Haki and swordsmanship. Practice the posture and tempering technique non-stop. The breakthrough of strength and speed must be related to the body. Although the increase of vitality and spirit will not directly increase strength and speed, it also has obvious effects. This direction, Bai Yu is sure in his heart, is definitely the right direction. The next day, Bai Yu directly took a half-month leave with Tsunade, saying that he was going to retreat and practice. Although Tsunade heard that it was strange, he didn't stop him, just let Bai Yu take care of his body. In Tsunade's view, I am afraid that victory in this war is not as important as Bai Yu alone. This kind of pervert talent, not to mention 10 years later, even 5 years later, I am afraid it will be invincible in the endurance world. In the next half-month, Bai Yu didn't sweep anymore, and was under this kind of high-intensity practice every day. When your physical strength is exhausted, rest for a while, and when your physical strength is restored, you will start the exercise and tempering method again. In this way, Bai Yu's food has changed from 3 meals a day to 5 meals a day, and then 7 meals a day. US and Japan have the name of eating smaller meals and more meals, but in fact, the weight of each meal is several times larger than that of ordinary people. Under such high-intensity training, Bai Yu could feel his muscle density and bone density increased by at least 50% after half a month. Panel. Bai Yu thought. System panel. 3.0. Host. Bai Yu. Vitality. 3.9. Spirit. 5.2. Strength. 99. Speed. 99. Endurance. 100. Gong method. Basic practice method. Advanced 99% Grandmaster. Ninjutsu. Weird Force Fist. 100 Healings Mark. Baihao Technique. Skills. Marine 6 Styles Intermediate. 61% Grandmaster. Armament Haki. Intermediate 25% entry, Basic Swordsmanship, 29% entry, Bing Shinju, Advanced 14% entry, 16 Worry Winds, Advanced 13% Dachang. Boundary of Blood Succession. Lan Dun, Elementary, 63%. Illusion. Fox's Heart Skill. Super Power. Nien Motive, Elementary, 16%. Strength Evaluation. S level, the top figure in the ninja world. Deduced points. 8367. The blood in front of Bai Yu has grown to as much as 3.9. And the basic training method has become the first skill that is about to be completed under Bai Yu's continuous efforts. This made Bai Yu couldn't help but look forward to it. If Bai Yu guessed right, some magic will inevitably appear when the basic cultivation method reaches consummation. Breathing out slightly, Bai Yu decided to take the basic practice method to completion today. The feet are stable like steel pouring, and the qi and blood circulate continuously in the body, continuously supplying nutrients to Bai Yu's body. The skin on Bai Yu's body was as bright as a cooked lobster. The high temperature caused Bai Yu's sweat to gush out continuously. When the blood boiled to a certain point, Bai Yu began to run his own tempering method. The energy of qi and blood is constantly pouring into the muscles and bones. This process didn't stop until Bai Yu's physical strength was exhausted. After resting for a while, Bai Yu's physical strength gradually recovered. This recovery speed is different from ordinary people. If Bai Yu's body can continue to grow like this, I am afraid it will be like the ancient Buddha in the legend, with various magical powers in the body. The current Bai Yu is not only different from ordinary people in physical recovery, but also stronger than ordinary people in recovery. A small wound, Bai Yu only takes a few hours to scab and heal. Although it is not as good as Sage Body, Bai Yu has this ability only by constantly beating his body. This in itself represents some meaning. Even if there is no external energy enhancement, the human body itself has enough treasures waiting for Bai Yu to dig. Bai Yu has not forgotten the realms he saw in his previous life. Every drop of blood is waiting for rebirth, every cell is like a universe. It's just that that kind of realm is not something that Bai Yu can watch now. Now he can only sharpen his qi, blood and body obediently, and break through his current. Orange. After his physical strength was restored, he began to run the tempering method again. The musculoskeletal density slowly increases, and the less obvious strength also begins to increase. Although this speed is very slow. Chapter 77 Upgrade Deduction. Luku Fairy Thief. The boring practice lasted until the early hours of the morning. Finally, Bai Yu suddenly felt a blessing. Qi and blood began to boil uncontrollably. The blood in the body started its own internal circulation, and Bai Yu could not even control it. The density of muscles and bones increased wildly again. Bai Yu's rapid transformation. Until a peak. The power and speed on the system panel quietly broke through 100 points. Bai Yu only felt that he was about to be separated from the world, and there was a very thick separation between the soul and the body. It's no use letting him struggle. At the same time, the three-dimensional attributes on the system panel are growing wildly. 100, 101, 102, 103. Until the three-dimensional properties soared by dozens of points, it gradually stopped. Bai Yu also broke away from that kind of barrier, and gradually could feel his body. After a long time, Bai Yu opened his eyes and exhaled slightly. Just about to relax, he didn't expect the system's prompt sound to be in his ears. Ding. The basic practice technique has successfully reached consummation. Ding. For the first time to reach consummation. The system will reward 10,000 deduction points. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help expressing joy. He already had more than 8,000 deduction points, and the system rewarded 10,000 more points, so his second A-level skill was just around the corner. Just before he was happy, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Basic practice technique has reached consummation. You can use 10,000 deduction points to promote it to A-level skills. Hearing this, Bai Yu was surprised and delighted. What was surprised was that the system was self-produced and sold. What was good was that if you can get an A- level skill with 10,000 points, it must be worth more than 20,000 points. Frowning, Bai Yu asked in his heart, System. Is there a direction for this deduction? Bai Yu's thoughts were received by the system as soon as possible. Ding. The promotion direction will be within A level. Based on basic cultivation techniques. But it can't be controlled. It's completely random. The sound of the system sounded again. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu understood. As the name suggests, this deduction is naturally based on basic practice techniques. The final result is not necessarily in the deduction of basic practice techniques based on strengthening oneself. It may be possible to deduce something similar to the wild physical exercise in the fantasy that sounds powerful. But it is also possible to deduce the dragon elephant prajna kung, which has a very high upper limit, but it is not very useful. It is hard to imagine Bai Yu to have the power of 13 dragon elephants after living for 1,000 years. If this kind of exercise is really extracted, I am afraid that Bai Yu will burst in mentality. It's just that Bai Yu doesn't want to miss this opportunity for promotion. Anyway, 10,000 deduction points are not too much for him. As long as this war is fought, Bai Yu believes that he can also perform another A-level skill deduction. Thinking of this, Bai Yu made up his mind. Give me a basic training method. Ding. Deduction of the perfect basic practice method requires 10,000 deduction points. May I ask whether to perform deduction? The cold sound of the system sounded. Bai Yu nodded confidently after hearing the words, and said in his heart, yes. After receiving Bai Yu's confirmation command, the system immediately responded. Ding. Deduct 10,000 deduction points. The basic practice method is being deduced. The deduction this time is different from the past. For a long time, until Bai Yu frowned, the system did not respond. Isn't it? Would you still swallow coins? Bai Yu couldn't help but vomit. The moment when Bai Yu was suspicious, the voice of the system rang again. The original cold voice is now in Bai Yu's ears, but it is like a natural sound. Ding. The basic training method was successfully deduced. Promoted to the A-level skill, Lu Kushan Thief. Also known as Sage Thieves. Current proficiency is at the elementary level, 1%. Hearing the sound of the system, Bai Yu was stunned. The origin of the Luku fairy thief Bai Yu naturally knows. It was an anime he went through the fire before, called, Under One Person. These Luku immortal thieves belong to one of the 8 wonders. Among the 8 wonders, what Bai Yu wants most is this Luku immortal thief. Not to mention anything else, just the function of eternal youth and longevity is enough pervert. Thinking of this, Bai Yu couldn't help but grinned, showing a very happy smile. Closing his eyes, a memory that appeared out of thin air kept surging in Bai Yu's mind. After completely digesting the memory of the Luku fairy thief, Bai Yu couldn't help but a shocked look appeared in his eyes. Originally, he only knew a rough idea about this skill. But after digesting the skill completely, Bai Yu understood the real pervert of this skill. The Luku in these Luku immortal thieves refers to the 6 organs, the 6 energy-absorbing organs in the human body. Digestive system built on the basis of gallbladder, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, bladder, and triple burn. It can instantly decompose any substance inhaled, and convert nutrients into nutrients through circulation. Moreover, by attaching the saliva to the user's notice, it has a fatal corrosive effect on all objects, especially organic matter. Because the user can continuously and perfectly take in nutrients, the body state will always remain at its peak, almost without aging, and with the passage of time, the energy will become more and more vigorous. In addition, this skill can also make the user's breath completely disappear, so that no one can detect it. These Luku fairy thief, in Bai Yu's view, have even surpassed the A-level skills. Of course, Bai Yu can probably also guess that these Luku Xian thieves will be classified as A-level skills. In the final analysis, it is the lack of combat effectiveness. Although it is said that people who practice Luku Immortal Thief can keep youth forever, and all of them are 127 very vigorous, but compared with other S-level skills, it seems a little stretched. It is not surprising to be classified as A-level. Opening his eyes, Bai Yu's heart moved. Panel. System Panel. 3.0. Host. Bai Yu. Vitality. 4.3. Spirit. 5.4. Strength. 131. Speed. 129. Endurance. 143. Gong Method. Luku Xian Thief, Elementary, 1%. Ninjutsu. Weird Force Fist, 100 Healings Mark, Baihao Technique. Skills. Marine 6 Styles Intermediate, 62% Grandmaster, Armament Haki. Intermediate, 26% Entry, Basic Swordsmanship, 32% Grandmaster, Ice Heart Ju. Advanced 15% Entry, 16 Worry Winds. Advanced 16% Dachang. Boundary of Blood Succession. Lan Dun, Elementary, 76%. Illusion. Fox's Heart Skill. Superpowers. Nien Motive, Elementary, 26%. Strength Evaluation. S level, the top figure in the ninja world. Deduced points. 8367. The basic cultivation method has disappeared, and the column of cultivation method has written the 4 characters of Luku Xian Zi. But the column of vitality and spirit has not disappeared. Obviously, these Luku immortal thieves can still play a role in vitality and spirit. Squeezing his fist, Bai Yu can feel that his strength is completely different from before. With his current feelings, Bai Yu feels that he can penetrate the entire planet. Of course, this is just an illusion caused by the skyrocketing power. Judging from Bai Yu's current strength, he is still a long way from breaking through the planet. Standing up, Bai Yu couldn't help stretching. He can be suffocated to death these days. In order to make a breakthrough, it is simply not thinking about food. If it weren't for the fact that the body really needs to take in energy, I'm afraid that Bai Yu would even use food to improve his strength. Fortunately, Bai Yu has successfully broken through the current realm. What Bai Yu didn't expect was that his own strength evaluation was still at cage level from the system's point of view, and it was not upgraded to beyond cage level. It seems that the equivalent of super cage level should be the level of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Bai Yu frowned and murmured. Shaking his head, Bai Yu didn't continue thinking about it, and things like strength are not something that can go directly to the sky after just thinking about it. But Bai Yu looks drunk, but in fact there is some unwillingness in his heart. In his opinion, with his current strength, even if he can't beat Uchiha Madara, it shouldn't be much worse, right? However, under systematic evaluation, he is nothing more than a cage level. Bai Yu vaguely remembers that the shadows of the 5 ninja villages teamed up and were defeated by Uchiha Madara's understatement. The gap can be seen. Hey, Bai Yu sighed softly. But this unwillingness did not linger. With Bai Yu's optimistic character, this matter was quickly left behind by Bai Yu. Because he found something fun. That's what appeared in his body. Although he is not a stranger, but with the help of the system, Bai Yu successfully possessed the knowledge. And Bai Yu knows a lot, far beyond the average level. It is obvious that the Qi on Bai Yu has received the backfeeding of his strong body, and it has this scale. He stretched out his hand and surrounded Bai Yu's hand, warm but cold, it felt completely different than chakra and armament Haki. This is a sense of comfort, coupled with a familiar feeling. It's as if this Qi and Bai Yu are the same thing with the same root. Looking at Qi in his hand, Bai Yu suddenly thought, what would happen if she used ninjutsu? Anyway, between the two is energy, but the nature is different. Just do it when you think of it, Bai Yu has never been muddled. With a sway of his body, Bai Yu disappeared instantly. Not long after, Bai Yu appeared beside a stream. Looking at the calm stream, Bai Yu looked solemn, his hands quickly sealed and said, Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. This ninjutsu is the first ninjutsu that Bai Yu learned, and it is not too powerful. Even if something happens, it can be dealt with. Chakra flowed along Bai Yu's veins as usual, and then released from the mouth. Normally, with Bai Yu's knowledge of the Great Fireball Technique, this fireball can have a diameter of at least 5 meters, and it's powerful. Only this time, Bai Yu injected Zai's presence into chakra. An amazing change appeared. After Qi and chakra came into contact, a large number of Qi rushed out at all disobedience, and consumed more than half of them in an instant. This consumption is extremely alarming. Bai Yu spouted chakra from his mouth, and the flames raged out at a speed beyond Bai Yu's expectations. It was as smooth as a dam bursting. The combination of chakra and Qi directly expands, and huge energy surges out. Finally, it condensed into a fireball with a diameter of tens of meters and flew directly forward. The Great Fireball Technique right now is not only huge, but the flames are also extremely condensed and the temperature is extremely high. Seeing the Great Fireball he spit out, Bai Yu couldn't help but stared. He felt as if he was playing off. It's just that now he has no time to withdraw his ninjutsu. The Great Fireball, tens of meters high, is as dazzling as a small sun at this early morning hour, and it can be clearly seen even within a radius of 10 kilometers. The Konoha scout in the distance was a little surprised when he saw such a dazzling light. What is that? The Konoha scouts couldn't help but feel a little sluggish when they saw this. At this moment, the Great Fireball Technique that Bai Yu spit out came and hit the ground. At this moment, the whole world was silent. Even the sounds of insects and birds have disappeared. The huge Great Fireball directly collapses and shrinks, and the huge energy is like a spring compressed to the ultimate. Next moment, boom, an extremely loud sound rang through the night sky over 10 kilometers around. Everyone in the Konoha command post was awakened by the loud noise. The dazzling light pierced the night sky, and a mushroom cloud was slowly rising. Bai Yu was trapped in this explosion. But fortunately, Bai Yu's armament Haki can already cover the whole body. Even under the armed color entanglement, Bai Yu's clothes were not damaged in any way. Looking at the scene in front of him, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a surprise in his heart. It was just a whim. Bai Yu never expected that after chakra joined Qi, his power would be so powerful. It's a bit scary. This is the Great Fireball Technique used by Bai Yu. If the fire is extinguished, Bai Yu can be sure that his fire extinguishing power must be higher than that of Uchiha Madara. But then the joy on Bai Yu's face eased. Because he can feel that there is not much left in his body. It was just a Great Fireball Technique that had already used up most of his Qi. If it is the kind of ninjutsu, Bai Yu feels that he can be sucked dry. It seems that there is still a long way to go. Bai Yu muttered to himself. At this moment, everyone in the Konoha command post saw the mushroom cloud planted by Bai Yu. 10 kilometers is not far for a ninja. It can even be said to be the side of the couch. For this kind of stressful period, how can you allow others to sleep soundly on the side of the couch? The moment Jiraiya saw the mushroom cloud steaming up, he put on his clothes and called the horses together. At this time, Konoha's dozens of elite ninjas were rushing in the direction of Bai Yu. Of course, Bai Yu at this moment didn't realize how much fear he brought to the people in Konoha command post. Ninjutsu with such great power, without even thinking about it, must have been used by an extremely powerful person. There are dozens of people, they seem to be many, but they all know that there is a high probability that they won't be able to go back. And Tsunade was just anxious when she saw this scene. She was suffering from panasemia. If she went to the battlefield now, it would be equivalent to giving away her head. Thinking of this, Tsunade took Shizune directly to Bai Yu's tent. It was just that she opened the tent and found that Bai Yu was not inside. After thinking about it for a while, Tsunade's face suddenly changed. Because she thought of bad things. Couldn't that be the movement of Bai Yu fighting against others? Tsunade's eyes widened, thinking in his heart. Shizune, who was on the side, looked at the empty tent in front of him, and his color gradually changed. It was obvious that she had guessed something too. The two stood in place for a long time. Shizune was the first to bear it. Master Tsunade, Shizune said. Hearing Shizune's voice, Tsunade frowned slightly. What's wrong? Tsunade asked. I want to see. Shizune said hesitantly. Hearing Shizune's words, Tsunade's expression condensed. She knew that if there was an enemy there, with Shizune's strength, it used to be just a gift. Seeing Tsunade's hesitant look, Shizune gritted his teeth and turned around and wanted to leave. When Tsunade saw this, he raised his hand and said, "Wait a minute." Shizune heard this and thought that Tsunade was going to stop her, but didn't stop her footsteps. He ran directly to the front. When Tsunade saw this, she frowned and appeared in front of Shizune. Seeing the feeling of blocking his way, Shizune almost burst into tears. Let me go, Tsunade-sama, I don't want to just worry about it here. Shizune's voice was faintly implored. Seeing Shizune's appearance, Tsunade's complexion softened. He smiled and said, I didn't say not to let you go. Hearing Tsunade's words, Shizune couldn't help being stunned. What do you mean? Shizune was puzzled. Let's go together, Tsunade said seriously. Shizune was delighted when he heard the words, but then he thought of Tsunade's phobia. No, you can't go, Shizune said solemnly. Seeing Shizune's appearance, Tsunade couldn't help but smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have a way." While talking, he took out a black cloth strip. "As long as I can't see bloodline," Tsunade said with a smile. Hearing this, Shizune couldn't help but his eyes lit up, and his face suddenly reappeared with a happy smile. "Yeah, you can blindfold, why didn't I expect it?" Shizune suddenly felt so stupid. Tsunade shook his head insignificantly, and thought in his heart, "Silly boy, if the phobia can be cured so easily, then I will stay in the command post." Looking at Shizune who believed in this, Tsunade couldn't help sighing in his heart. Just when the two were about to set off, a female voice rang in their ears. "Excuse me, are you looking for Bai Yu?" Yurihong asked Tsunade and Shizune. Hearing Yurihong's voice, Tsunade and Shizune couldn't help turning their heads. Seeing Yurihong, Tsunade was a little confused, she knew Yurihong. Shizune's eyes were joyful when he saw the red evening sun. "Red, is that you?" Shizune cried out in surprise. Ta Raihong was slightly startled when she heard the words, but then she saw Shizune's face with surprise on her face. "Shizune, why are you here?" Shi Raihong asked in surprise. At the ninja school, the relationship between Yurihong and Shizune was pretty good, and they were also very affectionate friends. "I came with Tsunade-sama." Shizune heard the words and answered the words of Shi Raihong. When Tsunade saw this, he frowned and said, "Okay, let's retell the old things later." "Girl, you said you want to go with us, what are you doing?" Tsunade frowned and asked. Upon hearing Tsunade's question, Yurihong said respectfully, "I and Bai Yu are teammates." When he said this, Ta Raihong's eyes were firm. Tsunade was a little surprised when he saw this. "Okay, then you follow us." Tsunade nodded. Upon hearing this, Yurihong nodded. Just as the three of them were about to set off, a male voice suddenly sounded. "Wait for me, I want to go too," Morinoi said loudly. Tsunade couldn't help showing helplessness when he heard the words. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Morino Ibiki Q&A, "Who are you again?" Before Morino Ibiki could explain it himself, Ta Raihong said with a little embarrassment, "He is also a member of our 8th class." Hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but stroked his forehead, and said helplessly, "Then let's go together." So he turned and drove towards the mushroom cloud that illuminates the sky in the distance. Shizune, Yurihong and Morino Ibiki hurriedly followed when they saw this. On the other end, Bai Yu had a headache looking at the wildfire in front of him. His great fireball almost razed all the kilometer square to the ground. Fortunately, the lethality of the great fireball technique lies not in the explosion, but in the high temperature. Otherwise, I'm afraid those trees would not even have the qualifications to be burned. After sighing slightly, Bai Yu quickly nodded his hands and said, "Water-style water dragon bomb." In the stream that had dried up, several streams of water rose into the sky and rushed towards the fire following Bai Yu's heart. In addition to the great fireball technique, Bai Yu's ninjutsu has not been refined. So the power released is just normal. After releasing more than a dozen water dragon bombs, Bai Yu controlled the fire. Of course, with more than a dozen ninjutsu techniques, Bai Yu can clearly feel that the power of his water-style water dragon bomb technique has been significantly improved. Just when Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief, dozens of extremely strong chakra breaths suddenly appeared in his perception. This made Bai Yu frown and turn to look at the source of the breath. Is it the enemy? Bai Yu looked solemn. His place is not far from the border of the place occupied by Cloud Shinobi, and it is not surprising if there are a large number of enemies. Hiding his breath, Bai Yu stared at the direction from which dozens of breaths came, CACG. Although the look on his face is very solemn, Bai Yu's heart is faintly excited. If it is an enemy, Bai Yu is destined to make a large sum of deduction points. Dozens of Jonin levels are worth tens of thousands of deduction points. This is how Bai Yu is not excited. Come. Bai Yu's eyes were excited. Only the next moment, he was stunned. And Jiraiya, who was running towards Bai Yu, was also stunned. Jiraiya, Bai Yu, both of them looked at each other strangely. "Why are you here?" Jiraiya came to Bai Yu and asked. The group of people following Jiraiya also stopped and fell in front of Bai Yu. Bai Yu didn't know how to answer this question for a while. "I just practiced here." Bai Yu scratched his head. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Jiraiya couldn't help being a little surprised. "Are you practicing here? Did you see the enemy?" Jiraiya frowned and asked. Hearing the culture of Jiraiya, Bai Yu couldn't help being a little confused. "No, what's the matter?" Bai Yu said to Jiraiya. Hearing this, Jiraiya said in confusion, "That's weird. Haven't you seen who performs such a huge ninjutsu?" Bai Yu couldn't help being a little speechless. It turned out that this group of people came to check the situation. For Jiraiya did not think that this ninjutsu was released by himself, Bai Yu also understood. After all, his information did not record what ninjutsu he would do. Forehead. This ninjutsu I released. Bai Yu touched the back of his head and said with some embarrassment. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Jiraiya couldn't help but his eyes widened. And the Konoha shinobi people around couldn't help but look shocked. This is the ninjutsu you released. You have also studied ninjutsu. Jiraiya's tone was full of shock. Bai Yu smiled upon seeing this and said, I never said that I only know physical skills. Hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but stroked her forehead somewhat helplessly. But at the same time, Jiraiya couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It is best to have no enemies. When the surrounding Konoha shinobi saw this, they all put their guard down. All right, since there are no enemies, it is naturally the best. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Yu smiled and nodded. Those who are good at water style, let me put out the fire together. Jiraiya said towards the Konoha people behind him. It's still early spring, and the weather is still cold and dry. If the flame is allowed to burn down, I don't know how much to burn. Oh, the Konoha shinobi behind Jiraiya all agreed. Bai Yu couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth as he watched this scene. Wait, Bai Yu raised his hand. Jiraiya was slightly startled when he saw this. What's the matter? The Konoha shinobi practitioners behind him also stopped and looked at Bai Yu. Hearing what Jiraiya said, Bai Yu shook his head and said, no need to fight it out, I just used water style to surround a fire ring. Quote. Everyone couldn't help but cast their gazes around the flames. Because the sky was too dark, everyone did not notice that the trees around the flame were covered with water drops. After Bai Yu said so, everyone looked intently. At a glance, the bushes around the flames were all wet, and the soil on the ground was very muddy. Obviously, this fire can no longer spread outward. But such a large amount of water surprised everyone. This amount of chakra, isn't it too scary? Such an idea emerged in everyone's hearts. Even Jiraiya was shocked by the scene before him. The ninjutsu that stretches for hundreds of meters, nearly a kilometer range is fine. How many times of ninjutsu must be released to form a fire ring of this kind? How big is the chakra needed? After a long time, everyone withdrew from the shock. Jiraiya shook his head slightly and said to Bai Yu, okay, I pull my pants and wipe myself. I'm pretty sensible. Hearing Jiraiya's metaphor, Bai Yu couldn't help but his face was a little shaky. But he didn't say anything. After all, I suddenly came to such a hand in the early morning. If I put it in my previous life, it would be a crime to disturb public order if it was not kept. Retreat. Jiraiya turned his head and said to the Konoha shinobi people behind him. Seeing this scene, everyone didn't know that this incident was nothing but an oolong. Everyone smiled and shook their heads, and then they were ready to evacuate. At this moment, the four figures suddenly jumped over from a distance. Everyone was on serious guard at first sight. But when they saw the person's face, everyone was taken aback. Master Tsunade. Everyone was a little surprised. Bai Yu was also a little startled. Ms. Tsunade. Bai Yu murmured. Tsunade brought Shizune, Ta Raihong, and Morinoi to the ground. Are you all right? Bai Yu. Tsunade looked serious. It's okay. Bai Yu was a little unsure. At this moment, Shi Raihong rushed forward. No matter how many people were around, she hugged Bai Yu and said, I'm so worried. Feeling the red body temperature in his arms, Bai Yu couldn't help feeling a little warmth in his heart, because he knew that the four people in front of him came because they were worried about themselves. Okay, I'm fine, Bai Yu said softly, stroking Shi Raihong's hair. Seeing the enthusiastic embrace of Bai Yu and Shi Raihong, everyone couldn't help being stunned. Because this hug is obviously beyond the normal friendship. Did you start falling in love at the age of 13? Konoha's elite ninjas all felt a little bit sour in their hearts. Thinking back to their 13 years old, they were still genin, worrying about living all day. Naturally it was impossible to fall in love. When Jiraiya saw this, she gave an ambiguous smile. He has always liked to see such things the most. Seeing Jiraiya's appearance, Tsunade couldn't help but his face was a little stiff, and wanted to give Jiraiya a slap directly. But here are all Jiraiya's men. Tsunade did not smoke Jiraiya out of time. Morino Ibuxi on the side saw the corner of his mouth hooked. He was the first to knock Bai Yu and Yurihong CP. Seeing this scene, I don't know why, and his heart is full of sweetness. But Shizune felt the sound of his heart breaking. Shizune didn't know why, her heart was panicked now, and she said she wanted to cry. She did want to cry, but she didn't get to the point where she couldn't control it. Maybe we two are destined to have no relationship. Shizune thought sadly. The face with a smile on his face also became stiff at this moment. Okay, it's all right. Tsunade said. Bai Yu nodded when he heard the words, patted Ta Raihong's back lightly, and motioned for her to let go. Ta Raihong received Bai Yu's signal and naturally let go. Looking back, seeing everyone looking at him, Shi Raihong's shame came up. A fair face instantly turned red. What about the enemy? Did you beat him away? At this moment, Tsunade frowned suddenly. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya and the Konoha shinobi behind him couldn't help but twitch their mouths. There is no enemy here, it was only caused by Bai Yu's ninjutsu. Jiraiya pointed to the skyrocketing flame not far away and said. Upon hearing this, Tsunade and Shizune opened their eyes wide and shocked. What? Bai Yu did that? Tsunade muttered. After that, he turned his head and looked at Bai Yu, wanting to get an answer from Bai Yu. Seeing Tsunade's appearance, Bai Yu nodded with embarrassment. It is indeed a new ninjutsu I developed. I'm sorry, it has disturbed you all so late. Bai Yu said apologetically. Upon hearing this, both Tsunade and Shizune were shocked. After so many days, they thought they knew enough about Bai Yu. But I didn't expect Bai Yu to be able to develop ninjutsu in addition to his extremely pervert learning ability, and the power of this ninjutsu is so pervert. You can hear movement within a radius of more than 10 kilometers, and you don't need to think about how powerful this ninjutsu is. Yurihong and Morino Ibiki on the side did not change color. In their view, this kind of operation is nothing more than a basic operation for Bai Yu. Either Bai Yu became a Buddha directly, or Bai Yu was so genius that neither of them felt much. Okay, let's go back first. Bai Yu said embarrassedly. After hearing Bai Yu's words, Tsunade and Shizune came back to their senses. Nodded vaguely. Everyone is heading towards Konoha headquarters. At this moment, the mushroom cloud behind them had already risen to a very high sky. A flash of lightning flashed across, illuminating the entire world like daylight. Then came the roar of thunder and lightning. Rumble. Such a short distance almost deafened everyone's ears. Is it going to rain? Jiraiya murmured. According to his experience, the situation before him looks like it is going to rain. Because he could feel a slight change in the humidity in the air. Boom. Another flash of lightning flashed across. Tick 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 tick. The sound of rain joined together, and it really was raining. Looking at the rain curtain in front of them, everyone's pace began to speed up. No one wants to get caught in the rain. At this moment, between the vertical leaps, Morino Ibiki, who was immersed in the journey, saw an incredible scene. At this time, Bai Yu was holding Shi Raihong's hand, and the two leapt in the rain together, but none of the raindrops fell on them. It's just that everyone around is rushing, no one noticed this situation. Only Morino Ibiki only took a subconscious glance to find out. This made Morino Ibiki startled and felt a little confused. He couldn't figure out what was going on. At this time, Shi Raihong was also very curious about why neither herself nor Bai Yu got caught in the rain. Of course, she naturally knew that this must be related to Bai Yu. It's just that she can't understand what means Bai Yu used to achieve this. Bai Yu saw Yurihong's curious eyes but smiled, and didn't explain anything. Can't you say that you have superpowers, right? That's right, this supernatural ability to hide from the rain is Bai Yu's superpower, mental motive force, that was awakened not long ago. Although Bai Yu's thought power could not form a strong lethality at this time, it was still very easy to guard against rain. Just as everyone leapt towards the Konoha command post, a golden light suddenly shot out from the horizon in front. The sun came out. The golden light shines on everyone's body with a slight warmth. The heavy rain and wine fall under the sun, so beautiful. Looking back at the mushroom cloud rising into the sky, the thick dark cloud above his head. This scene is absolutely beautiful. Seeing such a beautiful scenery, everyone couldn't help but become more transparent. Shizune, who was in a depressed mood, was shocked by the beauty of this scene. That trace of depression is also much lighter at this moment. There are more blessings in the eyes of Bai Yu and Shi Raihong, instead of the blind jealousy before. A distance of 10 kilometers is just a blink of an eye for the ninjas. Not long after, everyone returned to the Konoha command post, and each returned to their tent. Those who had a task put on rain gear and went out. Those who are idle change into clean clothes and lie in the tent waiting for dispatch. Bai Yu is lying down and resting. His strength has just broken through. Although he is in good physical condition at this time, he is mentally tired. If you don't rest, you can't stand it naturally. With Bai Yu's physical state, he didn't even need to adjust too much. If he wanted to fall asleep, he immediately fell asleep. This is the benefit of extreme health. After a good rest for 2 hours, Bai Yu only got up. Even after 2 hours of rest, it's only around 7 o'clock in the morning. It is the time when everything recovers in one day. Of course, Bai Yu did not come for the recovery of everything. It was because his stomach was hungry. Hua Yuhihong and Morino Ibiki came to the place to eat together. It is a different amount from ordinary people. It's just that the people around are accustomed to this scene. Bai Yu has a lot of appetite. Who doesn't know the whole camp? But this time, Bai Yu refreshed their concept of the word, eatable. All the food was stuffed into Bai Yu's mouth, and Bai Yu swallowed it directly without chewing. Whether it's rice or dishes, after entering Bai Yu's mouth. She was wrapped in saliva, and the strong corrosive saliva directly melted all the organic food, turning it into something similar to liquid food and swallowing it directly by Bai Yu. Then the power of Lu Fu continued to surging, digesting all these things completely. Not even the wreckage is left. This ability to completely absorb and then retain nutrients in the body is too amazing. Feeling that the food was completely absorbed, Bai Yu couldn't help but shine. The power of the Luku immortal thief is far beyond his imagination. So everyone watched Bai Yu keep filling his mouth with a plate of food. The bulging mouth didn't even chew, and he swallowed constantly. In a blink of an eye, I ate the amount of food for 7 or 8 people. And yet, Bai Yu's belly is not getting bigger. As flat as before. This situation left many people stunned, and they didn't even realize that the chopsticks in their hands fell to the ground. Ta Raihong and Morino Ibis were also stunned by this scene. Although they have developed a certain degree of resistance to Bai Yu's particularity. But the scene of subverting physiology in front of them still surprised the two of them. Bai Yu was a little embarrassed to see the appearance of the people around him and continued to eat. He smiled and said, "I'm full." Then he threw the plates and chopsticks into the sink. In fact, Bai Yu really wants to try if he can eat this plate and chopsticks. Because he can see that his chopsticks have been slightly corroded because of his saliva. Obviously, he is now comparable to a giant panda, and plant fiber can also be completely digested. This is equivalent to Bai Yu can survive even if all mankind has no food now. Even eat dirt. 3 Chapter 78 Fight with Funkage. Of course, eating soil is just a metaphor. After eating, Bai Yu returned to his camp. The rain had already stopped at this time. The dark cloud covering the sky and the sun in the distance has also disappeared. It's just that the ground on the ground is still a bit muddy. But for Bai Yu it's not a bother at all. Under Bai Yu's motivation, the muddy water couldn't even get his shoes wet. Came to a small stream. Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru were already here. At this time, Izumi Arima was already faintly powerful with his sword, but Izumi Yuzuru was still a bit difficult. This is because the sword in Yuzuru Izumi's hand has been replaced with a wooden sword. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take him to practice basic swordsmanship. Coming in front of the two children, Bai Yu smiled and said, "Is there any progress in the recent practice?" Seeing Bai Yu's figure, Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru couldn't help showing a surprised look. For their age, it has been a long time since they have seen Bai Yu. Ms. Bai Yu. Ms. Bai Yu, both of them called in surprise. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu smiled and nodded. I don't know if it counts as progress. Recently, I always feel that everything around me is faintly breathing. Izumi Arima frowned. He is very confused about his changes. Hearing this, Izumi Yuzuru on the side showed a bewildered expression. He couldn't understand his brother's feeling, but Bai Yu showed a surprised look. He never thought that Izumi Arima had such a talent. How long has this passed? He could already faintly hear the breath of all things. This kind of talent is really scary. I'll take a look at practicing swordsmanship, Bai Yu said while looking at Izumi Arima. Hearing what his master said, Izumi Arima is naturally very well behaved. Cut, block, collapse, chop, pick. Every move is very precise. Bai Yu can even see some of the profound meaning of basic swordsmanship in it. This made Bai Yu couldn't help but admire a little. Izumi Arima in front of him was born for swordsmanship. This kind of swordsmanship talent is really terrifying. After shaking his head insignificantly, Bai Yu smiled and said to Izumi Arima, "Well, your change is a good thing. This is the next realm you want to enter. When you can fully hear the breath of everything, then the knife in your hand can cut everything." Hearing Bai Yu's words, both Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru were shocked. "Nothing is not cut." Izumi Arima murmured. "Yes, nothing but cut." Bai Yu smiled when he saw it. "So strong." Izumi Arima's eyes were very bright. "Awesome." Izumi Yuzuru couldn't help but exclaimed. They are still young, so they are naturally convinced of the breath of all things in Bai Yu's mouth. This is also of great benefit to their subsequent cultivation. Bai Yu stepped forward to instruct the two children on a few things that were wrong, and then left. For the current Izumi Arima, Bai Yu has nothing to help him. The master leads the door, and the practice depends on the individual. This sentence is not groundless. Even if Bai Yu is now telling the two children about everything in the realm of Jia now, how much can they understand? Some roads can only be walked by oneself, no one can help others to walk that way. The current Izumi Arima has a promising future, and all that is left is watermilling time. After arriving at the medical department, Bai Yu and Yakushi Nanoyu greeted each other and continued to acquire their medical knowledge. Just when Bai Yu was full of medical knowledge and human knowledge, the people of Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi were uncomfortable. Jonin, who was originally transferred to garrison, stayed in the bushes for almost a month, and Bai Yu was not seen. This makes everyone's mentality a little broken. At the moment, this situation is too wasteful of combat power, Chiyo said to Luo Sha in front of him. Hearing Chiyo's words, Luo Sha couldn't help frowning. He didn't expect that Bai Yu, who used to appear frequently, suddenly disappeared, and there was no news of him even on other battlefields. Ebizo nodded when he heard Chiyo's words. From the current situation, we have invested too much combat power in this meaningless action. How could Luo Sha not understand the words of Chiyo and Ebizo? Even he had some doubts that this incident was a trap set by other Shinobu villages. The purpose is to hold back their cutting-edge combat power. It's just that during this period, I haven't seen any major moves in other Shinobu villages. So this trap is naturally self-defeating. Luo Sha frowned, thinking about the countermeasures. Looking at the place where the scouts were stationed on the table, Luo Sha suddenly lit up. I remember that all our scouts were garrisoned, Luo Sha slowly said. Hearing Luo Sha's words, Chiyo and Ebizo were slightly startled, then nodded and said, "There is such a thing." Hearing the definite answer, Luo Sha couldn't help but smile and said, "Then this is not a difficult thing to solve. As long as we leave a few Jonin at the starting point, midpoint and endpoint, even if we fail to leave this mysterious person, it will be enough to know his identity," Luo Sha said with squinting eyes. Upon hearing Luo Sha's words, both Chiyo and Ebizo fell into thinking. Luo Sha did not urge when she saw it, but the old god was thinking about the pros and cons of this matter. After a long time, Chiyo and Ebizo nodded in agreement. This method is out of nowhere. You can't keep wasting a lot of Jonin's time doing such meaningless things. The meeting to revise the plan was held in Sand Shinobi, but for Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi, there is no discussion at all. The strength of these two ninja villages has always been very sufficient. There are only a dozen Jonin, and they have no influence on their overall strength. They even thought about putting in more troops and wanting the future to stay forever. Of course, Bai Yu at this time did not know a series of plans for him in other countries. Even if he knew it, he wouldn't take it to heart. As long as those cage-level characters do not appear, there is no threat to Bai Yu at all. After a day of study, Bai Yu returned to his tent and looked at his panel. He knows that his current strength growth is no different from Izongshen Arima. It also requires water milling time. This made his thinking begin to diverge. It looks like I'm going to start running around again, Bai Yu murmured while lying on the bed. The next day, Bai Yu followed Tsunade to learn some knowledge as usual and then left. He wants to spend an afternoon to compile the deduction points. Without bringing Ta Rihong and Morino Ibiki, Bai Yu ran out alone. Although the person of Sand Shinobi didn't know his identity last time, Bai Yu is not a fool. After sweeping it all over, he will definitely be defensive. Hiding his figure, Bai Yu followed the map in his mind and came to Sand Shinobi's first scout station. Looking at the ghostly guy in front of him, Bai Yu couldn't help frowning. Because he can only faintly feel the chakra breath of this person in front of him. This breath is very weak. If it weren't because his perception of ninjutsu had reached a very high level, I'm afraid it would be impossible to spot the man in front of him for a while. Bai Yu's current position is only 10 meters away from him. This distance, Bai Yu can reach in an instant. Even this person can't react completely. At this time, Bai Yu, because of the Luku Immortal Thief, even if he stood in front of the perception-shaped ninja, no one would feel it. Without thinking about it, Bai Yu disappeared in place just by moving his feet. He appeared in front of this man in an instant, weird power punch. Boom. With a loud noise, the man in front of him and the tree trunk were beaten to pieces by Bai Yu. But when the punch went down, Bai Yu frowned, because he could feel that the man in front of him was not a real person. When his fist hit the man in front of him, it didn't feel like hitting the flesh at all. Sure enough, the man in front of him fell directly to the ground and turned into a puddle of mud. Soil Avatar. Bai Yu frowned. It's not that he hasn't seen this ninjutsu, but he has never seen one that can use such an essence. Frowning and looked around. Found it, Bai Yu frowned. Then there was a footstep, and the whole person disappeared in place. Boom. With a loud noise, the ground not far away broke directly. It's just that the situation wasn't as Bai Yu imagined, blood splattered. Instead, a hiss sound rang out. Bai Yu looked up, several detonating charms were burning. Obviously, this place is full of traps arranged in advance. Gently jump away, the detonating talisman burned out. An extremely loud explosion sounded. Boom. The flame evaporated, directly igniting the trees next to it. Some low bushes ignited directly, and the fire expanded instantly. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head. The current situation, obviously, has been exposed. But Bai Yu had no idea of retreating. With his current strength, even if he faces Sand Shinobi alone, there is nothing in his heart. Even if he does not reach the Super Cage level, he has full confidence to face the entire Sand Shinobi head-on, and can retreat all over. At this moment, even Bai Yu himself doesn't know how strong he is. No accident, the explosion of the detonating talisman attracted all the surrounding Sand Shinobi. Bai Yu stood still and did not walk away, waiting for Sand Shinobi's ambush to form. Jonin, who arranged traps in the dark, couldn't help but his face became cold when he saw this scene. Regarding Bai Yu's arrogant behavior, some anger rose in his heart. In fact, he is not far from Bai Yu, but in order to fight against Bai Yu, he carved a seal technique on his body, which is why Bai Yu could not find him. Few people use the method of engraving a seal on themselves to shield the other's perception. In fact, not only him, but also the other two Jonin, carved the seal technique on his body. Their role is not to resist Bai Yu, but to discover the true identity of Bai Yu. The situation is clear now. Fourth Case Cage didn't guess wrong, it was Konoha Madman, Bai Yu, who swept their scouts. Not long after, the highly mobile ninjas all came to Bai Yu. Dozens of ninjas all looked at Bai Yu in front of them with cold eyes. But Bai Yu didn't realize it, because the ninjas in front of me are all composed of Genin and Chunin. This makes Bai Yu unable to lift any strength at all. Jonin saw the reinforcements coming, and finally walked out of the dark. Bai Yu couldn't help being stunned when he saw the black rune-faced man in front of him. This also made Bai Yu understand why he was deceived by these two traps. Shaking his head, Bai Yu laughed a little. Sand Shinobi has tried his best to use the seal technique to counter his own perception. Is that just a few people? Bai Yu said indifferently. The posture is very high. Sand Shinobi around is a little upset. The Jonin of Sand Shinobi couldn't help but sarcastically said, "These people are enough for you." In his opinion, Bai Yu is only 13 years old, how strong can it be? Even if he had the title of Noah Madman, he was not afraid in his heart. He is a man who has experienced 2 battles in the ninja world, not to mention how strong he is, but the methods are endless. He decided in his heart that he must make the Bai Yu in front of him suffer. Bai Yu couldn't help but smiled contemptuously when he heard the words, "Be careful that the wind flashes your tongue." Hearing Bai Yu's words, this Jonin finally couldn't help it. Fire-style ninjutsu preparation. Jonin raised his hand and said loudly. Oh, the surrounding Chunin and Genin all responded loudly. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head. There are always moments when human beings do not see the coffin without tears. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Fire-style Dragon Fire Technique. Fire-style Phoenix Fire Technique. The genins in front of them are not advanced fire-style ninjutsu, they are all simple and easy to learn fire-style ninjutsu. If it is a single ninjutsu, it is naturally impossible to have much power. But this is dozens of fire-style ninjutsu siege. The blazing flames mix together and rush directly towards Bai Yu. If it is an ordinary Jonin, even if he is immortal under this level of ninjutsu siege, he will be seriously injured. But for Bai Yu, the siege of ninjutsu in front of him is nothing more than a breeze blowing on his face. Read power. Suddenly an extremely condensed protective shield appeared on Bai Yu's body. Keep out all the blazing flames. Inside the protective cover, even the temperature did not change. Did you succeed? The surrounding Sand Shinobi ninja couldn't help but guess in their hearts. This is even Lord Luosha will get hurt. He has to get out of his skin if he doesn't die. Sand Shinobi's words were not merciful. Even the Jonin smiled at this scene. What a pretense. Sand Shinobi's Jonin shook his head. He didn't expect any contribution from this fire-style ninjutsu. After all, Bai Yu's information is in his mind. The speed is extremely fast, the strength is extremely strong, and the attack power is terrible. These are Bai Yu's labels. If Bai Yu dodges this ninjutsu attack with his extremely fast speed, I am afraid this battle will still be deadlocked. But the Bai Yu in front of him was so big that he did not move at all in the face of such a huge flame. But when the flame dissipated, everyone couldn't help but their eyes widened. Impossible. How come? FK. The Bai Yu in front of him is not only uninjured, it can even be said to be innocent. There is no damage to the jacket, is that all? Bai Yu said lightly. Hearing Bai Yu's words, the surrounding Chunin genin couldn't help showing a terrifying look. Seeing that their power was completely useless, their hearts naturally became a little flustered. Seeing Chunin and genin who were already retiring, Jonin of Sand Shinobi couldn't help but grit at his teeth. What are you afraid of? He is just a person. Listen to my orders. Jonin shouted directly. These words made the surrounding Sand Shinobi Chunin and genin regain their senses. Yes, he is just a person. Do not be afraid, be sure to keep him here. Looking at the ninjas around him who were incited by him, Sand Shinobi Jonin's mouth was twitched with a look of relief. The energetic Sand Shinobi Jonin raised his right hand and shouted, listen to my orders, water. The sound stopped in the summer. The Sand Shinobi, who were waiting in a frown, couldn't help but look back at this Sand Shinobi Jonin in surprise. The scene before them made them look horrified, because Bai Yu has directly smashed the head of this Jonin with a punch. This Sand Shinobi Jonin died without feeling any pain. Blood and brains splashed all over and flew towards Sand Shinobi further behind. The warm blood and brains fell on their faces, looking very gorgeous. Bai Yu shook off the blood on his hand and said impatiently, so much nonsense. This scene made Bai Yu's image in their hearts directly rise to the level of a devil. What? One of them, genin, who was extremely timid, just lost his voice and called out. Then he ran away. His companion couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed upon seeing this. Looking at the eyes around him, the man said, he has always been very timid. But the imaginary forgiving eyes did not appear in front of him. Instead, a voice shouted, run! Then everyone around jumped onto the treetops and started running desperately. The man saw this scene dull for a moment, but then it also reacted immediately and fled directly with the large group. Bai Yu's expression became stiff when he saw this. He didn't expect these people in front of him to run as soon as they said they were running, they were not bloody at all. But Bai Yu didn't think about it. If he changed positions with those in front of him, he might run faster. This is the contrast brought by strength. Shaking his head, Bai Yu took out a scroll from his arms. There are many things sealed in this scroll. There are food and some ninja, but more food. For ninjas, Bai Yu's demand is not great, after all, his battles are basically fists or blades. Kunai, shuriken, etc. are of no use to Bai Yu at all. His fighting style is actually completely different from that of a ninja. Taking out a standard long knife from the scroll, Bai Yu directly lifted the dao in his hand and swung it down at the escaped Sand Shinobi ninjas. An extremely condensed crescent-shaped sword energy burst out directly from the blade, and flew towards the ninjas in the distance. Sizzle, a burst of cutting flesh effects. Several figures were directly severed by Bai Yu's sword aura. Blood rushed out wildly, and the intestines and organs fell directly out of the abdomen. But because of the powerful vitality of ninjas, they won't die for a while. This pain will even last for nearly 10 minutes, but the joys and sorrows of human beings are always unconnected, and Bai Yu doesn't feel anything when he sees this scene in front of him. The expression on his face was still cold. This scene made all the Sand Shinobi ninjas who were running away could not help but feel cold. Then he ran forward without looking back. At this time, they can't wait for their parents to give themselves an extra leg. Fear spread in their hearts. Bai Yu looked around for a week and found that the people around him were running faster, so he couldn't help but shook his head. With one move, the whole person disappeared in place. Call out. Another sword gas flew out. Several figures were torn apart by sword chi. Bai Yu's figure kept flickering, and the long knife in his hand also kept swinging. Just like Shinigami, Bai Yu is constantly harvesting the lives of the Sand Shinobi ninjas around him. Until hundreds of Sand Shinobi ninjas arrived, Bai Yu had already killed all the ninjas in front of them. Bai Yu, who used sword skills, was finally not covered in blood this time. It's so easy to use, Bai Yu muttered while looking at the long knife in his hand. Hundreds of sand shinobi ninjas, led by 2 Jonin, came to this battlefield. Looking at the compatriot who was only half-length left on the ground, still wriggling. Hundreds of sand shinobi ninjas couldn't help but their eyes were red, and their eyes were full of hatred when they looked at Bai Yu. At the same time, Luo Sha, Chio and Ebizo have already received the news and are coming to Bai Yu. On the way here, Luo Sha even showed joy, but Chio and Ebizo, 2 experienced veterans, frowned, not knowing what they were thinking. They have some bad guesses about the outcome of this battle. From experience, if there is insufficient information, this kind of battle will often end in failure. But this time is different, Luo Sha, plus the 2 of them. In this battle, from the configuration point of view, it is inevitably impossible to lose. Not to mention that the 3 of them are enough to defeat Bai Yu. At this time, thousands of ninjas gathered behind them. Faced with this lineup, Bai Yu can't retreat even if it is a cage-level combat power. What's more, the intelligence says, suspected elite Jonin level. It's just an elite Jonin. They want to keep Bai Yu, but don't they get it? At the other end, Bai Yu looked at the hundreds of sand shinobi in front of him and couldn't help but smile. The dozens of people just now had Bai Yu compose 3,610 points for deduction. If all the hundreds of people in front of him are killed, then Bai Yu's deduction point may be a record high. Just when Bai Yu looked at the group of people in front of him excitedly, the 2 Jonin headed by sand shinobi showed hatred eyes and waved their hands directly. Wind-style ninjutsu attack. Hearing Jonin's words, hundreds of Chunin and Genin all quickly formed seals on their hands. Wind-style grade breakthrough, wind-style beast wave palm, wind-style gale palm. Countless wind-style ninjutsu was released from the hands of various ninjas. A hurricane hit directly, turn over all the trees and turf along the way. When Bai Yu saw this, his eyes lit up. This is the first time such a big scene. Raise the long knife in his hand, and hold the raised right hand tightly with his left hand. Bai Yu looked at the hurricane in front of him, and didn't even want to leave. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind, the 6 elements of man, plus good, evil, and peace. Each has tranquility and dying. It's the so-called 36 troubles in one life. A strange sound sounded. At this time, the hurricane has come to Bai Yu. Countless sundries fly in front of Bai Yu. The sturdy trees, the turf covering the sky. Sword stream. 36 trouble wind. It sounded like a light sigh. The long knife in Bai Yu's hand was cut down fiercely. A huge slash wave suddenly appeared. The transparent slash wave flies out fiercely like a cannonball. Directly cut the hurricane in front of him abruptly. Countless sundries have been chopped up by Bai Yu's move. Boom. The ground under Bai Yu's feet has been crushed. At this time, Sand Shinobi's army is watching this scene in front of them with a sense of confidence. In their view, under such a powerful attack, Bai Yu would have to peel off even if he was immortal. Only in the next moment, a huge white slash wave rotating directly shredded everything and appeared in front of their eyes. After that, the remaining momentum remained unabated and rushed directly into the crowd. Sweeping dozens of people directly in it, the powerful slash wave directly tore the fragile flesh to pieces. Blood and minced meat are flying all over the sky. It is really beautiful. And the 2 Jonin in front of them used body flicker technique to avoid them when they felt something was wrong. How come? What's this trick? What a horrible trick. This 36 trouble wind directly tore a gap between everyone's hearts. A look of fear appeared in the eyes of the remaining survivors. Both Jonin also showed solemn expressions in their eyes. This situation is something they did not expect. At this time, Bai Yu had already retracted his blade, with his hands hanging on both sides. The hurricane passed by him. The mammoth combination of ninjutsu only raised his clothes. It's time for me to take it, Bai Yu grinned. Although the sound is not loud, it resounds in everyone's ears. Hearing Bai Yu's words, everyone couldn't help being surprised. Not good, the 2 Jonin immediately cried out inwardly. Bai Yu moved his feet and disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of one of Jonin. When the other Jonin saw this, he quickly formed seals in his hand and wanted to encircle Wei and save Zhao. Only after his seal was formed, the Jonin had been cut down by Bai Yu knife and revealed. There was still a look of fear on that face. Seeing this scene, the Jonin was stunned. Bai Yu's speed is really terrifying. At the moment he lost his senses, Bai Yu appeared behind him again, and the long knife was cut down. The head of this Jonin flew up in the same way. The death of the 2 Jonin was only a moment. The Sand Shinobi ninjas around just felt a flower in front of them, and the 2 Jonin who led the team had already died in front of them. Fear spread in everyone's hearts instantly. Hundreds of people began to flee. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help frowning slightly. Hundreds of people are a bit hard to chase after running. Thinking of this, Bai Yu directly put his long knife into the sheath and inserted it into the belt. Then the whole person flew into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The explosion of the air rang under Bai Yu's feet. Using moonwalk, Bai Yu came to an altitude of tens of meters. Then his hands quickly nodded and said, "Fire style, extinguish the fire." In the chakra surging, Bai Yu entered his qi into it. In an instant, the qi in Bai Yu's body was exhausted, and there was no more dripping left. Boom. A flame that stretched for more than a kilometer spit out from Bai Yu's mouth. Rushed directly to the ground. The heat caused hundreds of sand shinobi ninjas to look up to the sky. Seeing the flames pouring down like a whole sky, everyone couldn't help but their eyes widened. Fear and shock erupted in their eyes. The footsteps stopped there. Because they know that with such a wide range of techniques, they can't escape. Damn it. What a desperate power. Everyone gave up resistance. At high altitude, Bai Yu couldn't help showing a look of surprise when he saw this scene. The range of thousands of meters is a bit too exaggerated. His arrogance has clearly surpassed Uchiha Madara. Zai's increase in ninjutsu has exceeded his imagination. Although such a ninjutsu directly drained his chaos, it was enough to display such a ninjutsu on the battlefield. It is even said that it is possible that such a ninjutsu will directly affect the balance of war. After releasing the ninjutsu, Bai Yu was about to fall. At this moment, Bai Yu suddenly frowned. Because he felt something was wrong. After the huge flame dissipated a little, Bai Yu couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he watched the scene in front of him. Because he saw a huge round golden ball appeared in front of his eyes. But those flames were blocked on the surface of the sphere. Although there are many places on the surface of the golden sphere that have been obviously melted. But it is clear that Bai Yu's extinguishing of the fire has not done much. Fourth cage, Bai Yu couldn't help frowning and murmured. At this time, Luo Sha inside the sphere was very dignified. Looking at the leopard in the tube, you can see a Madara. Just Bai Yu's ninjutsu directly made him lose his confidence. He naturally knew the ninjutsu of extinguishing the fire. It's just a B-level ninjutsu, but in Bai Yu's hands, it was so fierce and terrifying to a certain level. This clearly shows that Bai Yu's ninjutsu attainments are extremely high. High to a terrifying position. Let alone others, Luo Sha is willing to bow down to Bai Yu's ninjutsu attainments. The golden spheres spread out and turned into countless fine sands. Hundreds of sand shinobi ninjas watched the sky from darkness to light, without knowing what happened. Are we saved? At this moment, everyone seemed to be drained of the power in the body, and they couldn't help being left to the ground. Luo Sha frowned when she saw this scene, and said loudly, "What kind of body? Stand up for me." Hearing Luo Sha's voice, the surrounding sand shinobi ninjas came back to their senses. All eyes were cast on Luo Sha. Seeing Luo Sha's familiar figure, everyone couldn't help but shine.
So it was Master Fengying who saved us. Great. You don't have to be afraid of him when Master Fengying is here. Kill him to death. Seeing Luo Sha's appearance, all the sand shinobi ninjas present seemed to be beaten with blood, and the lost confidence was regained. And Bai Yu also fell to the ground at this time. The flames on the ground are still burning as if they are afraid of Bai Yu. Where Bai Yu goes, the flames seem to go around. This is naturally the function of mind power. But Luosha and sand shinobi don't know. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help being shocked again. Is this still a human? Everyone couldn't help but wonder. And Luo Sha was naturally shocked by this scene. He didn't understand why Bai Yu could make the flame go around. He has never seen such a character. But he is now the backbone of everyone around him, so naturally he can't show his timidity. Luo Sha calmly looked at Bai Yu and asked, "Are you the genius named Konoha Madman?" Bai Yu smiled upon hearing Luo Sha's words. "You should have seen my picture." Bai Yu asked rhetorically. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Luo Sha frowned and nodded. In the information, Bai Yu's photos are naturally mixed in. With regard to photos, Bai Yu is really speechless. The world's science and technology tree is a bit too crooked. Bai Yu still remembers seeing the appearance of air conditioners in the picture when he saw the original work in his previous life. And that period was when Naruto just graduated. According to normal technological development, it is quite normal for cameras to appear in this period. But for Bai Yu, this feeling is a bit too strange. Shaking his head insignificantly, Bai Yu threw the messy thoughts out of his mind. At this time, Luo Sha asked again, "Do I know why you came to sweep me Sand Shinobi's scout again and again?" This problem actually troubled Luo Sha for a long time. At this point in time is very sensitive. No village dared to invade other people's villages in a grandiose way. This is already a tacit thing. In Luo Sha's view, Bai Yu couldn't do this without purpose. Among them, there must be a huge strategic plan. Otherwise Konoha would not have taken such a big risk to clean up the battlefield of Sand Shinobi. There must be more to get than the risks to take. This is enough for Konoha to carry out such things at the risk of being besieged by other villages. It's just beyond Luo Sha's expectation that Bai Yu actually shook his head. "There is no reason. I just want to kill you Sand Shinobi ninjas," Bai Yu said, looking at Luo Sha with cold eyes. Hearing Bai Yu's words, everyone around couldn't help being startled. But then there was rage. Bai Yu's words are too ostentatious. It's like saying, "I can't understand you. I'm going to hit you." No matter how good the temper is, the good-natured person must be angry from his heart when he hears this. What's more, Luo Sha's temper is not good. "You are so arrogant." Luo Sha's tone was very cold. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Sha stretched out his hand, and the placer gold rose directly from the ground and flew towards Bai Yu directly at a very fast speed. Watching this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help but grinned. His goal was achieved. He wanted to irritate the person in front of him. Since he traveled here, Bai Yu hasn't killed a cage-level ninja yet. Isn't Luo Sha in front of him the best target? Even Orochimaru can kill him, which shows that Luosha has many dishes. With a slight movement, Bai Yu disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already behind Luo Sha. Boom! A very fast punch directly knocked Luosha into the air. Even his automatic defense of gold dust did not react. Wow! Luo Sha instantly became a ground gourd. The surrounding Sand Shinobi ninjas couldn't help but shrink their pupils when they saw this scene. Master Fengying. Rage surged from their hearts. Hundreds of Sand Shinobi were about to swarm up. Bai Yu couldn't help raising his brows as he watched this scene. This saves Bai Yu's affairs. But at this moment, Luo Sha opened the mouth and said, "They are all scattered, you are not his opponents." "Oh, can you stand up?" Bai Yu couldn't help being a little surprised. In him, Luo Sha hit him with this punch, it should be impossible to stand up. The feel of the punch really hit Luo Sha's head. Although there is no armament Haki in this punch, there is no strange force punch. But now Bai Yu's physical fitness is more than 10 times that of ordinary people. This is not a superposition of addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Muscles and bones are stronger by a level, and the power they exert is dozens of times, hundreds of times more lethal. For ordinary people with such a punch, their heads must have exploded. But Luosha in front of her was like a okay person. This made Bai Yu couldn't help feeling a little curious. Luo Sha stood up, with a very obvious fist mark on her face. Naturally, it was caused by Bai Yu's fist. Frowning, Bai Yu was a little surprised at Luo Sha's vitality. Only in the next moment, he knew that he was thinking wrong. Luo Sha's face suddenly split like a mask. Then it turned into a burst of quicksand fell down. That face was handsome again. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help but his face froze. Isn't this the trick that Gaara used to face Shaoli's attack? So I learned it from my father. Bai Yu shook his head and muttered. But this scene caused Luo Sha to misunderstand. He thought that Bai Yu looked down on his own trick. This made his forehead some bruises violently. Placer spear. Countless gold dust rises from the ground, quickly condenses, and finally turns into an extremely condensed, sharp spear. Then he flew towards Bai Yu quickly. Beside Luosha, there were continuously condensed one after another of veteran spears. When the surrounding Sand Shinobi ninjas saw this scene, their faces were shocked, and they all ran away. In the battle between cage-level ninjas, they are bound to be dead. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu frowned slightly, and avoided the dusty spear on one side. But based on Bai Yu's experience, this placer gold spear is definitely not as simple as it seems. Deficit, Chapter 79 Qi and Blood activated. Armed color. Super slash. Turning his head, Bai Yu saw the veteran spear that flew out, and immediately dropped its head and flew towards him again. It's pretty handsome. Bai Yu smiled when he saw this scene. The body shape changed slightly, and the veteran spear pierced the air again. At this time, the veteran spears condensed beside Luo Sha flew out several more, stabbed towards Bai Yu. Ah, ah, ah. From the sound of breaking through the air, it can be heard that the veteran spear possesses extremely powerful lethality. If it is an ordinary cage level, facing Luo Sha's move, I am afraid it will be a headache. Can't get close. Even with ninjutsu, the dust spear in front of you can easily break through ninjutsu and directly attack the body. But Bai Yu is no ordinary cage level. Like a stroll in a leisurely courtyard, Bai Yu walked directly towards Luosha. More and more placer gold spears flew towards Bai Yu. But none of them can stab Bai Yu. Bai Yu's figure is like a non-existent phantom, unable to attack at all. When Luo Sha saw this, the already gloomy face became more solemn. He did not expect Bai Yu's speed to be so fast that he could not see Bai Yu's movements at all. This is an extremely terrifying thing for a battle at the same level. Sand Shinobi, who had escaped hundreds of meters away, couldn't help but suddenly shrink his pupils when he saw this scene. What is that? Does that speed really exist? Master Fengying's attack is useless at all. Bai Yu's performance once again made the Sand Shinobi ninjas feel unconscious. They didn't expect that even Fengying Luosha-sama in their village would be so powerless to face Bai Yu. At this moment, a loud noise rang. Chiyo and Ebizo approached the battlefield with thousands of people. From afar, Qiandai and his party were overwhelmed in darkness, and the aura of thousands of ninjas condensed into one, which was very shocking. Bai Yu felt the momentum soaring to the sky, she couldn't help but was slightly startled, and looked up at the team of thousands of people. Good opportunity. Luo Sha couldn't help but shine upon seeing this. Controlling dozens of veteran spears in the sky stabbed Bai Yu from all directions. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu frowned slightly. Shave. With a slight movement under his feet, Bai Yu's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Luo Sha. Seeing this scene, Luo Sha couldn't help but shrink her pupils. He could feel the danger coming. Weird power punch. Bai Yu appeared directly behind Luo Sha, the power of this punch was extremely fierce. Directly knock Luosha into the air and fly hundreds of meters away. Luo Sha, who was constantly flying in the air, spurted out a mouthful of blood. Even if the placer gold was used to block most of the strength, the remaining strength still inevitably caused him some minor injuries. Seeing Luo Sha flying in the air like a rag doll, everyone was shocked. How is it possible? Both Chiyo and Ebizo couldn't help but their eyes widened. Luo Sha is the wind shadow they recommended, and they know Luo Sha's strength very well. Even in cage level, it is a very powerful existence. Magnet style, blood inheritance limit is not covered. At this time, Luo Sha flew in the air for a while, adjusted her figure with the gold dust around her, and then settled firmly on the ground. It looked like nothing happened, but the bloodline at the corner of his mouth showed that he was not as relaxed as it seemed. At this time, Shio and Ebizo came out more and more, and fell beside Luosha. All right, Luosha. Shio asked Luosha worriedly. Luo Sha wiped the bloodline at the corner of her mouth, shook her head and said, it's nothing serious. However, as a ninja with excellent medical ninjutsu, Shio didn't listen to Luo Sha's words, and went forward to check Luo Sha. After realizing that there was nothing serious, Shio put down his hands. Then Luosha, Shio and Ebizo all looked in Bai Yu's direction. Seeing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but raised his brows and said, it's really an honor to let the three of you come forward together. Seeing Bai Yu's confident appearance, Luo Sha, Shio and Ebizo all frowned. Are you sure it's Konoha madman? Shio asked, frowning. Hearing Shio's words, Luo Sha nodded seriously. Bai Yu in front of him must be the Konoha madman in intelligence. Konoha. 127, Shio said with some gritted teeth. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and Shio immediately wanted to rush out. Ebizo, who was standing next to her, grabbed Shio in time. Huh, what's the matter? Shio asked, frowning. Ebizo shook his head and said, don't be impulsive, we still have a lot of things we don't understand, let Luosha deal with it first. Upon hearing Ebizo's words, both Shio and Luosha nodded. As a senior, they can't be arrogant. Noha madman, what is your purpose for invading our territory? Luo Sha asked Bai Yu loudly. Hearing Luo Sha's words, Bai Yu couldn't help turning over Byakugan, and said in his heart, am I going to tell you that I came here to derive some points? Smiling and shook his head, Bai Yu spread his hands and slowly said, didn't I say it? Just because you are not pleasing to your eyes, do you need other reasons? The unusual expression in Bai Yu's tone is like an irrational madman, very disgusting and hateful. Hearing Bai Yu's words, even Ebizo, who has always been good-tempered, couldn't help but feel angry. He wanted to go up and gave Bai Yu two big mouths. Needless to say, Shio has already pulled out the scrolls and is ready to fight Bai Yu. Upon seeing this, Ebizo hurriedly stepped forward to hold Shio, and said, we still have an army behind us. Let Luosha deal with it. We can't take my sister on her behalf. Hearing this, Shio couldn't help gritting his teeth, and finally put away the scroll. When Luo Sha saw this, she nodded, indicating that she had received Ebizo's heart. In fact, Bai Yu's performance is deliberate. If he wants to leave, these people can't keep him. But there are thousands of people in front of you, even if you can't kill Luosha, Shio and Ebizo in front of you. Killing a few other ninjas is a lot of deduction. Since crossing into this world last year, in addition to the A-level ability armament Haki gifted by the original system, there is only one basic training method that has been upgraded to A-level Luku Immortal Thief. For A-level ability, Bai Yu is very eager. I admit, you are really strong, but you are too big. Luo Sha couldn't help feeling a little gloomy when she heard Bai Yu's words. At this time, the Sand Shinobi team of thousands of people came behind the three. Even if the army's operations are not tidy enough, it is shocking enough. Everyone hated Bai Yu's eyes. They could see the corpses of those compatriots on the ground clearly. Obviously, this cannot be caused by Luo Sha. The only murderer was Bai Yu in front of him. But Bai Yu turned a blind eye to the hatred in the eyes of these people. The level of these people in front of them is uneven, which poses no threat to Bai Yu at all. The only ones who can have some fighting power are Luo Sha, Shio and Ebizo. Luosha's magnet style is indeed very powerful. If it is attacked, it will definitely not be good. Shio is an excellent puppet master, and she is also a poisonous god, which is very difficult to think about. This fact is mentioned more than once in the original work. Ebizo's combat effectiveness is not mentioned in the original work at all, and Bai Yu is not very clear about his methods. For Sand Shinobi's senior management, although there are records in the intelligence, it is not exhaustive. At the beginning of preparing to wipe out Sand Shinobi, Bai Yu carefully checked the people in power of Sand Shinobi at this time. He didn't want to capsize in the gutter. After all, he is not invincible now. If this time comes to a Super Cage level character, I am afraid I still have to flee. Although Bai Yu is confident of his own strength, he has not swollen enough to think that he is an opponent of Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama. These two pervert each other. Thinking of this, Bai Yu shook his head insignificantly, clearing his mind. Thank you, don't you know if you come and try? Bai Yu answered Luo Sha's question. Hearing this, Luosha couldn't help it immediately. The blue veins on the forehead violently said to Bai Yu, you are too flaky. Give me death. As soon as Luo Sha's voice fell, the dust scattered around Bai Yu suddenly rose into the air, like a giant python rapping towards Bai Yu. This distance is too close. When Bai Yu reacted, he was completely wrapped in gold dust. Magnet-style sands waves, countless gold dust surging like an ocean, shooting at Bai Yu at a very fast speed. After that, Bai Yu was wrapped up layer by layer. Success. Seems to be. The Sand Shinobi ninja, who had survived hundreds of Sand Shinobi ninjas before, couldn't help being stunned when he saw this scene. They had never thought of solving Bai Yu so easily. But then everyone couldn't help cheering. Oh, this sound was like a sound wave, igniting everyone's pride. Encased in Luosha's dust, they have not seen anyone who can escape from this trick. Chiyo and Ebizo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Bai Yu couldn't restrain his own breath because of the cleanliness in the body. This kind of momentum puts great pressure on Chiyo and Ebizo. And Luasha couldn't help smiling when he saw that his strategy had succeeded. When he was hit by Bai Yu just now, he was actually not incapable of controlling the Aventuran spear. It's just that no amount of placer gold spears have any effect on Bai Yu. Bai Yu's speed is too fast. When Bai Yu was knocked into the air, Luo Sha suddenly thought of a strategy. He simply disintegrated the Aventuran spear and scattered around Bai Yu's body. In this way, as long as one of Bai Yu's flaws is caught, then Bai Yu will be wrapped in it by surprise. Thinking of this, Luo Sha's complexion became even colder. It's not over yet, Luo Sha murmured. Then he stretched out his hands and said viciously, "Gold placer burial." Numerous placer golds suddenly felt like a wave, one after another, pressing on Bai Yu's body. Seeing this scene, everyone around smiled. Stable. This is the thought in everyone's mind. Although they have not seen Luasha's placer gold burial. But I have seen Luo Sha's attack more than once. What is swept by gold dust, even granite, will be crushed. The Bai Yu in front of him is no more than a flesh and blood body. Being crushed by this power, the bones and veins are all broken and it is still considered good. Even if it becomes a pool of fleshy mud, they don't think it is weird. At this time, Bai Yu felt a faint pressure after being completely wrapped in this wave-like dust. But there was no panic in his heart. A moment Haki. With an inaudible abnormal sound, Bai Yu's body was suddenly covered with black armament Haki. That sense of pressure disappeared completely. At this time, Luo Sha outside did not stop, clenching his fists with both hands. The countless dust suddenly shrank crazily, as if to squeeze everything inside into child powder. The Bai Yu who was in it suddenly frowned, and the pressure appeared again. Although the feeling was not strong, it made Bai Yu a little difficult to breathe. This made Bai Yu frown slightly. He was surrounded by extremely hard dust. Although these dust could not harm him, Bai Yu could not break free. If this is just a piece of pure metal, Bai Yu can easily break free. But these placer gold is like quicksand, the more you struggle, the deeper you sink. It's like being in a swamp, no matter how powerful you are, you can't get rid of it. At this moment, Luo Sha outside couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. In his opinion, Bai Yu must have no life. Because he can feel that there are people inside the dust. Obviously, this person is Bai Yu. When the people around saw the smile on Luasha's face, they all seemed to understand something. Everyone uttered a bad breath in their hearts. Bai Yu in front of him killed no less than 100 Sand Shinobi ninjas. This kind of loss, even in a large army conflict, is very huge. This can't help but hate not grow in their hearts. But at this time Luasha hadn't stopped her movements. Because his gold dust burial has the last stage yet to be completed. That is, explosion. Luo Sha suddenly folded her hands, and said, "Blow for me." Chakra surged frantically, condensed on top of the dust. A white light flashed by, almost blinding the people present. A violent explosion exploded toward the gold dust underground, and Bai Yu was immediately hit by the violent explosion to a depth of hundreds of meters underground. After the explosion, all the Sand Shinobi ninjas around couldn't help being a little dumbfounded. A huge, bottomless pit appeared in front of them. The power of the placer gold burial really exceeded their expectations. This kind of attack, Chiyo and Ebizo couldn't help but shrink their pupils when they saw this scene. Luo Sha's strength originally only had a predetermined impression in their hearts. They never expected Luo Sha to still hide such a hand, but soon they were relieved. After all, the strength of Luasha represents the strength of Sand Shinobi, and Luasha is naturally the stronger the better. At this time, Bai Yu, who was in the deep ground, felt that his mind was a little groggy. The power of this huge explosion hit Bai Yu sturdily. If it were for someone else, it would have been broken. But Bai Yu only felt that his chest was a little tight. Ahem. Mouth congestion was coughed up by Bai Yu. Suddenly, Bai Yu felt comfortable. Damn, overplayed. Bai Yu cursed secretly in his heart. When covered by the dust, he could have escaped. It's just that he wants to see how strong his Armament Haki's defense is. It seems that Armament Haki's defense is strong enough, but if the strength is enough, it can also hurt his internal organs. A little annoyed, Bai Yu was not ready to keep his hands. Lan Dun light flurry. Chakra surged frantically, and a strong light rushed out of Bai Yu's body. A laser shot suddenly and directly broke through the placer gold covering Bai Yu's body, and then rushed straight into the sky without any loss. The appearance of strong light made everyone present suddenly change their complexion. What is that? Everyone was a little dull. At this moment, Bai Yu's figure appeared in front of everyone. It's just that this time I didn't use moonwalk, but the whole person was suspended in the air. Obviously, this is the motivation of Bai Yu. I really didn't expect you to have such a hand. Bai Yu said coldly towards Luo Sha. Seeing Bai Yu appear in front of him unscathed, thousands of people were suddenly silent. Everyone's eyes widened. They were just preparing to clean the battlefield, but they didn't expect Bai Yu to appear in front of them like a okay person. At this time, everyone couldn't help but have some hairs standing upside down. Even Luasha, Chiyo and Ebizo couldn't help being shocked. This is a monster. All three of them looked stiff. Without hesitation, Luo Sha directly controlled the gold dust on the ground again and wrapped Bai Yu again. The coverage of placer gold surprised everyone. Because this time, Bai Yu still did not escape. Everyone is a little confused. But the next moment, upheaval happened. A strong light came out from the placer gold cluster. It's like a ray of sunlight piercing a dark cloud. Bai Yu's land uneasily broke the placer gold ball. Countless lasers burst out, shooting toward the surrounding like a meteor. These lasers are extremely fast. The genin of sand shinobi around him was pierced before he could even react. The ground all around was full of blood. It complements each other with the gold of placer gold and looks extremely beautiful. Seeing this scene, Luasha, Chio and Ebizo all couldn't help but smash. But as a senior, they can't get confused because of their mentality. On the front of the army, several extremely strong lasers are shooting towards them. If these lasers are allowed to do their best, I am afraid that at least hundreds of people will be killed or injured. Raising his hand, between Luasha's chakra surging, a huge round shield made of sand gold condensed in front of everyone. The powerful laser hits the gold dust buckler, and the heat directly melts the dust into pieces of condensed gold. Until the energy was exhausted, Bai Yu's beam of Landun light failed to penetrate the thick Aventuran buckler. Bai Yu looked cold when he saw it, and didn't care how much merit his Landun had made. Taking out the scroll, Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Although the scroll has been deformed, it has not been destroyed to the point of being useless. Bai Yu's long knife had been squeezed and destroyed under the gold dust burial. He took out a standard long knife from the scroll again. At this time, Bai Yu's intention to kill is flourishing. Pulling out the shining standard long knife, Bai Yu held the handle tightly and swung it straight down. A sword gas tens of meters long rushed directly to the thick Aventuran buckler. A deep trace was left directly on the gold dust buckler. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu didn't stop his movements, and swung the knife abruptly again. The crescent-shaped sword energy flew out again. Luo Sha under the buckler felt Bai Yu's powerful attack, and her expression was serious. While holding his hands, he said loudly to the person behind him, "Everyone. Wind-fire style combined ninjutsu." Oh, upon hearing Luo Sha's order, the sand shinobi ninjas who had already clenched their fists and wanted to attack all yelled loudly. Subsequently, the team was divided into two parts, both those who are good at fire style and those who are good at wind style have found their place. After that, it began to fast not printing. Although Bai Yu heard this roar, he didn't know what these people were doing. Because the sound of his sword aura was too sharp, it directly overwhelmed Luo Sha's commanding voice. Without thinking, Bai Yu swung his sword madly. Shoo, hoo, hoo. Dozens of sword chi continuously attacked on the gold dust buckler. Bang, bang, bang. The violent collision sounded constantly, overwhelming the human voice. Seeing that the Aventuran buckler was about to be broken open, the Aventuran buckler dissipated beyond Bai Yu's expectation. Did you give up your defense? Bai Yu couldn't help frowning. But the next moment, Bai Yu frowned. Because the sand shinobi in front of them all had seals in their hands. Obviously, this is the advantage of the army. Fire style great fireball technique. Fire style phoenix fire technique. Fire style dragon fire technique. Fire style how fire dragon technique. Fire style fire dragon ball. Most of these people use sea-level fire style, and few of them have advanced fire styles. On the other side, the ninjas who use wind style also fast knit their hands. Wind style great breakthrough. Wind style gale palm. Wind style feng qi technique. Wind style beast wave palm. Wind style wind blade. It is no different from fire style. There are mostly sea-level wind style ninjutsu, and few advanced wind style ninjutsu. A huge flame rose into the sky and flew towards Bai Yu. Flames of various shapes joined together to form a sea of fire. And the wind style ninjutsu on the other side has become a sea of Wang Yang. Wind blade, wind bullets are connected into one piece. With the help of the wind, the flames, which were already large enough, surged in an instant, turning into a curtain of fire covering the sky and the sun. Bai Yu's eyes were suddenly lit by bright flames. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu's pupils shrank first, surprised at this scale of ninjutsu. But then, Bai Yu's face was cold. Although the speed of ninjutsu in front of him is very fast, at the speed of Bai Yu, there is no time to leave before the flame arrives. But this is not what Bai Yu wants to do. He wanted to crush the confidence of these people in front of him. Then, let me see how much you can measure. Bai Yu's face was cold, and a strong aura burst out. It's just that Luo Sha and the others can't see Bai Yu at all after this huge ninja. Not only is Bai Yu's vision occupied by this ninjutsu, their vision is also completely occupied by this soaring fire curtain. The visual range is slightly better than nothing. Seeing that the ninjutsu released by oneself had formed such a powerful attack. All sand shinobi couldn't help feeling a little proud. In their opinion, even if they are facing a god, this flame is enough to make the god fall. The other end. With a strange sound, the long knife in Bai Yu's hand was instantly covered by armament Haki. Qi and blood surged crazily. Bai Yu's skin was immediately covered with a layer of blood, and the blue veins all over his body burst out. This state of Bai Yu is an explosive force he discovered when he was practicing. As long as the Qi and blood are fully activated, Bai Yu's power can be increased by at least 30%. This 30% seems to be insignificant at present. After all, Bai Yu's current strength is only more than 100 points. 30% can't let him go to heaven. But if the basic attributes are improved in the future, and this kind of explosion can be enhanced by 30%, it would be terrible. 10,000 points increase by 30%, that is 3,000 points. The power between the two is not the same. Raise your right hand, the muscles are knotted. Then hold the right hand firmly with the left hand. The jet black armament Haki fired at full power, dyeing Bai Yu's whole person and the standard long knife into jet black. Bai Yu didn't choose to use ninjutsu, he didn't know how to join, his ninjutsu power is not enough to fight the combined ninjutsu released by thousands of people in front of him. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind. The 6 elements of man, plus good, evil, and peace. Each has tranquility and dying. It's the so-called 36 troubles in one life. The essence of the 36 trouble wind resounded in Bai Yu's mind. At this moment, Bai Yu seemed to have entered a wonderful state. Sword stream 36 trouble wind. Like a subconscious action, the long knife in Bai Yu's hand was cut down. Immediately, a very condensed pure white slash wave appeared, 0. It was very subtle at first, but when it spun and rushed out, it suddenly expanded. It reached a width of tens of meters in an instant. Armament Haki, coupled with the explosion of chi and blood, Bai Yu's 36 trouble wind, which has reached the advanced realm, showed its great power in an instant. The huge combination of ninjutsu that swept hundreds of meters in the range was severely torn apart by Bai Yu's 36 troubled winds after a single encounter. The power contained between the two is quite different. A small piece of metal collided with a large piece of tofu, and you don't have to think about it or know what the consequences will be. The recoil of this slash wave even pushed Bai Yu back nearly 10 meters away. It is conceivable that Bai Yu's 36 trouble winds are so powerful. Just as everyone at Sand Shinobi was about to celebrate, a huge slash wave rushed in front of them instantly through the sea of fire. Everyone can't help but shrink their pupils. This slash wave spans hundreds of meters, like a flower from outside the sky. It's just that this flower is a life-threatening flower. Luo Xia was still the first to react. As an extremely young film, Luo Xia is very qualified. Raising his hands, countless gold dust rose into the sky, condensing into cubes. A dozen cubes were combined with each other to form a sufficiently thick metal wall that stood in front of Shinbo. Seeing this scene, everyone came back to their senses, secretly rejoicing in their hearts, but fortunately, Master Fengying made a defense. Only the next moment, panic reappeared in their hearts. Because a dozen or so of veteran cubes were only a single face, they were shattered by this slash wave. How can it be? Luo Xia couldn't help her eyes widening, and her heart was shocked. Others don't know how hard this placer gold cube is, doesn't he know it himself? This placer gold cube is so dense that it will not be deformed even if it falls from an altitude of 1,000 meters. However, under Bai Yu's 36 trouble winds, it was like a ruin, as if these placer gold cubes were not made of placer gold, but of tofu. Not good. Chiyo and Ebizo all cried out when they saw this scene. Hearing the voices of Chiyo and Ebizo next to him, Luo Xia withdrew from the shock. Hurry up is to control the placer gold deep into the army. The placer gold instantly turned into 2 long ropes, and then suddenly exerted force, pushing the people on both sides fiercely away. It doesn't matter whether they will be injured. After all, it is better to be injured than to lose your life. It's just that this response has been a bit slow. Nearly hundreds of people have been swept by the army at the forefront. When the flesh and blood came into contact with this powerful slash wave, they were directly churned. Among hundreds of people, there is not even a whole body. At this time, Bai Yu put the long knife on his shoulder. The flames that looked like a canopy had already fallen behind him. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The airflow came from behind Bai Yu, raising his clothes, but Bai Yu's expression did not change at all. But if someone can observe Bai Yu next to him, he can tell that he is actually a little panting. After using this knife, Bai Yu consumed at least about 10% of his physical strength. This is what Bai Yu did not expect. Since he learned the move of Qi and blood to increase strength, he has not done it with all his strength. After all, he has never encountered such a big scene. The sword becomes stamina, which means that Bai Yu can use this slash at most 9 times. In other words, it can only be used 8 times. It is impossible for a person to consume all the physical energy in the body without leaving a trickle. If there is no physical strength in the body, then the body will naturally collapse. The original Bai Yu was still a little complacent, and felt that it was difficult for him to find an opponent anymore. It seems to be just a joke now. With Bai Yu's current strength, the power of the 36 anxiety winds that he exerts with all his strength is not even as powerful as the eagle eye. His strength still has huge room for growth. Bai Yu. Luo Xia roared angrily. Luo Xia's complexion at this time was very hideous, and she hated Bai Yu very much. Bai Yu killed hundreds of Sand Shinobi's ninjas in front of him, and it was unacceptable to put them on any shadow. Chiyo and Ebizo also fell gloomy by Bai Yu's side at this time. The 3 of them looked at Bai Yu with hate. But under this hatred, there is also a deep fear. Bai Yu's attack was surprisingly powerful, and it was also a very strong one among cage level. In Luosha, the Sand Shinobi behind Chiyo and Ebizo are all in shock at this time. Everyone looked at Bai Yu with horror. The scene of hell in front of them is destined to plant a lingering shadow in their hearts. Hundreds of people's stumps and arms were broken, and blood ran all over the place. Among them there were faces that they were very familiar with. This kind of shock may be difficult for individuals to accept. Bai Yu's expression became cold when he heard Luo Sha's roar. Don't talk nonsense. If you are a man, come and kill me. Bai Yu said coldly. Luo Sha was full of anger when she heard Bai Yu's words, and the stubborn temper rushed up immediately. I will kill you. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Sha raised his hands and controlled the dust to directly attack Bai Yu. Magnet-style placer gold boundary method. The chakra inside Luo Sha was surging crazily, and countless sand gold pillars like the tip of bamboo shoots attacked Bai Yu, densely packed and somewhat terrifying. Seeing this scene in front of him, Bai Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a look of danger. Boom. Bai Yu moved his feet and disappeared instantly. Luo Sha couldn't help her pupils shrink when she saw this, and at the same time a hint of irritability rose in her heart. These ninjutsus of his, in the past, were all unprofitable. But Bai Yu in front of him was different from all the ninjas he encountered. Not only is ninjutsu extremely superb, but even physique and swordsmanship have reached the level of Cage level. He had never seen this kind of hexagonal warrior. The Bai Yu in front of him can no longer be described as a hedgehog in his heart. More like a hungry wolf. Luo Sha can be sure that as long as he reveals a trace of flaws, Bai Yu in front of him will surely kill himself on the spot without mercy. This also made him have to stick gold dust on the surface of his body for defense. Otherwise, Bai Yu punched down, Luo Sha couldn't be sure that his body was as hard as Bai Yu's. Even the placer gold burial didn't hurt it. Chong. A sound of gold and iron fighting sounded. It turns out that Bai Yu has come to Luosha's side. However, Bai Yu's attack was directly blocked by Chiyo. Bai Yu couldn't help showing a hint of surprise in his eyes when he saw Chiyo's agile skills. He didn't expect Chiyo to have such strength. The action just now, not to mention the S level, at least the S level is reached. Where are you looking? At this moment, an old male voice sounded. Infinitely 2.6 pitch black, insect-like runes surged crazily and wrapped directly towards Bai Yu. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu couldn't help but shrink his pupils. The foot moved, leaving a phantom in the same place. Bai Yu's figure disappeared again. Ebizo, who launched the attack, couldn't help but his face sank. This is already an excellent opportunity. It's just that Bai Yu's speed is too fast. It seems that he can only be attacked by being close. Ebizo thought with a frown. At this time, Bai Yu had already distanced himself from the three of them. He didn't expect that not only Luosha was so powerful, but Chiyo and Ebizo were also so powerful. If it weren't for the gray hair of Chiyo and Ebizo, Bai Yu wouldn't even be sure that they were old. Their movements are much faster than some Jonin. Very strong. Bai Yu exclaimed a little. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, none of the three answered. Because at this time is already an enemy of life and death. Today, either Bai Yu died or they died. Luo Sha's face showed extreme hatred. On the other hand, Chiyo and Ebizo have a gloomy face, constantly conceiving in their hearts how to deal with Bai Yu. They have never experienced this kind of 3-to-1 situation. Except for one time against Third Raikage. Thinking of this, Chiyo and Ebizo couldn't help but startled slightly. Has he been compared with Third Raikage? The two couldn't help being a little surprised. But then the two denied it in their hearts. Although Bai Yu in front of him is strong, he is not as strong as Third Raikage. If they only have so few people, they won't be able to look at them in front of Third Raikage. Several faces must be pushed horizontally. But it was enough to shock their hearts. After all, Bai Yu in front of him is only 13 years old, this is confirmed information. 13-year-old Cage level, don't say yes, they have never heard of it. Cage level is a very general level, but the bottom line is also extremely high. There are very few people who can reach the Cage level in this ninja world. Die to me. While Chiyo and Ebizo kept thinking about it, Luo Sha had already launched an attack. As soon as the voice fell, countless gold dust appeared under the feet of the four. Then, like a volcanic eruption, it continuously ejected from the depths of the earth. Of course, these placer gold naturally bypassed Chiyo and Ebizo. Bai Yu frowned when he saw this. Armament Haki unfolded instantly, and his body was completely dark. Even the clothes on his body, the standard long knife in his hand and the sheath have become pitch black. Chang chang. The sound of gold and iron clashing constantly sounded, and sparks continued to be emitted from the gold dust in Bai Yu's body. Of course, Luosha, Chiyo and Ebizo at this time are naturally invisible. There was too much dust in front of them, which directly obscured their vision. But the sound of gold and iron clashing constantly resounded in their ears. This made the three of them frown. Controlling the spreading of the dust gold, Bai Yu appeared in front of the three of them in darkness. What is that? Luo Sha, Chiyo and Ebizo were all stunned. The Sand Shinobi ninjas who had been frightened around couldn't help but feel a little sluggish when they saw this scene. This can't be blamed on them. They were all wrapped in black armament Haki, which looked a bit oozing. Bai Yu frowned at the eyes of the three Luo Sha and directly drew the long knife and swung it. Sizzle. There was an unpleasant rubbing sound, and the crescent-shaped sword energy directly cut open the dust explosion in front of him. Under Armament Haki's blessing, the power of Bai Yu's swordsmanship has increased by at least 50%. It was just a pure dust explosion, and there was absolutely no resistance to Bai Yu's sword aura. It was easily split by Bai Yu. Seeing the sword energy violently shot towards him and others, all three of them shrank their pupils. Because of Bai Yu's 36 troubles, Fengzhiyu is in front. None of the three dared to take Bai Yu's slash. Lala. The three moved their feet and jumped directly away. Boom. With a loud noise, the ground was directly cut by Bai Yu's sword energy into a ravine that was more than 10 meters long and several meters wide. Chapter 80 Placer City. Bai Yu is sealed. This scene caused Luosha, Chiyo and Ebizo to sink in their hearts. The power of Bai Yu's sword spirit was beyond their expectations, and it was so powerful with a single blow. And looking at Bai Yu's face, this powerful slash is very easy for him. It's as simple as eating and drinking water. Without hesitation, Luosha that fell to the ground controlled the dust flying all over the sky and continued to attack. Chiyo and Ebizo stood by him, always on guard. Bai Yu frowned upon seeing this. He didn't know the power of Ebizo's sealing technique very well, so he didn't dare to get close easily. You can only keep changing your position to avoid Luosha's attack. During this period, from time to time, he took a cold shot and swung a knife at the three of them. After several attacks, Bai Yu's eyes gradually showed a trace of impotentness. With thoughts flowing, Bai Yu simply gave up the stalemate with Luosha. Shaved directly away from Luosha's attack range, and rushed directly to the dignified Sand Shinobi around him. What? Bai Yu's figure flashed past, directly beheading several Sand Shinobi ninjas. Blood splattered, like the bloom of roses. Seeing this scene, Luosha, Chiyo and Ebizo all surged in anger. With a movement, all three of them rushed towards Bai Yu. But at their speed, it is impossible to catch up with Bai Yu's footsteps. This led to a very embarrassing scene. While Bai Yu killed in front, Luosha and the three chased behind. After killing for a while, dozens of Sand Shinobi have been killed by Bai Yu. While other Sand Shinobi saw this scene, they all began to flee. Seeing Sand Shinobi's movements, Bai Yu frowned slightly. It would be a waste of time to hunt down these people in this way. Shave. When Bai Yu moved his feet, the whole person disappeared in place and appeared on a tree in the distance. Luosha and Chiyo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw that Bai Yu did not continue to chase Sand Shinobi. If you follow Bai Yu's killing method, I am afraid that there will be no more Sand Shinobi remaining in 2 hours. It's damn it, Ebizo said with a cold expression. Even him, an extremely calm person, couldn't help being ignited by Bai Yu's operation. In the world of ninjas, the victory of the top combat power has always determined the direction of war. All that Shunin Genin can do is some tactical arrangements. Characters without cage level will specifically slaughter these people. But Bai Yu in front of him is an exception. Actually, he would put aside the battle with them to find the trouble of those Shunin Genin. This is simply meaningless, in the eyes of Luosha, Chiyo and Ebizo. Bai Yu acted like this, just purely to disgust them. It is normal for Bai Yu to be angry. Everyone has it. At this moment, Ebizo suddenly turned cold and said loudly. The sound was very loud and directly echoed through the entire battlefield. Luosha and Chiyo, who were standing next to Ebizo, were slightly startled when they heard the words, and they didn't know what Ebizo was doing. Sand Shinobi, who was fleeing around, was a little stunned when he heard this, not knowing what Ebizo was going to say. Bai Yu raised his brows when he saw this, and looked at Ebizo curiously. If you have an S-class flare on your body, launch the flare immediately. Ebizo said with a cold expression. The breathful of voice echoed in everyone's ears. Bai Yu frowned slightly when he heard the words, he didn't understand what the S-class flare was. The flares are still classified. Bai Yu's eyes were puzzled. And hearing Ebizo's words, Luosha and Chiyo's face suddenly changed to extremely shocked. The word, why, was written all over his face. The surrounding Sand Shinobi also showed doubts on their faces. Most people don't understand Ebizo's words. They have never heard of something like an S-class flare. But at this time, there are 3 Jonin among the Sand Shinobi ninjas, all of them dignified and took out the scrolls. The figures of these 3 people are very well hidden, and they will always wander outside the battlefield. Even now, their bodies are still unstained. Without much thought, the 3 of them took out a huge cylindrical object from the scroll. Placing this thing, the 3 of them made a seal in their hands, and chakra ignited the tact in a sudden hiss. There was a burning sound. Then came a burst of flames. Bai Yu's face was cold when he saw it, and he directly swung the long knife in his hand and slashed at the jet black ball that rose up into the sky. The pure white sword energy directly divided the sphere into 2, turning into 2 halves and falling precariously. But Bai Yu's brows did not relax, because the 3 S-class flare were launched together. After killing one of the flare bombs, the other 2 had already exploded. 2 rays of light enough to dazzle blind people's eyes one after another, burst out above the sky. 20 even the thick dark clouds in the sky were almost pierced by this S-level flare. What do you want to do, Ebizo? Chiyo looked at this scene and asked Ebizo muffledly. This S-class flare is not a weapon, nor a mysterious thing, it has only one function. That is to summon all the Sand Shinobi ninjas. No matter if it is on a mission, or if it is lurking into the depths of the enemy. As long as they see this flare, they must drop everything and arrive in time. At this time, all the Sand Shinobi ninjas who saw the flare frowned. After that, the news began. The nearly 20,000 Sand Shinobi ninjas stationed in the rear began to march towards the battlefield. Although they didn't know what happened, they all left behind what they had at hand. The ninjas in other ninja villages lurking around Rock Shinobi to investigate the movement of the army saw Sand Shinobi's nearly 20,000 troops started to move, all quickly evacuated from the battlefield, and then relayed the news back to their respective ninja villages. Before the 20,000 troops arrived on the battlefield, Sand Shinobi's actions were already known to all forces. Such a large-scale war naturally affects the whole body. Looking at the information in his hand, Oyemu frowned slightly, showing a thoughtful look. Akato was standing aside respectfully, waiting for Onogi's decision. Not long after, Onoki turned his head to look at Kitu and asked, "What do you think of this matter?" After hearing the words, Kaito was slightly startled, and then he frowned and thought for a while. Finally, toward Onogi, he said seriously, "Now we don't know the purpose of these Sand Shinobi ninjas. It is best to send a team to investigate the purpose of Sand Shinobi, and then make plans." Hearing what Kitu said, Onogi smiled and nodded with satisfaction. "You are mature, Kitu." The transformation of the terracotta made Onogi very pleased. When he asked Kaito, it was just a whim. He didn't expect Kaito to surprise him. "Hey, Master Tsuchikage is absurdly praised." Kaito scratched his head a little embarrassed when he heard the words. Seeing the appearance of terracotta, Onoki couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. Then he looked straight, and said to Kaito, "Leihan, bring a team of people to see what kind of demon these Sand Shinobi are doing." Hearing Onoki's words, Akato was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Onogi to send Five Tails Jinchuriki there. After thinking about it a little bit, aka 2 didn't say anything in the end. Nodded and went to convey the order. When he thought about it, Onoki must have his own consideration, and speaking at this time was just a waste of time. On the other side of Cloud Shinobi, Third Raikage frowned upon seeing Sand Shinobi's intelligence, and immediately decided to take someone there by himself. It was just stopped by Tudai. "Master Raikage, now we don't know the purpose of Sand Shinobi. If you rashly lead people to the past, I am afraid it will have unpredictable consequences." Tashiro said very seriously. Raikage couldn't help but his face stagnated when he heard Tashiro's words. He is not a fool, and naturally knows that Tashiro's words are correct. It's just that he belongs to a very enthusiastic pragmatist, so he thought about checking it for the first time. Hearing what Tashiro said, he also stopped his actions. After thinking about it for a while, Third Raikage sighed, "Then you go and take a team to see what Sand Shinobi is doing." Hearing Third Raikage's words, Tashiro couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he nodded seriously and left. In fact, Tashiro is very worried that Third Raikage will go its own way. Why this war has been deadlocked for so long is because Third Raikage is too confident about his own strength, and many times the clearly clear situation will be turned into a pool of muddy water. Fortunately, this time Third Raikage listened to him. For Sand Shinobi's big move, although Tashiro doesn't know the reason, he can faintly feel that there must be a slip in his heart. Soon after Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi learned of the news, Konoha also got the information that Sand Shinobi had big moves. Although Konoha was the last to get the news, it was not that the Konoha Shinobi were lazy about the intelligence work. It was because the direction of Sand Shinobi's army was toward the border of Konoha territory. This makes Konoha Shinobi's information transmission need to bypass the Sand Shinobi army. The speed of this information transmission naturally slows down. Seeing the information in his hand, Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment, then frowned. After thinking for a while, he sent someone to invite Bai Yu. It's just that the people he sent were destined to make a trip for nothing. At the same time, on the battlefield, Ebizo, who heard Chio's questioning, frowned slightly and said, "This must be done so that we can minimize the loss." Chio and Luo Sha couldn't help but look a little weird. Obviously, the crowd tactics are useless for Bai Yu. Summoning the army of Sand Shinobi is just to massacre Bai Yu. Ebizo said it was to reduce losses. "What do you mean?" Luo Sha frowned and asked with some confusion. Ebizo shook his head when he heard the words, "This matter is a bit complicated, so let's hold the Konoha madman in front of you." Hearing what Ebizo said, Luasha and Chio were a little confused. Had they not been familiar with Ebizo, they would have guessed that Ebizo was pretending to be an enemy. Without thinking about it, Luo Sha directly raised his hands and continued to attack with the gold dust. On the side, Chio pulled out a scroll and took out the 10 people who had been in the dust for a long time. The 10 people near Song are the 10 puppets left by Menziman, the user of first-generation puppetry. The 10 puppets are all very delicate, and they are even more powerful under the transformation of the 1,000 generations. The 3 of them now knew in their hearts that if they continued to fight in the same way as before, there must be no way to take Bai Yu. If the attacking side changes from 1 to 2, then there is hope for defeating Bai Yu. But in fact, Bai Yu at this time has no interest in them. Bai Yu entered a realm of epiphany just when he used one sword to flow 36 trouble winds. At this time, the 36 trouble winds on the panel have reached the advanced level 99% Dachang. It's almost complete. This kind of progress was beyond Bai Yu's expectation. He originally thought that the fastest way for him to reach consummation would be basic swordsmanship or Bing Shinju. Unexpectedly, I had an epiphany, and the proficiency of the 36 anxiety wind of this sword stream directly soared, reaching 99%. But this is not the only reason Bai Yu wants to stop. Another reason is that after a few battles, Bai Yu is already satisfied with the deduction points he has set. 13 Jonin, 125 Shunin, and 367 Genin all died in Bai Yu's hands. Luo Sha, Chiyo, and Ebizo brought together nearly 1,000 ninjas, plus hundreds of people before, and more than 1,000 were directly killed by Bai Yu. Although these ninjas are not a pain in a shinobu village, they are also very painful. If it's just Chunin Genin, it doesn't matter. The key is that Bai Yu killed 13 Jonin. Even if it is placed on the head of the most powerful Cloud Shinobi, it will be very painful. Not to mention putting it on the relatively weak Sand Shinobi. Looking up at the deduction point on his panel, which has reached 41,147 points, Bai Yu can't help but feel a sense of expectation in his eyes. 40,000 deduction points are enough for him to deduce the ability of 2 A levels. Judging from his current strength, if he can add 2 more A-level abilities, I am afraid there is a glimmer of hope to break through cage level. At that time, Bai Yu was truly invincible in the world of forbearance. Thinking of this, Bai Yu shook his head slightly, moved his feet, and disappeared in place. And the dust flying all over the sky also rushed into the air, and Chiyo, who was carrying a group of 10 people from the Song dynasty, rushed to Bai Yu, couldn't help being taken aback. Everyone looked dignified and looked around. Where? Losa, Chiyo and Ebizo are all focused, trying to find the position of Bai Yu. It's just a long time, they haven't seen Bai Yu's figure. This made the 3 of them frown. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared among Sand Shinobi's troops. Where? A Jonin of Sand Shinobi saw Bai Yu, who was constantly shuttled among the trees in the distance. This scene stunned Luasha, Chiyo and Ebizo. But Sand Shinobi has already started cheering. Master Luasha drove the madman Konoha away. A Chunin from Sand Shinobi shouted. Upon hearing this, Luasha, Chiyo and Ebizo all turned black. And the many Sand Shinobi standing beside this ninja couldn't help looking at this man speechlessly. I thought to myself, is this man a fool? In the current situation, it is clear that Sand Shinobi suffered a heavy loss, while Bai Yu came as he wanted, and left as he wanted to. It's like treating them Sand Shinobi as animals to be slaughtered. Chasing. Luo Sha gritted his teeth and said. Then Bai Yu flew away on the dust. Chiyo and Ebizo looked at each other when they heard this, and they followed closely behind. Feeling that Chiyo and Ebizo followed, Luo Sha controlled the placer and brought Chiyo and Ebizo with him. Normally, at Bai Yu's speed, they naturally can't catch up. It's just that Bai Yu is walking through the forest at this time. There are too many trees along the way to shave. And Luasha, Chiyo and Ebizo came here with Luffy. This also made the 3 people quickly come to the top of Bai Yu's head. Placer spear. Luo Sha gritted her teeth and said viciously. An extremely condensed placer gold spear shot at Bai Yu at a very fast speed. Hearing this sound, Bai Yu, who was running, couldn't help sighing. He did not expect that Luo Sha and the 3 would still be chasing after him. Armament Haki appeared on Bai Yu's arm in an instant, and gently raised his hand. Chong. There was a sound of gold and iron fighting, sparks splashed, and Bai Yu had already knocked the sand gold spear into the air. As soon as Bai Yu stopped, the 3 people in the sky had already come to the front. Without hesitation, Chiyo rushed towards Bai Yu with 10 puppets. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu frowned slightly. The armament Haki on his body instantly spread all over his body. Without avoiding, Bai Yu rushed directly to the 10 puppets. Looking at Bai Yu, who was completely dark in front of him, Chiyo frowned slightly. It can be seen from previous battles that Bai Yu in this state is invulnerable. Sure enough, the metal weapons that emerged from all parts of the bodies of the 10 people in the Song dynasty hit Bai Yu's body, only sparking sparks. Chong, Kang, Kang. The sound of gold and iron strikes is endless. It seems that a powerful attack will not work for Bai Yu at all. However, Bai Yu directly raised his fist and continuously attacked the 10 people of Jin Song. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 consecutive loud noises, one of the puppets had already been hit. This caused a trace of distress in Chiyo's eyes. These puppets have suffered varying degrees of damage in previous battles, but it is the first time that they have been directly dried up like this. Just when Bai Yu and the 3 were fighting, the 20,000 Sand Shinobi army had already arrived on the battlefield. Under the command of the leader, everyone formed a square formation. The momentum formed by 20,000 ninjas rose to the sky, full of evil spirits. Seeing the large army coming, the Sand Shinobi ninjas who were broken up by Bai Yu all ran to the front and explained all the situation. Hearing this, the elite Jonin who led the team were extremely angry. First unit. Follow me all Jonin level. A tall man said loudly to the phalanx behind him. Hearing the words of his leader, dozens of Jonin all jumped out of the square. Second troop. Jonin rank. A very beautiful woman with short hair shouted to everyone behind her. Then dozens of Jonin level Sand Shinobi ninjas were picked out and stood in front of the woman. The woman just wanted to lead the team away. A boy in the square jumped out. Sister, I want to go too. The boy's hair color is exactly the same as that of the woman, and his appearance is even better than that of the woman. Hearing his brother's words, Galula's beautiful brows frowned slightly. Naughty. You're just a genin, why don't you join in the fun? Stay here for me. Yashimaru couldn't help but his face collapsed, and said, yes. If Bai Yu was there, he would definitely recognize these 2 siblings. Gaara's mother and uncle left a deep impression on Bai Yu. Just as Goroa reprimanded Yashimaru, the other 10 or so phalanxes were also part of the people. More than a dozen elite Jonin, plus hundreds, nearly thousands of Jonin gathered. There were not too many words, everyone didn't say a word, and jumped directly in the direction pointed by Sand Shinobi just now. The vertical leap of so many people is very shocking when viewed from a distance. There are so-called people with thousands of people, boundless, this large group of black elite ninjas is so powerful. At this time, Bai Yu had already smashed the 5 puppets of Qiandai under the siege of the Luo Sha trio. Chio's heart was bleeding as he watched this scene. At this time, the 3 people understood that they and others could not keep Bai Yu at all. Luo Sha's magnet-style dust did not have any effect on Bai Yu, and Chio's puppet couldn't even hurt him. Only Ebizo's sealing technique made Bai Yu feel a little jealous, but Bai Yu could not be touched. Do you really want to watch him leave? Damn it. Luo Sha gritted her teeth a bit. Moreover, the 3 of them knew in their hearts that if they continued to fight in the current situation, it is possible that all 3 of them would be left here. The Bai Yu in front of him did not see any drop in his physical strength while he was tossing around. And their chakra has been consumed more than half. When their chakra is exhausted, death is the only thing waiting for them. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Luo Sha roared 3 times in a row, showing all his emotions. When speaking, he did not forget to control the sand gold road to chase Bai Yu. Bai Yu was suddenly startled when he heard Luo Sha's voice. What Luo Sha was worried about was also thought of by him. He could clearly feel that the flying speed of Luosha Aventurin had slowed down a lot. Chio, Ebizo's movements are already a little slow. This discovery made Bai Yu's eyes shine. If you can kill these 3 people here, there will be at least 30,000 deduction points. With the addition of the previous 40,000 points, it is almost possible to deduce the S-level ability. Thinking about it this way, Bai Yu was motivated instantly. There was a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Bai Yu deliberately said loudly, I really didn't expect you to dare to catch up. The tone is no different from the previous arrogance. This made the 3 people's complexion gloomy again. I killed a lot of you, but what can you do about me? Bai Yu added a fire to them again. Hearing this, the 3 of them almost exploded. The 3 blushed, and their eyes were bloodshot. Today you must die, Luo Sha shouted loudly. Then his hands quickly formed seals. Don't. Chio and Ebizo couldn't help but their expressions changed when they saw this. They retracted the attack and jumped back to Luosha's side. It seemed that he wanted to stop Luo Sha's movements. It's just too late at this time. Magnet-style dust fortress. With Luo Sha's roar, the chakra in her body was completely consumed in an instant, followed by the wasting of vitality. However, after a few breaths, Luo Sha was already skin and bones. When Bai Yu saw this scene, he couldn't help being shocked. Obviously, Luo Sha's move is already desperate. Numerous places of gold rose into the sky, and then poured down like a rainstorm. Placer gold rushed into the ground fiercely, crushing the ore, and then brought back the sand like fine sand to the ground. Cloud time, several square kilometers of the ground are all wrapped in sand like a river. It's over. Chio and Ebizo couldn't help feeling a little depressed when they saw this. At this time, Bai Yu saw a bad situation, and had already used his mind to fly in the air. Without much thought, after coming into the air, Bai Yu directly used moonwalk to escape from here. It's just too late. Nearly hundreds of tons of sand formed blocks of cubes under the effect of Luosha's vitality consumption. Thousands of cubes are combined to form a huge square space. Directly envelop Bai Yu in it. Chio and Ebizo couldn't help sighing when they saw this scene. And Bai Yu in the cube frowned slightly in the darkness. Is it the only way? Bai Yu can't figure it out a bit. The defense of the placer gold cube is not very strong. Under the 36 trouble winds of his advanced level, he couldn't withstand a single blow. Without thinking too much, Bai Yu directly raised the knife in his hand and assumed a 36 trouble wind pose. Activated blood. Armament Haki. 36 annoying wind. Cut. Boom. A huge roar sounded. The pure white slash wave rushed out directly and slammed into the gold cube. It was just beyond Bai Yu's expectation that the imaginary sunshine did not appear. Bai Yu's eyes were still dark. And Luo Sha, who stretched his hands forward, sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Chio and Ebizo couldn't help but change their expressions. All right, Luo Sha, the 2 asked with concern. Hearing this, Luo Sha couldn't help being a little speechless. Elder Ebizo, sealing technique, Luo Sha said anxiously. Bai Yu's knife almost didn't crush the power he attached to the gold dust cube. If there are a few more shots, his dusty city will be destroyed. Hearing Luo Sha's words, Ebizo woke up like a dream. It turns out that this is a lore. Qiandai murmured after hearing this. In front of Fei, Ebizo stood directly on top of the gold dust city. He quickly nodded his hands and said, seal technique. Great funeral seal. Ebizo's hands snapped down, and the black rune directly covered the entire surface of the cube. Seeing this scene, Luo Sha was relieved. Then there was a smile. Because he knew it was already stable. With Bai Yu's attack, it is impossible to break through this ninjutsu. After Ebizo released such a huge sealing technique, he was already weak. His chakra was also exhausted at this moment. But his face also showed a smile like Luo Sha. Bai Yu, trapped inside the gold dust city, is doomed to die. Unless someone breaks the seal outside. It's just that this is already impossible. Because in the distance, Ren Wu, a team of thousands of Jonin, is almost here. Wanting to break this seal in front of so many people is completely a fantasy. Released his hand, the gold fortress tens of meters in front of Luasha fell directly on the ground. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the earth trembled along with it. This allowed the Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi troops who came to explore in the distance to find their way. After releasing the control, Luosha couldn't help but sway, and she was about to fall to the ground. Chiyo stepped forward and gently supported Luosha. At this time, Chiyo looked at Luosha with a complicated expression. Originally she wanted to stay for a while before retiring. This war did not belong to her. It's just that Luosha in front of her changed her mind. Luosha has a strong sense of belonging to Sand Shinobi, and even sacrifices his life for it. Although she is old, she has a deep love for the land of wind. No more. Let's show some light and heat. At this time, Chiyo had already dispelled the idea of retiring. At this time, Ebizo, who was faltering, also came to the front. Looking at Luosha, who was lying in the arms of Chiandai, who had passed out in a coma, a trace of complexity also appeared on his face. He and Chiyo have agreed to retire together. Only Luosha's performance also moved him. The retiring mind has also disappeared. At this time, the Sand Shinobi troops of thousands of people had already seen the huge gold dust castle from a distance. When Galileo saw this, her pupils shrank. It was obvious that she knew what ninjutsu it was. Rosa, Galileo couldn't help but his eyes widened. Then he ran forward as if going crazy. Seeing this, the Sand Shinobi Jonin who followed Goral couldn't help but pull out of the awe-inspiring gold dust castle. Followed closely behind Galileo. The ninjas of other troops frowned upon seeing this, and they also quickened their pace. Not long after, Galileo, who took the lead, had already arrived in front of the three Luasha. Rosa, Gororo couldn't help screaming when he saw the skinny Luasha. In front of Faye, Galileo stretched out her hands without knowing it, but took them back. She didn't know the situation of Luasha in front of her, and she was a little at a loss. Chiyo and Ebizo were taken aback when they saw Galula, but then they smiled at the corners of their mouths. Seeing Galileo's worry, Chiyo smiled and said, "He is not injured, so you can hug him." Hearing Chiyo's words, Galula nodded and took Rosa from Chiyo. Let Luasha's head rest in her arms. Touching Luosha's face lightly, the lifeless feeling touched her all at once. Tears fell unconsciously. At this time, the large troops following Galileo also caught up. Thousands of ninjas fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing Luosha who was held by Galileo in his arms, all Sand Shinobi ninjas couldn't help but their eyes widened. Then came the anger of Lily. How could Lord Luosha become like this? An elite Jonin came forward and asked. Rosha's performance in this war has already convinced all Sand Shinobi ninjas. It is not surprising that Chiyo saw the indignation of these people. Pointing to the gold dust castle behind him, Chiyo slowly said, to seal the ninja named Konoha Madman. Upon hearing this, both the elites Jonin and Galileo showed an unbelievable look in the eyes of 127. Isn't he only 13 years old? Galileo was very surprised. Chiandai nodded when he heard the words. Yes. Only 13 years old, but let us do our best to seal him. The elites Jonin and Galula couldn't help but look shocked. They originally thought they had met 3rd Raikage or 3rd Tsuchikage. Unexpectedly, it was just a 13-year-old boy with a well-known genius. Is that S-class flair for him? The elite Jonin couldn't help asking. Upon hearing this question, both Chiyo and Ebizo showed a bitter smile. Yes, the S-level flair was also for him. Chiyo nodded. Hearing this, Galileo and the ninja were very shocked. The S-level flares were actually sent for a 13-year-old boy. After thinking about that when I was 13 years old, I was still a chunin, and the two couldn't help but smile wryly. At this time, Chiyo couldn't help but think of the purpose of this S-class flare. So he turned back to Ebizo and asked, speaking of which, what's your intention for sending this signal flare? Ebizo shook his head and smiled. Originally, I wanted to take advantage of other people. I didn't expect Luosha to use up his life force to seal the Konoha Madman. The S-class flare didn't work. Hearing this, Chiyo couldn't help frowning and said, speak well, don't be circumspect. These words made Ebizo's expression stiff. After all, there are still 2 younger generations. But he didn't care too much. Chiyo was his sister, who had always talked to him like this since childhood. Shaking his head, Ebizo slowly said, the S-class signal flares are sent out, and our large forces will definitely move towards us immediately. For such a big move, other Shinobu villages will naturally not sit idly by and will inevitably send someone to check it out. If they see Konoha's first hand, then the next war will definitely be against Konoha. Since they have decided to target Konoha, a genius like Bai Yu, how can they let him leave? The final result must be that Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi will join hands with us to eradicate Bai Yu. After listening to Ebizo's words, Chiyo realized it suddenly. Although Ebizo's ideas were very subtle, Chiyo was not surprised. She had always known Ebizo's wisdom. In these decades, Sunagakur has no wind and shadow. But without Ebizo, Konoha and Rock Shinobi would have already fallen. But the elites Jonin and Galileo on the side were shocked. They have heard of Ebizo's intelligence and scheming, but they have never heard of the details. Now they understand how Ebizo's heart is after Ebizo's own narration. Oh no, it should be how delicate Ebizo's mind is. While Chio and others were communicating, Bai Yu inside the gold dust castle touched his head and became a little annoyed. Because he used 36 anxiety wind twice. But it is completely different from the first 36 trouble wind. These two slashes didn't even make a sound, like a mud cow entering the sea, without any ripples. Trouble. Bai Yu scratched his head. After going down with these two swords, he probably understood that the gold dust city in front of him must be combined with the seal technique. In this world, the role of seal art is a bit strange, with abilities in various directions. Even if there is a sealing technique that absorbs attacks, Bai Yu is not surprising at all. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Bai Yu is not in a hurry, because there is still a lot of food in his portable scroll, so there is no need to worry about it for a while. But what is more important is that Bai Yu's system has sufficient deduction points. With more than 40,000 deduction points, it can deduce to A-level abilities. As long as one ability is deduced for the sealing technique, isn't this dusty gold city in front of you easily breakable? This placer gold city became a natural barrier for him instead. Let him think about his next path with peace of mind. But just when his old spirit was there, thinking about what ability to deduce, Konoha command started to worry for him. What? Bai Yu was not there. Jiraiya was a little surprised when he heard Anbu's reply in front of him. After thinking for a while, Jiraiya frowned and asked, did anyone see where he went? Hearing Jiraiya's question, the Anbu ninja nodded and said, listening to the scouts around you, Bai Yu seems to have gone to San Shinobi's site. Huh, to San Shinobi? Jiraiya's eyes widened when he heard this. He frowned and thought for a while. Not good, Jiraiya called out with a tap on his thigh. Seeing Jiraiya's appearance, the face under Anbu's ninja mask couldn't help showing a strange look. Hurry up and call the first team and go to San Shinobi's site with me. Jiraiya's tone was a little anxious. Hearing Jiraiya's order, Konoha Anbu ninja nodded and said, yes. Then he turned and left, leaving only Jiraiya frowning and thinking constantly. In Jiraiya's guess, San Shinobi's actions must be related to Bai Yu. Bai Yu's strength stepped into cage level, and he knew this from the beginning. San Shinobi assembled a large army at this time, but Bai Yu happened to be in San Shinobi's site. Even if Sarutobi Nissen said in front of Jiraiya that it was just a coincidence, Jiraiya would not believe it. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? Not long after, the so-called first team in the Konoha command post was assembled. Several elite Jonin and a dozen Jonin. Looking at the ninjas in front of him, Jiraiya said with a serious expression, this mission, the situation is unknown. It is very likely that you will lose your life. Are you ready? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, the expressions of the Konoha shinobi in front of them did not change. They all said coldly, ready. Seeing this, Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction. Then he waved his hand. Go. The first squad has always been the most watched squad in the Konoha command post. The people inside are all elites among the elite. The people around couldn't help but look curious when they saw this scene. After all, the entire assembly of the first team is the first time everyone has seen it. Coincidentally, Shi Raihong also saw a scene. Seeing this scene, Shi Raihong also showed a curious look. Turned his head and asked a ninja next to him, do you know what happened? The ninja shook his head and said, I don't know either. Oh, Ta Raihong nodded when he heard the words, then turned and left. Chapter 81 Save. I must be saved. Ta Raihong didn't know that these people in front of him had gone for Bai Yu. At this time, Bai Yu, who was sitting peacefully among the gold dust castles, naturally did not know the movements of all parties. This combat power has collapsed too much, right? Bai Yu sitting on the gold dust cube couldn't help but vomit. Bai Yu vaguely remembers that 4th Kage Luasha was attacked to death by Orochimaru. Just like Orochimaru's combat power, can you really kill Rosha in a sneak attack? Bai Yu shook his head, looking a little strange. Although Luo Sha is not Bai Yu's opponent at the moment, it is obvious that his combat power is extremely strong even in cage level. Said that he was easily killed by Orochimaru's sneak attack, Bai Yu didn't believe it, it was outrageous. Forget it, why do you think so much? Bai Yu let go of his thoughts after spitting out a few words. I began to think seriously about the ability I wanted to deduct. If you want to break the seal technique, you must either use the seal technique against the seal technique, or you have the ability to have a very strong offensive power, which exceeds the limit of the seal technique. Bai Yu frowned and thought. In the former, there is no specific ability in Bai Yu's memory. The latter kind of ability has a lot in Bai Yu's mind, and it can be said that there are too many to list. It's just that most of the said abilities are extremely pervert. Bai Yu didn't even want to ask, the extremely strong abilities in his mind must be S-grade up. What? Vector Operation, Jia Wangquan, Freedom Extreme Art, Tianma Meteor Fist, and so on are powerful enough to explode. If Bai Yu now has enough deduction points, I am afraid he will really choose one to learn. But it is a pity that Bai Yu does not have 100,000 points to derive. The derivation point of 40,000 points allowed him to learn to be thrifty in housekeeping. Improve attack power. Think about it. Bai Yu muttered to himself in the dark. If there are only more than 10,000 points, Bai Yu's choice will definitely be very decisive. Similarly, if it is more than 100,000 points, Bai Yu's choice must be very decisive. A-level ability, Bai Yu's frowned brow was almost able to trap a fly. A long time. Yes. Bai Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Just when Bai Yu kept thinking about his ability to deduce. The Sand Shinobi ninja standing outside the gold dust castle couldn't help looking forward to this huge golden cube. Jonin, the tall elite in Sand Shinobi, stepped forward and stretched out his hand to gently stroke the surface of the gold sand castle. An extremely delicate touch came, and a faint surprise appeared in his eyes. It's amazing workmanship, the elite Jonin murmured. Chiyo and Ebizo also nodded in agreement. Although they had heard Luo Sha mention the sand gold city in front of them, they had never really seen this ninjutsu. They didn't expect this ninjutsu to be so magnificent while being powerful. The golden cube tens of meters high is definitely a beautiful landscape even in the capital of the Kingdom of Wind. Thinking of this, Chiyo and Ebizo couldn't help but turn their eyes to Luo Sha in Kaluora's arms. At this time Luosha was still in a coma, but Chiyo could see that Luosha was waking up soon. Although a lot of vitality was lost, it was not fatal to Luo Sha, who was still young. The body's functions are still functioning normally. Elder Qiandai, how can we bring such a big thing back? At this moment, the tall elite ninja suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Chiyo and Ebizo both frowned. At the moment they cannot confirm whether Bai Yu trapped inside the gold dust castle is alive or dead. Thinking of the Sand Shinobi ninja who had just died, Chiyo and Ebizo couldn't help but feel hatred. Without seeing Bai Yu's true death, they naturally wouldn't be at ease. This is indeed a nuisance. Ebizo frowned. Everyone thought for a while, but no one could come up with any plan to deal with the gold dust city in front of them. Let's wait until Luo Sha wakes up. Finally, Ebizo said such a sentence. Hearing this, everyone nodded, and no one had any objections. For the knowledge of the placer gold city, I am afraid that none of the people present will know more about Luosha than Luosha. Just when everyone decided to wait for Luo Sha to wake up, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly flashed to thunder. The powerful light illuminates the ground like daylight. Then there was a loud thunder. Boom. Such a loud sound even shook the eardrums of everyone a little bit painful. Chiyo and Ebizo looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, without any unexpected expressions. The previous Sand Shinobi troops used fire-style joint ninjutsu twice in order to kill Bai Yu. The moisture on the ground was rapidly transpired to high altitude, causing heavy rains as expected. Not surprisingly, soon, the big raindrops fell on everyone's heads. Tick, tick, tick. Soon it became a peace. When everyone saw this, they took out their rain gear from the scroll they were carrying with them. And Luosha has also been covered by the rain gear taken out by Galileo. Elder Thousand Generations, when will Luo Sha wake up? Galula asked suddenly. Hearing what Galora said, Chiyo smiled and said, don't worry, he will wake up soon. Chiyo can clearly feel that Luo Sha's body functions are rapidly recovering. It can take up to 10 minutes to wake up. Hearing this, Galileo nodded. Turning his head to look at Luo Sha, his eyes were full of distress. At this time, Galileo and Luosha are lovers, and it is inevitable that Galileo would care about Luosha so much. Just as everyone in Sand Shinobi was waiting in place, dozens of figures suddenly appeared in the forest not far away. Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, has already brought people to the front. Han's head itself was wearing a hat, standing in the rain poured down along the edge of the hat. It's just that I got wet from the rain. Feeling the wet feeling, Han couldn't help frowning. For him, the most disliked thing is rain, but it happened to be raining today. Looking up at the clouded sky, Han felt a little unhappy. Did you find it clear? Han suddenly asked Jonin, an elite around him. The elite Jonin said with a cold expression, scratched a few tongues, saying that the Konoha madman is one enemy 3, and 4th Kazekage and 2 Sand Shinobi elders are inextricably difficult to solve. Hearing this, Han couldn't help frowning slightly and asked, is this Konoha madman the young genius who rose to fame a few days ago? Elite Jonin nodded when he heard the words. It has been confirmed, he is undoubtedly. This news shocked Han's heart. Isn't he only 13 years old? How could it be him? Han didn't believe it. Hearing what Han said, the elite Jonin raised his eyebrows and said, I didn't believe the news when I first heard it, but the descriptions in those tongues and mouths did not differ from the Konoha madman in the intelligence. About 80 to 90% of them were true. Han frowned upon hearing this, and the current situation made him have to believe that this was the truth. A 13-year-old boy fought 3 cage-level characters with one enemy 3. Han has never seen this kind of thing, even in a novel biography. Then did you find out what happened before? Han raised his chin and asked at the distant place Gold City Guo. Hearing what Han said, this rock shinobi elite Jonin frowned and said, there are all Jonin-level people there, and our people can't catch our tongues. Oh, that was not found. Han raised his brows and said. The elite Jonin nodded and said, yes. Call, this is troublesome. Han couldn't help taking a deep breath. If Han went to investigate by himself, he would surely be able to find something. But he is not an intelligence ninja, his hidden skills are really bad, and he will definitely be discovered when he goes. If there are any benefits to be planned, then his actions are equivalent to throwing grass and scaring a snake. After thinking for a while, Han raised his hand and said, everyone. Be hidden on the spot. Hearing what Han said, dozens of people scattered all around, completely hiding their shadows. Although Han's offensive methods are open and closed, his mind is not rough. It can even be called delicate. This is also the reason why Onoki would feel relieved to send him here. Seeing that all his subordinates were hidden, Han naturally found a bush to hide his figure. But he is not just looking for a random place. His position is very open and he can easily see Sand Shinobi's movements clearly. It's just that the Sand Shinobi ninjas in front of them are all covered with rain gear, and they can't see their faces at all. In addition, visibility is not high under this heavy rain. The Rock Shinobi ninjas did not choose to act rashly, they were very cautious. On the other side, Cloud Shinobi's ninja also came to the battlefield. Behind Toshiro was also dozens of Jonin-level Cloud Shinobi ninjas. They have long been covered with rain gear. There is no fighting in the current situation, and these rain gears still have some usefulness. From a distance, Toshiro saw Sand Shinobi's figure. A large part of Wujuju can be seen by anyone who is not blind. Without much thought, Tudai directly issued an order to hide everyone, and then sent a few scouts to grab a few tongues. Of course, it is not to catch the opponent composed of Jonin in front of you. Instead, go around Sand Shinobi's army not far away and catch a few scouts. As time passed bit by bit, everyone in Sand Shinobi was waiting for Luo Sha's awakening, while Han and Tudai were waiting for further clear news. At this moment, Galileo was a little stiff and wanted to change his position to hug Luosha. But this made Han see Luo Sha's face. On the battlefield, Han had seen Luo Sha more than once. Although Luo Sha in front of him described it as haggard, Han could still recognize it as Luo Sha. This made him fall into contemplation. Feng Ying actually fell. Thinking of this, Han began to constantly make up for what had happened before in his mind. Finally, he understood. Luo Sha in front of him must have lost his combat effectiveness. Thinking of this, Han couldn't help but shine. Looking around, the Han murmured, "Want to come, should you all come?" In Han's view, he was not moving fast, but he had already arrived here early, so Cloud Shinobi and Konoha must have also arrived early. Since there are tripartite forces involved, Han decided to act boldly. Just do as he says, and Han directly exposed his figure and leapt towards Sand Shinobi. Although the Rock Shinobi ninjas hidden in the dark didn't know what Han was thinking about, they did not move a single move according to the previous order. And everyone at Sand Shinobi couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw Han's figure. Who? Several voices sounded. Hearing this question, Han waved his hands in the air and said, "Don't be nervous, I'm just here to see if you need help." Han said with a smile, although Sand Shinobi couldn't see this smile. "You are Five Tails Jinchuriki." At this moment, Sand Shinobi Jonin, who had seen Han on the battlefield, asked with some surprise. "What? No, he is Five Tails Jinchuriki. Why the Rock Shinobi people are here?" Everyone at Sand Shinobi immediately began to discuss. But no one gave way between the discussions. This makes Han's complexion a little ugly. At this moment, Chio's voice sounded. "Let him come over," Chio said in a cold voice. Hearing Chio's order, the surrounding Sand Shinobi ninjas were taken aback for a moment, and then they all frowned. "Elder Thousand Generations, can't let him come." One of Jonin directly persuaded him painfully. Hearing this, Chio said with a cold expression, "I said, let him come." Everyone at Sand Shinobi was unwilling to hear this. But what is the use of being unwilling? The command still needs to be executed. Han was also a little surprised when he heard Qiandai's order, and even thoughts of fraud arose in his heart. But the current situation is a bit hard to get under. If you turn around and leave now, I'm afraid the prestige that has taken so long to build will instantly collapse. Frowning, Han walked slowly towards Sand Shinobi's crowd. The group of Rock Shinobi hiding their figure behind Han couldn't help but shrink their pupils when they saw this scene. What does Master Han want to do? This question couldn't help but appear in everyone's mind. The Tudai in the distance was also taken aback when he saw the figure of Han. Five Tails Jinchuriki. Toshiro's face condensed. Rock Shinobi sent Jinchuriki directly, something that Toshiro did not expect. What does he want to do? Tudai couldn't help being filled with doubts. At this time, looking at the Han who was walking towards him and others, Qiandai was also full of doubts. This order was not actually given by her, but the order Ebizo asked her to give. Although it looks outrageous, Chio knows that Ebizo must have his purpose. This prompted her to give such an absurd order. After nearly 30 steps, Han's vigilance gradually relaxed. Although he could borrow the tail beast chakra to escape at any time. But this was surrounded by thousands of Jonin-level ninjas, and everyone looked at him with enthusiasm. This taste is naturally uncomfortable. The expression remained unchanged, and Han came to the front of Chio and others. Galileo held Luosha and looked at the man in front of him with a serious expression. The tall elite Jonin also looked at Han with cold eyes. Chio and Ebizo looked as usual. When he got closer, Han was finally able to determine that the man in Kaluura's arms was Luo Sha. "That's your Feng Ying, right?" Han said with a smile. Seeing Han's smile, Galula couldn't help feeling a bit cold, and held Luo Sha in his arms tighter. And the others are all looking a little ugly. Only Ebizo's face remained unchanged. No one could tell what he was thinking from the look in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Han couldn't help but brighten his eyes. He knew that his guesses were already inseparable. The power of Luosha, Chio and Ebizo in front of them is running out. Thinking of this, Han's mood was completely relaxed. If there are cage-level characters, plus the thousands of Sand Shinobi Jonin in front of him, even if he is completely tailed, it is estimated that he will not escape death. But if there are only thousands of Sand Shinobi Jonin right now, he who is completely beastly-tailed is enough to move freely. This also made him bolder. 5 Tails Jinchuriki of Rock Shinobi. What are you doing here? The tall elite Jonin asked. Han Wenyan smiled and said, You Sand Shinobi's big moves, our Lord Onoki is worried. When he said this, the tone of Han was a bit yin and yang. All the people present felt a little uncomfortable. Then you can see it now, we are just doing exercises, you can go. The tall elite Jonin said coldly. Hearing this, Han shook his head and said, If it is a drill, I would naturally leave without saying a word and turn around. I am afraid that Sand Shinobi is the one who is hiding the evil heart and treating us as fools. You, Jonin, the tall elite, was a little annoyed. I wanted to do it before I stepped forward. All the thousands of Sand Shinobi Jonin behind Han took a step forward. The momentum is huge, but the more you do this, the more guilty the Sand Shinobi ninjas become. When Han saw this scene, he was secretly delighted. Because he thought of a possibility. If 4th Cage, Chio and Ebizo can stay here, then Sand Shinobi will be self-defeating. The country of the earth is only one step away from the country of the wind. If the country of the wind can be occupied, the country of the earth will instantly become one of the 5 largest countries in Daxia. But what he didn't expect was that Ebizo suddenly stretched out his hand to hold back the tall Sand Shinobi elite Jonin. Okay, Sha Lu Wan. Hearing Ebizo's words, Shalumaru nodded, and took a few steps back with a gloomy expression. When Ebizo saw this, he turned his head and said to Han very calmly, I think Onogi's task is for you to check our purpose, Sand Shinobi, right? Seeing Ebizo's confident appearance, Han frowned slightly. If Ebizo is very angry, he can basically be sure that the Sand Shinobi in front of him must have no resistance. But Ebizo's performance made him somewhat unpredictable. For the Han in front of him, Ebizo had actually seen his information a long time ago. The 5 Tails Jinchuriki described in the intelligence is a strong character, but he is too cautious. The 4 words, too cautious, have always been in Ebizo's heart. This also made Ebizo very clear in his mind how to deal with Han, this kind of person. If you cannot understand the hearts of the people, it will naturally not be enough to support Ebizo's plan. Hearing Ebizo's question, Han frowned and did not immediately answer Ebizo's words. When Ebizo saw this, he couldn't help but shook his head and said, Onoki should have sent you here. You are very cautious, and you try step by step, and then get the information you want from our response. But you seem to have forgotten a little. Hearing this, Han couldn't help his eyes condensed. What do you mean? Han didn't understand. We have been here for a long time. Ebizo smiled. When Han heard this, his pupils shrank. Of course he knew the meaning of this. Thousands of people have been here for such a long time, even if any means are arranged, it is incredible. On the side, Gerwelo and the tall Shaluan couldn't help but reveal a strange look. The Han in front of them didn't know if they had arranged the means, but they themselves knew what the means came from. Of course, they are not fools, and will not break Ebizo's methods at this time. Everyone looked at Han with cold expressions. Seeing this scene, Han felt even more sure that these people in front of him must have arranged some means. He cursed in his heart. A group of lunatics. With this situation in front of him, he could only curse secretly in his heart. Do not dare to do it. Elder Ebizo joked, how could I hold this kind of thought? It's just that I am a person who is naturally enthusiastic and likes to help others. Han's face suddenly showed a sincere smile. Hearing what Han said, Ebizo smiled and said, as a famous ninja of Rock Shinobi, I naturally believe in your words. If it's okay, please. At this time, Han had already fallen into the pit set by Ebizo for him. As long as he is less cautious, I am afraid that Ebizo's methods will not work. Han heard that, with a smirk on his face, nodded and said, okay, it seems that you really don't need any help. After speaking, he wanted to turn around and leave. But at this moment, a familiar figure fell on the ground. This made Ebizo frown, but Han stopped his footsteps and looked at the incoming person. It turns out that 5 Tails Jinchuriki of Rock Shinobi is a coward. Toshiro said with a smile. The visitor was Toshiro, who had just watched this scene from a distance. Toshiro originally planned to see the situation clearly before coming out. But after seeing Han chatting with a few people, his expression changed again and again. He knew in his heart that Han must have been pinched by Ebizo. Toshiro is very clear about Ebizo. On the battlefield, the two have fought no less than 10 times on the basis of strategy alone. Naturally, I know that Ebizo is best at making fun of people. Ebizo knew about 5 Tails Jinchuriki's information, and Toshiro naturally knew it. Strong, but overly cautious. Obviously, Han has fallen into Ebizo's trap. How could Toshiro, who had originally thought about driving away wolves and devouring tigers, could just leave with such a powerful combat power? Toshiro, who couldn't help but jumped out. Hearing Tudai's unceremonious words, Han frowned slightly. It turned out to be Tudai. Before Han could reply, Ebizo had already spoken. Seeing Ebizo speak, Toshiro naturally knew what the old guy was holding back. If Ebizo takes over the conversation, I am afraid the wrangling will be endless. Thinking of this, Toshiro directly said to Han with a cold expression, 4K's Cage has no fighting capacity right now, and these two old guys are obviously bluffing, but you were scared by Ebizo's words. Han said this for a moment, and then his face was a little gloomy. Can you be sure that they don't have any back then? Han asked with a calm face. Hearing what Han said, Tudai was slightly weaker at first. But then he laughed straight out. Ha ha ha, you were deceived by this kind of kid trick. If they really had the means, they would have used it a long time ago, how could they still tell you, so that you have a defensive heart? Woolen cloth. Hearing this, Han frowned and suddenly felt that it was the truth. On the side, Galileo and Shilumaru's expressions changed slightly, and Ebizo's methods were guessed by Tudai, which made them feel a little flustered. But Ebizo's complexion remained unchanged, even smiling. What you said sounds really reasonable. But it has been used as a backhand. Naturally, it is a means of killing 1,000 and harming yourself. If you haven't completely confirmed that you are an enemy, then how can we fight to get hurt? Will you kill you? When Ebizo spoke, his expression was very natural, as if he was stating a fact. This time not only Han couldn't figure out his head, even Tudai frowned slightly. Based on his past experience, Ebizo is always imaginary and real, and he doesn't know where he will be called to arrange an unexpected operation. In the current situation, it would not be surprising if Ebizo really came up with a means. It can even be said to be something unexpected. The situation immediately reached a deadlock again. When Ebizo saw this, he smiled and shook his head again. Well, if you don't want to lose your life, please leave as soon as possible. Our tolerance is limited. Quote. As soon as the voice fell, a cold aura exploded from Ebizo's body. Ebizo at this time was unfathomable in the eyes of the Han and two dynasties, and was very jealous. In the eyes of Galileo and Shilumaru, he is a top actor. They never thought that acting could be used as a means to solve the struggle. This made the two of them stand watching, and even felt that Ebizo was a little scary in their hearts. If they faced such an enemy, they might be even worse than the Han and two dynasties in front of them. When Han and Tudai saw this, they couldn't help but glance at each other, and both saw the hesitation in each other's eyes. So they couldn't help but sink a little, arched their hands, and the two wanted to say goodbye. But at this moment, Jiraiya brought Konoha's ninjas to the battlefield. Looking at the huge gold dust castle, the Konoha shinobi, headed by Jiraiya, couldn't help but show a hint of wonder in their eyes. The huge golden cube fits tightly, leaving no gaps. Even if it was raining heavily, Yi was still shining. Seeing the seal technique on the gold dust castle, Jiraiya couldn't help but stunned. But he didn't think too much. Because Tan saw the people standing next to the gold dust city. Seeing such a lively scene, Jiraiya was taken aback at first, but then frowned. A few bunnies and cuckoos came to the front of a few people. Ebizo saw the arrival of Jiraiya and couldn't help but roar in his heart. FK, how come one by one? Jiraiya naturally didn't know what was going on. But he is on the side of reason. Glancing at the Sand Shinobi troop who couldn't see the head, Jiraiya suddenly said with a gloomy expression, I don't know what Elder Ebizo intends to bring the troop to the border. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Ebizo's expression remained the same, but he was thinking about countermeasures in his mind frantically. With just one more person, this variable has changed geometrically. At this time, Chiyo couldn't help it. Jiraiya, Konoha's madman was sent by you. Chiyo's voice was full of resentment. Hundreds of deaths are not a small number, let alone happen in front of their own eyes. How could the impulsive Chiyo see what he thought was the culprit? When Ebizo saw this scene, he felt bitter in his heart. He knew the current situation and couldn't cope with the countermeasures he thought of. Fortunately, he still has the last thought. That is to drive the wolf away. That's the only way then. Ebizo secretly said in his heart. Hearing Chiyo's words, Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment, then frowned and asked, Bai Yu. Have you seen Bai Yu? Chiyo saw Jiraiya who didn't know it, and couldn't help but get angry from his heart. Pointing directly at Jiraiya's nose and cursing, you're a premature boy. It's not Bai Yu you sent, how dare he come to our Sand Shinobi battlefield and wreak havoc. Premature aging boy. Hearing such a curse, Jiraiya was taken aback at first. But then he thought of his long white hair. Even his complexion became gloomy. And the people around couldn't help showing a smile on their faces. Attacking with physiological characteristics is indeed precise pain. It is inevitable that everyone finds it funny. You said Bai Yu was sent by me. Did he tell you? Where are the others? Jiraiya suppressed his anger. The purpose of his coming here is to know Sand Shinobi's purpose, and the other is to find where Bai Yu is. Jiraiya's problem is actually what the Han and two dynasties want to know. All they know, it is Bai Yu who caused the situation in front of him. They didn't see Bai Yu here, and they were a little confused. When Chiyo heard Jiraiya's words, he couldn't help but smile from side to side. Bai Yu. He is probably dead. What? Jiraiya couldn't help but his eyes widened. Then came anger. Where's the corpse? Where's his corpse? Jiraiya asked irritably. At this time, Ebizo finally spoke. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the gold dust city not far away and said, it is still uncertain whether he is dead or not, but we have sealed him off. Hearing Ebizo's words, everyone couldn't help but cast their eyes on the huge pure golden cube. The placer gold castle is covered with black runes, which looks spectacular and mysterious. Han and Tudai couldn't help but nodded when they saw this, showing a clear look. When Jiraiya saw this, his eyes flashed and he had a decision in his heart. I quickly squeezed a seal in his hand, which is the seal of body flicker technique. In the next moment, Jiraiya disappeared from everyone's eyes. Then it appeared on top of the placer gold castle, attached to the surface of the placer gold castle with chakra. Begin to carefully observe the seal of the great funeral. Not good. Chio and Galora and Shilumaru couldn't help but cried out. But Ebizo was there, as if he hadn't seen this scene. Seeing that Chio was about to stop Jiraiya immediately, Ebizo directly grabbed Chio and shook his head at her. Seeing Ebizo shaking his head at him, Chio was anxious, but he didn't want to go his own way. Although she didn't say anything about her younger brother's strategy, she admired her from the bottom of her heart. Seeing Chio giving up to stop Jiraiya, Ebizo breathed a sigh of relief. If Chio enters in disorder, his plan may really not be completed. Do you just watch Jiraiya rescue their Konoha genius like this? Ebizo turned his head directly and said to Han and Tudai. Hearing Ebizo's words, Han couldn't help frowning. But Toshiro smiled disdainfully. It is clear now that Ebizo just wants to use them as guns. Only Ebizo's next words directly changed their minds. This Bai Yu is not an ordinary genius. At the age of 13, he can force me, Chio, and Luasha to the point of using the whole cards. If Jiraiya is asked to rescue him, I am afraid that in a few years, your Raikage will no longer be his opponent. At that time, I am afraid that the entire ninja world will be nothing more than a bag for Konoha. Ebizo shook his head a little while talking. It looks like it's really emotional. Hearing Ebizo's words, both Han and Tudai looked a little dignified. Because they knew that most of what Ebizo said was true. This move is very obvious, it is a real scheming. This made the two of them stand in place and start weighing the pros and cons. Ebizo did not urge or add any fire. He is not in a hurry at all, because he knows Get Zhao that the two people in front of him will definitely make a move. As for whether Jiraiya will break the seal technique during this period, he is not worried at all. Because he knows that although Jiraiya has learned some sealing techniques, he just knows what it is and doesn't know it. Even if this great burial seal is not very complicated, it will take at least several hours for Jiraiya to find a way to break it. After a long time, Han finally made up his mind. He shook his body and appeared next to Jiraiya in an instant. Konoha's crazy ghost, don't be so anxious. Your Konoha genius won't necessarily die in such a short while. Han stood beside Jiraiya and said. Hearing what Han said, Jiraiya couldn't help but said with a gloomy face, Are you sure you want to stop me? When Han saw this, the corner of his mouth hooked and said, I just want to tell you the old times. We haven't spoken well on the battlefield. When Jiraiya heard this, she farted. At this time, Toshiro, who was thinking about it, also came back to his senses. The body shook and came to Han's side. At this time, they were obviously on the side. Looking at Jiraiya, who was still groping for the seal, Toshiro stepped forward. A very serious face said to Jiraiya, Don't be so eager, we haven't figured out the whole story yet. Are you Konoha madman, right or wrong, life or death or something else? Jiraiya looked at the two people in front of him and couldn't help but look a little ugly. At this moment, Galula, Chio and Tsurumaru on the ground were all a little dumbfounded. What is this? Commanders of Five Tails Jinchurikika and Cloud Shinobi confront Jiraiya in a few words. The image of Ebizo instantly turned into a somewhat terrifying image in their hearts. And the thousands of Jonin behind them all showed relief in their eyes. At this time, their hatred for Konoha was naturally extremely strong. The trauma that Bai Yu caused to them is still vivid. Jiraiya, standing on the gold dust castle, looked at these people in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. As if he was fighting against the whole world at this time. Because she was standing sideways on top of the gold dust castle, the rain quickly wet all of Jiraiya's body. A slight coolness passed from the surface of the body to Jiraiya's heart. At this time, Jiraiya began to think about whether to save Bai Yu. If Bai Yu is forced to save Bai Yu, the Konoha shinobi he brought with him will most likely be folded here. And he himself might die. But if Bai Yu is saved and allowed to practice for several years in the rear, there is a great chance that all wars will be ended. Judging from Bai Yu's various performances, he is very likely to reach the level of Senju Hashirama. If there is another ninja god in this world, the war that has lasted for decades may completely disappear. After thinking slightly, Jiraiya made a decision in his mind. Save. I must be saved. Not only for the ninja world in the future, he also likes Bai Yu alone. All day long is either practicing or performing tasks. This kind of person is Jiraiya Zhongmu, pure and self-disciplined. These are all qualities that he doesn't have. People's liking is often the same as liking other people's advantages that they don't have. Now that it had been decided, Jiraiya did not hesitate. All Konoha shinobi, those who understand seal art quickly find out the flaws for me. Bai Yu must be rescued today. Jiraiya's voice was trembling even in the torrential rain. The people on Sand Shinobi's side were angry when they heard this, and were a little angry at Jiraiya's words. The ninjas on Konoha's side all looked cold. They knew that the time had come for them to dedicate themselves. Raise soldiers for 1,000 days and use soldiers for a while. Even if they die right here, they don't hesitate. Ebizo, Chio, Gorora, and Shilumaru all couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Jiraiya's absolute is a bit unbelievable for them. If it were them, they would never make such a decision. Just like Konoha, thousands of people, plus a tail beast Jinchuriki, in front of the army commander. Not even a trace of spray can be turned over. At this time, they don't know what to say about Jiraiya. But Jiraiya's decision also let them know that Konoha madman is definitely more important than they thought in Konoha's eyes. I'm afraid that Bai Yu's Neng Nai is not only as simple as they see it. At this time, the Han who was facing Jiraiya heard Jiraiya's order and shook his head and said, "Don't blame me if you were looking for death." Chapter 82 No Self-Sword Spirit. As soon as the voice fell, Han rushed towards Jiraiya. When Tashiro on the side saw this, he smiled and jumped away. Han's corner of the eye saw it, and he secretly complained, "Old fox." At this time, Jiraiya has no time to think about other things. Because the pressure from the Han in front of him was strong enough. With his hands quickly forming seals, Jiraiya directly spit out an extremely condensed flame bomb from his mouth. Fire-style flame bomb. Seeing this scene, Han couldn't help but change his face. Jiraiya's fire style had long been famous on the battlefield. The fire style of Jiraiya is completely different from the fire style of others. Ordinary fire style can be completely resisted by water style, but Jiraiya's fire style can directly evaporate water. If the human body is stained, it is just like the bones, don't stop scorching the bones. This can be regarded as Jiraiya's secret technique. Using chakra's oil, and then using fire to ignite, the power is several times greater than the ordinary fire style. Boom. An extremely loud eruption sounded. Han directly used his steam armor to erupt, flashing the flame bomb attack in front of him at an extremely fast speed. Boom. The flame attack missed and landed directly on the ground, covering a radius of tens of meters. Even under the downpour, it is still burning. Seeing this scene, Han who fell aside couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Only then did he know why Jiraiya was called Konoha's Sannin. Jiraiya, who doesn't seem to be overpowering, is actually very powerful. This also made Han's attitude towards Jiraiya serious. The people around couldn't help but show shock when they saw that the flame bombs that fell on the ground were still burning. The previous questioning of Jiraiya's decision suddenly changed. I even faintly felt something bad in my heart. Jiraiya won't really be able to rescue Bai Yu, right? Chiyo and Ebizo couldn't help but their faces sank when they saw this scene. At this time, 10 or so Konoha shinobi were all standing on top of the gold dust castle. Seeing this scene, Shilumaru couldn't help taking a step forward, wanting to step forward to stop Konoha shinobi. But he didn't expect Ebizo to reach out and stop him. Shilumaru couldn't help turning his head to look at Ebizo with some doubts. When Ebizo saw this, he shook his head and said, "We don't need to take action, now Five Tails Jinchuriki is hard to ride a tiger." Hearing what Ebizo said, Shilumaru couldn't help frowning. He did not understand what Ebizo said. But after so many ups and downs, he has been inclined to trust Ebizo unconditionally. So he obeyed Ebizo's words and stopped his steps to watch the changes. The surrounding Sand Shinobi ninjas saw Ebizo pull back Shilumaru, and all frowned and suppressed the idea of wanting to shoot. Unsurprisingly, now that Han has already shot at this time, naturally he will not let Jiraiya achieve his goal. Turning his head, Han directly said loudly, "Everyone listens to the order. Stop Konoha from saving people." Hearing Han's words, all those rock shinobi who were hiding their figure jumped out of the secret. Then he rushed towards the battlefield with a momentum. Jiraiya and many Konoha shinobi people couldn't help frowning when they saw this scene. Obviously, dozens of people in rock shinobi are Jonin, and Konoha is also Jonin, but there are only a dozen. The outcome of this battle is obvious, and it is bound to be defeated. But none of the Konoha shinobi at this time flinched. 3 Konoha shinobi who know the seal technique are left behind to study the seal technique on the gold dust castle. The other 10 Konoha shinobi ninjas took out their ninjas and rushed towards the rock shinobi ninjas. When Han saw this scene, his face couldn't help but show a sneer. Jiraiya is very serious. Turning his head, Jiraiya knew that only by quickly defeating the Han in front of him could he free up his hands to help those Konoha shinobi. It is naturally impossible to change the situation by dreaming here. Then fight quickly, Jiraiya said with a cold expression. Hearing what Jiraiya said, Han snorted coldly, "Quick battle and quick decision. Then see if you have the ability." Jiraiya didn't talk nonsense with Hando when he heard the words, and quickly sealed the seal with both hands and said, "Summoning technique." Boom. A huge smoke rose up, and a silhouette like a hill appeared in front of everyone. "What's the matter, Jiraiya? Is there another fight?" Toad Wen Tai-ern asked in a loud voice. Jiraiya said with a serious expression, "This time it's very troublesome, we need a quick fight." Hearing Jiraiya's words, Toadwin couldn't help but look around for a week. When he saw the Sand Shinobi unit with thousands of people not far away, his pupils shrank. "Are you sure you can beat it?" Toad Wentai's tone was a little unconfident. Thousands of ninjas are a bit too exaggerated. As a summoning beast, he is very strong, but when faced with a ninja army, he is also very weak. After all, the body is huge, and the movements are naturally slow. As long as the troops of thousands of people in front of him spread their forces to besiege it, he will soon become a toad if he wants to come. Jiraiya knew that Wen was too misunderstood, and said with shame, "Those people are just watching from the sidelines, the enemy is over there." While talking, Jiraiya stretched out his hand and pointed at Rock Shinobi's unit not far away. Toad Wen raised his eyes too much, and the Rock Shinobi troops only had dozens of people. "There's still more to fight," Toad Wen said with a sigh of relief. The people around couldn't help being a little surprised when they saw the Toad Wentai body shape. Standing on top of Bunta's head, Jiraiya was almost as high as the placer of gold. "You seem to have forgotten something, Jiraiya." At this moment, Han's voice suddenly sounded from the side of the V***************. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't help frowning and looked at Han. Han's eyes were very cold at this time, and he was very upset about Jiraiya's underestimation of his posture. Without thinking, seeing Jiraiya cast his gaze on him, Han quickly nodded his hands and said, Earth-style Earth Dragon Ball. A dragon head made of mud appeared beside Han, and then suddenly spit out several mud bombs and attacked Jiraiya, who was standing on top of Wentai's head. Jiraiya frowned when she saw this, and quickly nodded her hands and said, Water-style Water Dragon Bomb. Then a dragon-shaped water column flew towards the mud bomb from his mouth. In this rainy environment, Jiraiya's water-style ninjutsu has been slightly strengthened. Directly flush the mud bombs clean. When Han saw this, he couldn't help but snorted, he is not a fool, and it is not very friendly to Earth-style ninjutsu on rainy days. The body shook directly, and the whole person disappeared in the same place. When he reappeared, he was already high in the sky. Boyle's style is so powerful. Rumble. Like the roar of a train, Han's steam armor screamed. Then the whole person rushed to Jiraiya. At this time, the direct distance between the two was too close, and Jiraiya was too late to complete the seal. Toad Wen-tu naturally knew that it was not good when he saw it. He tried his best to take out his broken blade and attack Han. It's just that his body is too large, and it is too late to block Han. When Jiraiya saw this, his expression remained unchanged. The right hand stretched out directly. There was a strange sound. The Azure Rasengan appeared in his palm in an instant. But Han's attack can be seen very powerful even with the naked eye, but ordinary Rasengan is naturally unstoppable. Chakra surged wildly, and the Rasengan in Jiraiya's hand instantly became very huge. Big Ball Rasengan. When Han saw this, his expression changed, but it was too late to recruit. The feet wrapped in steam armor collided fiercely with Jiraiya's Big Ball Rasengan. A strong light flashed, and Han was directly bounced off by the heavy rain Rasengan. The steam armor on that foot also shattered at the sound. But Jiraiya stood firmly on top of Toad Bunta's head. There was nothing wrong with Jiraiya, but Hawentai felt a tear on the top of her head. The soles of Jiraiya's feet were covered with chakra, which was attached to the top of Toad Wenta's head, and the huge force was absorbed by Wenta's scalp. Fortunately, Toad Wentai's skin was still tough, and it was not easily torn by this force. Good chance. Seeing Han flying upside down, Jiraiya cried out in his heart. Wentai. Toad oil flame bomb preparation. Jiraiya exclaimed. The voice was so loud that the expression of Han who fell on the ground couldn't help but change. Although he didn't know the power of this ninjutsu, he knew that the power of ninjutsu in cooperation with such a huge summoning beast was definitely not small. Without thinking about it, Han directly formed a seal in his hand and used the body flicker technique to escape. But in fact, Jiraiya's words are not for Han, but for Konoha shinobi who are rushing towards Rock Shinobi. As a unit that has been behind Jiraiya for a long time, I have naturally experienced the combined ninjutsu of Jiraiya and Toad Bunta. Hearing Jiraiya yelling, Toad oil flare, everyone in Konoha shrank their pupils. Everyone fell directly to the ground. The Rock Shinobi ninjas who were thinking of Konoha shinobi rushing over were stunned when they saw this. But then they all changed a lot. Because at this time, Toad Wentai had already spit out a large ball of oil from his mouth. Jiraiya quickly spit out a fire-style ninjutsu with both hands. Directly ignite this ball of oil completely. A group of terrifying flames that could cover several kilometers directly rushed to the Rock Shinobi ninjas. These ninjas are not mediocre, naturally knowing that the huge fire-style ninjutsu in front of him can't escape. So everyone quickly nodded their hands and said, Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Dozens of huge earth walls scrambled to rise, directly blocking the people of Rock Shinobi. Boom. The huge flame directly covered the entire land. Even if it was raining heavily, everyone could feel an extremely hot feeling. This scene stunned everyone. They never thought that Jiraiya could be so strong. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen will rest assured to hand over the battlefield here to Jiraiya. Chiyo and Ebizo both looked gloomy when they saw this. Han, who was standing on the side, couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he saw this scene. If he hadn't avoided it at that time, he would have been roasted directly. After spitting out the oil in his mouth, Toad Man took a breath. This level of ninjutsu is considered a big move for it. At this time, the land, which stretched for thousands of meters, was enveloped by raging flames. The huge city wall composed of dozens of earth flow walls has only a few ruined walls. The dozens of Rock Shinobi ninjas hiding behind the dirt wall are now grouped together. Everyone on the periphery has been scorched. The remaining 10 or so people inside were all severely burned. Although he didn't face the flame directly, even the metal should melt at the center of such a huge flame. The impact of this tragic scene is too intuitive. All of the thousands of Sand Shinobi ninjas present were a little bit chilly. If this ninjutsu is coming towards them, I am afraid that not many will survive. At this time, seeing the death of the people he had brought so tragically, Han's anger surged in his heart. Jiraiya. The cry was like a cuckoo crying blood. Hearing Han's shout, Jiraiya couldn't help but frown and looked at Han. CACG. At this time, the Han has already opened Shikai's steam armor on his body. After the steam armor was broken, naturally there was no way to play its role. In this way, wearing it on the body is like a burden, and it also affects Han's movements. Might as well just take it off. Crack, click, I don't know what mechanism is in the steam armor. I saw Han move casually a few times, and the steam armor on his body was completely untied and fell to the ground. Han wore a black suit inside, and his face under his thick eyebrows was also very broad. After the armor was taken off, the tailed beast chakra surging out of Han's body, a tail appeared instantly behind him. The first stage of Jinchuriki, Baro chakra. Seeing Han's desperate appearance, Jiraiya sighed slightly. He knew that the Han in front of him must be full of firepower. Thinking of this, Jiraiya sighed and said to Wen Tai at his feet, "It's already possible, you can go back first, Wen Tai." Huh. Toad Wen was stunned when he heard Jiraiya's words. But then he sensed the outburst of Han's chakra not far away. Jinchuriki. Toad Wen too probably understands what Jiraiya means. His staying here would really hinder Jiraiya. Facing the tail beast, he still couldn't handle it. Thinking of this, Toad Wen nodded too much and said, "Okay." Then it turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Jiraiya naturally fell from the sky. Before landing, Han's figure appeared in front of Jiraiya. Jiraiya couldn't help but shrink his pupils when he saw the Han who was close at hand. At this moment, there is nowhere to borrow from the air, Jiraiya can only condense Rasengan and Han to attack. It just didn't come to mind. The punch Han handed out at random was just a companion attack, and the real attack was the other hand. Jiraiya's Rasengan fell directly, and the whole person was also flew out by Han Yi. Despite Chakra's protection, Jiraiya couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The power of Five Tails Chakra is too great. With mental arithmetic and unintentional, Jiraiya saw a face, and the internal organs suffered serious injuries. Despicable. The Konoha shinobi in the distance couldn't help gritting his teeth when he saw this scene. The Sand Shinobi troops not far away were relieved to see this scene. Just now Jiraiya's power, they faintly feel that Han is not Jiraiya's opponent. Seeing that Jiraiya was beaten into the air, a stone that they lifted from the bottom of their hearts also fell to the ground again. At this moment, Gallura suddenly asked Ebizo softly, "Should I kill those Konoha shinobi?" Galileo said while pointing at the three Konoha Jonin who were still studying the seal of the Great Funeral. Hearing what Galula said, Ebizo frowned and said, "They can't take this seal for the time being, let's take a look." Hearing this, Galileo nodded, letting go of the little thought in his heart. At this time, Jiraiya regrouped and rushed to Han again. The Han at the moment is not an invincible enemy for Jiraiya. He also has some means for Jinchuriki. When Han saw Jiraiya rushing towards him without fear, he couldn't help but a cruel smile came up at the corner of his mouth. He decided to let Jiraiya in front of him suffer hard and then die in pain. This is enough to comfort the dead rock shinobi ninjas he brought. Call out. Jiraiya raised his hand and threw out a kunai, which was extremely fast, but in the eyes of the Han who borrowed the tail beast chakra mode, this kunai was as fast as a snail crawling. Slightly tilted his head, Han escaped from this kunai. It's just that he didn't expect that Kumuto was tied with a steel wire. Upon seeing this, Jiraiya just pulled the wire lightly, and the kunai directly circling around Han's whole person. Han's brows wrinkled slightly, and the force surged to try to pull the wire away. Only at this time, Jiraiya had already sealed his hands and spit out an extremely fierce flame from his mouth. Fire-style dragon fire technique. An extremely condensed flame came straight at Han. Seeing fire style, which he still wanted to share, Han couldn't help but feel angry from his heart. With a hard effort, the steel wire on his body suddenly broke. With a slight movement under his feet, Han's figure disappeared before everyone's eyes. On the other hand, Jiraiya shrank his pupils and looked around, trying to find Han's figure. It's just too late at this time. Han's figure instantly appeared in front of Jiraiya, stepping on the muddy ground. Han made a straight fist, chakra surged wildly, and his powerful fist came into close contact with Jiraiya's face. Boom. With a loud noise, Jiraiya was directly knocked into the air. But Han's face did not show any joy. Instead, he frowned. Because he could feel that he was not hitting the flesh. Sure enough, Jiraiya, who was shot out, turned into a clay figure in the air. Soil clone. Han couldn't help his pupils shrink when he saw this. It's just too late to react at this time. The Jiraiya body not far away has already been taken with both hands, and an earth-style yellow spring marsh has appeared at Han's feet. Han's heavy body immediately sank. With a slight movement of his feet, Han jumped into the sky. And Jiraiya's Naruto ninja has already arrived. Fire-style flame bomb. Snapped. The flame bullet hit Han's body severely. This shocked everyone present. As the battle over, Galula muttered. Everyone can see the power of flame bombs. If the body receives the inflammation bullet, there must be no possibility of survival. Only in the next moment, they clearly knew why Jinchuriki was so valued by the village. Boom. The scarlet chakra appeared directly on the surface of Han's body. The five tails kept swinging behind Han. Han at this time didn't look like a person anymore. The scarlet chakra completely enveloped him, and the flame of the flaming bullet could not help him. An extremely powerful momentum soared into the sky. Everyone couldn't help but be frightened. When Jiraiya saw this scene, his brows were frowned, and he kept thinking about countermeasures. It's just that Han now doesn't seem to want to give Jiraiya a chance anymore. The body shook, leaving behind a phantom in the same place, but in a blink of an eye, he came to Jiraiya's face. Boom. Jiraiya had no time to react and was knocked into the air. The blood wine headed into the sky, and Jiraiya flew directly out of 100 meters. Wow, the muddy ground was directly plowed into a ravine. Jiraiya was already covered in mud and blood soaked her body, and she had lost her combat effectiveness. At this time, Jiraiya hadn't learned the magic, speed and strength couldn't keep up with the half-tailed Jinchuriki. If it is to follow the army to deal with the tail beast, with his master's several sealing techniques, it will still be difficult to win against Jinchuriki. But let him fight head-on with the half-tailed Jinchuriki, he couldn't help it. The dozen or so Konoha Jonin in the distance couldn't help being shocked when they saw this, and directly gave up attacking the rock shinobi ninja in front of him, and hurried to Jiraiya's side. At this time, Jiraiya was panting, and said in his heart, "It's over." He understands that once he falls, it is hopeless to save Bai Yu. The three Konoha shinobi who were studying Dazang Fengying stopped their actions when they saw this scene. He flew directly in front of him and wanted to save Jiraiya. Seeing this scene in the distance, Toshiro smiled at the corner of his mouth, as if he was very satisfied with the scene in front of him. Sand Shinobi's side also showed a look of comfort. Wow, the half-tailed man came directly to Jiraiya. Looking at Jiraiya in front of him, Han's heart was also very relieved. Although he wanted to kill Jiraiya on the spot, he had made up his mind before that he must torture Jiraiya severely. Seeing the Han who was close at hand, Jiraiya couldn't help showing a wry smile. At this time, the three nearest Konoha shinobi were knotted with both hands, and each released an ninjutsu to attack the Han. Fire-style giant fire dragon technique. Wind-style vacuum sphere. Earth-style sky drop cover. Dragon-shaped flames, several wind-style light waves, a huge pot lid. Although these ninjutsus are different, they are very powerful. When Han saw this, he couldn't help but stepped back. The three Konoha Jonin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Luo Sha in Kaluora's arms suddenly woke up. "Is it raining?" Luo Sha murmured. Hearing Luosha's voice in his arms, Galula couldn't help but smile. "Are you awake, Luosha? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Galora asked immediately with concern. The surrounding Chio, Ebizo and Shilumaru could not help being surprised when they heard this. Turned his head to look at Luo Sha's face. Confirming that Luo Sha really woke up, all three of them showed joyful expressions. Sand Shinobi Jonin, who was standing behind the four, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Master Fengying is awake. Master Fengying is awake. In addition to being happy, everyone did not forget to pass the news to the ninja behind. Hearing that Luo Sha woke up, all Sand Shinobi ninjas seemed to have found the backbone, and their hearts were much settled. "It's fine if you wake up, and it's fine if you wake up." A smile appeared on Chio's face. When Ebizo saw Luo Sha wake up, the pressure in his heart dropped sharply, and the commanding authority was indeed under pressure. "How is the situation?" Luo Sha shook his head and tried to stand up. Hearing Luosha, Galileo began to inform Luosha about what happened during this period. At the same time, the three Konoha shinobi were dying of severe injuries from the beast of a half-tailed Han. Jiraiya, who had lost his mobility, couldn't help but sigh softly as he watched this scene. Bai Yu was not saved, he and others are going to die here too. Luo Sha combined with the news she heard, watching the scene before her, frowning slightly. Then he said loudly, "Kill all the Konoha shinobi." Oh, hearing Luosha's words, the group of Jonin behind him all cheered. Then the army pressed on and rushed towards the remaining 10 Konoha shinobi. Such a grand scene made the complexion of a dozen Konoha shinobi all changed. But no one stopped their steps and wanted to save Jiraiya. When Han saw the movements of Sand Shinobi's army, he couldn't help frowning. Thousands of Jonin troops, even he has to retreat. When Toshiro saw this scene, he felt that the battle before him had already settled. The ninjas who wanted to take Cloud Shinobi evacuated after shaking their heads. At this moment, the sealing technique above the huge gold dust city suddenly flashed a light. It is very conspicuous under the dark clouds. This makes everyone can't help but stop their actions. What is that? Everyone is a little surprised. When Luo Sha saw this, she gritted her teeth and said, "It's really the Xiaoqiang of immune to death. She's still struggling." The voice just fell. The sealing technique burst out with a burst of light. Then it slowly dissipated like ashes. Boom. A huge slash wave pierced directly through the placer gold city. Bai Yu's figure appeared in the sky. It's finally out. Bai Yu smiled. It's just that before he relaxes, he sees a tragic scene in front of him. Jiraiya fell into the mud with blood. 3 ninjas wearing Konoha forehead protector were scattered on the battlefield, and they had obviously lost the battle. The most powerful 5 tails Jinchuriki is very conspicuous. A dozen Konoha shinobi were still not far away watching this scene dumbfounded. Frowning his brows and thinking about it, Bai Yu probably understood what was going on in an instant. His complexion sank, and a wave of anger surged into his heart. Ebizo and Chio looked bitterly at the figure of Bai Yu in the sky. They exhausted all they could but sealed Bai Yu for less than an hour. This huge gap in their hearts makes them somewhat unacceptable. When Luo Sha saw this, he wanted to control the placer gold city to launch an attack on Bai Yu. It's just that he suddenly found that chakra in his body was dripping. With a wry smile, Luo Sha raised her hand and said loudly, "Everyone. Evacuate." What? Upon hearing Luo Sha's order, many Sand Shinobi were a little puzzled. Even if Bai Yu in front of him is a cage-level powerhouse, it is impossible to withdraw without a fight. It's just that Luosha is their wind shadow, and this command won't work. Sparsely, Everyone reluctantly retreated back. And Luasha was led by Galileo and jumped together. Seeing Sand Shinobi's obedient withdrawal, Bai Yu felt a little regretful in his heart. Thousands of Jonin, if you kill them all, Bai Yu will be able to become a Buddha. But what Bai Yu wants to kill most right now is not the Sand Shinobi ninja. It's the Five Tails Jinchuriki in front of me. Obviously, Jiraiya and the three Konoha Shinobi were all injured by the Five Tails Jinchuriki in front of them. Feeling Bai Yu's killing intent, the Han on the ground couldn't help frowning slightly. If the Bai Yu in front of him is really as strong as Ebizo said, he may not be able to beat Bai Yu yet. Just before he could retreat, Bai Yu's figure disappeared in front of him. Seeing this scene, Han couldn't help but suddenly shrink his pupils. It's just too late. Sword Style 36 Trouble Wind. When the 36 Anxiety Wind proficiency reached 99%, Bai Yu launched an attack and had no move forward. Although the power will be a little bit worse without the front swing, it is not much worse. Armament Haki plus Vitality and Blood activation, the instant 36 Trouble Wind swept the Han directly. Crack, click, it's like the sound of a shredder rolling wood. The half-tailed man was directly swept by the slash wave that spanned nearly 100 meters. The thick-tailed beast Chakra's coat was directly tossed to pieces. Flesh and blood flew wildly, and he didn't know how many bones he had broken. A face-to-face cut the rampant Han into a severely wounded and dying state. Everyone opened their mouths wide, dumbfounded. Everyone at Sand Shinobi was completely shocked when they saw this scene. Only then did they understand why their shadow asked themselves and others to evacuate. This is completely because I don't want to wait for someone to kill my life. Sand Shinobi's footsteps all speeded up. Jonin's speed is of course needless to say, but he ran far away after a few breaths. But Toshiro was stunned when he saw this scene, and then a trace of fear appeared in his heart. Because he knew that what Ebizo said was not exaggerated at all, and even somewhat conservative. A dozen Konoha Shinobi people not far from Bai Yu couldn't help but stand upright when they saw this scene, and their footsteps stopped. Is that someone Jiraiya-sama desperately wants to save? No wonder you lose your life even if you lose it. I doubted Master Jiraiya's decision for a moment. It really shouldn't be. Although the Konoha Shinobi people had no objection to Jiraiya's desperate attempt to save Bai Yu's order. But why haven't you struggled in your heart? But now it seems that they misunderstood Jiraiya. The Bai Yu in front of him was worth saving even if he sacrificed the entire Konoha command post. But they didn't know that Jiraiya, who was lying on the ground unable to move, also looked dumbfounded. He wanted to save Bai Yu because of Bai Yu's potential, but he didn't realize that Bai Yu's strength has grown to such an exaggerated level. It's really scary. At this time, Bai Yu's heart was not good enough, but he swung a sword. The depression in my heart hasn't all been released yet. So he set his sights on the Sand Shinobi troops that had gone away. But seeing a dozen Konoha Shinobi people standing still, Bai Yu couldn't help but feel a headache. Hey, you guys, don't you come here, Bai Yu said loudly to the Konoha Shinobi who was not far away. After hearing Bai Yu's words, the Konoha Shinobi practitioners came back to their senses. Oh, everyone continued to gallop towards Jiraiya and the three Konoha Shinobi who were already lying down. Coming to the front, Jiraiya and the three Konoha Shinobi were lifted up and started to deal with the injuries. Bai Yu turned his head and looked at Sand Shinobi in the distance, posing a 36 Trouble Wind pose. Luo Sha in the distance couldn't help but her expression changed drastically when she saw this scene. No, disperse quickly, Luo Sha shouted loudly. Hearing Luo Sha's voice, many Sand Shinobi ninjas couldn't help but glance back. So an unforgettable scene appeared in front of them. A slash wave that penetrated the sky appeared in front of them. Sizzle. The entire Sand Shinobi force was directly penetrated. The sword light that stretches for thousands of meters is terrifying to the extreme. The Sand Shinobi ninjas involved in it are not even left. Seeing this scene, Toshiro hurriedly left with dozens of his subordinates without looking back. Those stunned Cloud Shinobi ninjas came back to their senses under the shaking of those around them. Everyone followed the Tudai to withdraw to their own territory. It's a pervert. Tudai couldn't help but vomit. He never thought that a 13-year-old boy would reach the height of their Raikage. Although he is not a cage-level character, it is like a passerby watching a professional game. The approximate level can be seen. Bai Yu is definitely a character comparable to 3rd Raikage. On the other side, Luo Sha escaped Bai Yu's record with the help of Galileo. Looking at the scene of corpses all over the field, Luo Sha's hatred of Bai Yu is already endless. But Bai Yu is very happy. At least more than 50 Sand Shinobi Jonin were killed by this knife, and more were severely injured and dying. The derivation points that originally had 20,000 left suddenly surged to more than 70,000. It's not far from the S-level ability. While happy, Bai Yu couldn't help frowning slightly. Because at this time his physical strength has almost bottomed out. The physical strength consumed by the 36 Trouble Wind is still too great. The Konoha Shinobi on the ground now looks at Bai Yu like a god. Some people have even appeared to worship. In the ninja world, it is very normal to worship the strong. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, an extremely powerful chakra burst out of the Han body in the distance. Chakra rushed out of the dying Han, and then turned into a giant white horse with special horns on its head. Completely beast-like, the Konoha Shinobi's expressions changed when they saw this scene. The whole ninja world knows how terrifying the completely tailed Jinchuriki is. My confidence in Bai Yu was slightly shaken. When Bai Yu saw this scene, he couldn't help frowning. But he didn't panic at all. Because with his stamina, he can at least use his full strength for 236 trouble wins. It is enough, or more than enough, to deal with the Five Tails Jinchuriki in front of me. But what Bai Yu didn't expect was that the Five Tails Jinchuriki in front of him had just completely turned into a beast before condensing a huge-tailed beast bomb in his mouth. It was released very quickly. This made Bai Yu's expression change. If he is just himself, he is naturally not afraid with his current strength. But behind him there are more than a dozen Konoha Shinobi, and Jiraiya who is seriously injured. Moreover, the purpose of this tailed beast bomb is obvious, and it is not released for Bai Yu. It was directed at Jiraiya and them. Even more exaggerated is that after releasing such a tailed beast bomb, Han ran away without looking back. Very fast. If you don't care about Jiraiya and the others on the ground, Bai Yu will naturally catch up, and maybe he can kill Five Tails Jinchuriki. But if Jiraiya and others on the ground were taken care of, Five Tails Jinchuriki would naturally run away without a trace. Boom. At this time, the tailed beast bomb has already plowed a huge gap in the ground. The muddy soil was overturned by a huge force, and shot out from both sides. Tailed beast bomb, as long as you have been on the battlefield for a long time, you have seen it more or less. The Konoha Shinobi on the ground have naturally seen them. Seeing the tailed beast bomb rushing towards themselves and others, everyone couldn't help but shrink their pupils, and then they smiled bitterly.
Because in their eyes, they were already sentenced to death for themselves and others. As for Bai Yu, they didn't even think about it. Block the tailed beast bomb, the tailed beast bomb will definitely explode. There must be no grass growing within a few kilometers. If Bai Yu doesn't leave, maybe he will stay here forever. Unable to move, Jiraiya couldn't help but sighed slightly in his heart when he saw this scene. At the last moment, the first thing that came to his mind was the pair of rabbits from Tsunade.
Of course, Jiraiya is not surprised that he can think of this. Because he recently started to conceive a novel, the name of this novel is "Intimate Paradise." At this time, Jiraiya didn't know that the book he conceived would be called A Strange Book in the Ninja World in the future. It's too late to think about anything. Jiraiya sighed inwardly. But the Konoha Shinobi people around him didn't have that much thought. Most people are thinking of their family or their loved ones. I'm sorry, I have to leave first. All the Konoha Shinobi closed their eyes and waited for death. At this moment, a voice called stomping on mud water resounded in their ears. Everyone couldn't help but look up. It turned out that Bai Yu fell in front of them. This made their pupils shrink. Don't be buried for us. Jonin, one of the elites, roared loudly. Hearing the voice of this elite Jonin, Bai Yu couldn't help feeling warm. But his complexion became more serious. Because if there is a slight deviation in his next movement, the people behind him will inevitably die. Bai Yu slowly exhaled a foul breath. Then his right hand was raised, and his left hand firmly grasped his right arm. Activation of Qi and Blood. Armament Haki. Without my sword spirit. Sword style 36 Trouble Wind. Boom. This slash was not released at the tailed beast bomb, but directly at the depths of the earth. Boom. The land nearly 100 meters square was lifted by Bai Yu. Chapter 83 Six King Spears. Shishong. The thick soil wraps the huge tailed beast bomb, and a soft force directly changes the straightforward trajectory of the tailed beast bomb. The trajectory lifted slightly upwards, and muddy water overflowed. The Konoha Shinobiers all watched the whole land fly over their heads in a daze. The muddy water fell like rain, hitting everyone's faces. Only Bai Yu's body surface was surrounded by thought power, and all the mud and water slipped from his body surface. Seeing the ground flying over his head, Bai Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because he knew that the immediate crisis had been resolved. The tailed beast bomb, which flew obliquely towards the sky, flew directly towards the thick dark cloud. Wow, as if a stone was thrown into the water, the whole area of dark clouds was rippling. This also makes the electrons react violently. Sizzle. A shining electric current appeared, directly hitting the surface of the tailed beast bomb. This also makes the balance of the inner core of tailed beast bomb yin and yang escape chakra immediately broken. With a strange sound, the entire tailed beast bomb collapsed and compressed, releasing an extremely dazzling light. Then came the loud noise all day long. Rumble. This made everyone in Bai Yu and Konoha close their eyes. Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi, who had gone away, also watched this scene blankly. Is that tailed beast bomb? Tudai muttered dully. When Han saw the tailed beast bomb he released, he didn't know why it went to the sky, so he could not help but curse, damn it, secretly. Although he hates Bai Yu very much, he dare not look back. Because Bai Yu's knife has already cut off his courage. Without looking back, Han had lost the courage to face Bai Yu. When Luo Sha saw this scene, the corners of her mouth were bitter, and then she looked at the dead Jonin corpses and some seriously injured people around her, and she regretted the arrangement she gave Bai Yu. If you didn't care about Genin's loss from the beginning, I'm afraid the next series of things won't happen. Sunagakur will not have such a huge loss. Shaking his head, Luo Sha didn't continue to think too much, and hurried back with the troops in front of him. Not long after, I saw Sand Shinobi's 20,000 troops. Nothing was said, the commanders of the respective teams just gave orders to retreat. Although Genin was a little confused among these, he still obeyed the order and followed all the troops to retreat. More than 20,000 sand shinobi left in embarrassment. At this time, Bai Yu frowned and looked up at the dark clouds that had disappeared in the sky. The sun shone, hitting Konoha's faces, and a warm feeling emerged. The rain stopped at this moment. As if all the haze disappeared at this moment. It's just that the nearly 50-meter deep pit in front of me seems to show something. Turning his head, Bai Yu looked at Jiraiya, who had been completely wrapped in a string, and made a tick at the corner of his mouth. At this time, he felt that the world didn't seem to be that bad. Looking up at the direction Sand Shinobi and Han were leaving, Bai Yu's expression became serious. At this moment, he really has a goal. Of course, revenge is not at the moment. At this time, Bai Yu really has no extra physical strength. Although it has been deduced, no Mi sword spirit. But this will not restore his physical strength. With continuous use of the full power of 36 treble winds, Bai Yu is already close to the limit. This, no self sword spirit, is not something in the film and television works. It comes from a game played by Bai Yu in the previous life, and is the passive skill of one of the characters, Sword God. It is a passive skill that can increase basic attack power and skill attack. In the game, this skill has an upper limit, and the upper limit is still relatively low. But in the system, the upper limit of this skill is extremely high. The elementary level can increase the base attack power and skill attack power by 38%. If Bai Yu's sword energy attack power released by the sword hero is 1, then the primary selfless sword energy can increase this attack power to 1.38. If 36 anxiety winds attack power is also 1, then under the increase of Wume Janshi, it can reach 1.38. Add the 2 and add 1.38 to 1.38 and that is 2.76. Therefore, the passive increase is not nearly 40% as it seems on the surface, but nearly 80%. And since Wume Janshi is the ability in the game, the increase does not stop at swordsmanship. All attacks on Bai Yu have increased. Ninjutsu, illusion, occult and even physical skills have increased significantly. And 38% is just the primary form, and the intermediate selfless sword energy can double on this basis, reaching 76%. The advanced form is 152%. The base attack power plus the skill attack power, that is to say, the increase of 152% is 304%. Directly increase the strength of 3 times out of thin air, this is the pervert of this skill. But the growth of this skill is different from all the others. As long as you practice other skills, you can continue to grow. However, passive skills require skill points to grow. This skill point can be exchanged for deduction points, but a little skill point requires a full 10,000 deduction points. Thinking of this, Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head. Without thinking too much, I dissipated my thoughts. With a slight movement of his feet, Bai Yu came to Konoha's people, and then directly picked up Jiraiya on his back. The other 3 Konoha shinobi who were seriously injured were also carried by others. The group began to walk towards the Konoha command post. It didn't take long for Bai Yu and his group to return to the Konoha command post. The group brought the 4 injured Jiraiya to the medical department. Yakushi no and all the medical ninjas couldn't help but their expressions changed. They rushed forward and separated the 4 Jiraiya into compartments to start treatment. Under the superb medical skills of these medical ninjas, Jiraiya and others quickly recovered to the point where they could speak. Right now they can only wait for their bodies to heal themselves. After sending Jiraiya and others over, Bai Yu did not leave, but waited for Yakushi Nanoyu's notice. How's it going? After seeing Yakushi Nanoyu come out, Bai Yu frowned and asked her. Yakushi Nanoyu naturally knew that Bai Yu was worried about Jiraiya's condition. So he smiled at Bai Yu and said, "It's okay anymore, don't worry." Hearing Yakushi Nanoyu's words, Bai Yu felt relieved. Although he is studying medical ninjutsu recently, it is still impossible for him to judge the situation for serious injuries like Jiraiya. Instead of chatting with Yakushi Nanoyu, Bai Yu opened the curtain and walked in. Bai Yu. Lying on the bed, Jiraiya's eyes were dizzy. Seeing Bai Yu's figure, Jiraiya immediately recovered. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu nodded and asked, "Are you okay?" Jiraiya smiled bitterly when he heard the words, "It's okay, it shouldn't be a big problem." In fact, Jiraiya also felt a little funny at this time. He obviously went to save Bai Yu. He didn't expect that he could not be saved, but he almost died. Even in the end, he was saved by someone who was supposed to be saved. You can listen to it as a joke. But for this matter, Jiraiya was even more curious about how Bai Yu was sealed. Thinking of this, Jiraiya asked, "How can you confront Luasha and the others? Didn't I say not to carry out mass killings?" Hearing what Jiraiya said, Bai Yu smiled and said, "This matter is a long story. After a long time, it turned out to be like this, and you can't be blamed." Jiraiya couldn't help shook his head. Bai Yu smiled and nodded. He hadn't thought about the mass slaughter of Sand Shinobi ninjas. It's just that their habit of making people if they can't beat them is destined to give them away one by one. Of course, this is also because Bai Yu is an exception. If Bai Yu does not hang, it is estimated that he will be killed directly. Jiraiya and others will also be buried. Back in his tent, the news gradually spread, and everyone's eyes looking at Bai Yu began to become a little inexplicable. Bai Yu used to be nothing more than a genius in their eyes. Now Bai Yu has become a real powerhouse in their eyes. I am afraid that no one in the entire command post is his opponent. Just after Bai Yu washed and changed into clean clothes, Yurihong appeared. Bai Yu, I heard that you played against 4th Cage. There was a slight shock in Shi Raihong's eyes. If the news is true, the meaning is completely different. Hearing Shi Raihong's words, Bai Yu opened his arms. Ta Raihong's face turned red when she saw this. She looked left and right, quietly, and found that there was no one around, and Shi Raihong got into Bai Yu's arms. Bai Yu felt the warmth in his arms, nodded and said, "It's true." Hearing Bai Yu's words, Ta Raihong was startled at first, then smiled. For Bai Yu's strength, she is naturally happy. This aspect also proved her vision. More than fighting, if it weren't for Chio and Ebizo, I'm afraid I would have killed Luasha. Bai Yu thought to himself in his heart. Slowly stroking the red hair, Bai Yu enjoyed this hard-won moment of tenderness on the battlefield. At this moment, a scorching footstep came into the ears of Bai Yu and Shi Raihong. Before seeing the figure, Morino Ibiki's voice passed through. Bai Yu, I heard that you beat 4th Cage. You also beat 5 Tails. Morino Ibiki walked closer and found that Bai Yu and Yurihong were hugging each other. He couldn't help being speechless. Bai Yu didn't show much performance, but Yurihong directly raised her brows and stared at Morino Ibiki. Seeing this scene, Morino Ibiki naturally knew that he had disturbed the tender moments of Bai Yu and Yurihong. There was a silly smile and said, I'm sorry, I don't know. I'll come back later. After that, he turned around and wanted to leave. At this time, Bai Yu smiled and said, It's okay, come here, we haven't been sitting together and talking for a long time. Hearing this, Morino Ibiki couldn't help but pause, and then looked at Ta Raihong. When Ta Raihong saw this, he couldn't help turning over Byakugan, but he didn't say anything. Seeing this scene, Morino Ibiki quickly ran over. At this time Bai Yu also let go of the evening red in his arms. Are they true? Bai Yu, you beat both 4th Cage and 5 Tails Jinchuriki. Coming to the front, Morino Ibiki asked impatiently. Hearing this, Shi Raihong couldn't help being slightly shocked. The news she heard was not comprehensive, and she didn't know that Bai Yu actually beat 5 Tails Jinchuriki again. Bai Yu saw Morino Ibiki being so curious, he couldn't help but smiled, and then he started to kill him from a Jonin hidden in Sand Shinobi, and killed him to the end, how to overturn the tailed beast bomb. Said to 2 teammates to hear. When Bai Yu finished all the process, Morino Ibiki and Ta Raihong couldn't help being stunned. Bai Yu's experience, even if they hadn't seen it in the comics, was no less than an earthquake that brought their young minds. After a long time, the shocking color in the eyes of the two gradually faded. Now Yurihong and Morino Ibiki have no idea of chasing after Bai Yu. In their eyes, Bai Yu and them are no longer a kind of creature. There are countless ninjas with the name of genius in the entire ninja world. But they are all like Crucian carp who crossed the river, and in the end they didn't pass the cage level hurdle, and gradually everyone was confused. But Bai Yu in front of him had already become a cage level character when he was 13 years old. This kind of pervert can be said to be unprecedented. The time period when a person's strength grows the fastest is from the age of 12 to 25 years old. Calculated like this, there are at least 12 years left for the rapid growth of Bai Yu's strength. During these 12 years, Bai Yu can grow to what extent, it is already unimaginable. People with a little bit of common sense think that Bai Yu can at least become a top-notch existence like the ninja god, Senju Hashirama. As for the 6 paths level, few people in the entire ninja world have this concept. After talking about what happened, the 3 began to chat. This chat ended up with a meal. After eating, it was already night. With Luku Fairy Thief, after eating a lot of food, Bai Yu's physical strength has almost recovered. It's just a little bit tired. Back to his tent, Bai Yu did not fall asleep for the first time, but opened his system panel. Panel. Bai Yu thought. System panel. 3.0 Host. Bai Yu. Vitality. 4.3. Spirit. 5.4. Strength. 131. Speed. 129. Endurance. 143. Gong Method. Luku Xian Thief. Elementary. 9%. Ninjutsu. Weird Force Fist. 100 Healings Mark. Baihao Technique. Skills. Marine 6 Styles Intermediate 83% Dachang Armament Haki. Intermediate 38% Grandmaster, Basic Swordsmanship Advanced 48% Grandmaster, Ice Heart Ju. Advanced 27% Entry 16 Anxiety Winds. Advanced 99% Dachang Wonderless Sword Chi. Elementary 1%. Boundary of Blood. Land Done. Elementary 83%. Illusion. Fox's Heart Skill. Superpower. Nien Motive. Elementary 56%. Strength Evaluation. S level, the top figure in the ninja world. Deduced points. 72,157. Looking at the system panel in front of him, Bai Yu frowned slightly, making it a bit complicated. The system. Hidden the proficiency. The classification is coarsened. Bai Yu said to the system in his heart. Ding. Panel reorganization. Next moment. System panel. 3.5. Host. Bai Yu. Vitality. 4.3. Spirit. 5.4. Strength. 131. Speed. 129. Endurance. 143. Gong Method. Luku Xian Thief. Active Skills. Marine 6 Styles. Armament Haki. Basic Swordsmanship. Bingshin Ju. 1 Blade Flow 36 Anxiety Wind, Thought Power. Passive Skill. Selfless Sword Qi. Blood Succession Boundary, Lan. Deduced Points. 72,157. Strength Evaluation. S level, the top figure in the ninja world. As the skills become more and more, the panel naturally becomes more complicated. Looking at the refreshing panel in front of him, Bai Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The ellipsis behind those skills is obviously the state of subdivision. The existence of ninjutsu, illusion and physique are all common moves that Bai Yu learned in Konoha village. So it's easy to omit it completely. It's just a pity that Bai Yu's system evaluation has not changed, which shows that even if he possesses selfless sword energy, Bai Yu still fails to reach Super Cage level. Is Super Cage level so powerful? Bai Yu couldn't help frowning when he saw this scene. In Bai Yu's view, with his current strength, ordinary cage level is not his enemy at all. This has not yet reached the Super Cage level. Either the Super Cage level evaluated by the system is beyond the general level, or the Super Cage level is really powerful beyond Bai Yu's imagination. I already have 3A level abilities, and I haven't reached the Super Cage level. Do I have to have an S level ability to achieve it? Bai Yu couldn't help but frowned. It is not surprising that Bai Yu has this kind of thinking. After all, although the skills he possesses have not reached the peak, they already have certain achievements. It seems that if you want to rely on A-level ability to achieve Super Cage level, at least you need to raise A-level skills to the top. Bai Yu sighed lightly. Bai Yu probably understands his current bottleneck. But how simple is it to upgrade A-level capabilities to the top? At this time, it has been almost a year since Bai Yu passed through, but Armament Haki has not yet reached the advanced level. In the past nearly a year, it may not be able to rise to the top. After all, the growth is slower as it goes to the back. It's a bit slow. Bai Yu couldn't help frowning. Originally, Bai Yu was thinking about coming back and deducing another A-level skill. Now it seems that if he comes back, I am afraid it will only prolong the time of cultivation. At present, it only needs more than 20,000 points, less than 30,000 points, to deduce an S-level ability. Compared to deducing an A-level ability, it is better to save up the derivation points and directly deduce an S-level ability. This is much more cost-effective. Thinking of this, Bai Yu suppressed his idea of wanting to deduce another A-level ability. Lie down. Bai Yu chanted Bing Shinju silently in his heart, and the mixed thoughts gradually disappeared, leaving only a piece of tranquility. While Bai Yu was asleep, Onoki and Third Raikage knew that Bai Yu made Kamui and defeated San Shinobi on their own. What? All dead? There was a hint of disbelief in Onoki's eyes. There is also some pain in this. For any Shinobu village, Jonin and Elite Jonin are precious combat power. Ninjas who reach this level can influence the trend of war. Hearing Han said that dozens of Jonin and several Elite Jonin had all died in Jiraiya's hands, how could Onoki not feel sad? But in fact, Han didn't tell the truth completely. Dozens of Rock Shinobi Jonin did not die. After eating toad oil bombs head-on, there were still a dozen seriously injured Rock Shinobi Jonin. It's just that the Han at the time was thinking about running away, and didn't care about those Rock Shinobi ninjas who were seriously injured. When Han saw Oyamu's appearance, he naturally didn't dare to tell the truth. He just bowed his head and nodded silently, all are dead. Humph. Hearing the confirmed news, Onoki patted the table without restraint. Konoha. A ray of hatred was revealed in Onoki's eyes. If it is a dead person on the frontal battlefield, it is possible that Onoki will not have any mood swings. However, this small-scale operation actually killed so much Jonin's combat power, but a trace of hatred grew in Onoki's heart. This is also a complicated place for human beings. Differences in some details can often lead to dramatic changes in emotions. On the other side, Third Raikage laughed out loud when hearing San Shinobi and Rock Shinobi's huge losses, a little gloating. Seeing his own shadow smiling, Toshiro also showed a not very happy smile. Although San Shinobi and Rock Shinobi's loss made him happy, Bai Yu's performance was a big rock in his heart. Although Third Raikage is rough, but as a shadow, he gradually learns nothing and can observe some details. Seeing Toshiro's expression, Third Raikage naturally knew what he was worried about. So Third Raikage smiled and said, "Don't worry about that Bai Yu, he is not my opponent for the time being. It's not the first time I have played against the three wastes of Luasha, Chio and Ebizo. If it weren't for the San Shinobi army, I don't know how many times I have killed them. No matter how strong this Bai Yu is, he is still only 13 years old. At the age of 13, his physical strength and strength have not reached the peak. If he is on the front battlefield, I can defeat him in a few rounds." Third Raikage's tone was full of disdain for Bai Yu. Hearing this, Toshiro's face looked a little better. Bai Yu is indeed very strong, but in Toshiro's view, there is still a gap between Third Raikage. Regarding Third Raikage's words, Toshiro naturally believes in it. It's just that they didn't think that Bai Yu was an open boy. As long as they praised the deduction point and pushed to an S-level ability, I am afraid that even 10 Third Raikage would be a waste of life. At the Konoha camp at this time, Bai Yu has already entered his dream. There was nothing to say all night, and it was very quiet. The next day, as soon as the sky fell bright, Bai Yu began his own practice. Under the cover of clothing, Bai Yu's body is covered with black Armament Haki. Right now, the only A-level ability Bai Yu can practice is Armament Haki. The Luku Immortal Thief is a cumulative ability, and can only achieve the purpose of upgrading through continuous eating. And, Sword Chi Without Me, is a passive skill, which can only be upgraded through skill points. This is naturally reluctant for Bai Yu, who continues to deduce the point. After all, a skill point requires 10,000 derivation points. Even if the Wumei sword aura is reached to consummation, it is only an increase of more than 3 times. Although it may actually increase more, it will not reach the point where Bai Yu can directly break through the cage level. Keeping Armament Haki's cohesion non-stop, Bai Yu's physical strength also keeps passing by. But while his physical strength was passing by, his physical strength was slowly recovering. For the current Bai Yu, just maintaining the cohesion of Armament Haki, the loss of physical strength is minimal. The lapse of stamina and the recovery of stamina are not directly proportional, but it will take at least 1 month to rely on Armament Haki's cohesion to deplete stamina. Bai Yu is not a robot, he still needs sleep. Upon waking up, Bai Yu's physical strength will inevitably change again. This means that it is just to condense Armament Haki, not exercise at all for Bai Yu. Without much thought, Bai Yu went straight to the riverside, wanting to practice Marine 6 styles with Armament Haki. As soon as he came to the river, he saw 2 figures, one large and one small. Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru were waving their knives by the river, and the 2 of them were already sweating. The clothes were already completely soaked in sweat. Seeing these 2 children, Bai Yu couldn't help but smile. He just came back yesterday. The 2 children have no friends in the Konoha command post. They don't know that it is normal for them to come back. Seeing the 2 children practicing so hard in their absence, Bai Yu couldn't help feeling a little relieved. If your hands are unstable, rest for a while and then practice, otherwise the purpose of practice will not be achieved. Bai Yu said lightly. Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru were surprised when they heard the familiar voice. Turning his head and seeing that it was really Bai Yu, the 2 of them couldn't help but smile with joy. Yes, teacher Bai Yu. The 2 nodded seriously. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but smiled and stretched out his hand to touch their heads. The 2 children are also very well behaved. They squinted their eyes and looked very enjoyable. At this time, Izumi Arima suddenly saw that Bai Yu's hands were completely dark. This made him stare wide. Ms. Bai Yu, is your hand burned? Izumi Arima frowned. Bai Yu was slightly startled when he saw this, and couldn't help but feel a little amused when he looked at his hand. I just wanted to explain, but Yuzuru Izumi on the side was serious. Mr. Bai Yu, don't treat the injury as a trivial matter, let's go to the medical department to have a look. Izumi Yuzuru said very seriously. At the sight, Izumi Arima nodded seriously. Seeing the appearance of the 2 children, Bai Yu couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, this laughter directly gave the 2 children a laugh. The 2 looked at each other, both of them puzzled. Ms. Bai Yu won't be the evil, right? Izumi Arima frowned and said to his brother. Hearing Izumi Arima's words, Yuzuru Izumi's complexion changed suddenly. Bai Yu on the side turned black when he heard this. But the 2 children didn't realize it. I have heard from my mother that the evil person can be fine as long as he pinches him. Izumi Yuzuru said to his brother very seriously. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Boom, boom, 2 crisp sounds. Bai Yu directly gave 2 children a horror. Of course, Bai Yu just tapped the heads of the 2 children with his fingers. Otherwise, with Bai Yu's Armament Haki, even a violent thud can break a person's head. It hurts. The 2 children immediately cried out in pain while holding their heads. A few tears came from the corners of my eyes, and it looked very painful. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu's heart felt comfortable. I want to pinch your master. Bai Yu pretended to be vicious and said. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, the 2 children immediately apologized. I'm sorry. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head a little funny. He stretched out his hand and directly touched the top of the 2 people's heads, and the medical ninjutsu was activated. After a burst of light, both Arima Izumi and Yuzuru Izumi could not help but shine. It doesn't hurt anymore. Izumi Arima was a little surprised. I don't hurt anymore. Izumi Yuzuru also smiled. Bai Yu smiled upon seeing this and said, don't think about it anymore. Yeah, the 2 children nodded when they heard the words. Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction. Then he stretched out his hand to explain to the 2 children, I am not burned. This is a power called Armament Haki. Look, Bai Yu took Armament Haki back while speaking. The dark palms immediately became white. Seeing this scene, the 2 children couldn't help but their eyes widened. Armament Haki. Is there any use for this thing? Izumi Yuzuru asked very curiously. Hearing Izumi Yuzuru's question, Bai Yu smiled and said, Armament Haki is a force that exists exclusively for fighting. With it, your skin can be invulnerable, and you can even train Armament Haki to the weapon to enhance your attack. Hearing this, Izumi Yuzuru did not respond, but Izumi Arima's eyes widened. Can we learn this? Izumi Arima asked Bai Yu. Bai Yu smiled and nodded when he heard the words, of course I can learn. It's just that you can't learn now. If you want to learn Armament Haki, you have to exercise your body to a certain level of strength to condense it. If you want to exercise to this level, it will take a lot of hardship. You are not far away. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Izumi Arima couldn't help but shine. For him, as long as he can learn, he is the least afraid of hardship. On the side, Izumi Yuzuru didn't quite understand the meaning of armament Haki. On the contrary, when he heard that he had to learn one more thing, his face suddenly collapsed. It's just that he didn't say anything that he didn't want to learn such things. Under the influence of Izumi Arima, he has long abandoned his laziness. I will learn armament Haki, Izumi Arima said seriously. Bai Yu's sighting will naturally not dampen his confidence. He smiled and touched Izumi Arima's head and said, I believe you. Izumi Arima in front of him reminded Bai Yu of another figure. Might Guy. This made Bai Yu couldn't help but have an idea. If you taught Might Guy armament Haki, then his last kick might not have almost kicked out of the finale. Bai Yu thought in his heart. Shaking his head insignificantly, Bai Yu pressed the thought down. After all, he is not a boring person. If he has the opportunity, he can teach, but it is naturally impossible for Bai Yu to chase Might Guy armament Haki. Okay, let's continue practicing. Bai Yu looked straight and said to the two children. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru both nodded and said, yes. Then they began their swordsmanship practice. Seeing the swordsmanship of the two children in front of him, Bai Yu couldn't help nodding. Izumi Yuzuru's swordsmanship may be almost inferior, but Izumi Arima's swordsmanship has begun to bear fruit. Although he has not reached the realm of iron cutting, but in the world of ninja, his swordsmanship is already at the top. This also made Bai Yu a thought. The progress behind closed doors is definitely not as fast as fighting. It seems that it is time for these two people to participate in the war. Bai Yu murmured. It's just that before letting the two go to the battlefield, Bai Yu had to teach them the three-body technique and kunai throwing technique. In the battle of Genin and Chunin levels, three-body technique and kunai throwing technique are very important. And inattention will even be overturned by these seemingly basic ninjutsu. But this is not in a hurry, it is best to wait for Izumi Arima to enter the realm of iron cutting. Only then did he have a trace of self-preservation. Bai Yu didn't want to see that the apprentice he had received was lost as soon as he went to the battlefield. Shaking his head insignificantly, Bai Yu put aside irrelevant thoughts for the time being. Looking around, Bai Yu found that the location here is also quite large. Did not find a place again. Bai Yu decided to practice right here. With a strange sound, Bai Yu's whole person, as well as his head, turned into pitch black. Shave. Boom. Bai Yu disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already above the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of moonwalk kept ringing, attracting the eyes of Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru on the ground. As that flying, both Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru were stunned. At this time, Bai Yu lifted his foot and released a tempest kick. Call out. An air blade about 10 meters wide flew out, with a very sharp sound of breaking through the air. This keyblade directly rushed across the river about 10 meters wide to reach the bank on the opposite side. Boom. Dozens of trees were easily cut by tempest kick released by Bai Yu, and then there was a huge roar. Standing on the other side of the river, Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru could feel the violent tremors. Both children opened their mouths when they saw this scene. They know that Bai Yu is very strong, but they have never seen Bai Yu make a shot in front of them. This kind of scene is extremely exaggerated for the two of them. And Bai Yu couldn't help but see his tempest kick so powerful. Is this the strength that has increased by 70%? Bai Yu couldn't help muttering. No, more than 70%. Bai Yu was very sure. Being able to have such a huge power is inseparable from the fact that he is covered with armament Haki. If Bai Yu turns on Qi and blood activation at this time, coupled with armament Haki, I am afraid that the power of tempest kick will go to heaven. At this time, Bai Yu's attack power has far exceeded his imagination. Tempest kick is so powerful. What about the 6 king spears? Bai Yu was a little unimaginable. Although they used swordsmanship when fighting against Luasha, Bai Yu's marine 6 styles was not weak. It's just that Bai Yu's marine 6 styles is naturally a bit weaker compared to the advanced basic swordsmanship and one sword style of 36 trouble winds. Falling directly to the ground, Bai Yu was about to try his 6 king spear. At this time, Bai Yu discovered that Izumi Arima and Izumi Yuzuru were looking at him dumbfounded. Bai Yu shook his head when he saw this, then frowned and said, okay, you guys practice hard. Don't look at me. After hearing Bai Yu's words, the two children came back to their senses. Impressive. Izumi Arima and Izumi can't help but wonder. But then he listened to Bai Yu's words and began to slash continuously. It's just that the two people's minds are no longer able to capture, at least they have general attention on Bai Yu's body. Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this scene. There is no time to bother them. At this time, Bai Yu wanted to see the power of the 6 king spear. Controlling his muscles, the power in Bai Yu's body surged wildly. Activation of Qi and blood. Boom. An extremely powerful aura burst out, raising all the dust on the ground. The strong sense of oppression made the two children couldn't help but feel a little fear. Because they could feel that Mr. Bai Yu, who had been warm and moist in front of him, suddenly became a scourge. The two children who were out of breath stopped the slashing in their hands. Just stared at Bai Yu blankly. Bai Yu naturally noticed the movements of the two of them, and did not take care of them. With blood flowing wildly, Bai Yu's physical stamina has directly improved to a level, whether it is speed or strength. Armament Haki has been haunting Bai Yu's body. Beat. Sweat gushes out, body temperature evaporates sweat, and mist rises from Bai Yu's body surface. Bai Yu at this time is more like the second gear mode of Luffy. Raising his hands, up and down, accumulating strength. A long time. Bai Yu's eyes condensed. Boom. The power accumulated to the peak surged out, all pouring in front of Bai Yu. An extremely powerful energy gushes out like a cannon. Qi Jin condenses into a beam of light, at least 2 meters in diameter. Like a laser shot, it directly broke the small river in front of you. The range of hundreds of meters is like being raged by a strong wind. No, shouldn't say the wind. A range of hundreds of meters is like being pushed by a bulldozer. An extremely deep gully appeared on the opposite bank, and trees within at least 10 meters on both sides leaned down. The intertwined root system was also directly destroyed by the power of the 6 king spears. In the beam of light in the middle, nothing can maintain its original form, all being destroyed by powerful forces and turned into ashes. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Izumi Arima and Izumi Yujiro almost fell out. And Bai Yu was shocked when he saw this scene. Because he can see the power of Might Guy after opening the dead door from the power of this trick. Yes, it's like a Ta elephant. It's just that the range of Bai Yu's 6 king spear is a little smaller than that of Shishong. Obviously, its power is much smaller. But this is exaggerated enough. The power of Shishong is enough to distort time and space. And Bai Yu is about to feel this force. It is conceivable that as long as Bai Yu's Marine 6 styles reaches an advanced level, or as long as Bai Yu's Selfless Sword Aura reaches an advanced level, the power of the 6 king spear will inevitably reach the height of Shishong. Chapter 84 Learn Seal Art. Turning his head, Bai Yu looked at the 2 children behind him and frowned slightly. Ms. Bai Yu, you are too strong, right? Both Izumi Arima and Izumi Yujiro both have stars in their eyes. Bai Yu's strength brought them an unparalleled shock. That was terrible, they hadn't even thought about. Okay, don't think too much. As long as you practice hard, one day you can reach my level. Bai Yu shook his head and said. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, the eyes of the 2 children could not help showing strong expectations. Continue to practice. Bai Yu said lightly. Yes. The 2 children shouted in unison. There was a lot more in the call this time and it was very complicated. But obviously, the 2 of them are more eager for strength. Seeing the 2 children continue to wield their knives seriously. Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head. He knew that if he continued to practice here, the 2 children would still be calm. With a slight movement under his feet, Bai Yu disappeared by the river. Reappearing is already on the other side of the river. Finding a place far enough away from the 2 children, Bai Yu began his own practice. Although Izumi Arima and Izumi Yujiro saw this, although I was a bit regretful that I couldn't see Bai Yu's practice, but he didn't take it too seriously. Self-consciously began to practice swordsmanship seriously. After seeing Bai Yu's strength, their hearts became more determined. After squandering his physical strength, Bai Yu returned to the camp, ready to take a rest and practice. At this time, Tsunade brought Shizune to find him. Good performance this time, as expected of my disciple. Tsunade said to Bai Yu with her waist down again. When Shizune heard the words, he curled his lips and said inwardly, what is good? Bai Yu almost killed Feng Ying this time. Bai Yu smiled and said, good luck. Seeing Bai Yu so humble, Tsunade felt even more satisfied, and smiled and said, don't be too humble. Bai Yu smiled and nodded when he heard the words, okay. For Tsunade such a proud look, Bai Yu's heart is naturally happy. It can bring happiness to the people around him, and Bai Yu is also satisfied in his heart. At this time, Shizune went and took out the bento he made and handed it to Bai Yu. I heard that you usually eat a lot. This is the rice ball I just learned. You can taste it. Shizune smiled at Bai Yu. Bai Yu took the bento in Shizune's hand and felt the weight and weight. Obviously, Shizune made a generous portion and was very careful. Bai Yu smiled and said to Shizune, thank you. Seeing Bai Yu accept it, Shizune also showed a happy smile. Tsunade also smiled when he saw this scene. Although he knew that Bai Yu had a girlfriend, Shizune was a close person. She naturally wants Bai Yu and Shizune to get along. However, she would not intervene in emotional matters at will just because of her heart's preferences. When Bai Yu opened the lunch box, his eyes lit up. These rice balls are full, and there are a lot of side dishes, they look delicious. Take one out, and Bai Yu put it in his mouth to chew, it was unexpectedly delicious. For Bai Yu, although the taste of the food is second, it is delicious and generally the best. After swallowing contentedly, Bai Yu looked at Shizune's expectant eyes with a thumbs up and said, it's delicious. Seeing Bai Yu complimenting his onigiri so much, Shizune smiled and was very satisfied. Just delicious. I will often make it for you in the future. Shizune smiled. Hearing this, Bai Yu was naturally happy, and if he had something delicious, he was very happy. Thank you then, Bai Yu said with a smile. Shizune shook his head when he heard the words, it's not hard. The atmosphere is very harmonious. In this way, Bai Yu had a good chat with Tsunade and Shizune while eating rice balls. Time passed quickly. Tsunade, Shizune and Bai Yu agreed to learn medical ninjutsu together tomorrow and left. Bai Yu started his own practice again. For several days, Bai Yu learned medical ninjutsu knowledge in addition to his practice. The more he learns, the more Bai Yu feels that medical ninjutsu is of great help to him. When practicing, the blood flow, wherever it feels uncomfortable, and wherever it is comfortable, Bai Yu can compare organs, blood vessels and acupuncture points. This also made his progress much faster. While Bai Yu was working hard to practice, Bai Yu used his own power to defeat Luasha, Chio, and Ebizo, and even the news of Five Tails who defeated them gradually to the entire ninja world. Namikaze Minato, who was on the border of Tanokuni, saw the intelligence in his hand, and a very sunny smile appeared on that face. No wonder you didn't agree to be my apprentice, but you have reached this level in 1 year. In this way, I really don't deserve to be your teacher, Bai Yu. Namikaze Minato murmured. The tone was filled with relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was far away in Konoha village, couldn't help but see the intelligence in his hand, showing a look of joy. Bai Yu's strength really surprised him. It hasn't been a few months since the Chunin exam, Bai Yu has such an impressive record. If it weren't for Bai Yu's age as too young, Sarutobi Hiruzen would like to train Bai Yu as the next Hokage. Danzo, who was sitting at the root base camp, frowned when he saw this. Regarding Bai Yu's strength, he didn't know whether he should be happy or unhappy. Konoha has such a powerful combat power as Bai Yu, he is naturally happy, but if this continues, after Namikaze Minato becomes Hokage, then the 5th Hokage must be Bai Yu. His Hokage dream may be in the future, and Bai Yu will become his stumbling block. But judging from the current situation, Bai Yu's threat is still at least 10 years away. So Danzo just thought for a while and let it go. At the same time, Uzumaki Kushina, who was far from the border of water country, smiled when he saw the intelligence in his hand. Most of Bai Yu's impressions were learned from the letters written by Namikaze Minato. At first, Namikaze Minato didn't pay attention to Bai Yu's praise. Now it seems that she is wrong. Noha madman, Uzumaki Kushina murmured. For this title, she doesn't know why she always feels a little happy. Shaking his head, Uzumaki Kushina put down the information in his hand. Her top priority is to deal with the ninja incident in the water country on the shore of West Blue. These days, Kurigakure has been ready to move, and I don't know where the news came from, saying that Konoha village has no troops to stop the invasion. Looking cold, Uzumaki Kushina secretly decided in his heart that if Kurigakure dared to invade with all his strength, she would definitely give them a punch. What Uzumaki Kushina didn't know was that third Mizukage Sean Amidaburi also saw the news of Bai Yu at this time. How is this possible? Sean Amy Longguo couldn't help looking a little gloomy looking at the intelligence in his hand. Hearing Sean Amy Longguo's words, the Yuan master on the side frowned and said, "What's the matter?" Sean Amy Longguo directly threw the information in his hand to Master Yuan when he heard the words, saying, "This Bai Yu is already showing up for the first time now." Master Yuan frowned upon hearing this, and took a look at the information carefully. Seeing Bai Yu directly defeated San Shinobi's high-level team with 1 enemy and 3, Yuanshi couldn't help but feel a little frightened, and his brow furrowed deeper. This Konoha is really a treasure of geomantic omen. At any time, there are endless geniuses emerging. The words are also mixed with deep envy for Konoha. Hearing the words of Master Yuan, Sean Amy Longguo couldn't help but shook his head. The current situation was really unfavorable for them. He suddenly hesitated whether to proceed with the raid that had been prepared. When Master Yuan saw Sean Amy Longguo's look, he naturally guessed what he was thinking. So he slowly asked, "How much is the credibility of this information?" Sean Amy Longguo frowned upon hearing the words and said, "It took a long time to organize, and it is at least 90% credible." Hearing this, Master Yuan couldn't help but spread his hands and said, "What else can you think of Juchang?" "What do you mean?" Sean Amy Longguo didn't understand the words of Master Yuan. Master Yuan smiled upon hearing this and said, "Konoha's enemies are not the only one of us. Just wait and see what happens. Don't care about the reputation. Only the one who can laugh last can become the winner." After hearing the words of Master Yuan, Sean Amy Dragon Fruit's hesitation finally let go. Yuanshi's meaning is obvious, that is to be a real villain. If Konoha is strong, then not to fight Konoha hard, if Konoha is about to fall, then quickly share a piece of the pie. Good. Sean Amy Longguo nodded seriously. Seeing this scene, Master Yuan couldn't help but smile. Leaders who can listen to their opinions are truly good leaders, and those who want to go their own way often end up as martyrs. And in a shinobu village, the most indispensable is the martyrs. On the other side, Rain Shinobi Village. As this Bai Yu from Konoha Village. Yahiko frowned as he looked at the information in his hand. On one side, Conan nodded when he heard the words, "I heard that it has only risen to fame since last year. This time it seems that he saved teacher Jiraiya." Nagato on the side couldn't help but his eyes lit up. "Is he our younger brother?" Hearing Nagato's words, Conan frowned and said, "I have not heard that Mr. Jiraiya accepted him as a disciple." Quote. Oh, when Nagato heard this, the light in his eyes dissipated. He has been special since he was born, and Bai Yu is also a special person. If he can go out of the same school with Bai Yu, he is naturally happy. However, without that kind of fate, he would not pay too much attention to it. But in a blink of an eye, Nagato came back to his senses. Continued to look at Yahiko frowning in front of him. Yahiko was already lost in thought at this time. Nagato and Conan didn't bother him when they saw this. Just sitting in the chair and waiting for Yahiko to think through the problem. After a long time, Yahiko came back to his senses. "You said, can we invite him to join our organization?" Yahiko asked hesitantly. Upon hearing this, both Nagato and Konan couldn't help but shine. If Bai Yu can join their Akatsuki organization, I am afraid that the country of rain can restore peace in a blink of an eye. Hanzo of the Salamander is definitely not an opponent of Bai Yu who can defeat 3 cage-level characters with one enemy 3. It seems feasible, Konan said hesitantly. On the side, Nagato was a little excited when he heard the words. If we can invite him to join our organization, will that change our country? Nagato asked Yahiko and Konan seriously. Seeing Nagato's seriousness, the two of them were stunned. Yahiko just mentioned this idea along with Luo, and didn't think too much. But Nagato's serious look in front of him made him hesitate. Because this plan seems really worth trying. Nagato is not a fool either. Seeing the expressions of Yahiko and Konan, he knows that he is only a fire. Teacher Jiraiya once said that I may be the savior of this world, but he did not say that I need to complete it myself. Maybe my existence is to gather all possible forces, and finally rely on this powerful force to change the whole world. What? Nagato lowered his head and said seriously. Yahiko and Konan were shocked when they heard Nagato's words. Because the logic of this statement actually makes sense. But at this time they are no longer children, this is a bit too absurd. Even the words that Jiraiya said that Nagato is the savior at the beginning are still absurd nowadays. They didn't believe it anymore. Because the strength of Nagato in front of him is growing too slowly. Ninjutsu, physique, illusion, none of them broke through cage level. But they didn't know that Nagato's slow progress in ninjutsu, physique and illusion was all due to the drag of his pair of Rinnegan. And Nagato still has a secret that he didn't tell them. That is, his Rinnegan power has already begun to show its peak. It's just that the leader of this, Akatsuki, organization is Yahiko, and he can't show his power too much. I want to try it. Nagato said seriously to Yahiko and Konan. Seriously, both Yahiko and Konan were a little astonished, because they had never seen Nagato look like this since they were young. And Nagato himself didn't know what was wrong, he was looking forward to meeting Bai Yu, and even felt that after seeing Bai Yu, he would inevitably agree to join Akatsuki. This kind of intuition was the first time in his life. He didn't want to go against this intuition. Yahiko and Konan saw Nagato showing such determination, and they couldn't help but fall into contemplation. After a long time, both of them looked up at Nagato. Konan didn't speak, because it was Yahiko who made the decision right now. Yahiko looked at the serious and stubborn Nagato in front of him, nodded with difficulty and said, if you really want to try, then go and try. Maybe our Rain Shinobi village will really be saved because of your decision. Hearing Yahiko's consent, Nagato couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Okay, I will definitely persuade Bai Yu to join us, Nagato said solemnly.
Then the three began to discuss Nagato's route to the Konoha territory of the country of grass. In the depths of a piece of ground, there is a huge cave. This place is at the intersection of the country of Tien and the country of Iron. Tanokuni is the battlefield between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi, while the Iron Nikuni is a pure land of samurai. In the country of Iron, there is no ninja, and there are only a large number of samurai. People here often use swords to resolve conflicts. From the beginning of World War I, the Iron Kingdom announced that it would not participate in any wars in the ninja world. Because of the weakness of the Iron Kingdom, the 5 ninja villages don't care about it either. Since he is willing to bow his head, naturally he will not deliberately sabotage. But in the final analysis, the Iron Country is relatively barren, and there is nothing to plunder. This saves them from the fire of war. In the plain where the country of Tien and the country of Iron meet. In the huge cave deep underground, a huge black shadow lay here. A man with white hair and wrinkles is sitting on a rock throne. A huge black shadow stood behind him, and countless black pipes connected him to the black shadow. This person is the Uchiha Madara who should have died long ago, and behind him is the Gedo statue. Madara. This time this Bai Yu is making a lot of noise. White Zetsu Afei said while sitting on the ground facing Uchiha Madara. Hearing what Afei said, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but frowned and said, what's the matter? Afei didn't say much when he heard the words, but took out a scroll and slowly said, this was intercepted from a Konoha intelligence officer, you can see it. Hearing Alfie's words, Uchiha Madara's face suddenly darkened. Pointing to his hollow eyes and said, you show me? Afei couldn't help but was taken aback when he saw this, but he didn't have any sense of humor. He just nodded and said, I forgot, Madara, you don't have eyes. At this time, Black Zetsu, who was hiding in Uchiha Madara's arms, almost laughed out loud. This scene is really funny. Then I will read it for you, Alfie said to Uchiha Madara. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara nodded and did not exhale with Alfie. Because he knew that Afei in front of him was not even a person. Maybe in the end, I have to be half angry with myself. Seeing Uchiha Madara nodded, Alfie opened the scroll in his hand and began to read aloud. The battlefield of the country of grass. Konoha madman on May 17th, sunny and rainy that day, Shangjung Mountain, attacked Sand Shinobi troops, 4th generation Shadow, Sand Shinobi Elder Chio, Ebizo or all. A long paragraph of text, smelly and long, like a footwear. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel a headache under Alfie's unsentimental recitation. The information that was originally boring became even more boring under Alfie's ruthlessness. Fortunately, this information is fairly detailed. After listening to them all, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Alfie and Black Zetsu also did not make a sound at this time, because based on experience, Uchiha Madara was considering plans. After a long time, Uchiha Madara murmured, "It seems that it is time to start planning." These words made Afei look reluctant, because he didn't know the plan in Uchiha Madara's mouth, and Black Zetsu, who was lying in the arms of Uchiha Madara, was also a little bit emotional. He also doesn't know what Uchiha Madara's specific plan is. At this time, Uchiha Madara didn't say much, and directly said to Afei in front of him, "Go to Tanokuni and get me a pair of Sharingan back." After that, he lay down again in his earthen throne. Hearing Uchiha Madara's order, Alfie nodded, turned around and left. For him, it doesn't matter whether he knows or not, as long as he performs the task. At this time, Bai Yu naturally didn't know that his record had caused tremendous changes in the entire ninja world. At this moment, he was lying in his tent thinking about his next plan. Sand Shinobi. Bai Yu murmured. For Sand Shinobi's troops, Bai Yu has something to remember. Because Sand Shinobi's troops provided him with nearly 100,000 points of deduction, he was really a big benefactor. And now it has been proved that even if he is alone, he may be able to come and go freely. This will naturally make him think. After thinking about it for a long time, Bai Yu made up his mind to get Sand Shinobi. Maybe this first S-level ability came from Sand Shinobi's head. Without thinking, Bai Yu slowly fell asleep chanting his Bing Shinju. The next day, Bai Yu is learning medical knowledge and human knowledge with Tsunade. "Ms. Tsunade, do you know how to seal?" Bai Yu suddenly asked Tsunade. Hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help being stunned. "Do you want to learn seal art?" Tsunade asked, somewhat puzzled. When Bai Yu saw this, he nodded and said, Since being sealed by the seal technique last time, Bai Yu has been deeply impressed by the seal technique. Sand Shinobi's people are not fools. At this time, Sand Shinobi may have arranged the sealing technique and waited for him. If he still doesn't know anything about sealing techniques, he might suffer a big loss, so it is not impossible to lose his life. As far as the ghoul sealing is concerned, if Rosha releases the ghoul sealing to him now, maybe he will just die. Although Shinigami in this world did not show much strength. But the Pure Land exists and Shinigami also exists, which shows that there must be another power system. Under a power system, this great terror will inevitably be hidden. In the face of this existence, Bai Yu does not want to take the risk before touching the power of the rules. Hearing Bai Yu's sure answer, Tsunade frowned slightly. But she also understands Bai Yu very well, after all, she also knows the things that Bai Yu was sealed before. After this battle, it is reasonable for Bai Yu to be interested in sealing technique. She has no reason to stop him. If it's an ordinary genius, Tsunade might stop it, but for people like Bai Yu who can learn everything in one go, naturally there is no need to worry. Even Tsunade is a little looking forward to Bai Yu's learning progress. If Bai Yu is also able to learn sealing technique in one go, then it is really pervert. Without thinking about it, Tsunade nodded and said, "I will help you ask. Anyone who understands sealing art can ask them for advice." Bai Yu couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he heard the words, and then smiled at Tsunade and said, "Thank you." Seeing Bai Yu's appearance, Tsunade couldn't help but smiled and said, "I'm your teacher." Upon seeing this, Bai Yu smiled and nodded, "Yeah." After that, he continued to learn medical knowledge and human knowledge with Tsunade. One afternoon passed quickly, and before evening, Tsunade found him. Behind her were 3 powerful Jonin. The 3 of them looked very rough, and Bai Yu couldn't help but wonder if these people would be able to seal it. After all, in Bai Yu's eyes, sealing techniques need to be studied, and the appearance should naturally be the kind of gentle and elegant type. Rather than the image of such a reckless man. However, at the same time, Bai Yu also understands the meaning of being incapable of appearances and incomparable seawater. "I would like to ask the 3 of you for advice," Bai Yu said politely to the 3 of them. When the 3 of them saw this, Kaido couldn't help being a little frightened. "Don't dare to say that. It's our honor to be able to communicate with you about sealing techniques." Bai Yu couldn't help but smiled. The 3 of them still had some emotional intelligence. Actually, speaking of learning seal art from them as communication. Tsunade on the side couldn't help but feel a headache. "Where are you all this bullshit? Hurry up and teach it and it's over." What Tsunade wants to see most at this time is how Bai Yu learns the sealing technique in seconds. In Tsunade's view, learning in seconds is a very magical thing in itself. Hearing Tsunade's words, all 3 Jonin couldn't help stiffening, and said quickly, "Yes." Then he began to explain some information about the seal technique with Bai Yu. The most glorious time of this seal was when the Uzumaki Kingdom still existed. At that time, our Konoha village and Uzumaki Kingdom had a good relationship, and Master First Hokage even took the Uzumaki Kingdom's princess. "Alright. Stop talking nonsense, just show Bai Yu the seal technique," Tsunade said impatiently from the side. Hearing this, all 3 of them couldn't help showing a wry smile. Then one of them began to seal with both hands slowly and said, "Okay, this sealing technique is the seal of the 4 elephants." In fact, Bai Yu was still a little interested in the origin and strangeness of the sealing technique, but was interrupted by Tsunade. Looking at the Jonin knot in front of him, Bai Yu had already written down completely in just one face. The seal of the 4 elephants is used to seal powerful enemies or tail beasts that can't be dealt with. If it can be used together with the ghoul seal, it can have the same means to destroy any enemy. This Jonin slapped his hand to the ground as he spoke, and the pitch-black rune instantly rushed out of his hand and poured onto the ground. A strange sealing technique suddenly appeared on the ground. 0. This is a space formed by the cycle of the 4 elephants. As long as it is a creature, it is impossible to break through this seal. Hearing these words, Bai Yu couldn't help but shrink his pupils. He never expected that the sealing technique would be so perverted. He could think that if he was trapped by the seal of the 4 elephants, he might really die inside. 9 tails cannot eat or drink, but he can't. This sealing technique is of a considerable level in the sealing technique. I am afraid it will take at least a year to learn it. Of course, if the madman needs it, I can help you learn it in the next year. The name Jonin said sincerely to Bai Yu. In fact, the year in his mouth is still less. It took him 2 full years to learn the seal of the 4 elephants. When Bai Yu heard the words, he smiled and said, "Thank you, but I don't have to." Hearing Bai Yu's words, this Jonin couldn't help frowning. In his opinion, Bai Yu should be a little dissatisfied with this sealing technique. With a smile on his face again, the Jonin said to Bai Yu, "It doesn't matter if you don't like this sealing technique. I can also use 2 kinds of sealing techniques, which are also very powerful." Bai Yu shook his head after hearing this. This has left the 3 people in front of him confused. Tsunade, who was on the side, saw this scene brightly before his eyes, and set his mentality to watch the show. "Come here." Tsunade's eyes were faintly expectant. Sure enough, I was not fortunate enough to disappoint Tsunade's expectations. Bai Yu waved his hand to the 3 of them. "I am not dissatisfied with this sealing technique, but because I have learned it." Hearing Bai Yu's words, the 3 of them did not believe it for the first time, but frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. I think Bai Yu in front of me is playing with them. Bai Yu in front of him obviously had never been in contact with the seal technique. As they started to learn seal art at a very young age, they naturally knew how difficult it is. But Bai Yu in front of him praised Heiko, and after reading it, he said that he had learned it. "Read it once? You learned that I eat shit." The 3 of them couldn't help but vomit. Bai Yu saw the trio frown and looked unhappy. Bai Yu couldn't help but smile and said, "It seems you don't believe it." Hearing this, the 3 of them suddenly realized the difference between their identities and Bai Yu. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, no, absolutely no." Upon seeing this, Bai Yu stretched out his hands and said, "I really didn't lie to you." After that, his hands quickly formed a seal, and they almost became a phantom. Seal of 4 elephants. With a slap on the ground with his right hand, between chakras surgings, black runes poured out from Bai Yu's hand. This scene was directly stunned for the 3 of them. And Tsunade on the side was secretly refreshed when he saw this. This kind of reversal is really interesting. Even those TV shows she watched have no such plot. "Have you studied this?" One of them suddenly said something incredible. Hearing this, the 2 people standing beside him couldn't help turning their heads to look at him. The meaning in the eyes is obvious. Don't talk if you can't speak. Seeing the eyes of his companion, this person also knew that he had said the wrong thing. He bowed and apologized and said softly, "Sorry, I'm just a quick mouthful." Bai Yu shook his head when he saw it and said, "It's okay. I know it's hard to believe, but in fact I have always been like this. I can learn everything in one go." Bai Yu's words made all 3 of them look worried. "No wonder you have such a powerful strength at such a young age." All 3 of them couldn't help showing their expressions of admiration. Zhang Mu is very enthusiastic about Bai Yu's talent. Bai Yu's words are naturally not fake. After all, Tsunade is still next to him. Combined with Bai Yu's second learning of the 4 elephant seals, this matter has a high degree of credibility. It's not that Bai Yu learned the seal of the 4 elephants in advance and let Tsunade come to them for fun, right? Well, you don't need to be so tight. I guess it's only today for me to learn the seal technique. Let's show all the seal techniques you have. Bai Yu smiled and said to the 3 of them. Hearing Bai Yu's words, all 3 nodded. Bai Yu's words made them understand that today they're just working as tools. As long as he releases his seal technique once, he can leave. In fact, Bai Yu didn't really want to find a tool person. But the things that are exchanged for military functions, the sealing technique is not among them. This thing will not be made public as long as people with some brains. Not to mention Sarutobi Hiruzen kind of human spirit. If you want to learn seal art, you must apply at the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen decides whether or not the application is passed. If the usual performance is mediocre, it is basically hopeless if you want to learn the sealing technique. Even if this thing is useful against tail beasts, it is naturally impossible that the master is in the hands of ordinary ninjas. So next, the 3 of them all performed their own sealing technique in front of Bai Yu's eyes. Then he left. After the 3 people left, Bai Yu began to release all the sealing techniques he had just learned one by one. The seal of the evil seal, the seal of the fire seal, the transfer seal, the engraved seal, the seal of the 5 elements. After performing these seal techniques one by one, some seal technique memories naturally appeared in Bai Yu's mind. Although Tsunade on the side was mentally prepared for a long time, he was shocked after seeing that Bai Yu had indeed learned it after reading it once. This kind of talent really made her unable to imagine Bai Yu's future achievements. If Bai Yu's talent has no boundaries, and when Bai Yu's future becomes everything, Tsunade even feels that his grandfather Senju Hashirama will be surpassed by Bai Yu. After learning the seal technique, Bai Yu said goodbye to Tsunade and returned to his camp. In the next half-month, Bai Yu entered his daily practice again. It just adds a time to communicate with those ninjas who conceal art. As for the sealing technique, Bai Yu has indeed learned a lot now, but he just knows it and doesn't know why. He doesn't know many basic things, and what he needs most is basic knowledge when he learns the sealing technique. This thing will enable him to quickly come up with a cracking method when facing the seal technique. During this period, Jiraiya completely recovered. Sitting at his table, Lai couldn't help being stunned. Thinking of his powerlessness facing the tail beast before, Jiraiya made a determination in her heart. Immediately drafted a letter, and then sent the letter to Konoha. "Come on. Tell Bai Yu to come to the command post," Jiraiya said loudly to the Anbu ninja in the dark. Hearing Jiraiya's order, Anbu appeared in front of Jiraiya, bowed to Jiraiya and said, "Yes." Then it disappeared. Jiraiya looked at the map on the desktop and couldn't help sighing deeply. He already felt that his strength was completely insufficient. "I can only practice that mode, since 2.6, he has also murmured to himself. I didn't let Jiraiya just wait. Soon after Anbu ninja disappeared, Bai Yu came to Jiraiya. "What's wrong, Jiraiya?" Bai Yu asked curiously at Jiraiya in front of him. Upon hearing Bai Yu's question, Jiraiya first smiled, and then said, "Sit down first." Bai Yu was a little confused when he heard the words, but still sat down. "What do you think of my strength?" Seeing Bai Yu sitting down, Jiraiya asked slowly. Bai Yu was a little stunned when he heard Jiraiya's words. If you learn Sage Mode's Jiraiya, it is naturally very strong, but there is no Sage Mode's native. Relatively speaking, it is indeed a bit weak. After all, there is no Sharingan, and there is no blood inheritance limit. Jiraiya's growth is naturally limited. "Do you want me to tell the truth?" Bai Yu hesitated. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Jiraiya's face turned black. "Just say what you have. What are you doing? I'm not old yet, so I don't need you to take care of my mood." Jiraiya was a little speechless. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but smiled and said, "Your strength, it's really average, there is no blood limit, the strongest attack is only Rasengan and Toad Oil bullets. It is really very good on the battlefield. Great, but if you were singled out, I don't think you are the opponent of any shadow." Bai Yu didn't show any mercy, and directly told him all the shortcomings of Jiraiya he felt. Originally, Bai Yu thought that Jiraiya would become a little irritated, but Bai Yu was surprised to find that Jiraiya fell silent after hearing his words. No, it's not that the criticism was too much, and the will is directly depressed. Bai Yu couldn't help feeling that something was wrong. At this moment, Jiraiya spoke up. "You're right, I don't have the blood limit, and I don't have the talent to develop ninjutsu. It's a blessing to be able to go to this day." Jiraiya's mouth couldn't help but feel a bit of bitterness. When Bai Yu saw this, he secretly cried out that it was not good, and often said this when he was a monk. Bai Yu vaguely remembers that this world also has a monk temple. You are wrong, aren't you a ninjutsu with hair? You still have a talent for developing ninjutsu." Bai Yu quickly comforted. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Jiraiya's face turned black again. This sounded no problem, but it became a problem when Bai Yu said it. The ninjutsu he developed, even Hanzo's detonation talisman can't completely defend, but Bai Yu's physical skills can see the movement speed at all with the naked eye. Not to mention the swordsmanship developed by Bai Yu, which slashed Five Tails Jinchuriki to death with a single flick. Thousands of Sand Shinobi Jonin troops will be directly penetrated with a single wave. Saying this from Bai Yu's mouth is not like comforting, but more like an attack. Seeing Jiraiya's appearance, Bai Yu naturally knew that he had said the wrong thing. Hurry up and said, "I don't mean to ridicule. I really think you are very strong. You can't compare with me. No one can match my talent in this ninja world. It's meaningless to compare with me." Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Jiraiya's face froze. He really wants to say, "Don't talk if you can't speak, okay?" Shaking his head slightly, Jiraiya just wanted to mention his decision with Bai Yu, but Bai Yu spoke again. "Don't you really want to become a monk? There are still many women who have lost their feet in this world waiting for you to save. If you are a monk now, no one knows their stories." Jiraiya couldn't help but look weird. "When did I say that I was going to be a monk?" Jiraiya asked Bai Yu speechlessly. Hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but stun. "Huh? What do you mean? You didn't want to become a monk? Then why are you asking such a heavy topic?" Jiraiya couldn't help but pat his head when he heard the words, "I just want to improve my strength." "Oh, then don't you say it earlier?" Bai Yu was speechless. Jiraiya was even more speechless when he heard the words. "Your words are so dense, what do I say?" Bai Yu shook his head and smiled after hearing this. "Then you can talk now." Jiraiya sighed and said, "I am going to Mount Myoboku, Chapter 85 Jiraiya and Sage Mode." "Huh?" Bai Yu couldn't help but his eyes widened. "Are you going to learn Sage Mode?" Bai Yu directly blurted out and asked. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Jiraiya was stunned. Then he frowned and asked, "How do you know Sage Mode?" This is a very strange thing. Bai Yu obviously does not have Summoning Beast. Naturally it is unlikely to get Sage Mode news from Summoning Beast. Where did this news come from? Jiraiya was very puzzled. When Bai Yu heard the words, he waved his hand and smiled. "Tsunade teacher once told me that the 3 holy sites have immortal arts. If you can practice successfully, your strength will increase several times." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya nodded without much doubt. The two did not struggle too much with this issue. Did you call me to inform me of this? Bai Yu asked with some confusion. Jiraiya nodded when he heard the words, and then shook his head again. It's not just this thing. If I want to learn Sage Mode, I must go to Mount Myoboku. I don't know how long it will take, and at the moment, our headquarters cannot be without the Commander-in-Chief. Hearing this, Bai Yu probably guessed Jiraiya's intentions. Do you mean to give this position to me? Bai Yu asked with a frown. When Jiraiya heard the words, he nodded and said, I want to go, only you can handle this position. No, you look at me too high, although I am very strong, but being the Commander-in-Chief is not just about strength, right? Bai Yu waved his hand quickly and refused. He is not a fool either. Jiraiya stays in this wooden house all day, obviously he is surrounded by mundane things. If he were the Commander-in-Chief, there would definitely be no time for cultivation. This will seriously slow down his growth rate, and Bai Yu is naturally unwilling. Jiraiya couldn't help feeling a little funny when she saw Bai Yu's appearance that she was about to refuse in a moment. He shook his head quickly and smiled at Bai Yu. It's too late for you to refuse. I have already sent the letter. If I want to come, Mr. Sarutobi will respond soon. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but look weird. Good fellow, just cut off the back for me. When Jiraiya heard the words, he smiled and said, Don't blame me, this matter is not necessarily true. I just suggested that you be the Commander-in-Chief in the letter. The final appointment still depends on the decision of the elders and teacher Sarutobi. Maybe the final commander is not you. Bai Yu looked at Jiraiya's humble appearance and couldn't help being a little speechless. This is more like a kind of catching a duck on the shelf. If this kind of decision is made by someone else, Bai Yu may ignore it. But Jiraiya did not hesitate to sacrifice his life to save him not long ago. Although it didn't work in the end, but Jiraiya's heart, he received it. After thinking a little bit, Bai Yu sighed and said, Okay. Seeing Bai Yu's helpless look, Jiraiya couldn't help but tick the corner of his mouth. It is not common for Bai Yu to deflate. Well, if you look at it from another angle, being the Commander-in-Chief is good for you. Your current record looks dazzling, but most of your achievements are brought about by defeating or killing the enemy. Although this can prove your strength, it does not mean that you have the ability to coordinate the overall situation, which is very unfavorable for you to become a Hokage in the future. So, hearing this, Bai Yu directly raised his hand and interrupted Jiraiya's words. Wait, who said I will become Hokage in the future? Bai Yu suddenly felt a little confused. Jiraiya couldn't help frowning upon hearing this. You didn't want to be Hokage? The old man also said that you are a supporter of the will of fire? Jiraiya couldn't figure it out. Hearing this, Bai Yu slapped his head and said, Don't think about it. What I said to Master Hokage was that I wanted to be the strongest person and bring peace to the ninja world. Jiraiya couldn't help being a little surprised. Really a great ideal. There was a hint of admiration in his tone. With a straight look, Jiraiya said seriously, If it is you, it is really possible. Hearing what Jiraiya said, Bai Yu's expression was a little weird. This is just a perfunctory comment on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bring peace to the ninja world. Even in the original world, where there should be war, there is still war. As long as there are people, there is a struggle. A world like Utopia, it's just a fantasy. Unless all human beings in this world disappear, there will be no absolute peace. Bai Yu believes that this truth is impossible for Jiraiya in front of him to know. But Jiraiya still chooses to believe that such a day will come. In this way, Jiraiya is a romantic person, even after 2 ninja world wars. Thinking of this, Bai Yu smiled at Jiraiya 20 times and said, It might be enough. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile and said, Yeah, it might be enough. Bai Yu's performance made Jiraiya more convinced that his decision to sacrifice his life to save Bai Yu was absolutely correct. If we Konoha have a few more, you will be fine. That way, maybe I can see the peace of ninja world in my lifetime. Jiraiya said with a slight emotion. When Bai Yu heard the words, he smiled and said, It doesn't need to be more, it is enough to have me. I will let the ninja world find its nuclear peace. Hearing this, Jiraiya's heart warmed and smiled and said to Bai Yu, You don't want to block this responsibility on yourself. Peace cannot be done by yourself. What we can do is to keep this fire burning, and when the right time is right, it will naturally burn all over the world of ninja. I have always believed, I have never doubted it. Jiraiya's tone is very determined. Obviously, he has a trace of obsession with peace. But what he didn't know was that the peace Bai Yu said was not the peace he understood. Seeing Jiraiya's serious expression, Bai Yu also earnestly said, I believe it too. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya couldn't help laughing at this. Then Jiraiya and Bai Yu began to hand over what the Commander-in-Chief should do. Dark lines, intelligence, information, personnel scheduling and some daily matters. Having reached this point, Bai Yu naturally knew that he couldn't refuse, so he could only calm down and listen to the explanation given by Jiraiya. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was far away in Konoha, also received a letter from Jiraiya. Looking at the content of the letter, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help frowning. Not long after, he raised his hand and said, Come here. As soon as the voice fell, a figure appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, Konoha's Anbu ninja said respectfully to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yeah, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Go and notify the elders and tell them there is an emergency meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Anbu ninja. Anbu ninja nodded when he heard the words. Yes. Then the figure disappeared. Not long after, Mitokado Homura, Udatane Kaharu, Shimura Danzo came to the Hokage building. In the meeting room, Sarutobi Hiruzen threw the letter in his hand to Danzo, and then said, "This is an urgent letter from Jiraiya. I don't know what you think." At this time, Danzo, after reading the letter in his hand, frowned and passed the letter to Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura. Not long after, all three of them were serious. "Is it too trivial to make a 13-year-old boy the commander-in-chief of the front?" Mitokado Homura said with some incomprehension. Udatane Kaharu, who was on the side, also nodded when he heard the words. "I also feel a little bit too playful." Hearing Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows, and instead of answering the two of them, he asked Shimura Danzo, who was a little paralyzed, "Danzo, what do you think?" Shimura Danzo frowned slightly when he heard the words, "I don't approve of it. As always, there are few words, and it is simple and direct to express my views." The three elders disagree at the moment, and Sarutobi Hiruzen feels a little unhappy. In his opinion, Bai Yu can take over as the commander-in-chief of the Grassland Front, and he is happy. In terms of talent strength alone, Bai Yu is definitely the best in the ninja world. If you can experience some more coordinating experience, Bai Yu will definitely be alone soon. For Konoha now, this is tantamount to a heart attack. It is just in the opinion of Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu that people need experience and experience. If they lack this thing, there may be mistakes that are irreparable. The people of their generation have no so-called geniuses, and they have grown up to this day through their own explorations. During the period, they have seen countless geniuses, but those geniuses are growing up. This has a lot to do with their complacency. Those who drown will always know the water, and those who can know the water rarely take personal risks. And they are the ones who don't know the water. They walked across the river step by touching the stones, and finally reached the opposite bank. They were worried that Bai Yu would drown in the water, and then plunged into danger with nearly 10,000 Konoha shinobi. Danzo simply didn't want to see Bai Yu get commands so easily. He has struggled for decades before forming an organization called Root. Why can Bai Yu command a force of tens of thousands at the age of 13? A little bit of unwillingness and a little bit of jealousy made Danzo deny Jiraiya's arrangement. "Everyone, I think Bai Yu is qualified for this job," Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously, looking at the three people in front of him. The tone was full of certainty. Seeing the appearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura couldn't help but glance at each other, a little surprised at Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision. Shimura Danzo frowned. "You've all seen Bai Yu's intelligence. He can defeat Sand Shinobi's Wind and 2 elders with 1 enemy 3. In terms of strength, he is top-notch. Similarly, his commanding ability is not bad. This is not my guess, but a conclusion drawn from his various performances. Defeat Erway Jinchuriki, and fight with Ahi 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Also in this battle with Sand Shinobi, he didn't rush to kill, which caused Konoha and Sand Shinobi to have an irreconcilable conflict. On the contrary, Sand Shinobi was completely shocked by the power he showed. It can be seen from the subtleties, he is bold but careful." Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly, trying to convince the three people in front of him. It's just that his rhetoric is useless at all, and the three of them didn't listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. As far as they are concerned, experience is the first place, and let the inexperienced become the commander-in-chief of a front. They definitely disagree. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help sighing as he looked at the unchanging three people in front of him. He could feel that Konoha had gradually become rigid now. When they fled back to Konoha together, second Hokage Senju Tobarama dared to choose third Hokage with only one detail. But now it's just a battlefield commander who makes everyone fearful. This makes Sarutobi Hiruzen worry about Konoha's future development. It seems that Minato is the right choice, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. If Konoha is still in power with their fixed-minded old people, Konoha will inevitably stagnate. Konoha now looks like a large company. When the company was founded, the people in power were full of courage and dared to do anything. In Konoha today, power is dispersed, and everyone judges by experience. If Konoha is really a company, that's fine. But Konoha is a country's violent organization, which is equivalent to a country's army. Is it a good thing for an army to lose its spirit? If you do not advance, you will fall behind, and if you fall behind, you will be beaten. After being silent for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, "Well, let's transfer Namikaze Minato, and now let Bai Yu act as temporary commander-in-chief." Hearing this, the silent Udatane Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, and Shimura Danzo's expressions were lightened. "Do you mean Jiraiya is leaving soon?" Danzo asked suddenly. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded when he heard the words. "This is what the letter says, maybe he has set off now." Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura did not respond when they heard this, but Shimura Danzo frowned. "This is too shameful. Just throw Konoha army away as a mess?" Danzo's tone was full of nonsense. Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura couldn't help but frown, feeling that Danzo had made a fuss. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that Danzo was only dissatisfied with his plan. "Okay, don't say more, so decide. I'll give Namikaze Minato an order now." Sarutobi Hiruzen patted the table and said. Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura naturally had no objections. Shimura Danzo saw that this matter had already been decided and did not say much. Just snorted and left. Ikaharu and Mitokata Homura were both shocked when they saw this, not knowing why Danzo lost his temper. But Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo's back and his face sank. In recent years, Sarutobi Hiruzen always felt that Danzo was hiding what he was doing. He naturally knew the existence of the root, and even his disciple, Orochimaru, joined it, he also knew it. But for Danzo, he relaxed his tolerance again and again. Because I grew up together and worshipped second Hokage together as a teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Danzo wouldn't be bad no matter how bad it was. At least his roots are still serving Konoha. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know, people's hearts are changing all the time. Even if it was a moment of sorrow and compassion, the next moment, he might throw a knife down and kill others. The Anbu ninja in the dark couldn't help but curl his lips when he saw this scene. He already had a certain impression of Danzo in his heart. A sense of disgust surged from deep in his heart. He is actually a loyal admirer of Bai Yu. Naturally, Shimura Danzo's actions against Bai Yu are very upset. This also directly caused him to pass the matter out during the usual chat. Of course, this is something later. After seeing Shimura Danzo leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and smiled at Ikaharu and Mitokata Homura. Trouble you, but I still have time to come in during my busy schedule. This meeting is here. Reaching out and not hitting the smiley, Ikaharu and Mitokata Homura both smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, as an elder, this is what it should be. Then they nodded each other and left. And Sarutobi Hiruzen also immediately wrote 2 letters, one to the front of the grass country, and the other to the Namikaze Minato at the front of the country. Are you going to leave so soon? Bai Yu asked, looking at Jiraiya, who was dressed up in front of him. Jiraiya smiled and nodded. I hope I can learn Sage Mode as soon as possible, it's also good to end this war soon. Bai Yu couldn't help sighing when he saw this, with a look of reluctance on his face. Seeing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but relieved. Don't worry, I will be back soon. Seeing Jiraiya worrying about her depression, Bai Yu couldn't help looking a little weird. He is reluctant to Jiraiya because he is gone, and all these matters have to be dealt with by himself. It's not emotional dissatisfaction. For a man, he has something to dissatisfy. But looking at Jiraiya in front of him, he seemed to have misunderstood. Bai Yu is not a fool, and he didn't say how touched Jiraiya was. It's good to be so muddled. Yeah, good. Bai Yu nodded seriously. Upon seeing this, Jiraiya gave a satisfied smile, then raised his head and glanced at the command post. Didn't you come? Jiraiya's eyes were slightly dark. Seeing what Jiraiya looked like, Bai Yu naturally knew who Jiraiya met. Smiling and shook his head, Bai Yu said to Jiraiya, I heard that someone is waiting for you. Huh? Jiraiya was startled when he heard the words. But then there was a look of surprise. Come back and talk. Jiraiya finished speaking and left. Bai Yu couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. He waved to Jiraiya's back and went back. On the other side, Jiraiya came to a river. Seeing the familiar back, Jiraiya couldn't help but squinted and smiled. Here? Tsunade said with a glance at Jiraiya's face. Tsunade has always been like this, and Jiraiya didn't think anything was wrong. He smiled and nodded to Tsunade. Here. Is there any risk in Sage Mode's practice? Tsunade raised his eyes to Jiraiya. For Tsunade, Jiraiya did not want to lie to her. Nodded to Tsunade, Jiraiya explained. There are risks naturally, but I heard from the Toad Immortal that they have an oil that can eliminate this side effect. Yeah. Tsunade nodded when he heard the words, then there was silence. Do you have anything else you want to tell me? Jiraiya asked Tsunade. Tsunade heard Jiraiya's voice and suddenly recovered. Huh? Why are you still here? Tsunade was very surprised. Jiraiya couldn't help but his face froze. Well, it doesn't matter. Jutuo smiled. Then I will leave first, Jiraiya said to Tsunade. Tsunade nodded when he saw it. After seeing it, Jiraiya turned his head decisively and left. Only Tsunade stood still and watched Jiraiya go away. Come back alive. Tsunade murmured. The pain of losing someone important is probably no one deeper than her. Just a few days after Jiraiya left, a letter appeared on Bai Yu's desktop. Temporary. What else is there to sit in this position? Bai Yu couldn't help being speechless. As the commander-in-chief, he has no human rights. Unexpectedly, it was a temporary one in the end. You have to figure out a way to pull it out. Bai Yu muttered to himself while sticking his chin. At this time, suddenly a crisp female voice sounded. Bai Yu. I brought you the meal, Ta Rihong exclaimed excitedly. Hearing this voice, Bai Yu couldn't help but smile. Come in quickly. Bai Yu smiled. Hearing Bai Yu's voice, Anbu ninja guarding the door put down the hand that stopped Rihong. Upon seeing this, Ta Rihong happily opened the door and put the bento she made on Bai Yu's desk. Although the desk in front of you is called a desk, it is actually composed of 5 parts. 1 board, 4 legs, simply fixed with nails, the quality is very poor. The heavy bento box was placed on the table and the table swayed, which seemed to fall over. But Bai Yu and Qi Rihong didn't care. At least dozens of tables can be made in one afternoon. And this room looks small, but there are several tables of this kind stacked next to it. If it breaks, just replace it. Opening the food box, Bai Yu couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he smelled the scent inside. This is also another talent that opened up Qi Rihong. While continuing to cook for Bai Yu, Qi Rihong's cooking skills are also growing day by day. The food nowadays can be called delicious. It's just that for Bai Yu, this thing is just the first and last mouthful of the entrance's enjoyment. At the entrance, chew it, taste it, and then gobble it up, using Luku Fairy Thief to ingest it like crazy. At the last bite, I felt that there was no taste in my mouth, so I chewed it well. After eating, Yurihong put away the food box contentedly, kissed Bai Yu and left. Now the two are more like a couple getting along. It's not that Bai Yu doesn't want to have a deeper communication, it's that Yurihong is too young at the moment. As a boy, he has developed a series of behaviors, but as a girl, 13 is still too young. Because of the Luku Fairy Thief, Bai Yu does not need to disappear after eating, but after looking at the sky for a while, Bai Yu continues to start his own work. Only this time, Bai Yu is thinking about how to quit from work while working. He didn't think of a way until it was nightfall when Bai Yu handled the work at hand. A bright moon rises, it is obvious that tomorrow will be a sunny day. Early the next morning, Bai Yu came to the medical department. Yakushi Nanoyu saw Bai Yu's figure, and his eyes lit up, showing a happy smile. I just wanted to say hello to Bai Yu. Bai Yu quickly raised his finger and put it to his mouth. Shish. Yakushi no was taken aback when he saw this, and then a little bit of laughter. Followed Bai Yu and made a shish gesture to signal her to understand. Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction. Then he touched into the rudimentary research room where he was. Tsunade, who was very sensitive to breath, discovered it when Bai Yu came in. Frowning, Tsunade turned his head and asked Bai Yu, "What is Gigi Chongchong doing?" Seeing that he was discovered, Bai Yu couldn't help scratching his head and said, "I have one thing I want to ask the teacher." When Tsunade heard the words, he did not refuse or agree, and directly asked, "What's the matter?" Bai Yu's eyes lit up when he heard the words, "It's nothing, but I hope you can help me replace this commander." Bai Yu stood straight. "Ah, do you know what you are talking about?" Tsunade was puzzled. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but nodded helplessly. "Of course I know, but I really can't help it. Recently, I feel that my strength is about to break through." Tsunade's pupil shrank when he heard the words, "I'm going to break through again. You're too exaggerated, right?" Tsunade was speechless. Bai Yu smiled upon hearing this and said, "This is a talent, there is no way." Hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help turning over Bai Kugan. Just when Tsunade wanted to say something, a figure rushed in. "Master Tsunade." "Huh? Bai Yu is here too?" Shizune was a little surprised. She naturally knew about Bai Yu taking over the commander-in-chief, or the entire Konoha command post. She wondered why Bai Yu appeared here at this time. This point is when it is busy. "Hello, Shizune." Bai Yu smiled and said to Shizune. Seeing Bai Yu's handsome face, Shizune couldn't help but look ready. "Hello, Bai Yu." Upon seeing this, Tsunade shook his head and took a kabuto directly from Shizune's hand. "Are these all the specimens?" Tsunade asked Shizune on the side. Shizune nodded after hearing this, yes. Hearing the definite answer, Tsunade began to fiddle with the toxin specimen in her hand. "While tinkering, I didn't forget to continue communicating with Bai Yu. If you are really about to break through, then I can help with this. How long will it take you?" The movements in Tsunade's hands kept on. Bai Yu couldn't help but shine upon hearing the words. He was fed up with this job these days, and the temporary replacement yesterday directly defeated his career ambition. "I am really about to break through," Bai Yu nodded. Bai Yu didn't lie about this, because Bing Shinju and basic swordsmanship were about to reach their peaks. And 36 Anxiety Wind is already complete. Although it is possible to use 10,000 deduction points for a level deduction, Bai Yu did not do so. Because this is purely a waste of deduction points for Bai Yu now. Now that he has decided to deduce the S-level ability, Bai Yu is not going to waste his derivation points elsewhere. It is possible to deduct A-level swordsmanship skills, but this matter must wait for the emergence of S-level skills. As for how long, it should be fast, because someone will take over soon. Bai Yu suddenly said something that Tsunade didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Tsunade asked, frowning. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu shook his head, took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade took the letter, read it carefully, and then his eyebrows tightened. "Humph. A few old things." The tone was full of irritation. Bai Yu couldn't help being speechless. Shizune on the side was also dumbfounded. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also scolded by this old thing. However, with Tsunade's character, he is naturally not afraid of fear, and he will scold if he scolds. "Okay, leave this to me. I will deal with the toxins on my hands first, and I will be there in the afternoon." Tsunade nodded to Bai Yu and said. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but take the corner of his mouth. Tsunade's words are simply natural. "That's good. I'll wait for you." Bai Yu smiled at Tsunade. However, Tsunade waved his hand and ignored Bai Yu. When Bai Yu left, they greeted Shizune and Yakushi respectively before leaving. Time soon arrived in the afternoon, and Tsunade appeared in Bai Yu's office on time. Seeing Tsunade's figure, Bai Yu finally showed a look of joy. Then he wanted to give Tsunade what Jiraiya had given him. Upon seeing this, Tsunade interrupted Bai Yu's explanation directly. "When I was a commander, I'm afraid you haven't said anything yet." Tsunade smiled. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but patted his head. "Tsunade in front of me was awarded the title of Sanin during World War II.
In the first year of World War II, he did not say anything. It is not the first time that Tsunade has been a commander. Naturally, Bai Yu does not need to explain. Ever since, Bai Yu nodded and said seriously to Tsunade, "Thank you, Mr. Shot," then. Seeing Bai Yu's serious look, Tsunade couldn't help being startled. Then he waved his hand and said, "Well, let's make a breakthrough quickly." Bai Yu smiled and nodded before leaving. The Anbu ninja on the side was a little speechless when he saw this, and changed another leader in just a few days. Tsunade's unsmiling appearance does not seem to be a good talking boss. Oh, it's really hard. It's almost time to resign. The Anbu ninja couldn't help thinking in his heart. After handing the matter over to Tsunade, Bai Yu returned to his residence with ease. Of course, he was not in a hurry to break through at this time. Running to the hillside, Bai Yu had a good rest. Dealing with those official duties these days has made Bai Yu almost boring. He probably understands the hard work now. After enough rest, Bai Yu began to eat. Now Bai Yu, the name of the rice bucket has spread throughout the headquarters, so no matter how much he eats, no one will look at him with strange eyes. After eating, the sky dimmed. It's time, Bai Yu muttered while looking at the night sky. Back in his tent, Bai Yu began to silently recite the Bing Shinju. Since the Bing Shinju reached advanced levels and brought Bai Yu a motivation for thinking, it has become more of a sleep aid tool for Bai Yu. Panel. Bai Yu thought. System panel. 3.5. Host. Bai Yu. Vitality. 5.2. Spirit. 6.3. Strength. 142. Speed. 156. Endurance. 173. Gong method. Luku Xian Thief Elementary. 67%. Active skills. 127 feet Marine 6 styles Intermediate, 91% Dacheng, Armament Haki. Intermediate, 51% Xiaocheng, Basic Swordsmanship. Advanced 93% Dacheng, Ice Heart Ju. Advanced 98% Dacheng, 1 Knife Flow 36 Trouble Winds. Advanced 100% Perfect Nien Motive. Elementary, 63%. Passive skill. No Self Sword Chi. Elementary, 1%. Boundary of Blood Succession. Lan Dun. Elementary, 89%. Deduced points. 72,157. Strength evaluation. S level, the top figure in the ninja world. In addition to the fact that the number of deduction points has not changed, other data on the Bai Yu panel has grown significantly. This speed is much faster than Bai Yu's previous speed. This is inseparable from his rapid development. 13 years old is the time when the human body changes the fastest. Some people can even jump up to 10 to 20 centimeters directly within a year. Naturally, Bai Yu is no exception. In these days, Bai Yu's height is obviously growing rapidly. An extremely healthy body plus nutrition that can always keep up. Bai Yu not only has obvious changes in height, but the vitality, spirit, strength, speed, and endurance are all increasing rapidly. Even if Bai Yu ceases to practice from now on and transitions directly to the age of 18, Bai Yu is confident that he can break through the current cage level and reach a level beyond cage level. After all, he has the passive ability of pervert, which is the selfless sword chi. As long as his basic attributes are in place, he will still be invincible. Satisfied, closing his panel, Bai Yu started chanting Bing Shinju. According to the panel in front of him, Bai Yu is ready to hone all these skills to perfection. After the 36 anxiety wind is honed to consummation, the shortcomings that require a good posture disappear and become an instant skill. Bai Yu is looking forward to what other skills will become. While reciting the Bing Shinju silently, Bai Yu's thoughts gradually fell silent. A very quiet black began to slowly surround him. 98%, 99%. Soon, the night passed. The next morning, Bai Yu woke up before the dew had completely faded away. It's just a pity that Bing Shinju still stays at 99%. The extremely quiet darkness last night was the first time Bai Yu had experienced it in so long. That feeling is an indescribable calm. There is no sorrow or joy, and even the desire has been lost. If it is always in this state, Bai Yu will naturally be afraid. But Bai Yu can easily exit this state. This is more like a way to get rid of distractions and let Bai Yu reach full power. Because as long as it is a human being, it is impossible to concentrate on a certain thing, and when doing anything, a distracting thought will inevitably appear to interfere with the present feeling. This is the person. And the state of Bing Shinju was like turning people into gods. A god without sorrow or joy can only judge whether it is good for him. It seems that this is the next stage of Bing Shinju. Bai Yu frowned and muttered. Although Bai Yu has never tried to fight in that state, he can be sure that he in that state will inevitably be better than his normal state. People who are extremely calm cannot exist, and Bai Yu who has entered that state can be extremely calm. Not moved by a single bit of foreign objects. Goo. Suddenly, Bai Yu's stomach screamed. Smiling, Bai Yu patted his stomach. Forget it, let's eat first. Then he walked out of the tent and went to the cafeteria to have a meal. After eating, Bai Yu did not continue to practice Bing Shinju, but practiced all his skills according to daily practice, and then returned to his tent. Begin to recite Bing Shinju silently again. Only this time, Bai Yu could no longer find the feeling he had before. Almost a week passed. It was another morning, and when Bai Yu woke up again, his complexion collapsed. Because the Bing Shinju on the panel still stays at 99% proficiency. But other skills have caught up with Bing Shinju's progress. Panel. Bai Yu Thought. System Panel. 3.5. Host. Bai Yu. Vitality. 5.3. Spirit. 6.4. Strength. 143. Speed. 157. Endurance. 178. Gong Method. Luku Xian Thief Elementary. 68%. Active Skills. Marine 6 Styles. Intermediate 97% Dacheng. Armament Haki. Intermediate 52% Xiaocheng. Basic Swordsmanship. Advanced 98% Dacheng. Ice Heart Ju. Advanced 99% Dacheng. 36 Worries in One Knife Flow. Advanced 100% Complete Nien Motive. Elementary 64%. Passive Skill. Eyeless Sword Chi. Elementary 1%. Boundary of Blood Succession. Lan Dun. Elementary 90%. Deduced Points. 72,157. Strength Evaluation. S level, the top figure in the ninja world. But in 1 week, Marine 6 Styles and Basic Swordsmanship are about to break through. But Bing Shinju was still in the awkward position of 99%. It really made Bai Yu a little bit scratchy. Bing Shinju, Bai Yu murmured. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the day when Bing Shinju broke through 99%. He practiced that day when he let go of his role as commander-in-chief. At that time, he deliberately ran to the hillside to relax. Obviously, the sharp reduction in stress and relaxation of the mood are the most critical points for a breakthrough. And these days, the more Bai Yu didn't see Bing Shinju's progress, the more urgent he was in his heart. I have already lost the mentality of letting things go naturally. Frowning, Bai Yu finally let go of his obsession to break through the Bing Shinju. Forget it, the same goes for breaking through. Bai Yu shook his head and murmured. Thinking of this, Bai Yu walked out of the tent. At this time, the sky had already arrived in the evening, and the sky was already a bit dim. This made Bai Yu couldn't help but think of the feeling of loneliness from a nap in his previous life until the evening. But now Bai Yu has no feeling at all. I don't know if the emotions caused by the strong mental power will not fluctuate easily. I don't want to. Bai Yu smiled and shook his head. Then he walked towards the kitchen. These days, Bai Yu's practice is irregular, so the time for eating is also not allowed. In order to be able to eat at the end of the practice, Bai Yu had already said hello. If he did not come, he would leave a portion of food for himself. Just when Bai Yu was gluttonously eating, outside Konoha command post, a man with blonde hair appeared. It's finally here. Namikaze Minato smiled.